In a world where everyone traverses the realm of wild gods to survive, one must cultivate followers to garner incense and thrive amidst the perils that abound. Beasts of monstrous might, enigmatic entities, and formidable martial artists relentlessly seek to consume the divine blood of the gods to augment their own power. Will you carve an invincible path through the chaos, standing unyielding before the abyss of eternity? Or shall you endure until the end of time, monopolizing the river of existence? Among all wild gods, Dinghao uniquely possesses the 1 yuan instant kill marketplace, receiving a divine power each day to obliterate supreme treasures with a mere flick of his wrist. The entire network is in uproar, while other wild gods are embroiled in fierce battles for followers. Dinghao dons divine armor and sweeps through the myriad realms with unparalleled prowess. Chapter 1. The Survival of All Wild Gods. My marketplace for 1 yuan instant kill. Welcome to the world of universal wild god survival. Please remember the following information if you wish to endure in this treacherous world. Each wild god possesses an initial domain. You must swiftly upgrade and expand your territory to attract more followers. Followers are the sole source of incense, which is essential for ascending divine status and wielding divine arts. It is the very foundation of a deity's existence. In this world, the beasts, anomalies, and martial practitioners yearn for divine blood to grow stronger. A voice, ethereal and elusive, echoed in Dinghao's ears, causing him to pause in bewilderment. Have I truly traversed realms? Have I arrived in a world of universal wild gods, to find myself residing within a dilapidated mountain shrine? Soon after, Dinghao realized he was enclosed within a transparent space measuring roughly 10 feet in diameter, immovable regardless of his efforts. In the next moment, a control panel materialized before him, featuring personal information, chat area, and trading zone. Upon opening his personal information, he discovered: Name Dinghao. Divine status: meager, requires 100 units of divine power for promotion. Divine position: wild god of Bullhead Mountain, control range, 1 mile. Divine power: 1 unit. Incense: 0 strands. Divine art: lightning strike, 1 unit of divine power. Followers: 0 individuals. That is my plight truly this dire? Not a single follower to my name. Only 1 meager divine art? I wonder about its potency. Dinghao longed to test the power of lightning strike, yet with only 1 unit of divine power, he resolved to conserve his strength. Hadn't the system warned him of the imminent dangers of this world? I must rapidly cultivate followers, acquire incense, and transform my divine power to grow stronger. With this thought, Dinghao began to survey his surroundings. His domain was known as Bullhead Mountain, at the foot of which lay Bullhead Village, home to over 50 emaciated villagers, each appearing frail and listless. At that moment, Niu Taiju struck a nearby sapling with a fist, causing its leaves to rain down. This accursed wolf demon is utterly treacherous. It promised to accept 1 child for sacrifice each year, yet it has barely been 4 months, and it demands another. If this continues, Bullhead Village will surely be devoured by the wolf demon. Village chief, we must seek aid from the town. Another villager, Neo Dali, echoed in anger. Let the demon hunters from the town deal with this wolf demon. The village chief, Neo Dekang, wore a wry smile. Are demon hunters so easily summoned? Setting aside our village's inability to afford such costs, even if we had the means, it is uncertain whether any demon hunter would be willing to assist. Bear in mind, the wolf demon outside our village is of the 2nd rank. Ordinary demon hunters stand no chance. Must we simply await our demise? Let us confront the wolf demon. Dying in battle is far preferable to this humiliating existence. A few young villagers, filled with righteous indignation, rallied in fervor. Why not beseech the mountain god once more? The elder spoke of the mountain god's past manifestations. An elderly man, trembling, suggested, that is but a mere legend. If the mountain god could manifest, it would have done so already. Neo Dali scoffed. Yet, it is better than awaiting death. What if the mountain god truly appears? As the old man spoke, he turned and knelt in the direction of Bullhead Mountain. Seeing this, some indecisive villagers hesitated before also kneeling. However, the younger men, including Neo Taiju and Neo Dali, remained skeptical. That moment, a harsh cackle pierced the air, reverberating around Bullhead Village. Worship the mountain god. Do you wish to rely on the mountain god to confront me? Do not be deceived. There are no gods in this world, and even if there were, they would be no match for me. Alas, the wolf demon approaches. At the sound of this proclamation, the villagers' expressions shifted to one of fear, panic-stricken as they glanced around. Dare you defy my decree? This time, I demand 10 children. You have 15 minutes to deliver them, or I shall annihilate the village. As these words echoed, the entire populace of Bullhead Mountain collapsed in despair. The wolf demon, seeing this, erupted in joyous laughter. Within the mountain shrine, Ding Hao witnessed the scene unfold and instinctively yearned to unleash lightning strike against the wolf demon. Yet, the system indicated the distance was too great for an attack. The range of lightning strike was limited to within 100 meters, while the shrine was at least a kilometer away from Bullhead Village. My domain consists solely of this village, Ding Hao exclaimed in distress. If they are devoured by the wolf demon, how can I ever cultivate followers and acquire incense? Ding, at that moment, a melodious voice chimed in, detecting that the host is in dire straits. Activating the 1 yuan instant kill system. This system refreshes daily. Each refresh presents 4 random items. You may select one for purchase using 1 unit of divine power, referred to as the 1 yuan instant kill. Today's items have refreshed. Would you like to view them? System? The golden finger of the traveler has arrived. Ding Hao rejoiced and promptly proceeded to check. Today, the marketplace has refreshed its offerings. 1. Substandard rations, a satisfactory provision for the common folk to stave off hunger. 2. Mysterious seeds which, when sown, may yield unexpected bounties. 3. A rusted iron sword, rumored to transform into an unparalleled weapon once sharpened. 4. Flame talismans which, upon selecting a target for activation, can unleash a torrent of fire, vanquishing any foe below the 3rd tier. Upon perusing the enticing descriptions of the marketplace's flash sale, Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. His finger trembled as it hovered over the flame talismans, before decisively selecting and purchasing one. In the next instant, a surge of divine energy dissipated, and a flame talisman materialized in Ding Hao's grasp. Sensing the formidable fiery power contained within the talisman, Ding Hao, without a moment's hesitation, hurled it toward the direction of Bullhead Village. Instantaneously, a blazing streak of fire soared across the sky, emitting a blinding crimson glow. Heading straight for Bullhead Village, outside Bullhead Village, the wolf demon gazed hungrily at the villagers within, drool dripping from its maw. Originally, it would not indulge in such frequent feasting upon humans, for Bullhead Village was considered its private domain, with its inhabitants serving as sustenance. However, summoned by a friend to venture to the falling Goose Mountain range, rumored to be rich in resources, the wolf demon sought to devour all the villagers before its departure, as for threats and intimidation. It merely relished the fear and struggle of its victims in their final moments, deriving amusement from their plight. A quarter of an hour has elapsed, and I shall. The wolf demon rose, its crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam, and just as it opened its gaping maw to charge into Bullhead Village and indulge in a lavish feast of blood, it suddenly noticed a streak of fire hurtling directly towards it, the searing heat radiating from flames, and the overwhelming aura of dread, causing its knees to buckle as it collapsed to the ground in terror. Chapter 2. District Announcement. The First Believer. No. The wolf demon let out a terrified howl, feeling a terrifying pressure that he had only previously sensed from the great demons of the falling Goose Mountains. The dread of death enveloped him instantly, and he instinctively sought to flee, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Boom. A fiery stream descended upon the wolf demon, erupting in a dazzling blaze, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred wolf flesh. The wolf demon struggled and wailed within this horrifying fire, only to be reduced to ash in an instant. How is this possible? In Bullhead Village, the villagers awaiting their grim fate stood dumbfounded, as if time itself had frozen, enveloped in a profound silence. The wolf demon is dead? After a moment, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter finally came to his senses, incredulity evident in his voice. It seems. It was burned to death by a ball of fire? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter rubbed his eyes and spoke with difficulty. That fire came from the direction of the mountain god temple. Could it be that the mountain god has manifested? Someone pointed toward Bullhead Mountain. Everyone, do not panic. The village chief, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, commanded in a low voice. Dolly, go check the wolf demon's location and see if it truly has been burned to death. That blazing flame cut through the sky and struck the wolf demon's position, and then it vanished. Was it burned to death? Or did it escape? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, being cautious by nature, needed to confirm the situation. Since Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter was his son, he had no choice but to send him. All right, without further ado. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter grasped a sickle and strode toward the village outskirts. The others watched him with tense expressions. Soon, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter arrived at the spot where the wolf demon had been. He noticed a wolf paw on the ground that had not been fully burned and immediately seized it, shouting to the villagers, "It's dead. The wolf demon is dead. Ha ha, wonderful. Woo woo. The wolf demon is finally dead." In an instant, the villagers were overcome with joy, many collapsing to the ground in relief. What is this? The exhilarated Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter suddenly spotted a round, glistening orb on the ground and instinctively picked it up. Could this be the legendary demon core? The mountain god has vanquished the wolf demon. We must hurry to pay our respects to the mountain god. The elderly man who had spoken first leaned on his cane and made his way toward the mountain god temple. The other villagers quickly followed suit, returning home to fetch incense and candles, flocking toward the temple. On Bullhead Mountain, halfway up, stood a dilapidated little shrine, where a stone statue of the mountain god squatted. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter knelt first on the ground, holding a lit incense stick, and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you, mountain god, for saving the lives of all the villagers of Bullhead. Time is of the essence. We can only offer you a stick of incense for now. In 3 days, we will prepare ample offerings and return to pay our respects. Thank you for your protection, mountain god." The other villagers followed his lead, kneeling and bowing their heads. This mountain god temple has existed for countless years. Although the villagers had come to worship and make wishes, none had ever been fulfilled, let alone the mountain god's blessing upon Bullhead Village. However, today, the flames had indeed erupted from the direction of the mountain god temple, and everyone was willing to believe that the mountain god had manifested to bless them. In times of chaos, having a belief and a source of reliance makes one feel less helpless and alone. Ding Hao observed the crowd kneeling before him, listening to their expressions of gratitude and appreciation, watching the wisps of smoke curling from the incense. He heard the system's notification chime, gained a wisp of incense power, gained a wisp of incense power, gained a wisp of incense power. In an instant, Ding Hao amassed over 70 wisps of incense power. 100 wisps of incense power can transform into a wisp of divine power. The blazing talisman I just purchased cost a precious wisp of divine power. Yet, saving these villagers means they will offer sacrifices to me in 3 days. The incense power then could be even greater. This is a win. Moreover, with over 50 households in Bullhead Village, amounting to around 200 people, only 70 or so attended today. If all had come, that would equate to 2 wisps of divine power. Ding Hao smiled, knowing that among those 200, many were children who did not yet understand how to worship him. But children grow up eventually. That day will come. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first believer, becoming the first wild deity to gain a believer in the entire district. Would you like to make a district-wide announcement? If you agree to the announcement, you will receive a reward. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Ding Hao's ears once more. A district-wide announcement? There are benefits? Without hesitation, Ding Hao agreed. Instantly, a line of golden characters appeared before all wild deities. Congratulations to player Ding Hao of District 88 for acquiring the first believer. Becoming the first wild deity in the entire district to gain a believer, rewarded with 10 wisps of divine power. 10 thunder crystals. Other wild deity players, keep up the hard work. As the announcement concluded, Ding Hao immediately opened his panel to check. Personal information. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, minor, 100 wisps of divine power required for promotion. Divine position, wild deity of Bullhead Mountain, control range, 1 mile. Divine power, 10 wisps. Incense, 73 wisps. Divine technique, lightning strike, 1 wisp of divine power. Believers, 73. Items, 10 thunder crystals. What in the world is happening? Someone developed believers so quickly? In the chat area, numerous wild deity players erupted in chatter upon seeing the district-wide announcement. I've become a land deity, but I'm so low tier, only covering a 1-mile radius. There isn't even a mouse to be found. How can I develop believers? Sigh. I've become the water lady. There are plenty of fish and shrimp around, but how can I develop them? This is such a scam. Ding Hao, how did you develop believers so quickly? Can you share some experience? Yes, please guide us. Great one. Seeing the flood of messages in the chat area, Ding Hao smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. However, he noted that he was merely one player in District 88, where there were over 100,000 participants. The entire population has become wild deities. This is a monumental undertaking. I wonder where the other wild deities in District 88 are. Are there any nearby? Now, I possess 10 wisps of divine power and 10 thunder crystals. What are these used for? Just as Ding Hao pondered over the system, the villagers of Bullhead returned home. At Neodalia's house, he presented the wolf demon's core to Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Father, look. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter took the core, his expression shifting dramatically. A demon core. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter trembled as he spoke. If this is taken to town, it could fetch a handsome price. We might even be able to exchange it for a first-grade martial pill, allowing you to step into the realm of martial artists. To become a martial artist, one must either cultivate themselves or utilize medicinal pills known as martial pills. However, those who have consumed the martial pill can only rely on it to enhance their strength in the future, and the higher the grade of the martial pill, the more elusive it becomes. As for cultivating oneself into a martial artist, that requires immense talent and perseverance. Among the over 200 individuals in Bullhead Village, none have managed to become martial artists. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a martial artist, Neodali could hardly contain his excitement. However, a look of hesitation suddenly crossed Neodachang's face. This wolf demon was slain by the mountain god. Naturally, the demon pill should be handled by the mountain god. With this thought, Neodachang said nothing and pulled his son away. Let us go to the mountain god temple and inquire whether the mountain god might bestow upon us this demon pill. Chapter 3, Ranked First, Flame Palm. At Bullhead Mountain, at the mountain god temple, Neodekang and Neodali beheld several villagers kneeling before the temple from a distance. Incense wafting through the air, lending an air of solemnity to the scene. What is happening here? Neodekang wondered, recognizing some villagers who had previously come to pay their respects, while others were newcomers. Village chief. Neo Taiju scratched his head and chuckled innocently. When I returned home, I mentioned it to my mother, and she insisted on coming along to offer incense to the mountain god, to express gratitude for the blessings. Other villagers had similar sentiments. Seeing this, Neodekang nodded, understanding that the flame that had erupted earlier had rekindled hope in the hearts of the villagers of Bullhead Village. Without further ado, Neodekang knelt before the mountain god temple, placing the wolf demon's pill upon the altar. Mountain god, this is the demon pill from the wolf demon you vanquished today. My son Dali has brought it forth for your inspection. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Ding Hao felt a surge of anticipation as he stowed away the demon pill and accessed the trading marketplace, finding himself in the precious goods pavilion interface. This interface featured sections for purchasing and pawning. Ding Hao quickly grasped the usage method and placed the demon pill on the table. 1 second-tier gray wolf demon pill of inferior quality can be exchanged for 5 units of divine power. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Hao silently affirmed, exchange. Divine power was precisely what he needed at this moment, regardless of whether the demon pill possessed other uses or the losses incurred from this sale. Accumulating divine power was of utmost importance. Before the mountain god temple, the villagers watched in astonishment as the demon pill vanished, their shock swiftly giving way to exuberance. Previously, some had doubted that the flame was merely a manifestation from the direction of the mountain god temple, not necessarily a sign of the mountain god's divine presence. For they had never witnessed such a thing in all their years. Yet now, the scene before them was enough to convince them that the mountain god truly existed. May the mountain god bless my mother with a swift recovery. One villager immediately knelt in fervent prayer. O mountain god, please help me find a wife soon. Mountain god, I desire a son. Neodekang and Neodali exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment and relief mirrored in the other's eyes. They were grateful for having offered the demon pill to the mountain god. Had they kept it for themselves, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As night fell, the villagers gradually departed from the mountain god temple. Ding Hao checked his panel. Name, Ding Hao divine rank. Minor, requires 100 units of divine power to ascend to the first rank. Divine position, wild god of Bullhead Mountain, control range, 1 mile radius, divine power, 15 units incense offerings, 98 strands divine technique, thunderstrike technique, 1 unit of divine power, followers, 98 individuals items, 10 thunder crystals previously. He had 73 followers. Now, the count had increased by 25, along with a corresponding rise in incense offerings, much to his delight. Simultaneously, Ding Hao realized that each follower's daily incense power could only be provided once and could not accumulate. With little else to do, Ding Hao strolled through the chat section, discovering that many players had gained followers, though the vast majority had only one. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. The system's voice rang out, abruptly silencing the previously lively chat area. Dear players, the first day of the wild survival world has officially come to an end. We will now announce the rankings for the number of followers on the first day. The top 1,000 will receive rewards. As the announcement concluded, Ding Hao observed names flashing through the chat area, starting from the 1,000th position and counting downwards. 1,000th place. Zhang Yun, 2 followers, reward, 1 unit of divine power. 775th place. Li Li, 2 followers, reward, 1 unit of divine power. 500th place. Zhao Qi, 3 followers, reward, 1 unit of divine power. 499th place. Gao Sheng, 4 followers, reward, 5 units of divine power. Ding Hao noted that the rewards for those ranked between 500 and 1,000 were all 1 unit of divine power. He was curious how the rankings were determined when many had the same number of followers, but he shrugged it off. It was of no concern to him. 10th place. Gu Jing, 6 followers, reward, 10 units of divine power. 3rd place. Sun Shanghai, 6 followers, reward, 15 units of divine power. 2nd place. Bai Jia, 7 followers, reward, 20 units of divine power, 5 thunder crystals. 1st place. Ding Hao, 98 followers, reward, 50 units of divine power, 50 thunder crystals, and the flame palm technique. Once the system had completed its announcement, the chat area erupted in excitement. What is going on here? The 1st place has 98 followers, far exceeding the 2nd place. My heavens, 50 units of divine power. When will I ever accumulate that? Someone lamented. Ding Hao, what are thunder crystals for? Can you shed some light on this? Inquired a curious player. I refuse to accept this. I also have 2 followers. Why am I not in the top 1,000? System, come out and explain this. Voiced another dissatisfied player. The 2nd place player is impressive as well. Bai Jia. Is it that Bai Jia? Someone speculated. Hiss, considering your words, it might very well be. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Ding Hao chuckled at the scene. He had not anticipated that the conclusion of the first day would come with such ranking rewards. He was now undeniably in the lead. With 60 thunder crystals, He remained uncertain of their purpose, but assumed that since they were a system reward, they must hold some value. His divine power had also reached 65 units. It seemed that reaching 100 was not so distant after all. As for the final reward, the flame palm technique, Ding Hao examined it closely. This was a martial arts cultivation method that would allow him to enter the realm of martial artists. The first follower to whom Ding Hao imparted the flame palm would experience a profound awakening, instantly becoming a first-tier martial artist without the need for arduous training. Tomorrow, he would choose a follower with a strong foundation to bestow the flame palm upon. Ding Hao resolved in his heart. This technique was meant for his followers, and retaining it for himself served little purpose. Instead, he could use it to enhance their strength, thereby attracting more followers to worship him. The following day, as the sun began to rise, individuals arrived with incense and candles to pay homage to the divine. The throngs of people grew increasingly larger, drawn by the ethereal power of the incense that wafted through the air. Ding Hao's spirits soared as he beheld Niu Dekhang and his son, Niu Dali, kneeling before the crowd. A radiant light flashed from his hands, and a stream of luminous energy surged forth, enveloping Niu Dali in an instant. Fear not the risks, for I shall discern the fate of the wolf demons. I offer you a sacrifice of demon cores, and today, this deity shall reward you with a fortuitous blessing. Ding Hao's voice resonated, grand and majestic, imbued with an air of otherworldly authority. The mountain god has once again manifested. Chapter 4. The warrior's blessing, first amongst equals. Niu Dali, fervently praying and bowing, was suddenly enveloped by an extraordinary warmth, awakening him from his reverie. As he became aware of a wondrous and surging power coursing through his being, he was left in awe. Just as he was immersed in this mystical sensation, the surrounding villagers stood frozen in astonishment. Was that voice from the mountain god? Yes, it must be the mountain god. A quick-witted villager shouted. The mountain god has manifested. Everyone hastened to bow in reverence. As his words echoed, the villagers fell to their knees, their hearts brimming with sincerity. Boom. In less than a quarter of an hour, the enigmatic essence surrounding Niu Dali dissipated. He could feel the formidable power within him, and suddenly, an epiphany regarding the flame palm surged forth, prompting him to exclaim in exhilaration, "Thank you, mountain god, for granting me divine power and allowing me to become a warrior." In his fervor, Niu Dali bowed profoundly towards the mountain temple, causing blood to flow from his forehead. What? Everyone around was struck dumb. Niu Dali has become a warrior? And it is a gift from the mountain god? How can this be? For decades, not a single warrior has emerged from Nyoto village. Warriors possess extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary men. They can combat demons and are pivotal figures in the town. To become a warrior is to ensure a life of luxury and abundance. Dali, you truly have become a warrior? Niu Dekhang knelt, his voice trembling. A mixture of joy and disbelief etched across his face. His words echoed the sentiments of the other villagers. Indeed, Niu Dali exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he declared, "Father, not only am I now a first-tier warrior, but I have also mastered a powerful technique, the flame palm." With that, he raised his hand and struck a nearby boulder with a powerful blow. Boom. The massive stone, which required a person to encircle it, shattered into countless fragments under Niu Dali's strike, with some debris igniting into ashes. Heavens, Dali has truly become a warrior. A villager gasped in disbelief. "Dali, my daughter Chui has admired you since childhood. Let us establish a betrothal today." A woman's eyes sparkled with hope, wishing it were her daughter who could claim his heart. Yes, yes, Niu Dekhang rejoiced. Our Nyoto village has finally produced a warrior. This is all thanks to the mountain god. Everyone, quickly express your gratitude. Without needing further prompting from Niu Dekhang, the villagers once again knelt in reverence. Some young men fervently chanted for the mountain god's blessings to become warriors. Moreover, those who had not been present for the morning rites rushed over upon hearing the news. Thus, nearly every member of Nyoto village, save for infants and the bedridden elderly, flocked to Nyoto mountain to offer incense and worship. Ding Hao smiled, pleasantly surprised that after bestowing blessings upon Niu Dali, this lad had become a fledgling believer. The contribution of incense power surged from a mere wisp to 50 strands. Following Niu Dali's demonstration of his newfound prowess, Niu Dekhang and Niu Taiju also transitioned into initial believers. It appeared that as long as he continued to create miracles, more individuals would deepen their faith, evolving into higher-level followers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for utilizing divine miracles to create the first warrior in the entire region. Would you like to make a public announcement? The system's voice resonated in Ding Hao's ears. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Hao consented. In the next instant, a system announcement appeared on every wild goddess screen. Congratulations to player Ding Hao of Zone 88 for using divine power to create the first warrior in the region. Reward, 10 divine power, 10 thunder crystals. Heavens, it's the esteemed Ding Hao again. Great one, please take me along. I can wash clothes, cook, and sing. How shameless of you upstairs. Great one, don't listen to her. I can warm your bed. Among my followers, there is a warrior. Why am I not receiving such rewards? Some voiced their grievances. Didn't the system state it was created through divine power? A warrior who is a follower surely doesn't count. Someone voiced their opinion. The final interpretation belongs to the system. A playful remark was made. Ding Hao, could you come out and share your insights with everyone? We are all in the same zone. Wouldn't it be better to help each other grow? A moral plea was made. Ding Hao simply shut down the chat area, too weary to entertain such requests. He opened his personal information interface. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, minor, requires 100 divine power to advance. Divine position, wild god of Nyoto Mountain, domain, 1 mile radius. Divine power, 75 units. Incense, 423 strands, convertible to 4 divine power. Divine technique, Thunderstrike, 1 unit of divine power. Followers, 176 individuals, 3 initial believers. Daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Items, 70 thunder crystals. I can now harvest at least 326 strands of incense daily, equating to 3 units of divine power. To accumulate 100 units of divine power for advancement will take considerable time. Ding Hao shook his head. There was no need to rush. Having received 2 regional announcements and garnered 20 units of divine power, he was likely far ahead of most wild gods. He wondered what items the flash sale store would offer today. With a hint of anticipation, Ding Hao opened the flash sale store. Today's store refresh included 1. Warrior Blessing Scrolls X5, which can elevate ordinary individuals to first-tier warriors without affecting future cultivation. 2. Langia Sword Forging Technique, a unique sword forging technique from the Langia List Master, capable of crafting divine weapons. 3. 100 acres of fertile land, enhancing soil attributes for higher yield and superior quality crops. 4. Warrior Armor X10 sets, which, when equipped, enhances a warrior's defense by 1 tier, proportionately increasing their strength. As Ding Hao gazed at the 4 options presented by the marketplace, he found himself in a state of hesitation. The Langia sword forging technique was not yet necessary. The acquisition of fertile land spanning 100 acres required a lengthy period to yield returns, rendering it non-urgent. The warrior armor, however, was indeed a valuable asset, as a first-tier warrior could withstand the assaults of a second-tier warrior. The warrior blessing scrolls were equally commendable, capable of creating 5 additional first-tier warriors. But which to choose between options 1 and 4? Chapter 5. The Monstrous Toad, poised for action. I shall select option 1. Ultimately, Ding Hao arrived at his decision. A surge of divine power dissipated, and 5 warrior blessing scrolls appeared in his personal information. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the kneeling crowd. Since he possessed the scrolls, it was only sensible to utilize them immediately. Both Niu Dekhang and Niu Taiju were now novice believers. It was reasonable for them to ascend to the status of warriors. Furthermore, the talents of these brothers were commendable, representing promising candidates for cultivation that should not go to waste. Yesterday, the elderly man had been the first to speak, alerting everyone to the manifestation of the mountain god. Alas, his advanced age precluded him from cultivation. Let this final blessing be bestowed upon his son. With this thought, Ding Hao raised his hand and cast the 5 scrolls toward the crowd. In the next moment, Niu Dekhang, Niu Taiju, Niu Yufeng, Niu Guangzong, and Niu Yaozu were enveloped in dazzling radiance. This brilliance bore a striking resemblance to the light that had previously surrounded Niu Dali. The villagers could discern no difference, yet they were certain that the mountain god had manifested once more to grant blessings. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd shifted toward the 5, imbued with envy, as each heart brimmed with newfound faith. As long as they sincerely worshipped the mountain god, there would come a day when they too would receive divine blessings. Boom, boom, boom. 5 thunderous sounds erupted in succession, and moments later, the radiance surrounding Niu Dekhang and the others dissipated, revealing that all 5 had become first-tier warriors. Simultaneously, Niu Yufeng, Niu Guangzong, and Niu Yaozu had all transitioned into novice believers. However, the cultivation levels of Niu Taiju and the others remained at the early first tier, while Niu Dali had achieved the pinnacle of first-tier warrior status and had mastered a martial skill, the flame palm. In genuine combat, Niu Dali's strength was comparable to that of an early second-tier warrior. Gratitude poured forth from the 5 as they bowed deeply towards the mountain god's temple, expressing their thanks. Father, Taiju, you have become warriors too? That is splendid news, truly splendid. Niu Dali exclaimed with heartfelt joy. The greater the number of warriors in Yodo village, the higher the safety in this world. The villagers understood this principle as well, rushing over to extend their congratulations. Esteemed elders and young ones, Niu Dekhang declared, his lips curling into an uncontainable smile. Everyone has witnessed the mountain god's repeated manifestations and blessings upon our Nyodo village. With the mountain god's protection, our village shall surely flourish. Indeed, it will only get better. The villagers echoed in agreement. For the upcoming sacrificial ceremony in 2 days, every household in our village must contribute. Whatever valuable items or treasures we possess, let us present them to the mountain god. The mountain god has blessed us, and we must show our gratitude and honor him properly. Niu Dekhang continued. The village head speaks wisely. For the sacrificial ceremony, 2 days hence, We shall offer our finest treasures, a voice chimed in. I am poor and possess nothing of value, but today I shall venture into the mountains to seek treasure. Determined to find a worthy offering for the mountain god, declared a villager, eliciting immediate responses of support. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the villagers, Neo Dekhang felt a whirlwind of emotions. At just over 40 years of age, his body had begun to decline, yet after receiving the mountain goddess blessings, he had ascended to the status of a first-tier warrior, his vitality restored to its peak, even surpassing the strength of his prime. And all of this was a gift from the mountain god. Simultaneously, he pondered why the mountain god had chosen to bless these 6 individuals today. Soon, the pivotal realization struck him. His son Neo Dali was the first to receive blessings due to his offering of a demon core yesterday. It seemed he had benefited from his son's fortune. Neo Taiju, Neo Guangzhou, and Neo Yaozu had demonstrated a devotion to the mountain god that far exceeded that of others, something the mountain god surely recognized. As for Neo Yufeng, he had only come to worship the mountain god today, but his father had been the first to proclaim the mountain god's manifestation yesterday. Convinced of his understanding, Neo Dekhang resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the worship of the mountain god, pledging everything for the sake of the mountain god. He was not the only astute individual. Many others discerned the underlying truths and began to formulate their own plans. Ding Hao observed all of this with anticipation for the upcoming sacrificial ceremony. With little else to occupy his time, he opened his personal information interface. Name, Ding Hao divinity rank. Minor, requires the consumption of 100 units of divine power to advance to first rank. Divine position, wild god of Nyoto Mountain, domain, 1 mile radius. Divine power, 74 units. Incense offerings, 570 strands, convertible to 5 units of divine power. Divine art, Thunderstrike, 1 unit of divine power. Believers, 176 individuals, 6 novice believers. Daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Items, 70 thunder crystals. The increase in incense offerings to 570 strands was due to Neo Yufeng, Neo Guangzhou, and Neo Yaozu becoming novice believers, each contributing an additional 49 strands. Once news of his blessing bestowed upon the warriors spread throughout the village, he anticipated more individuals might become believers or novice believers. He proceeded to convert divine power. Ding Hao swiftly completed the conversion, resulting in his divine power rising to 79 units and his incense power to 70 strands. After concluding these tasks, Ding Hao resumed his exploration of the chat area. Meanwhile, in a canyon outside Nyoto Mountain, a toad-shaped demon beast lay in wait, its eyes glowing with a verdant light. The wolf demon is dead? How can this be possible? The toad demon was unable to conceal its astonishment. Though merely a second-tier demon beast, the wolf demon possessed formidable combat strength. How could an ordinary mortal from Nyoto village have slain him? There must be more to this than meets the eye. I promised the 6 great kings of the Luoyin mountain range that I would bring the wolf demon along, now that he is dead. If I were to simply show up, I would surely be looked down upon by the kings. I must uncover the circumstances surrounding the wolf demon's death and avenge him. While my combat prowess pales in comparison to the wolf demon, when it comes to the art of poison, I could easily outclass him. Nyoto village. I shall see what secrets you hold. With that, the toad demon leapt toward Nyoto village. Unbeknownst to Ding Hao, he remained oblivious to these developments. Merely a wild god capable of sensing all changes within a 1 mile radius. At that moment, he was thoroughly engrossed in the chat area, engaging in light-hearted banter with others. For here among his kindred spirits, everyone could speak freely, alleviating their boredom and stress. Ding. The system's voice resonated once more. Attention, players. The second day in the world of wild survival has officially concluded. We are now ready to announce the rankings for the number of miraculous warriors created on this day. The top 100 individuals will receive rewards. As the announcement echoed, the previously boisterous chat group fell into a sudden hush. Everyone was taken aback. Was there really a ranking reward for the second day? And based on the number of miraculous warriors created? Yet, many lamented the fact that they had not conjured even a single warrior. Countless wild gods sighed in despair, while those fortunate enough to have created warriors secretly rejoiced. Filled with anticipation, Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had managed to create 6 warriors today. He wondered where he would rank and what rewards awaited him. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated once more. 100th place, Chong Chong. Created 1 warrior, reward, 1 divine power, 5 thunder crystals. 49th place, Gu Jing. Created 2 warriors, reward, 5 divine powers, 10 thunder crystals. 9th place, Sun Chong Hai. Created 2 warriors, reward, 10 divine powers, 20 thunder crystals. 3rd place, Hao Yan. Created 3 warriors, reward, 20 divine powers, 30 thunder crystals. 2nd place, Bai Jia. Created 3 warriors, reward, 20 divine powers, 30 thunder crystals. 1st place, Ding Hao. Created 6 warriors, reward, 50 divine powers, 100 thunder crystals, and 1 warrior advancement scroll. Exclamations of disbelief filled the air. Is Ding Hao exploiting a cheat? I haven't created a single warrior, yet he conjured 6 in one go. This is utterly unfair. Ding Hao, could you enlighten us on how you managed to create 6 warriors? Yes, I too am curious. How did you all create your warriors? I still possess only one divine power, and have yet to discover how to use it for warrior creation. The chat area was ablaze with excitement. Everyone, please remain calm. Suddenly, bide spoke up. I accidentally triggered a task, and upon completion, the system rewarded me with 2 warrior blessing scrolls. After using them on my followers, I was able to summon 2 warriors. Thank you, bide. You truly live up to your name. Someone exclaimed, seeking to align themselves with her. I timidly asked, is bide the legendary young matron? A curious voice inquired, sparking a wave of murmurs and intrigue. Triggering a task? How does one do that? Could bide elaborate? Someone pressed for clarification. However, bide chose not to elaborate further. Ding Hao was equally intrigued. Had she activated a task to acquire the blessing scrolls? He had yet to trigger any task himself, suggesting that this survival world held many surprises. However, Ding Hao was not inclined to linger on idle chatter. The system had just awarded him 50 units of divine power, bringing his total to 129. He could now advance to the first rank. The thought filled him with exhilaration and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he opened his personal information interface, noticing an additional number next to his divine rank. He promptly clicked on it. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, the sound approaching rapidly. Ding Hao's expression shifted dramatically. The system had just informed him that advancing to the first rank required enduring a lightning tribulation. Why didn't you mention this sooner? A thunderous roar shattered the silence of the heavens. Brilliant silver lightning raged like an enraged dragon, rolling through the clouds. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entirety of Nyoto Mountain. Gale force winds raged, rocks shattered, and vegetation lay flattened. Even the air seemed to crystallize. The villagers of Nyoto were paralyzed by the overwhelming force, trembling in fear. What is happening? This thunder seems unusual. Nadali lay prostrate. Even summoning all his strength, he remained immobile. I feel as if this thunder is aimed at the mountain deity. Nudachang said with difficulty. Aimed at the mountain deity? Nadali's face paled. Is the mountain deity in danger? Impossible. Nudachang asserted firmly. The mountain deity possesses immense power and boundless magic. Mere lightning will pose no threat. At this moment, Ding Hao's eyes widened as he summoned his divine power, enveloping himself in preparation to confront the lightning tribulation. Since avoidance was not an option, he would face it head-on. Suddenly, dark green stones flew from his body, swirling around him. These were thunder crystals. Ding Hao realized their purpose, to counteract the heavenly thunder. Boom. The lightning, imbued with overwhelming force, hurtled towards Ding Hao. His eyelids fluttered. Even from a distance, he could sense the cataclysmic destruction contained within the lightning. Go, Ding Hao commanded. And the thunder crystals before him transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the incoming tribulation. A deafening sound erupted as the massive lightning struck the thunder crystals, absorbing most of its energy. The remaining residual power surged through the crystals and struck Ding Hao. Zzz. Ding Hao was hit by the lightning, releasing clouds of smoke from his body. Initially, he felt a tingling sensation, which was soon replaced by a newfound solidity. Now, he remained an ethereal spirit. Yet after the lightning strike, he felt a change within. Simultaneously, he sensed his soul power expanding rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully endured the lightning tribulation, and your divine rank has advanced to the first level. The system announced at the opportune moment. Open the personal information panel. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, first level, requires 1000 divine power to advance to second level. Divine position, mountain deity of Nyoto Mountain, Junior, control range, 10 miles. Divine power, 29 units. Incense offerings, 70 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted into 1 unit of divine power. Divine techniques, Thunder Strike Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Wind and Rain Summoning Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Beast Mastery Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Spirit Communication with Flora and Fauna Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Summoning of Mountain Spirits and Beasts Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Blessing Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Curse Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Dream Induction Technique, 10 divine power. Beginner Healing Technique, 10 divine power. Followers, 176 individuals, 6 junior followers. Daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Items, 20 thunder crystals, 1 warrior advancement scroll. Before the advancement, I had 170 thunder crystals. Now, there are only 20 remaining, indicating that advancing to the first rank consumed 150 of them. Given the system's tendencies, future advancements will likely require an even greater number of thunder crystals. Seizing the opportunity while others remain unaware of the thunder crystal significance. Perhaps I should venture to the trading market to procure more? Furthermore, Ding Hao's gaze fell upon the divine arts. After achieving the first tier, the array of divine techniques at his disposal had multiplied significantly. However, the expenditure of divine power had also risen considerably. Ultimately, the truth remained. He was still too impoverished. How he wished for a means to accrue divine power. As Ding Hao pondered ways to earn divine energy, not far from Nyoto village. A toad demon beast gazed upon the scene with astonishment. That bolt of lightning had come and gone in an instant. It is said that when celestial fragrances descend, extraordinary treasures are sure to follow. Could it be that Nyoto Mountain has birthed a treasure? Indeed, it must be so. With this thought, the toad demon's eyes gleamed with resplendent green light, and drool cascaded down, sizzling upon contact with the ground. Extraordinary treasure, you are destined to be mine. It cackled. In the next moment, the toad demon suddenly crouched low, its belly heaving, before unleashing an invisible sound wave that rippled outward into the distance. Moments later, countless pairs of eyes flickered in the darkness, swiftly approaching the direction of Nyoto village. Chapter 7. Peril lurks, beasts slaughter the village. At the moment the toad demon summoned countless toads to charge toward Nyoto village, Ding Hao took notice. This could prove interesting, he mused. A glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. There were 6 warriors in Nyoto village, with Nyodali at the pinnacle of the first tier, and with the addition of the flame palm, was comparable to an early-stage second tier. Confronting that toad, they were evenly matched. Among the swarm of smaller toads, only a handful were first-tier demon beasts. The rest were merely formidable demon soldiers. Let the villagers handle it for now. When the moment is critical, I shall intervene. Ding Hao understood a fundamental truth. Those who receive kindness from a grain of rice might come to resent when given a full measure. His protection of the villagers was not to serve as their caretaker. When trouble arose, the villagers must be the first to confront it. Only at a pivotal moment would he extend his aid. Moreover, Ding Hao intended to cultivate the combat abilities of these 6 warriors. With his resolve solidified, Ding Hao closely monitored the movements of the toad demon. Simultaneously, the system, having obtained Ding Hao's consent, issued a regional announcement. Congratulations to player Ding Hao of District 88 for being the first to ascend to a first-tier deity. He has become the first deity to reach this rank in the entire district, receiving 100 units of divine power, 200 thunder crystals, and 1 divine staff as a reward. The previously tranquil chat area erupted into a frenzy upon seeing this announcement. Someone has advanced to a first-tier deity? Such speed is astonishing. While I struggle for a mere unit of divine power, Ding Hao has amassed enough to ascend directly. Before transmigrating, I was at the bottom of the pack. Now that I have become a deity, I remain at the bottom. Must it be this miserable? A first-tier deity, is he not impressive? The crowd buzzed with discussion, fervently urging Ding Hao to share his insights. Everyone will gradually advance. There is no need to rush. I am merely a tad more fortunate than you. Ding Hao interjected. Wow, the great Ding Hao has appeared. Great one, please take me along. Ding Hao, I am your long-lost sister. Ding Hao, do you need any accessories for your legs? Ding Hao disregarded the chatter on the public screen, his attention shifting to several private messages. To be precise, there were at least 1,000 private messages. However, Ding Hao's formidable spirit allowed him to filter out the vast majority with a mere sweep of his consciousness. Lu Fei, hey, I'm DeFei. I can't believe we ended up in the same district. Ding Hao promptly replied, DeFei, how are you doing? Lu Fei was Ding Hao's roommate, and they shared a strong bond. I'm okay. I've accumulated 7 units of divine power, but I still have a long way to go to reach 100. Lu Fei replied with a wry smile. Don't rush. Take your time, Ding Hao reassured him. You're doing well. Remember not to forget your friends when you strike it rich. Lu Fei teased. Do you have any strategies or secrets? While there were no strategies or secrets, Ding Hao offered a hint. Thunder crystals are valuable. Got it. I'll remember that. Another private message came from Baijia. Is there anything I should pay attention to when advancing to the first tier? Ding Hao did not respond. No matter who this Baijia was, I shall not let anyone take advantage of me. In a far-off underwater palace, countless streams flowed around Baijia, transforming into strange images. She emanated a pure radiance as she glanced at the read message, waiting in vain for a reply. With a light bite of her pearly teeth, she sent another message to Ding Hao. I can exchange some important information. After a moment's contemplation, Ding Hao replied, 50 thunder crystals. At most 20. I don't have many myself, Baijia countered. Ultimately, they settled on an exchange of 25 thunder crystals. When you ascend to the first tier, there will be a lightning tribulation, and it is formidable. Lightning tribulation? Baijia's expression changed immediately. Could she withstand such a tribulation? However, it was known that thunder crystals could mitigate the tribulation, and approximately 150 were necessary. Yu Baijia became agitated upon seeing the last message. So, thunder crystals were meant for this purpose? This Ding Hao is infuriating. I possess fewer than 100 thunder crystals and have now been deceived into giving away 25. He is undoubtedly a shrewd merchant. Yet, Baijia quickly regained her composure. This information was too crucial. If her divine power was sufficient, but she lacked enough thunder crystals, the probability of failure during ascension would be significantly heightened, and she might even perish. Those 25 thunder crystals were worth the price. Ding Hao, feeling quite pleased, stored away the thunder crystals he had acquired and turned his attention to the divine staff. Divine staff, a symbol of divine authority and majesty. When equipped, it enhances one's strength by 10 and boosts the strength of all allies within its domain by 5. Upon reading this description, Ding Hao was nearly drooling. The attribute enhancement was astonishing. An increase of May 10th seemed modest, but the stronger one becomes, the greater the enhancement. In battles among skilled fighters, the difference often lies in the minutiae. With this divine staff, he would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. Meanwhile, Neodali was immersed in a pleasant dream when suddenly, a sensation stirred within him, and he abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he leaped up, hastily donning a garment. "Father, there is a situation." Neodali roused Neo Dekhang, then immediately headed toward the village entrance. Though Neo Dekhang was not as powerful as his son, he sensed something amiss after Neodali's warning. He quickly grabbed a gong and rushed out of the house, striking it vigorously. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the gong reverberated through the tranquil night, echoing throughout the small Nyoto village. This was a warning gong. Its toll signified the imminent approach of grave danger. All the villagers, roused from their slumber, sprang into action, seizing whatever tools they could find, hoes, axes, sickles, and rushed outside. What is happening? What has transpired? Gather at the village entrance quickly. Whoa, mother, I am frightened. Son, you must be cautious. In an instant, the entire village was thrown into chaos. At the forefront of Nyoto village, Neodali stood gripping a crude knife, his expression grave as he gazed upon the countless toads before him. Behind him stood Neo Dekhang, Neo Guangzong, Neo Yaozu, Neo Taiju, and Neo Yufeng, each wielding weapons, some knives, others axes, all with faces as solemn as the depths of a well. Further back were the able-bodied men of Nyoto village, armed with farming tools, facing a multitude of toads, among which were several particularly gigantic specimens exuding an aura that was suffocating. Monster beasts. At least a dozen toad monster beasts leading an uncountable number of toad soldiers. This was an assault on the village. The villagers' hearts raced with panic, many breaking out in cold sweat, gripping their farming implements tightly, swallowing hard, bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had only 6 martial artists on their side. Could they possibly contend with such a swarm of monster beasts and soldiers? Gaga gaga. The leading toad monster beast let out a bizarre cry, and in the next moment, a tide of toads surged forward, instantly submerging the 6 brave souls at the front. Chapter 8. Despair, the mountain god appears again. Kill. Neodali roared thunderously, his voice echoing like the roar of thunder as he swung his crude knife, unleashing a blazing arc of blade light that cleaved several toad soldiers in half. Simultaneously, he thrust out a palm, flames erupting from his palm and engulfing dozens of toad soldiers, instantly reducing them to charred remains. Flame palm. Neo Dekhang and the others also bellowed furiously, brandishing their weapons as they joined the fray against the toads. Yet, despite having ascended to first-tier martial artists, their combat prowess paled in comparison to Neodali's. Seeing this, the other villagers also shouted in fury and charged forward. For Nyoto village, let us fight these beasts to the death. Kill. Hoes, sickles, axes, wooden sticks, various farming tools rained down upon the relentless tide of toads. In a moment, the ground was littered with the remains of slain toads, their blood and flesh scattered everywhere. However, the sheer number of toads was overwhelming and unending, and soon the villagers found themselves swarmed. Neo Taiju and the others were ensnared by the first-tier toad monster beasts, unable to focus on the toad soldiers. Neodali, the strongest among them, faced 5 first-tier monster beasts at once. Even with his formidable strength, he found himself stretched thin. Before long, several villagers were bitten by the toad monsters, collapsing into pools of blood. Father, retreat with everyone. Neodali, sensing the dire situation, immediately called out to Neo Dekhang. Neo Dekhang understood that continuing this way was futile. He had no choice but to lead the villagers in retreat. Dali, what about you? Neo Dekhang asked anxiously. I will hold them off. Neo Dali gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resolve. He knew he could not retreat. If he did, the entire Nyoto village would perish. Gaga gaga. The leading second-tier toad monster, seeing Neo Dali's bravery, glinted with malice in its eyes and leapt towards him. This toad monster was colossal, over 2 meters long, its body covered in grotesque warts. It unfurled its long tongue, barbed and menacing, aiming it at Neo Dali's head. Neo Dali's pupils contracted, second-tier monster beast. Flame palm. Neo Dali dared not delay, roaring as he channeled all his inner strength into his right palm and struck out. A searing palm imprint, ablaze with flames, surged toward the second-tier toad monster. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as the flames struck the monster's tongue, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The toad monster was pushed back several steps, but remained unharmed. Neo Dali, however, was thrown backward, while he could contend with the second-tier monster using his flame palm. He was still not a second-tier himself, and the gap between them was evident. Meanwhile, the first-tier monsters besieging Neo Dali launched their attacks simultaneously, several tongues like steel whips sweeping across him. Neo Dali felt as if countless bones in his body had shattered, blood spurting from his mouth, gravely injured. Gaga gaga. The second-tier toad monster let out a cold laugh, take advantage of his weakness, seize his life. Kill him. Instantly, more first-tier monsters pounced upon Neo Dali. Simultaneously, the second-tier toad opened its mouth wide and spewed forth a stream of dark green venom, which coalesced into a massive cloud of toxic mist, swiftly spreading across Nyoto village. This is bad, it's poisonous mist. Neo Dekhang's face paled, and he quickly held his breath, but it was too late. The speed of the poison was simply too swift, enveloping the entire Nyoto village in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. I can't breathe. My eyes. They hurt so much. The villagers inhaled the toxic mist and immediately felt dizzy, struggling to breathe, their eyes stinging, skin rotting. The weaker villagers collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing. Gaga gaga. The toad monsters, witnessing the villagers succumbing to the poison, erupted in gleeful cackles. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a more ferocious assault, bringing down one villager after another, tearing into them. In an instant, the entire Nyoto village was engulfed in chaos and despair. A horde of beasts still dares to resist this king? The second-tier toad sneered. Soon, I shall devour you all. First, the children, tender and juicy, a delightful taste. Then the young ones, full of muscle, delightful to chew. Gaga gaga. Mountain god, please manifest your powers. Save us. The elderly, weak, women and children, who had taken refuge in the distance, watched in horror as Nyodali and the others were about to be consumed by the toads. And they all knelt towards the mountain god temple, bowing and weeping, fervently praying for divine intervention. Mountain god, I beseech you to show your grace and save us. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life to serve you for eternity. At this moment, despair enveloped everyone. They could only place their hopes in the mountain god. Ding Hao observed the scene before him, realizing the time had come. If he did not act soon, the villagers would suffer losses. These people, they were his faithful followers. He could not let them perish. With that thought, Ding Hao summoned his powers and unleashed a thunderstorm, rumbling. Immediately, dark clouds gathered over Nyoto village, and moments later, countless slender bolts of lightning cascaded down from the storm. Each bolt struck the toads with pinpoint accuracy. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The toads struck by the lightning were instantly obliterated, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. Within a breath, apart from the severely injured second-tier toad, not a single toad remained in Nyoto village. Yet, the villagers of Nyoto village were untouched by the storm. The Thunderstrike technique demonstrates its formidable power. It is not that the Thunderstrike cannot vanquish a second-tier demon beast, but rather that Ding Hao wishes to bestow this opportunity upon Nyodali. The mountain god has manifested. The mountain god is magnificent. We are grateful to the mountain god. Witnessing this, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing to the mountain god's temple to kneel in gratitude. In but a fleeting moment, Ding Hao noticed that among the villagers, over 20 new junior devotees had emerged. Nyodali rose to his feet, discarding his dulled blade, and approached the second-tier demon beast with a countenance filled with deadly resolve. In his hands, he gathered the last remnants of his strength, a powerful flame coalescing, illuminating the youthful and determined visage of the boy. No, it cannot be. The second-tier toad trembled in fear, stammering. This world has long been devoid of deities. How could Nyohead village possibly have a god? It is a deception, surely a deception. Die. Nyodali, unwilling to engage in further discourse, thrust his palms forward with force, and the immense flames instantaneously engulfed the second-tier toad. Then, utterly spent, Nyodali fell backward. Yet, at the moment he collapsed, a cracking sound suddenly emanated from his dantian. Chapter 9. Healing Technique. Surge in Junior Devotees. A torrent of power surged forth from Nyodali's dantian, coursing through his limbs and meridians. A second-tier martial artist, Nyodali, in the throes of battle, had successfully advanced to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. This revelation surprised Ding Hao. Evidently, Nyodali possessed considerable potential. Releasing his divine consciousness, Ding Hao discerned that no enemies remained around Nyohead village, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the villagers busied themselves with rescue efforts. Everyone, remain calm, do not weep. Nyo Dekhang, as the village chief, commanded with authority, now a first-tier martial artist. His booming voice silenced the crowd. Those uninjured, carry the wounded to the ancestral hall. The rescue operations were entirely organized under Nyo Tingting's direction. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s emerged, a backpack slung over her shoulder. Speaking urgently, those critically injured, place them in the innermost part of the ancestral hall. The lightly wounded, to the right side, and those poisoned, to the left. Then, Nyo Tingting rushed to Nyo Dali's side, kneeling down to observe him. Although he lay unconscious, his breath was steady, and his pulse strong, indicating he was not in mortal peril. Uncle Dekhang, many in the village have been poisoned and require antidote herbs, but I do not have enough. If this drags on, these people may. Nyo Tingting's voice trailed off, her helplessness palpable, a sentiment familiar to any physician. Let us beseech the mountain god once more. Nyo Dekhang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking loudly. Upon hearing this, all the able-bodied villagers supported one another and made their way to the mountain goddess temple. They knelt in unison, incense wafting as they prayed. Mountain god, today, Nyohead village has faced a grave calamity. Thankfully, your divine intervention has allowed us to escape annihilation. However, many villagers are poisoned and lack antidotes. It is feared they will not survive until dawn. We implore the mountain god to show mercy once more and aid us in curing the poison. Please, mountain god, we beseech you. A child cannot be left fatherless. Nor can I be without a husband. Mountain god, should you save my son, I vow to toil like an ox to repay your kindness. Before the mountain goddess temple, villagers in tattered clothing and ashen faces knelt, the air thick with despair and sorrow. Ding Hao did not act immediately. After all, he was a deity. How could he lack a modicum of prestige? If he responded to the villagers' pleas at once, it would be a significant loss of face. He needed to test their sincerity. An entire hour passed, with the villagers persistently pleading. Except for 3 individuals who left midway, all remained devotedly in prayer. Buzz. In the next moment, Ding Hao expended 10 points of divine power to cast the basic healing technique, and a misty glow emanated from the mountain goddess temple, cascading like flowers from the heavens, enveloping the poisoned and injured villagers. Upon contact with the radiant light, these villagers felt their ailments dissipate, the poisoned ones expelling foul blood, their wounds healing at a visible pace, and their previously listless spirits rejuvenating. They appeared revitalized, brimming with vigor. Even some villagers who had previously suffered from chronic ailments felt significantly improved. At this moment, none could deny that the mountain god had once more manifested his divine power. Thank you, mountain god. The villagers wept tears of joy, prostrating themselves in profound gratitude. Streams of incense power flowed from the villagers, merging seamlessly into the statue of the mountain god. This time, over 50 individuals successfully ascended to junior devotees. Niu Taiju even became a middle-tier devotee, capable of providing 100 incense points daily. The 3 villagers who had departed without receiving aid were now filled with regret, kneeling once more before the mountain god's temple in prayer. Yet, everyone was aware of the circumstances, and no one felt pity for them. Indeed, there was even a tinge of disdain. At the same time, the villagers grasped a fundamental truth. Only through unconditional devotion to the mountain god could one receive his protection and blessings. Otherwise, their fate would mirror that of the 3 who had left. Ding Hao paid no heed to the returning trio. Having utilized the Thunderstrike technique twice and the basic healing technique once, he had expended 30 points of divine power, feeling somewhat pained by the cost. However, the benefits derived from these divine techniques outweighed his losses. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, 1st tier, requires 1,000 divine power to advance to 2nd tier. Divine position, Mountain God of Neo Head Mountain, Jr., control range, 10 miles. Divine power, 99 points. Incense, 611 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted into 1 divine power point. Divine techniques, to prevent accusations of verbosity, this section is omitted. Devotees, 176 individuals. 1 middle tier devotee, daily incense contribution, 100 strands. 84 junior devotees, daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Items, 245 thunder crystals, 1 martial artist advancement scroll, 1 divine staff. Transforming incense power into divine power. Once he accumulates 1,000 points, he would be able to ascend to the 2nd tier. Ding Hao felt elated and casually opened the instant kill marketplace. Today's marketplace refresh included 1. Chi blood pill crafting scroll, a scroll that teaches the crafting of chi blood pills. 2. Improved farming technique, a technique to significantly enhance crop yield. 3. First tier weapon crafting scroll, a scroll for crafting 1st tier weapons for martial artists, enhancing their strength. 4. Hua Tuo's medical legacy, acquire the complete medical legacy of the divine physician Hua Tu. Upon seeing the 4 options, Ding Hao lingered over the 1st and 3rd before ultimately choosing the 3rd. The chi blood pill and 1st tier weapons are essential commodities required by all deities in the present moment. If I were to craft these items and place them for sale in the trading market, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, the creation of chi blood pills necessitates an array of medicinal herbs, while the primary material for crafting 1st tier weapons, namely refined iron, is a specialty of Bullhead Mountain. With access to the source of raw materials, Ding Hao readily opted for option 3. A scroll shimmering with a blue luminescence manifested within Ding Hao's mind, the crafting scroll for 1st tier weapons. Without hesitation, Ding Hao chose to learn it. In the next instant, a torrent of information regarding the crafting of 1st tier weapons flooded his consciousness, transforming into a myriad of familiar experiences and techniques that melded seamlessly into his intellect. With a wave of his hand, countless iron ores surged forth from a mine located on the other side of Bullhead Mountain, transmuting into refined iron midair. Then swirling above the mountain god's temple, Ding Hao summoned the divine power within him, supplemented by secret techniques, and within mere moments, a refined steel blade was successfully forged. What might the value of this 1st tier weapon be? Intrigued, Ding Hao placed the refined steel blade in the treasure pavilion's pawn section. Chapter 10, The Shrewd Merchant, Prosperous Business. A low quality, worn 1st tier steel blade had a redemption price of 1 divine power. Observing the text in the pawn section, Ding Hao's lips twitched in dismay. The steel blade he had just crafted had been deemed worn and inferior upon reaching this establishment. Indeed, whether in the realm of reality or the survival world. Pawnshops are veritable pits of despair. Nevertheless, Ding Hao had no intention of selling to the pawnshop. He merely wished to ascertain the system's offered redemption price. In the trading section, he could sell it for 2 divine powers. Crafting a first-tier weapon required not only iron ore, but also half a divine power in time. Selling it for 2 divine powers could hardly be considered exploitative, could it? Ding Hao reassured himself and listed the steel blade in the trading area. First-tier weapon. Refined steel blade for sale at 2 divine powers. Limited quantity. First come, first served. Having completed the listing, Ding Hao resumed his task of forging additional first-tier weapons. Meanwhile, Chong, feeling bored, refreshed the trading section and suddenly spotted the steel blade. 2 divine powers for a first-tier steel blade? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly examined the blade's description. First-tier weapon. Enhances combat capability when equipped by a warrior. This simple sentence prompted Chong to purchase without hesitation. With a first-tier weapon, his warrior followers would undoubtedly gain strength, increasing their odds when exploring the mysterious pit in the back mountains. 2 divine powers were hardly a steep price. As Chong fantasized about the advantages of possessing a first-tier weapon, he suddenly realized the steel blade was gone. Someone had purchased it. Who? Who snatched up the steel blade? I saw it first. Cursed be this misfortune. Chong fumed in the chat area, venting his frustration. It was so close. That first-tier weapon could have been his. He regretted checking the description earlier. Would it not have been better to simply choose to trade? Brother Chong, what troubles you? Who stole your item? Someone inquired, concerned. Overwhelmed with regret, Chong recounted the incident regarding the first-tier weapon. What? Someone is selling a first-tier weapon? This revelation sent ripples through the crowd. Questions erupted as everyone clamored to know who was selling the weapon. It was crucial to note that in this initial stage, the number of warriors possessing first-tier weapons was exceedingly rare. The vast majority were utterly destitute. Equipping their warriors with weapons would significantly enhance their strength. In such circumstances, what warrior would part with their weapon? Were they unaware of its value? Or had they lost their senses? However, when the crowd learned that it was the esteemed Ding Hao selling the weapon, their confusion dissipated. Ding Hao had recently garnered multiple district announcements, claiming 2 first-place rankings. Why would he not sell a first-tier weapon? One wondered if Ding Hao still had more first-tier weapons available. As Ding Hao contemplated what weapon to forge next, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and other arms, he realized he was not versed in all 18 types of weapons. Ultimately, he decided to craft swords, spears, and blades, expending 5 hours to produce 10 weapons. Calculating, that amounted to 2 weapons per hour. I wonder if my steel blade has sold yet? Ding Hao then accessed the trading interface, discovering that the steel blade had indeed been traded, netting him 2 divine powers. In addition, he was inundated with over 1,000 private messages, all inquiring whether he had any weapons left for sale. What was happening? Were first-tier weapons in such high demand? Ding Hao realized he had underestimated the popularity of first-tier weapons. Was 2 divine powers too low a price? Perhaps 3? With this thought, Ding Hao resolved to adopt a more shrewd approach. I have a few first-tier weapons remaining. Not many, but I shall place them in the trading section shortly. Those interested may choose for themselves. Esteemed one, will you sell me one? My reflexes are too slow. I cannot compete. Someone initiated a trade, eager to secure a weapon. Brother, I have been single for 23 years. My reflexes are unmatched. Let us see who is faster. Another boasted, preparing for the opportunity. Esteemed one, I offer 25 divine powers for one. Shall we trade now? Aware of the competition, another private messaged him with a higher offer. Alas, Ding Hao paid no heed. After making his announcement, he promptly listed 5 first-tier weapons at a price of 3 divine powers each. Before he could even blink, all 5 first-tier weapons were snatched up in an instant. The speed was astonishing, even to Ding Hao himself. Such popularity was hard to fathom. Ding Hao mused, glancing at the remaining 5 first-tier weapons, contemplating whether to raise the price again. However, he ultimately dismissed this idea. He understood the principle of moderation. He was not solely a vendor of first-tier weapons. He would offer many more items in the future. Thus, establishing a negative reputation now would be detrimental to his future business endeavors. Very well, I shall take a slight loss. Ding Hao consoled himself, before listing the remaining 5 first-tier weapons as well. In an instant, these weapons too were sold out. The chat area exploded with inquiries directed at Ding Hao, asking if he had any left. Some expressed skepticism, questioning how the price had changed from 2 divine powers to 3. Was this not exploitative? Without Ding Hao needing to respond, someone retorted disdainfully, if you find it too expensive, then do not buy. If you have the ability, forge your own instead of complaining here. You poor soul who cannot even afford 3 divine powers. Are you not a beggar? Master Ding Hao, individuals of this nature should be unfailingly blocked from your circle. Henceforth, do not sell them anything of value. Ding Hao is far too occupied for idle chatter. In just 1 hour, he earns 5 units of divine power, with each item costing half a unit, working tirelessly for 12 hours a day. It stands to reason that he could amass 60 units of divine power in a single day. Such a sum is not to be trifled with. If this continues, it won't be long before he can ascend once again. With this thought in mind, Ding Hao promptly resumed his weapon crafting endeavors. As for fatigue, he is a first-tier mountain deity. Such concerns are non-existent. While Ding Hao was fervently laboring to earn his fortune, the villagers of Nyoto village were diligently clearing the battlefield. Most of the toads had been reduced to mere powder, yet the battlefield still bore 16 first-tier demon cores and 1 second-tier demon core. Father, shall we present these demon cores to the mountain deity as well? Nadali inquired, holding the cores and addressing Nudachang. Nudachang nodded. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. However, aside from the demon cores, there is another pressing matter that requires our immediate attention. What is it? Nadali asked, curiosity piqued. Dali, summon Taizhu, Yufeng, Guangzong, and Yaozu. This matter necessitates our collective deliberation. Chapter 11. Delving into the Wolf's Denver. Soon, the four, Nyotiazhu and others, were gathered. Village chief, Uncle Dekhang. You called for us. They greeted in unison. Father, what is the matter? Nadali asked, equally intrigued. Tomorrow marks the day we offer a grand sacrifice to the mountain deity, coincidentally falling on the first day of the month. Previously, every household had prepared offerings, but now Nudachang's voice grew somber as he continued. The mountain deity has manifested his presence several times, saving the lives of our entire village. I feel that our offerings are somewhat meager. Father, do you mean? Nadali's eyes brightened at the suggestion, a hint of understanding dawning upon him. Nyotiazhu and the others also appeared contemplative. The wolf demon was slain by the mountain deity 3 days ago. Today, another toad demon has fallen. These are the only 2 formidable demons near Nyoto village. With their demise, their lair may house some valuable treasures. I propose that we martial artists investigate. Should we uncover any treasures, we could present them as offerings to the mountain deity. After all, I cannot guarantee that the lair of these 2 demons is devoid of further dangers. So it would be prudent for us to go together for safety's sake. Village chief, we shall heed your counsel. Indeed, as long as it yields better offerings for the mountain deity, I would brave any peril, be it climbing a mountain of blades or traversing a sea of fire. Nyotiazhu declared resolutely. Thus, the 6 set forth, preparing themselves as they ventured beyond the village. Nudachang and the others were familiar with the direction of the wolf and toad demons' lairs, having delivered sacrifices to the wolf demon in the past. As soon as the 6 departed the village, Ding Hao sensed their movement. However, he chose not to intervene. The lair of the wolf and toad demons lay within his domain, and he could clearly perceive that only minor creatures remained to guard it, ensuring the 6 would face no peril. With remarkable swiftness, Nudachang and his companions arrived at the wolf demon's lair within an hour. At that moment, a first-tier wolf demon was languidly yawning, while its numerous gray wolf subordinates howled restlessly. In this territory, even the toad demon dared not approach, leading the first-tier wolf demon to remain blissfully unaware of the impending intrusion. Suddenly, a gray wolf spotted the 6 and let out an enraged howl. The first-tier wolf demon sprang to its feet and sprinted towards Nudachang and his companions. Bold intruders, it snarled, its eyes glowing with a wicked green light, drool dripping from its jaws. This is the domain of the Wolf King. Have you come to deliver yourselves to death? Just in time, for I am quite hungry. You shall serve as my meal. Before it could act, Nadali unleashed a fiery palm strike. The flames engulfed the first-tier wolf demon in an instant, causing it to howl in agony as it futilely attempted to extinguish the flames. In mere seconds, the first-tier wolf demon was reduced to ashes. Disgraceful, Nadali stepped forward, retrieving the demon core and coldly declaring, "Let us strike together and eliminate all these gray wolves." Nudachang pointed at the panicked wolves scattering in all directions, commanding loudly, "Do not allow a single one to escape. Onward, slay them all." The group roared in unison, scattering to pursue the fleeing gray wolves. With no higher-tier wolf demon to contend with, these ordinary gray wolves stood no chance against the martial artists. In less than an hour, over 100 gray wolves were slain. "Now let us take some wolf legs back to share," Nudachang instructed. For years, they had endured the oppression of the wolf demon. Living on edge, the prospect of meat had been a distant dream. Now, with an abundance of wolf meat, they could not let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, Nadali and the others exclaimed joyfully, their mouths watering at the thought, wishing they could roast some wolf legs on the spot, if not for their pressing mission. Their ascension as martial artists had not only enhanced their strength, but had also intensified their appetite for blood and flesh. The 6 hastened their actions. Subsequently, they discovered the wolf demon's treasure trove and swiftly cleared it out. Having ruled this territory for many years, the wolf demon had amassed a wealth of valuable items, gold, silver, precious herbs, some of which the 6 did not even recognize, yet they surmised that anything hoarded by the wolf demon must be of significant worth. Thus, they decided to take everything. Afterward, they fashioned several makeshift stretchers and loaded them with a dozen gray wolves to carry back to the village. Upon returning, the villagers erupted in ecstatic joy at the sight of Nudachang and his companions laden with treasures, with many already organizing fires to prepare the meat. Nudachang and his group wasted no time. After unloading their spoils, they ventured out once more to the lair of the toad demon and cleared its stash as well. After toiling for 4 to 5 hours, Nudachang and his companions finally paused to catch their breath. At this moment, the wolf meat was ready, and everyone gathered together, drinking, feasting, and dancing around the bonfire, filled with joy and merriment that surpassed even the celebrations of the new year. For the villagers of Nyoto village, today marked a rebirth. The altar was also laden with wolf meat, inferior white liquor, and a pile of demon cores. Ding Hao received a notification, 2nd tier toad demon core. Redemption price, 5 divine power. 1st tier wolf demon core, 1 piece, 16 toad demon cores. Redemption price, each, 1 divine power. The 1st tier demon cores were so inexpensive? Ding Hao felt somewhat speechless, uncertain if anyone in the trading area would want these items. An idea struck him. He listed a 1st tier demon core in the trading area and sent a message. Is anyone in need of a 1st tier demon core? Selling it cheap for only 3 divine power. Hurry if you need it. However, after hanging around for a while, no one came forward to trade, indicating that there wasn't much demand for demon cores at the moment. Since there were no buyers, he contemplated selling them to the pawn shop. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Dear players, the 3rd day of the wild survival world has officially concluded. Today, all wild gods have suffered attacks from the demon race. We will now announce the rankings for demon kills and the number of demon cores harvested. Rewards are available for those who collect demon cores. Upon hearing this, Ding Hao's eyes lit up. Could he once again seize the top position? Chapter 12, by Jia. Robe of the Divine. 89,456th place. Lu Ning received 1 1st tier demon core, awarded 1 divine power, and 5 thunder crystals. 3rd place, by Jia, received 5 1st tier demon cores, awarded 30 divine power and 30 thunder crystals. 2nd place, Lei Ming received 7 1st tier demon cores, awarded 50 divine power and 50 thunder crystals. 1st place, Ding Hao received 1 2nd tier demon core, 17 1st tier demon cores, awarded 100 divine power, 100 thunder crystals, and a complete set of the Robe of the Divine. The Robe of the Divine. Ding Hao's heart stirred as he glanced at the description of the robe. Robe of the Divine, a symbol of divine authority and majesty. Equipping it grants a defensive boost of 10 to oneself and a boost of 5 to all allies within the area. This defensive enhancement was rather remarkable. It appeared to be a complementary equipment to the divine staff. As the system announcement resounded, the chat area erupted once again. System Dad, I didn't kill a single beast, yet they managed to slay several of my followers. Can't you grant me a consolation prize? Someone lamented. Upstairs. You're too foolish. Thunder Strike only costs 1 divine power, effortlessly killing a 1st tier beast. How could you let the beast retaliate against your followers? Another queried, perplexed. I was curious at the start and used my divine power, but I didn't accumulate enough to regain new divine power. A 1st floor participant lamented. Bro, you should just wash up and sleep. This world isn't suitable for you. However, on another note, this system is far too meticulous with its calculations. Someone complained. Using 1 divine power for Thunder Strike, I kill a beast, and the system rewards me with 1 divine power. It's a wash. Miss, did your gym teacher teach you math? Someone scoffed. When you kill a beast, you obtain demon cores, which can also be redeemed for divine power. Plus, you save your followers, increasing your incense power. How can that not be a win-win situation? What does our gym teacher have to do with this? Observing the lively chatter in the chat area, Ding Hao suddenly declared, I'm purchasing thunder crystals at 5 for 1 divine power. Boss, can you explain what thunder crystals are used for? Others chimed in. We're curious too. What is this thing good for? The system had provided no description, leading to a chorus of complaints. Thunder crystals are related to leveling up. At that moment, Baijia suddenly interjected. Related to leveling up? Thank you, Sister Baijia. Baijia, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. I'll send you a little heart. Love you. I've sent you a private message. Can you add me as a friend? Someone exclaimed. Why is there such a vast difference between people? Ding Hao mused. I've always been at the top of the rankings, yet I never share anything, while Baijia freely shares information. Indeed, the disparity is stark. I stand with Sister Baijia. In no time, the admiration for Baijia surged, with everyone perceiving her as a genuinely good person. Ding Hao shook his head. It seemed Baijia was indeed a kind-hearted person. Having learned the use of thunder crystals from him, she immediately shared the information with everyone. Ding Hao thought little of it. In this perilous world, striving to enhance oneself was of utmost importance. However, upon learning that thunder crystals were related to leveling up, everyone hesitated to sell. Baijia, noticing this, continued with delight. To advance to the 1st tier, 150 thunder crystals are required. Thunder crystals can absorb the power of tribulations, reducing the damage incurred during leveling up. Baijia eloquently shared all the information she had acquired from Ding Hao. 150 thunder crystals? I'm still far from that. Someone gasped. 100 divine power for 150 thunder crystals. I estimate I'll never achieve that in this lifetime. The disparity between wild gods was evident. Ding Hao had already leveled up successfully, while others were still tirelessly accumulating divine power and thunder crystals. Many wild gods, upon hearing this news, looked at the 1 or 2 thunder crystals and single-digit divine power they possessed, and suddenly felt anxious. As a result, trading commenced, after all. Their path to 150 thunder crystals seemed a distant dream, so it was wiser to gather divine power instead. Many shared this sentiment, while others sought to haggle. Ding Hao, lacking the time and energy for negotiation, suddenly thought of Lu Fei. "Da Fei, are you there? What's up, rat?" Lu Fei quickly responded. "I want to purchase a batch of thunder crystals, but these folks think I'm a pushover and are trying to inflate the prices." Ding Hao explained to Lu Fei. "No problem." Lu Fei promptly agreed. "Don't worry, I won't let you work for free. I'll compensate you." "Rat, do we need to be so formal?" Lu Fei replied, somewhat displeased. "If you insist on saying that, then I won't bother." "Ha ha ha, alright. I was being too mundane." Ding Hao laughed heartily. "I'll give you 100 divine power at the rate of 5 thunder crystals for 1 divine power." "Sure, leave it to me. You can trust me in business," Lu Fei asserted confidently. During their university days, Lu Fei had worked various jobs and sold different items, making him far more adept at business than Ding Hao. Subsequently, Ding Hao transferred 100 divine power to Lu Fei, after closing the chat interface, just as he prepared to continue forging weapons. The system's voice suddenly echoed once more. "Dear divine beings, tomorrow marks the first day of the 6th month. On the 1st and 15th of each month, followers will conduct sacrifices to their respective divine beings. On this day, the more precious the sacrificial items, the greater the benefits the divine beings will receive. Therefore, strive to encourage your devotees to offer the finest sacrifices. Furthermore, allow me to share an insider secret. Tomorrow night at midnight, the system will rank the quality of the sacrifices." Boom. This news detonated in the comment section like a bombshell. The community is now acutely aware of the system's nature, which conducts daily rankings and rewards. However, revealing the item to be ranked the following day is an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, the better the offerings made by the devotees, the greater the benefits bestowed upon the deities. This presents a remarkable opportunity to enhance one's power. In an instant, all the deities commence their endeavors. One cannot help but wonder what offerings Neo Dekhang and his companions will present tomorrow. Ding Hao felt a flicker of anticipation within him. The following day, as the first rays of dawn graced Nyoto village, the entire settlement sprang into action. Men, women, and children adorned themselves in their finest attire, each household clutching their most treasured offerings as they flocked towards the mountain deity temple. The grand festival of sacrifices had commenced. Chapter 13. The Great Sacrifice, Unexpected Gains. Before the mountain deity temple, the villagers of Nyoto lined up in accordance with their age and status. At the forefront stood the village chief, Nyo Dekhang, accompanied by several clan elders and 5 martial artists, including Nyo Dali. Behind them was a sea of ordinary villagers. Today, save for the bettered and elderly, even infants were cradled by their parents, all coming to partake in the sacrificial rites. At this moment, Nyo Dekhang stood before the crowd with an air of authority, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the villagers as he proclaimed, "Dear fellow villagers, today marks the 1st day of June, and it is the 4th day since our mountain deity has manifested. In the past, we have had individuals come to pay respects to the mountain deity, but their sincerity was lacking. However, today, we all come here with genuine hearts to honor the mountain deity. Everyone kneel." With Nyo Dechang's command, over 200 villagers of Nyoto knelt in unison. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, filled with boundless hope and piety. "We bow to the mountain deity." Nyo Dechang's voice resonated before the temple. "May the mountain deity bless the people of Nyoto village with health and safety, shielding us from the harm of demonic beasts and malevolent forces." As his words settled, the villagers immediately began to prostrate themselves, repeating, "May the mountain deity bless the people of Nyoto village with health and safety, shielding us from the harm of demonic beasts and malevolent forces." At that moment, Ding Hao felt a stream of sacred energy wafting from the incense held by the villagers, merging into his divine statue. "Ding, you have received a strand of sacred energy." "Ding, you have received 50 strands of sacred energy." "Ding, you have received 100 strands of sacred energy." In the briefest of moments, Ding Hao acquired 125 instances of 50 strands of sacred energy and 43 instances of 100 strands of sacred energy. This indicated that at this very moment, Nyoto village's 176 devotees comprised 125 primary devotees and 43 intermediate devotees. The swiftness of this acquisition was exhilarating. Nyo Dekhang continued to call out, "We bow once more to the mountain deity. May the mountain deity bless Nyoto village with favorable weather, harmony among families, and fulfillment in life." As the villagers bowed, they echoed in unison, "May the mountain deity bless Nyoto village with favorable weather, harmony among families, and fulfillment in life." "Ding, you have received 50 strands of sacred energy." "Ding, you have received 100 strands of sacred energy." Ding Hao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Each devotee could contribute sacred energy only once per day. Why then had his devotees contributed twice today? Could it be that the grand sacrifice differed from ordinary days, allowing the sacred energy to accumulate? "We bow thrice to the mountain deity." Nyo Dekhang's booming voice echoed far and wide, resounding throughout Nyoto village. May the mountain deity ensure that Nyoto village flourishes eternally, producing a multitude of talented individuals and an increasing number of martial artists. Upon hearing this, the voices of several young men rose in fervor. May the mountain deity ensure that Nyoto village flourishes eternally, producing a multitude of talented individuals and an increasing number of martial artists. These young men gazed enviously at Nyodali and the others, wishing fervently that the mountain deity would grant them the same martial prowess. Ding. You have received 50 strands of sacred energy. Ding. You have received 100 strands of sacred energy. Indeed, upon witnessing the system's notifications, Ding Hao was elated. Today alone had furnished him with 3 instances of sacred energy. If only such grand sacrifices occurred daily, how splendid that would be. Present the offerings. Nyo Dekhang called out once all had completed their bows. Upon concluding his words, Nyo Dekhang was the first to place a tray before the mountain deity temple. This item had been pilfered from the lair of a wolf demon. Nyo Dekhang was unaware of its identity, yet he could sense its potent energy, beneficial for cultivation. A strange wave of energy emanated from the mountain deity statue, and Ding Hao immediately understood that the offering presented by Nyo Dekhang was a Yaoling. Yaoling is a treasure left behind after the demise of a demonic beast. Superior to a demon core in rank, containing pure energy, it greatly benefits the cultivation of demonic beasts. This was a 3rd-tier Yaoling, a valuable item indeed for aiding in cultivation. Next came the 5 martial artists, including Nyodali, whose offerings were also obtained from the lairs of wolf demons and toad monsters. They placed an assortment of wild ginseng, spirit essence, and other unknown items onto the altar. The ordinary villagers followed suit, each clutching a variety of offerings. Some brought chickens and ducks raised at home, others contributed homegrown vegetables, and some presented foraged fruits. While these might seem insignificant to Ding Hao, they represented the heartfelt intentions of the villagers. Light the incense, play the music, dance. Seeing that all the offerings had been arranged, Nyo Dekhang immediately issued commands. Instantly, the villagers reignited the incense, enveloping the mountain deity temple in curling wisps of smoke, adding an air of mystique. Simultaneously, several robust men beat drums and gongs, while dozens of villagers sang and danced. This was the highest form of ceremony in Nyoto village, expressing their reverence and gratitude towards the mountain deity. Ding. A 3rd-tier Yaoling has been detected among the devotees' offerings. Do you wish to absorb it? Ding. 5 100-year-old mountain ginseng and 3 100-year-old spiritual mushrooms have been detected among the devotees' offerings. Do you wish to absorb them? Ding. A single withered seed of the 9-turn Xianyang grass has been detected among the devotees' offerings. Do you wish to absorb it? Ding. Vegetables and fruits have been detected among the devotees' offerings. Do you wish to absorb them? All absorbed. Ding Hao responded directly. Since it is a sacrificial offering from the faithful, it matters not what it is, let it be absorbed. As soon as his words fell, a radiant golden light erupted from the statue of the mountain deity, enveloping the offerings laid upon the altar. In the next moment, the 3rd-tier monster spirit, the century-old mountain ginseng, the century-old spiritual fungus, and the withered seeds of the 9-turn Xianyang herb vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the fruits, vegetables, poultry, and meat had their essence completely absorbed, leaving only their remnants behind. The mountain deity had manifested. The villagers of Nyoto village watched in awe as the offerings disappeared, their faces lighting up with joy and elation. The mountain deity had accepted their offerings, which signified that he had granted their wishes and would bless Nyoto village. One could only wonder, how much divine power might these items be worth? Ding Hao gazed at the offerings hovering before him, a smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, he opened the rare item trading area of the pawnshop. He proceeded to place several items one by one. The century-old mountain ginseng was valued at 5 units of divine power. The century-old spiritual fungus was also valued at 5 units of divine power. The 3rd-tier monster spirit was worth 200 units of divine power. The withered seeds of the 9-turn Xianyang herb were valued at. Suddenly, Ding Hao's gaze sharpened. The withered seeds of the 9-turn Xianyang herb were valued at a staggering 1,000 units of divine power. Hiss. Upon seeing the buyback price in the pawnshop, Ding Hao could not help but inhale sharply. Was this item truly worth so much? He quickly checked the description. The withered seeds of the 9-turn Xianyang herb contain a hint of vitality. If nourished with a spiritual spring, they may be revived. A spiritual spring? Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. To advance from the 1st to the 2nd tier requires 1,000 units of divine power. And with today's grand ceremony and offerings, he now possessed sufficient divine power to meet the requirements for advancement. It was likely that the next tier would demand even more divine power. Thus, even if he were to pawn the withered seeds of the 9-turn Xianyang herb and acquire 1,000 units of divine power now, it would not yield significant benefits temporarily. It would be far wiser to retain this item, for once he obtained a spiritual spring and revived it, its value would undoubtedly skyrocket. With his mind made up, Ding Hao sold the 3rd-tier monster spirit, the century-old mountain ginseng, and the century-old spiritual fungus to the pawnshop. Then, he opened his personal information panel. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, 1st tier, Consume 1,000 units of divine power to advance to second tier. Divine position, Mountain Deity of Nyoto Mountain, Jr. Control range, 10 miles. Divine power, 999 units. Incense, 20,075 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted into 1 unit of divine power. Divine arts, Thunderstrike technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic wind and rain invocation technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic beast taming technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic plant spirit communication technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic mountain spirit summoning technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic blessing technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic curse technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic dream induction technique, 10 units of divine power. Basic healing technique, 10 units of divine power. Followers, 176 in total. Intermediate followers, 43. Daily incense contribution of 100 strands. Beginner followers, 125. Daily incense contribution of 50 strands. Items, 345 thunder crystals, 1 warrior advancement scroll, 1 divine staff, 1 divine robe. 1 withered seed of the 9-turn Xianyang herb. Divine power exchange. Ding Hao proclaimed, and in an instant, 20,075 strands of incense power were directly exchanged for 200 units of divine power. Consequently, Ding Hao's divine power reached a total of 1,199 units. This was sufficient for his advancement to the second tier. He would inquire later with Defei regarding how many thunder crystals he had procured. Once he amassed enough thunder crystals, he would pursue his advancement without delay. Now, it was time to bestow some benefits upon his followers. With this thought, Ding Hao expended 10 units of divine power to cast the basic blessing technique. Instantly, a sacred radiance ascended from the mountain deity temple, enveloping the entirety of Nyoto village. This luminescence imparted a sensation of warmth and comfort, descending upon each villager, including those bedridden and unable to move due to illness. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Someone exclaimed, "The pain in my fractured arm has vanished. I can move it again. I can breathe easily now. It feels as if my condition has completely healed. It has been ages since I felt such an unencumbered breath." Others cried out, "Look, Old Lee from the east end has actually come out of his yard. He has been paralyzed for nearly 2 years." In an instant, everyone realized that this sacred radiance had healed their chronic ailments and injuries. "Thank you, mountain deity, for your blessings." At this moment, how could anyone fail to perceive the truth? This was all the benevolence bestowed by the mountain deity. In an instant, the villagers' faith in the mountain deity grew stronger, each one kneeling on the ground fervently burning incense and bowing, voicing their heartfelt wishes. Countless aspirations transformed into a stream, flowing into Ding Hao's ears. "Mountain deity, I wish to become a warrior. Please grant me your blessing." A young man prayed earnestly. "Mountain deity, could you make Suehua fall in love with me? I would be content to become a son-in-law." "Mountain deity, I beseech you to grant me a son. I have 6 daughters already, and without a son, our lineage will be severed. If not, I shall return home and try to conceive. Please help me." Ding Hao was momentarily speechless. How could he assist? Surely, he could not personally intervene. Ignoring these prayers, Ding Hao noticed the notification from the marketplace indicating that today's items had refreshed. At that moment, he began examining. 1. 5 warrior advancement scrolls, each capable of promoting a warrior by 1 tier without affecting future cultivation and advancement. 2. Beast taming technique, a skill to cultivate and command wild beasts. 3. 100 acres of fertile land, improved land attributes, yielding higher quality crops. 4. 1 village expansion scroll. Upon use, will double the size of the village, including houses, land, etc. After expansion, the residents can gain additional faith points, with the opportunity to rapidly become the next tier of followers. Gazing at the 4 options, Ding Hao fell into contemplation. The beast taming technique was intended for his followers, and for now, it was unnecessary. He already possessed the basic beast taming technique, making this item somewhat superfluous. The warrior advancement scroll was indeed valuable. Combined with the one he previously acquired, he would have a total of 6. Just enough to promote Nyo Dekhang, Nyo Dali, and a few others. However, advancing them would only result in 1 reaching the 3rd tier and 5 reaching the 2nd tier, a significant increase in their strength. Yet, the village expansion scroll was equally advantageous. Ding Hao had long noticed that Nyoto village was rather small, with many families of 7 or 8 crammed into modest 50 to 60 square meter homes, which was exceedingly inconvenient. If one possesses the village expansion scroll, it would instantaneously double the area, thereby effortlessly resolving the issue of overcrowded dwellings. Consequently, the faithful residing in the newly expanded homes would experience a surge in their faith, offering them a chance to swiftly ascend to the next tier of devotion. In other words, should the inhabitants of these expanded residences be mere ordinary believers, their reverence for the mountain deity would deepen, potentially elevating them to a higher echelon of faith. Such a prospect is truly remarkable. Moreover, with the extra space available, the faithful would be encouraged to procreate more abundantly. An increase in children would naturally lead to a greater number of believers. With this thought in mind, Ding Hao unhesitatingly opted for option 4. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming a divine power and instantly annihilating one village expansion scroll. Activation. Ding Hao promptly activated the village expansion scroll, enveloping the existing location of Nyoto village. Buzz. In an instant, a peculiar wave radiated forth, and the villagers, including Nyo Dekhang, felt as though a colossal shadow had descended from the heavens, directly landing upon Nyoto village. The next moment, the shadow vanished. Yet the transformation before their eyes was nothing short of earth-shattering. What on earth is happening? Nyo Dekhang gazed in astonishment at the village, which had expanded by more than double, taking in the newly added houses, fields, and streets, momentarily rendered speechless. The villagers, such as Nyo Dali and Nyo Taiju, were equally flabbergasted. They were aware of the mountain deity's omnipotence, yet witnessing such a vast transformation of their village left them utterly astounded. Ding. Received 999 strands of incense power. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened, falling upon an individual who, at that moment, radiated with resplendent golden light, akin to a small sun. Dazzling and brilliant. Chapter 15. Advanced Believer, Righteousness and Integrity. Ding Hao's divine consciousness swiftly honed in on the source of the blinding golden light. That radiance did not emanate from Nyo Dekhang or the martial practitioners like Nyo Dali, but rather from an ordinary villager, an advanced believer. Ding Hao's heart stirred as he recognized that the individual enveloped in golden light was none other than Old Li, who had recently been healed from paralysis by the basic blessing technique. In that moment, Old Li exhibited none of the frailty from before. He stood upright, brimming with vitality, his face illuminated by an indescribable fervor and excitement, tears mingling with his elation as they streamed down his weathered cheeks. The golden light seemed not to be cast from the outside, but rather to burst forth from within him, elevating him to the stature of a deity. The surrounding villagers were utterly dumbfounded. What has happened to Old Li? Old Li knelt every 3 steps and bowed every 9. Making his way along the mountain path until he reached the mountain deity's temple, he prostrated himself, fervently kneeling upon the ground, murmuring, I, Li Changsheng, have lived for over 50 years, once resigned to a life of paralysis, believing I would never rise again. Yet, to my astonishment, the mountain deity has shown mercy and bestowed blessings upon me, healing my affliction and granting me the ability to stand once more and reclaim my life. Previously, I never believed in the existence of deities until yesterday, when I heard the villagers speak of the mountain deity's miraculous manifestations, vanquishing monsters and saving the entire village, which sparked a flicker of belief within me. But today, having witnessed the divine radiance of the mountain deity, I, Li Changsheng, shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your worship from this day forth. I wish to become your most loyal believer. Having spoken, Li Changsheng bowed again in reverence. How intriguing. A smile graced the corners of Ding Hao's lips. As the mountain deity of Nyoto village, the lives of the villagers lay within his thoughts, accessible whenever he wished to know. Li Changsheng was not originally from Nyojia village. Previously, he had been a teacher in the town, well-versed in classical texts and history, and had educated countless students. He had a beautiful daughter, beloved by all. However, fate took a tragic turn when a martial practitioner took a fancy to her, forcibly abducting her. When she resisted, she tragically took her own life, and her grieving mother succumbed to despair shortly thereafter. Li Changsheng sought justice. Yet in a world dominated by martial prowess, who would risk offending a martial practitioner for the sake of an old man? Ultimately, Li Changsheng was brutally beaten, his spine shattered, leaving him paralyzed and helpless. It was a former student of his who, unable to bear the sight of his suffering, secretly brought him to the distant Nyoto village, leaving behind some money and enlisting Nyo Dekhang to care for him in his twilight years. Little did he expect that Ding Hao's basic blessing technique would heal his spinal paralysis, propelling him from a mere believer to an advanced believer, leaping 3 stages in one fell swoop. It is important to note that ascending in faith is no trivial matter. It requires sincere devotion and unwavering belief. Even Nyo Dali, who had received Ding Hao's blessings and witnessed numerous miracles, had only recently attained the status of intermediate believer, still some distance from becoming an advanced believer. However, Ding Hao understood that Li Changsheng's rapid ascension to advanced believer was not only due to his genuine faith, but also because, over the years, he had cultivated a profound righteousness within him. Once Li Changsheng firmly embraced the existence of deities and chose to wholeheartedly believe, the countless strands of righteousness within him transformed into a potent force of faith, elevating him to the status of advanced believer. Such a transition may seem straightforward, yet any slight deviation in circumstance could hinder such metamorphosis. Brotherly, congratulations on your rebirth. Nyo Dekhang approached, sincerely expressing his joy. This is all thanks to the blessings of the mountain deity. Li Changsheng reflected. Nyo Dekhang nodded. Without the mountain deity, there would be no Nyoto village as we know it today. Village chief, I am grateful for your care and that of everyone else over the years. Li Changsheng expressed his heartfelt thanks. Brotherly, you are being too modest. We are merely fulfilling a duty. Nyo Dekhang waved his hand, continuing. What are your plans now? Will you return to the town to seek justice? Li Changsheng interrupted him. I am a devout believer of the mountain deity and shall remain in Yodo village, offering daily incense and worship. As for seeking justice, I would not prevail. A flicker of helplessness and resentment crossed Li Changsheng's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by unwavering devotion. However, I believe that as long as I faithfully worship the mountain deity, one day he will take up my cause and help me seek vengeance. Indeed, the mountain deity will surely advocate for us. Neo Dekhang replied solemnly. Brotherly, please rest assured and stay in the village, Neo Dekhang continued. In addition to daily offerings to the mountain deity, you can also teach the village children to read and write. Although this world reveres martial prowess, education still holds its value. Very well. I shall heed the village chief's guidance. Li Changsheng promptly agreed. Ding Hao chose to disregard the chatter and open the chat area, which was now in an uproar, with messages refreshing at a speed that could only be likened to a rocket. Today was nothing short of astonishing. He had acquired the power of incense 3 times in one go. One of the wild deities boasted proudly, if I receive a few more such offerings, my ascension to the first rank will be merely a matter of time. Another chimed in a mere half-month, it will be the 15th. If I perform another grand ritual then, I shall ascend to the first rank. Do not be too envious, my friends. Still half a month away? Someone scoffed. My followers have just offered me 5 spiritual essences today, worth 30 units of divine power. I need not wait for the next grand ritual to advance. What have your followers sacrificed? Another inquired curiously. My followers are a bunch of young lads. They even caught a wild dog for me as an offering. Ha ha. That is truly amusing. Someone from above laughed. My followers sacrificed a demon beast for me. The flavor was exquisite. May I timidly inquire if anyone has sacrificed a living person? A wild deity lamented. My followers captured a pair of young boys and girls as an offering, claiming they wanted to offer me several women as wives. Why do I not have such followers? At once, someone mournfully pounded their chest, displaying a visage of despair. Who will claim the top spot in this ranking, I wonder? Surely it won't be Ding Hao again. Someone speculated uncertainly. That is not necessarily the case. Another scoffed. The previous times were merely luck for someone. This time, however, the first position shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 16, Second Rank, Thunder Tribulation. Ding Hao observed the brazen remarks of Chong Cheng in the chat area, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, undoubtedly yours, he mused, chuckling inwardly at the audacity. Ding Hao had consistently held the first rank in previous rankings. Yet, this world was never short of ambitious souls, nor of fortuitous opportunities. It was only natural that those who gained immense benefits from the grand ritual would swell with confidence, vying for the top position. In the chat area, someone immediately echoed the challenger's enthusiasm. Chong Cheng has indeed shown remarkable prowess this time. I heard his followers offered an extraordinary item, causing his divine power to surge. Oh, what item was it? Someone inquired, intrigued. The earlier speaker, evidently well acquainted with Chong Cheng, continued, it was a 3rd-tier demon core. What? A 3rd-tier demon core? The moment those words were uttered, countless wild deities were left astounded. Heavens, has Chong Cheng truly become this formidable? He can even slay 3rd-tier demon beasts? Meanwhile, I remain stuck dealing with 1st-tier beasts. A palpable envy filled the air. A 3rd-tier demon core is astounding. Someone immediately began to flatter Chong Cheng. I hope you will look after us in the future. It seems that this time, Chong Cheng will indeed secure the first chair. Someone commented. Ding Hao is undeniably powerful, but he is still far from being able to slay a 3rd-tier demon beast. He simply cannot compete with Chong Cheng. Exactly, Chong Cheng for the win. Yet, there were still dissenters who remained optimistic about Ding Hao. It is still too early to declare a victor. What have Ding Hao's followers sacrificed? You have no idea. Why are you all quarreling? Someone snorted. When midnight strikes, the truth shall be revealed. Ding Hao chose to ignore the bluster of the others. He privately messaged Lu Fei. De Fei, how is the item exchange going? All exchanges have been completed. Lu Fei responded, initiating a trade request. Why 525? Ding Hao was taken aback. According to their previous exchange rate, having given Lu Fei 100 units of divine power should have yielded 500 thunder crystals. I negotiated the price down. Lu Fei proudly declared. You have no idea how many wild deities approach me for exchanges. So, I slightly lowered the price and ultimately secured 525. Impressive. Ding Hao genuinely praised. Lu Fei was indeed skilled in this aspect. However, we had agreed on 500. The extra 25 are yours to keep. With that, Ding Hao canceled the trade. That won't do. Lu Fei shook his head, insisting on initiating the trade again. If I wanted to keep those 25 thunder crystals, I would have simply denied you outright. Why go through the trouble? Upon hearing this, Ding Hao nodded, chuckling. You are right. I was indeed thinking too small. As he spoke, Ding Hao placed 2 first-tier weapons in the trade window and clicked agree. These 2 first-tier weapons are a token of gratitude. You cannot refuse them. Let us be clear. Even brothers must settle accounts, and you have already helped me immensely. Ding Hao continued, if you do not accept, I may feel embarrassed to seek your assistance again in the future. If you wish to continue our brotherhood, you must not refuse. All right. Seeing that Ding Hao had put it this way, Lu Fei was no longer coy, graciously accepting the two first-tier weapons. As Ding Hao had said, in this world, all are driven by profit, all are drawn by gain. Though the two were indeed good brothers. How long could that brotherhood last if Ding Hao did not know how to conduct himself? Hee, you've given me two first-tier weapons, which means I've profited. Lu Fei exclaimed. First-tier weapons go for 3 units of divine power each on the trading market, and they are in high demand. Ding Hao just handed me 2, equating to 6 units of divine power, which would allow me to exchange for 30 thunder crystals. But only a fool would do that. By the way, Howsy, I just saw someone claim that tonight's first rank is his. Do you have any confidence? Lu Fei asked, somewhat concerned. Rest assured, Ding Hao replied mysteriously. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. With that, he closed the chat interface and opened his personal information page. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, first rank, requires 1000 divine power to ascend to second rank. Divine position, mountain god of Bullhead Mountain, initial level, control range, 10 miles. Divine power, 1189 units. Incense, 1074 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted into 1 unit of divine power. Divine techniques, followers, total of 176, senior followers, 1, daily incense contribution, 1000 strands. Intermediate followers, 43, daily incense contribution, 100 strands. Junior followers, 125, daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Items, 870 thunder crystals, 1 warrior advancement scroll, 1 divine staff, 1 divine robe, and 1 withered 9-turn mysterious yang grass seed. With 870 thunder crystals amassed, it should suffice for his advancement to the second rank. Contemplating this, Ding Hao took a deep breath and gently tapped on the number behind the first rank. Boom. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the sky. Just like the last time, the sound approached from afar, growing ever closer until it enveloped Ding Hao in an instant. The brilliant silver lightning roared and rolled through the clouds like an enraged dragon, its terrifying pressure immediately shrouding the entirety of Bullhead Mountain. This time, Ding Hao was thoroughly prepared. His expression remained tranquil and unruffled, his spirit manifesting as a garment that rustled in the wind, resembling a deity standing alone against the tempestuous thunder. The villagers of Nyoto village were utterly intimidated by this overwhelming aura, collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. Go. With a wave of his hand, the thunder crystal instantly transformed into a suit of armor, enveloping him entirely. Boom. A piercing sound erupted as a massive bolt of calamity thunder struck the thunder crystal, which absorbed most of its power. However, a remnant of the calamity thunder pierced through the crystal, striking Ding Hao. Crackle. As he was hit, a plume of blue smoke emanated from his body. He initially felt a tingling sensation, followed by a profound solidity. This sensation was identical to that experienced during his last tribulation. Ascending to the first rank entailed a thunder tribulation. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened as he peered into the depths of the tumultuous sea of thunder. Did this mean that his advancement to the second rank would entail 2 calamity thunders? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than the second bolt of tribulation thunder descended suddenly. Chapter 17, Tribulation. Crack. The calamity thunder was first absorbed by the thunder crystal, with the remnants once again refining Ding Hao's spirit. While the tingling sensation from the second calamity thunder had yet to dissipate, Ding Hao's spirit acutely sensed that the swirling thunderstorm above him showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it was brewing an even more terrifying aura. Indeed, advancing to the second rank was far more complex than merely facing 2 calamity thunders. Ding Hao's mind raced, his spiritual power intensely focused, his gaze fixed on the depths of the thunder sea. Crack. Another deafening thunderclap echoed. The third bolt of calamity thunder was even more robust than the previous 2, resembling a furious silver python, bearing its fangs and claws as it descended. The thunder crystal armor enveloping Ding Hao's spirit dimmed slightly, evidently expending considerable energy to absorb this bolt of thunder. More of the calamity thunder's power penetrated the crystal's defenses, surging into Ding Hao's spirit. Crackle. Blue smoke billowed once more, but this time, following the tingling sensation, Ding Hao distinctly felt as if his spirit had been struck hard by an invisible hammer, rendering it even more refined and resilient. Painful yet exhilarating. This thunder tribulation was both a trial and a tempering. At the foot of Nyoto Mountain, the villagers were utterly terrified, their spirits disassociated from their bodies. The thunderous roars in the sky sounded like the advent of the apocalypse, the overwhelming pressure rendering them breathless, each person collapsing to the ground. Fervently bowing towards the mountain deity's temple, pleading for protection, unable to muster any other actions. Ding Hao was too preoccupied to pay heed to the villagers' reactions. All of his mental faculties were devoted to confronting the trials ahead. The thunder sea churned with increasing intensity. Crack. The fourth bolt of calamity thunder, stronger than the third. The thunder crystal armor flickered dimly once more, even displaying fine cracks upon its surface. The penetrating power of the calamity thunder intensified. and Ding Hao's spirit felt as though it had been cast into a furnace, subjected to the scorching flames of tribulation. Agonizing pain surged through him, yet it was accompanied by a deeper metamorphosis. The outline of his spirit seemed to sharpen, taking on a vague sense of substance. At last, the thunder crystal armor emitted a series of crackling sounds under the immense strain, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. In the next moment, it shattered with a resounding crash. A torrent of calamity thunder's power breached the defenses, striking Ding Hao's spirit with tremendous force. His spirit trembled violently, on the verge of disintegration. Yet he resolutely steadied his mind, silently enduring the excruciating pain. With each tremor and each tearing agony, there came a rebirth, a sublimation. His spirit was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Above Nyoto Mountain, the thunderclouds thickened to an inky darkness. Electric serpents danced wildly, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. Hold on. This thought was the only one occupying Ding Hao's mind. Boom! An earth-shattering roar reverberated. His spirit felt as if it were utterly torn apart, only to be forcibly reassembled, the boundless power of thunder raging within, cleansing and forging. The pain reached its zenith. Yet amid this excruciating agony, Ding Hao's spirit underwent a monumental transformation. The previously ethereal essence of his spirit now radiated a faint silver glow, solidifying multiple times over, as if it could transcend the divine statue and manifest before humanity. Time lost all meaning. It could have been a fleeting moment, or an eternity. Gradually, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated, the terrifying pressure vanished, and warm sunlight once again bathed the earth. Silence enveloped Nyoto Mountain. Ding Hao's spirit hovered in the air, reveling in the surging power within, along with his reinvigorated essence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully overcoming the second-rank Thunder Tribulation and ascending to second-rank Divinity. Name, Ding Hao. Divinity, second rank, consumes 10,000 divine power to advance to third rank. Divine position, Mountain Deity of Nyoto Mountain, initial second tier, control range, 50 miles. Divine power, 199 units. Incense, 74 strands. Every 100 strands can convert to 1 unit of divine power. Divine arts, intermediate lightning strike, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate wind and rain invocation, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate beast mastery, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate spirit communication with flora, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate summoning of mountain spirits and wild beasts, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate blessing, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate curse, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate dream induction, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate healing, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate flying sword technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate divine summoning, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate sacred purification, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate heart-burning curse, 100 units of divine power. Note, second-rank deities can utilize elementary divine arts, consuming the divine power of elementary divine arts. They may also employ intermediate divine arts, consuming the divine power of intermediate divine arts. Followers, total 176 individuals. Senior followers, 1. Daily incense contribution of 1,000 strands. Intermediate followers, 43. Daily incense contribution of 100 strands. Junior followers, 125. Daily incense contribution of 50 strands. Items, 70 thunder crystals, 1 warrior advancement scroll, 1 divine staff, 1 divine robe, 1 seed of withered 9-turn Xianyang grass. Success. Ding Hao let out a long sigh, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Ascending to the second rank consumed 1,000 units of divine power, while the tribulation required a staggering 800 thunder crystals. Only 70 remained. Yet every sacrifice was worth it. The transformation of his spirit brought forth indescribable benefits. Ding Hao felt his mastery over divine power had become more exquisite, and more importantly, his corporeal form had solidified, allowing him to manifest before his followers. It is essential to note that previously, in an ethereal state, his followers could not perceive him at all. With the ascension to the second rank, the number of divine arts he could wield had also significantly increased. Ding Hao's gaze swept across the divine arts interface, nodding in satisfaction. Although each divine art requires the expenditure of 100 units of divine power, this is applicable to intermediate divine arts. Should one opt to perform a primary divine art instead, it would only consume 10 units of divine power. However, its potency would undoubtedly surpass that of a mere first-tier execution by several folds. At this moment, the villagers finally regained their composure, gazing at the dilapidated state of the mountain god temple, alongside the faintly shimmering, resplendent aura emanating from the statue of the mountain god. It became apparent to them all that the mountain god had successfully weathered the tribulation. The mountain god is majestic. The mountain god commands awe. The mountain god is unparalleled, both in heaven and on earth. The villagers erupted into thunderous cheers, their eyes towards the mountain god statue filled with unparalleled reverence and fervor. From tomorrow, I shall lead the citizens of Bullhead Village to rebuild the temple for you, O mountain god, declared Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, his heart brimming with excitement. Indeed, we shall reconstruct the temple for the mountain god. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices resonating with grandeur. At this moment, the midnight deadline for ranking calculations loomed near. In the chat area, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch as everyone awaited the final results. Chapter 18. This round is profitable. The excitement within the chat area had escalated to its zenith. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with anticipation, anxiety, or envy, were fixated on the virtual interface, eagerly awaiting the final outcome. It's almost here. My heart is racing. What splendid rewards might await the first place winner? Surely, they cannot be trifling. But what rewards are truly relevant to us? Someone sourly remarked. Who do you think will clinch the first place? Another inquired. A question that had been asked countless times before. It must be the illustrious Chang Chung. With a third-tier demon core, who can rival him? Not necessarily. Ding Hao was consistently at the top before. Various discussions and speculations surged like a boiling cauldron, rendering the virtual space palpably vibrant. Within the Bullhead Mountain God Temple, Ding Hao's spirit basked in a gentle silver glow. Having just undergone the baptism of the tribulation, his spirit had solidified significantly, imbued with an unprecedented sense of control. The clamor of the outside world seemed to have little effect on him. He quietly savored the divine power coursing through his body, as well as the novel experiences brought forth by the qualitative transformation deep within his soul. Time ticked away, moment by moment, as the intangible chime representing midnight echoed. A profound silence enveloped the chat area. Everyone held their breath. The next moment, a golden system announcement, akin to a divine proclamation, materialized before the eyes of all wild deities. This grand festival ranking. First place, Ding Hao. Devotee sacrifices, withered 9-turn Xianyang grass, seeds X1. Pawn shop recovery value, 1000 divine power. Third tier demon spirit, pawn shop recovery value, 200 divine power. Centennial mountain ginseng, Centennial Ganoderma X1, pawn shop recovery value, 10 divine power. Total divine power acquired, 1210. Rewards, 1000 divine power, 1000 thunder crystals, 1 divine spell book, 1 temple foundation stone. Second place, bide. Devotee sacrifices, Millennium Pearl X1. Pawn shop recovery value, 200 divine power. Third tier demon cores X2, pawn shop recovery value, 200 divine power. Second tier demon cores X3, pawn shop recovery value, 15 divine power. Total divine power acquired, 415. Rewards, 500 divine power, 500 thunder crystals, 10 warrior blessing scrolls. Third place, Wale. Devotee sacrifices, third tier demon cores X2. Pawn shop recovery value, 200 divine power. Centennial spirit grass X3, pawn shop recovery value, 15 divine power. Total divine power acquired, 215. Rewards, 500 divine power, 400 thunder crystals, 8 warrior blessing scrolls. Fourth place. Gasp. As the crowd beheld the ranking list, they collectively inhaled sharply. I told you Ding Hao was as steady as a rock. Someone immediately commented. Ha ha ha. Chang Chung has been slapped in the face, hasn't he? He was just crowing a moment ago. Others reveled in the spectacle. It was proven once again that a true expert remains unrivaled. Ding Hao, please take me along. I seek your guidance. The crowd was utterly astonished that so many wild deities possessed third-tier demon cores. Initially, they believed Chang Chung could secure first place with just 1 third-tier demon core, but it now appeared to be nothing short of a jest. This fellow didn't even make it into the top 10. The system continued to announce the rankings. 12th place, Chang Chung. Devotee sacrifices, third-tier demon core X1. Pawn shop recovery value, 100 divine power. Second-tier demon cores X2, pawn shop recovery value, 10 divine power. Total divine power acquired, 110. Rewards, 100 divine power, 100 thunder crystals, 5 warrior blessing scrolls. 13th place. Upon witnessing Chang Cheng's ranking, the crowd erupted into heated discussions once more. Wow, how did Chang Cheng drop from first place to 12th? Someone remarked with a mocking tone. Who was it that confidently declared the first position was guaranteed? Ha ha. It seems that was nothing but a joke. Laughter and ridicule echoed throughout the crowd. Although many did not know Chang Cheng personally, his earlier boastfulness in the chat area had irked many, thus prompting their scorn. As for Ding Hao and Bai Jia, their previous rankings were noteworthy. And now securing another commendable position only elicited admiration rather than envy. Such is human nature. I refuse to accept this. Chang Cheng fumed. His face flushed as he bellowed from a great distance. How could Ding Hao possess such an abundance of valuable items? A mere seed can be worth 1,000 divine power? Nonsense. This third-tier demon core is a relic accumulated by my devotees. I refuse to believe that those ahead of me could acquire so many third-tier demon cores. The system must be malfunctioning. The system continued to announce the rankings. Utterly indifferent to Chang Cheng's grievances, a wild deity scoffed. So you can allow your devotees to sacrifice previous third-tier demon cores, but others cannot? You've placed 12th? So just relish in that. Why are you still so discontented? Indeed, who is this person? Unable to bear even the slightest success of others. The crowd vocally condemned Chong Cheng. Any attempt Chong Cheng made to defend himself was quickly drowned out by the clamor of others. Ding Hao smiled faintly, choosing not to delve further into the rankings, but rather directing his attention to the Divine Spellbook and Temple Foundation Stone. Divine Spellbook, a symbol of divine authority and majesty. Equipping it amplifies the power of spells cast by 10 and increases the potency of spells directed at all allied forces within the area by 5. What a splendid item. Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is akin to a treasure that enhances magical attacks. If he were to cast an intermediate lightning strike now, the enhancement from the Divine Spellbook alone would render it as powerful as when he cast it at first tier. Temple Foundation Stone, a special item used for upgrading or constructing temples, enhancing the temple's defensive capabilities, strengthening devotees' faith in the deity, and increasing incense contributions by 10. Gasp. Ding Hao was utterly astonished by this introduction. If I were to directly utilize the cornerstone of the temple, would it not manifest a grand temple before my very eyes? He felt an intense yearning to replace his current dilapidated and humble mountain shrine, as it was quite disheartening. Moreover, a magnificent temple would inspire greater devotion among the worshippers who pray and offer sacrifices within its hallowed walls, significantly accelerating the ascension of his followers. Not only that, but it would also augment the volume of incense offerings from his adherents. Presently, Ding Hao garnered 557 strands of incense power each day, with a tenfold increase, effectively resulting in an additional 155 strands daily. This contribution was tantamount to that of a high-ranking devotee. Furthermore, as the offerings from the followers increased, the resultant amplification would become increasingly formidable. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly reverberated once more. The novice protection period has concluded. Today, you shall officially enter the wild deity survival world. The divine domain city is about to open. Slaughter and divine blood will render you more powerful. Chapter 19, The Temple. The system's tone was cold and mechanical, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within the consciousness of every wild deity. The announcement that the novice protection period had ended, and the impending opening of the divine domain city was akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. Just moments ago, they had been reveling in the joys or sorrows of ranking results, but now the chat room erupted with chaos. What? The novice protection period is over? Divine domain city? What manner of place is that? Slaughter and divine blood? Is this for real? We're doomed. I'm merely a minor deity, barely capable of contending with first-tier monsters. The system is leading us to our demise. Panic, confusion, and unease spread like a plague. The system continued. Divine Domain City opens once daily. Enter using the Divine Domain Key. Each wild deity may send an unlimited number of followers to obtain resources and opportunities. The Divine Domain City is replete with countless chances, yet fraught with innumerable dangers. There, you may encounter formidable beasts, bizarre creatures, and other deities who may seek your demise. Allowing followers to enter Divine Domain City to acquire resources and opportunities? Thankfully, we aren't required to go ourselves. Some sighed in relief. Yet, if the followers are not powerful enough and are slain by beasts upon entry, or if they are too frightened to enter, what then? Someone voiced their concerns. Then we must cultivate more followers. Another dismissed the worry. After all, we won't have to enter ourselves. Oh, might this herald a new dawn for this deity? Others exclaimed with exuberance. My followers include a multitude of warriors, haha. Especially those wild deities who already possessed warriors were positively beaming. Ding Hao, having perused the announcement, felt a surge of excitement. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter was now a second-tier warrior, and he possessed a warrior advancement scroll that could elevate him to the third tier. At that juncture, he could lead the expedition into Divine Domain City to seize opportunities and resources. However, he pondered the level of danger that awaited within this Divine Domain City. As the clock struck early morning, with villagers slumbering peacefully, Ding Hao resolved to wait until they rose to offer their prayers before using the warrior advancement scroll on Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Opening his personal information panel, he read, Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, second tier, consumes 10,000 divine power to advance to third tier. Divine position, mountain god of Bullhead Mountain, initial second tier, control range, 50 miles. Divine power, 199. Incense, 74 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted into 1 divine power. Divine techniques, intermediate lightning strike, 100 divine power. Intermediate wind and rain invocation, 100 divine power. Intermediate beast taming, 100 divine power. Intermediate spirit communication with flora, 100 divine power. Intermediate summoning of mountain spirits and beasts, 100 divine power. Intermediate blessing, 100 divine power. Intermediate curse, 100 divine power. Intermediate dream infiltration, 100 divine power. Intermediate healing, 100 divine power. Intermediate flying sword technique, 100 divine power. Intermediate divine summoning, 100 divine power. Intermediate sacred purification, 100 divine power. Intermediate heart burning spell, 100 divine power. Followers, total 176, high-level followers. 1. Daily incense contribution 1,000 strands. Intermediate followers, 43, daily incense contribution 100 strands. Low-level followers, 125, daily incense contribution 50 strands. Items, 1,070 thunder crystals, 1 warrior advancement scroll, 1 divine staff, 1 divine robe, 1 divine spell book, 1 temple cornerstone, 1 withered 9-turn Xianyang grass seed. His gaze fell upon the intermediate divine summoning technique. Divine summoning consumes 100 divine power to leave a mark on a follower. When necessary, it can be activated to allow the deity to temporarily inhabit that follower, exerting a degree of divine power. Note, the effectiveness of the divine summoning depends on the follower's strength. The stronger the follower, the more potent the power they can wield. To be prudent, he could cast a divine summoning on Nyo Dali. Before long, the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon. Nyo Dekang had risen early, gathering several villagers skilled in woodworking at the front of the mountain shrine. From today onward, we shall construct a temple for the mountain god. You all will be responsible for the design, layout, and construction. Should you require anything, simply inform me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your needs. Understood, village chief. They responded eagerly. Remember, building the temple for the mountain god is our village's foremost priority. It surpasses all other matters in importance. You must all dedicate yourselves fully and proceed with caution. Yes, they echoed in unison. They then huddled together, commencing their deliberations on how to erect the mountain shrine. Concurrently, villagers began to arrive at the mountain shrine, preparing to offer incense and pray. As the crowd gathered, Ding Hao seized the moment, casting the temple cornerstone into the air. Buzz! Suddenly, an extraordinary wave of energy resonated. In the next instant, a magnificent and colossal temple erupted from the ground, materializing before the astonished onlookers. This temple emanated an aura that was ancient, weighty, solemn, and sacred, as though it had transcended countless ages, invoking an immediate desire to prostrate in reverence. The mountain shrine was built against a perilous peak, with steep azure stone steps ascending into the clouds. The Vermilion Mountain Gate towered over 3 zhang, flanked by fearsome stone beasts. On either side of the gate, a couplet was affixed. Upper couplet, the temple's majestic visage commands the spirits of 1,000 mountains. Lower couplet, divine light shines universally, bestowing grace upon the multitudes. Horizontal inscription, the grace of the divine is boundless. The main hall was constructed with ancient timber over a millennium old, its double-eaved roof covered with dark tiles, and the flying eaves soared skyward like wings. The colossal statue of the mountain god looms majestically atop a 9-tiered altar, intricately carved columns entwined with dragons, while murals depict the mountains in reverent worship. The incense burner emits a swirling smoke, enveloping the sacred space in an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur that reaches the very dome above. What a divine spectacle! This scene rendered all present utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that the mountain god had conjured a temple of such magnificence. Surely, a creation of this splendor could not have been constructed by mere mortals. Only a deity possesses such extraordinary power. May the mountain god bestow his blessings. As realization dawned upon one individual, he immediately entered the temple, kneeling before the massive incense burner to offer his prayers. Witnessing this, others hastily followed suit, entering the temple to kneel and beseech blessings. Ding. Acquired 100 strands of incense power, temple augmentation, increase of 10, total 110 strands. Ding. Acquired 50 strands of incense power, temple augmentation, increase of 10, total 55 strands. Ding. Acquired 1,000 strands of incense power, temple augmentation, increase of 10, total 1,100 strands. Ding. Acquired incense power. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Ding Hao erupted in laughter at the sight. In the next moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the temple. Chapter 20. The Avatar of Shadow. The wind swirled around, lifting the smoke and flames gathered before the incense burner into the air, where they coiled and danced, refusing to dissipate. This phenomenon was a minor manifestation triggered by Ding Hao's powerful spiritual energy and his laughter. Yet the villagers of Nyodo village perceived it as a response from the mountain god. Instantly, their prayers and kneelings became even more fervent. In just a brief moment, the remaining believers of Nyodo village were all elevated to the status of novice believers. Thus, among the 200 residents of Nyodo village, excluding infants, all became followers. 1 advanced believer, daily incense contribution of 1,000 strands, 50 intermediate believers, daily incense contribution of 100 strands, and 125 novice believers, daily incense contribution of 50 strands. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed, "Today's shop items have been refreshed. Would you like to check?" "Yes," Ding Hao replied eagerly. 1. Warrior Evolution Scrolls X10, which can elevate a warrior by 1 tier, limited to below tier 4, without affecting future cultivation advancements. 2. Basic Avatar Shadow Technique, which allows a deity to manifest an avatar possessing 1/3 of the deity's power. If the avatar perishes, the deity's essence will suffer severe damage. 3. Tier 2 weapons x10 sets, which enhance the strength of Tier 2 warriors upon equipping. 4. Gale Blade Technique, a martial arts manual that, once mastered, can unleash a hurricane, exhibiting formidable power. The basic avatar shadow technique. Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately scrutinized this option. The basic avatar shadow technique requires the expenditure of 500 units of divine power to manifest an avatar, which possesses 1/3 of the deity's strength and can grow alongside the deity's power. Additionally, the avatar possesses independent thought and can communicate with the deity's essence. Important note, should the avatar perish, the deity will lose 1/3 of their spiritual power, resulting in significant harm. What a remarkable find. My current spiritual perception spans a radius of 50 miles, which is ample, yet I cannot always reveal my true form, making many tasks less fluid. Furthermore, the impending divine domain city will only allow followers to enter, and my divine consciousness may not penetrate to investigate. However, with an avatar, I could masquerade as a follower and enter the divine domain city. Yet, the cost of 500 units of divine power is somewhat exorbitant. Ding Hao sighed with a wry smile, realizing that only now, having accumulated some savings, could he even consider such a feat. Otherwise, a typical wild god would be unable to manifest an avatar even with this option. Review personal information panel. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, 2nd grade, requires 10,000 units of divine power to advance to 3rd grade. Divine position, Mountain God of Nyoto Mountain, Junior Tier 2, control range, 50 miles. Divine power, 1,199 units. Incense power, 13,479 strands. Each 100 strands can be converted to 1 unit of divine power. Note, daily incense gain, 13,475 strands. Divine techniques, intermediate thunder strike, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate wind and rain summoning, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate beast mastery, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate nature communication, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate summon mountain spirits and wild beasts, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate blessing, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate curse, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate dream induction, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate healing, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate flying sword technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate divine summoning, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate holy purification, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate heartburn curse, 100 units of divine power. Basic avatar shadow technique, 500 units of divine power. Followers, total 176 individuals. Advanced believer, 1, daily incense contribution of 1,000 strands. Intermediate believers, 50, daily incense contribution of 100 strands. Novice believers, 125, daily incense contribution of 50 strands. Items, Thunder Crystal X1070, Warrior Advancement Scroll X1, Divine Staff X1, Divine Robe X1, Divine Grimoire X1, Withered 9 Revolution, Xianyang Herb Seed X1. After converting incense power into divine power, I now possess 1333 units of divine power. Upon manifesting the avatar, I will only have 833 units left. This divine power truly does not last long. Ding Hao mused, yet the allure of the avatar was irresistible. Without hesitation, he expended 500 units of divine power to cast the basic avatar shadow technique. A peculiar wave surged through him, and Ding Hao felt a wonderfully strange sensation enveloping his spirit. In the next moment, a figure identical to Ding Hao appeared beside the statue of the mountain god. Who are you? As Neo Dekang and others knelt in prayer, they suddenly beheld a youth in white materializing beside the mountain goddess statue, causing them to gasp in alarm, fearing for the mountain goddess' safety. They quickly shouted, rallying Neo Dali and several other warriors to surround the newcomer. Ding Hao curiously surveyed his surroundings, his physical sight merging with his spiritual perception, creating a profoundly mystical experience. Young man, my father inquires about your identity. Who are you? And why have you intruded upon the mountain goddess temple? Neo Dali's expression grew grave as he summoned his fiery palm, prepared for an imminent confrontation. If you do not speak, do not blame me for my unkindness. Upon declaring this, Neo Taiju and the others braced themselves, ready to act at a moment's notice. I am a divine envoy. The white-clad Ding Hao cast a cold, haughty glance at Neo Dali and the others, his tone imbued with arrogance and indifference. A divine envoy? At these words, Neo Dekang and the others fell into a stunned silence. The envoy of the mountain god. Neo Taiju swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. You are the messenger of the mountain god. They had all witnessed the mountain god's manifestations and held a profound reverence and trust for him. However, the sudden appearance of a messenger left them somewhat bewildered. How do you prove that you are the messenger of the mountain god? Neo Dali furrowed his brows, the previous hostility in his tone dissipating. Oh, upon hearing this, the white-clad Ding Hao smiled gently. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a streak of light shot forth from his palm, landing upon Neo Dali. A scroll of martial ascension. Boom. A mysterious and powerful force enveloped Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter entirely. He felt a surge of robust, yet gentle energy flooding into his dantian, forcefully expanding it. This energy coursed through his meridians, flowing through every limb and bone, continuously broadening his physique. His body involuntarily straightened, his bones crackling like firecrackers, and his muscles swelled visibly, the surface of his skin even taking on a faint bronze sheen. An aura of strength far beyond his previous state erupted from him. The bottleneck of a second-tier warrior was instantly shattered. He had become a third-tier warrior. I have ascended? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, overwhelmed with emotion, felt the formidable power in his hands. He could hardly believe that in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a third-tier warrior. Unable to contain himself, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter let out a low roar, feeling the surging power within him. He suddenly knelt before the statue, bowing deeply. Thank you, Mountain God, for bestowing divine strength. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter is willing to brave fire and water for the Mountain God. Unafraid of death. This scene, how reminiscent it was. Chapter 21, The City of the Divine Realm. Had they not witnessed something similar just days ago? The Mountain God had manifested, allowing Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, and 4 others to ascend to the ranks of warriors, and had even elevated Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter to a second-tier warrior. Now, employing the same divine method, he had ascended to a third tier. This person's methods were indistinguishable from those of the Mountain God. Moreover, they were in the Mountain God's temple, right under his very eyes. Who would dare impersonate the Mountain God's messenger? Were they courting death? Such thoughts raced through the minds of Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the others, and they quickly concluded that the white-clad youth before them was indeed the Mountain God's messenger. Salutations to the messenger. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter was the first to kneel before Ding Hao. Salutations to the esteemed messenger. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, and the others followed suit, prostrating in reverence. Rise, Ding Hao said coolly. As the Mountain God's messenger, he naturally had to maintain a certain dignity. Thank you, esteemed messenger. The crowd promptly stood, aligning themselves respectfully beside Ding Hao, not daring to breathe audibly. Previously, they had revered the Mountain God, yet he had not manifested in person, thus, their hearts bore less pressure. However, the presence of the messenger made the atmosphere fundamentally different. May I inquire, esteemed messenger, what divine edict has the Mountain God bestowed? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter stepped forward, lowering his head in utmost respect. The city of the divine realm opens today, and your faithful must enter to acquire resources. Ding Hao's tone remained indifferent. The city of the divine realm is filled with opportunities, yet fraught with peril and slaughter. Are you willing to enter? Do you dare to enter? The Mountain God has protected our Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter village, saving the lives of our entire village time and again. The lives of our people are a gift from the Mountain God. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter declared loudly. Do not speak of the risks of entering the city of the divine realm. Even if it requires us to sacrifice our lives at this very moment, we would do so without a second thought. Yes, we are willing to brave fire and water for the Mountain God, to undertake any task, regardless of the cost. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter cried, shaking his fist the size of a sandbag. For the Mountain God, we are willing. 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 The villagers' voices rose in unison, growing louder until they formed a torrent of steel-like resolve. Since it is so, I shall grant you several weapons for your protection in the name of the Mountain God. Ding Hao nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand, and 6 streaks of light fell into the hands of Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the other 6 warriors. Each received a first-tier weapon. With Ding Hao's third-grade divine abilities, the crafting process had accelerated significantly. Previously, he could forge 2 weapons in an hour. Now, he could produce 10 first-tier weapons. The eyes of Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the others sparkled with excitement. Until now, the best weapon in their village had been a simple blade, which had been damaged during a battle with a toad beast. Yet, the first-tier longsword in their hands was leagues superior to that crude blade. Thank you, Mountain God, for the sword. Thank you, esteemed messenger. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter expressed, kneeling once more to express his gratitude. Rise, Ding Hao replied, then conjured a talisman, extending it to Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. This is a summoning talisman. In times of dire need, activate it with your own blood and recite the name of the Mountain God, and you shall receive the divine power of the Mountain God. However, once activated, the burden and harm to yourself will be significant. Do not use it unless in a critical situation. This item was a replica of the summoning technique that Ding Hao had formed using 100 units of divine power, given to Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter as a trump card. A summoning talisman. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's eyes gleamed with intensity. Just hearing the name made it seem extraordinary. He extended his trembling hands to accept the talisman. Once again kneeling before the Mountain God and the messenger. Rest assured, Mountain God and esteemed messenger, I, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, shall never disappoint the expectations of the Mountain God. Prepare yourselves. We shall enter the city of the divine realm at any moment. Ding Hao declared, as a peculiar, ancient, and mysterious key materialized in his hand. The key to the divine realm. Soon, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the others exchanged brief farewells with their families, aware that the journey ahead was perilous and uncertain. Yet with the Mountain God watching over them, they felt little fear. The messenger stands ready. We are prepared. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the others said respectfully before Ding Hao. Very well. Ding Hao nodded, and the key to the divine realm suddenly floated, emanating a soft white light, suspended in midair. Ancient patterns swirled upon it, seemingly concealing the secrets to connect with another world. The villagers before the mountain goddess temple held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the key. Awe, curiosity, and a hint of trepidation regarding the unknown intertwined in their hearts. In an instant, the key to the divine realm erupted with brilliant radiance, an invisible energy radiating outward from its core. The space before them rippled as violently as water, the air resonating with a low hum, faintly punctuated by a tearing sound. Light and shadow twisted and intertwined, swiftly forming a towering vortex-like portal. Within the portal, colors shifted unpredictably, at times deep as ink, at times shimmering with brilliance, exuding an aura that was otherworldly and ancient. Standing merely before the portal, one could distinctly sense the pressure emanating from it, along with an indescribable allure. The gate of the divine realm has opened. Someone could not help but exclaim. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter tightened his grip on the first-tier long knife, the cold touch of the hilt steadying his nerves. At this moment, to claim one was not anxious would be a falsehood. The essence of determination flickered in the eyes of the white-clad Ding Hao, who suddenly stepped forward, crossing into the luminous gateway, vanishing in an instant. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the others no longer hesitated, following in succession, resolutely stepping into the gate of the divine realm. The villagers held their breath, silently praying for their safe return. O mountain god, we beseech you, protect our village chief and his companions. They must return alive. One villager knelt down, quietly invoking a prayer. A sensation of weightlessness engulfed them, as if their souls were cast into a kaleidoscopic dye vat. When Ding Hao regained his footing, the sight before him elicited a tremor of astonishment within his heart. The sky was a bizarre shade of dark purple, dotted with enormous, angular floating rocks that drifted slowly. The ground beneath their feet was charred black, barren of any plant life, while in the distance, distorted and grotesque vegetation resembled struggling, withered claws. The air was thick with a faint scent of sulfur, mingled with an indescribable, primal stench. The spiritual energy, or rather the force present in this realm, was far denser than that of the outside world, yet more chaotic and volatile. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the other 5 martial artists arrived in succession, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, their faces a canvas of shock and unease. Is this truly the city of the divine realm? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter murmured, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the others also maintained a wary gaze, their eyes scanning the area, fully alert. Stay vigilant, and proceed. Ding Hao's voice resonated, imbued with a calming authority. The 7 of them advanced cautiously, each step taken with utmost care. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from behind a black rock resembling a monstrous head. Be careful, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter hissed, positioning his blade defensively. A shadow darted out like lightning, hurtling towards the 7. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, lunging directly at Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. As he focused, he realized the assailant was a grotesque insect. The creature stood about half a person's height, its body enveloped in a dark green exoskeleton, boasting 6 scythe-like appendages. Its head was devoid of eyes, featuring only a maw lined with fine, sharp fangs, exuding a nauseating stench. Now a 3rd-tier martial artist, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's reflexes far surpassed those of his past. In an instant, his inner strength erupted. He sidestepped just in time to evade the creature's assault. Simultaneously, he swung his long knife with force, slicing through the air. The sharpness of the 1st-tier weapon combined with the strength of a 3rd-tier warrior easily breached the insect's tough exoskeleton, dark green fluid spraying forth. The insect emitted a piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently before falling still. What remarkable speed! Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter gazed at the insect's carcass, his tone somber. He turned to Ding Hao, who calmly observed the scene without intervening. Let us examine it and see what it holds, Ding Hao suggested. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter stepped forward, cautiously prodding the insect's body with the hilt of his knife. To their astonishment, the corpse began to rapidly dissipate upon exposure to the air, transforming into wisps of black smoke. Only a small, fingernail-sized crystal radiating a faint green light remained in the insect's split abdomen. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter picked it up, feeling its icy surface and sensing the peculiar energy it contained. Divine Master, what is this? He respectfully offered it to Ding Hao. Ding Hao accepted it, briefly sensing its essence. This is a 1st-tier demonic crystal, containing a portion of the power of the beast from this realm. It may prove useful, so let us keep it safe. The energy within the crystal was chaotic and weak, of little use to him directly, but it could be beneficial to these martial artists or for future crafting or formations. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter carefully stored the crystal away. He then bent down to retrieve a 1st-tier demonic core from the ground. It turned out to be merely a 1st-tier beast. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's expression darkened. This insect's speed was significantly superior to that of the 1st-tier beasts encountered outside, even rivaling that of 2nd-tier beasts. I wonder if speed is its forte, or if the creatures within the city of the divine realm generally possess greater strength than those in the outside world. Father, Taiju, be especially cautious, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter whispered. You too must be careful. Neo Dekhang replied gravely. Neo Dali, being the strongest, took on the role of the vanguard, making him the most likely to encounter danger. Let us continue forward. Ding Hao announced, stepping ahead. Stay close, and watch your footing and surroundings. Neo Dali instructed in a low voice, leading the way. His third-tier martial aura radiating, sensitive to the movements around them. Ding Hao walked in the middle of the group, his expression serene, as if merely taking a stroll in his own backyard. Yet his formidable spiritual power was already probing the distance for threats. Compared to Neo Dali and the other martial artists, Ding Hao's spirit was far more adept at detecting danger early on. The group proceeded cautiously for several hundred meters when suddenly, from behind a cluster of black rocks, a rustling sound broke the stillness, far more intense than before. Here they come again, Neo Taiju shouted, gripping his first-tier long knife tightly. Indeed, 3 or 4 shadows sprang forth almost simultaneously from behind the rocks. Identical to the dark, green-shelled insects encountered earlier. Their speed was astonishing, scattering to attack the group from different angles. Be careful. Neo Dali reacted swiftly, shouting. He confronted 2 of the charging creatures head-on, his strength surging as the heat of his flame palm coalesced in his palm, the long knife trailing a crimson arc as he swept it outward. With a whoosh, the blade flashed, cleaving the foremost insect in 2, dark green liquid splattering everywhere. The other creature's scythe-like appendage collided with the long knife, producing a shrill screech, and was sent sprawling back by Neo Dali's overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Neo Taiju, Neo Yaozu, and the others each engaged another insect. After repelling one, Neo Dali wasted no time. He stomped the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the reeling creature, striking it down with another blow. Crack! The insect's exoskeleton shattered, extinguishing its life. Having dealt with his 2 foes, Neo Dali swiftly turned to support Neo Taiju, who was struggling against the rapid assaults of the insect, his techniques fierce yet repeatedly evaded. With Neo Dali's assistance, a single swing severed one of the creature's appendages, causing it to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Neo Taiju roared, bringing his long knife down with great force, finishing it off. On the other side, Neo Yaozu found himself in a perilous situation, but thanks to Neo Dali's timely arrival, they combined their strength to slay the last remaining insect. The battle concluded swiftly, yet beads of sweat adorned everyone's foreheads. These ghastly creatures are far too swift. Neo Taiju gasped, still shaken. Thank goodness for Dali's presence. Neo Dekhang surveyed the remnants of the insects scattered across the ground, collecting several first-tier demonic cores and demonic crystals. Dali, these demonic beasts are merely first-tier creatures. Yet their strength is formidable. Were it not for your intervention, we would surely have suffered injuries, remarked Neo Dekhang, his countenance grave. Neo Taiju and the others also bore grim expressions. Despite being a group of martial artists armed with first-tier weapons, they found themselves perilously cornered by these vile insects. A source of embarrassment indeed. Especially with the divine envoy standing nearby, their disheveled state might lead him to deem the people of Neo Head Village unworthy of trust. Father, we have only recently become martial artists. Aside from my mastery of the blazing palm, none of you possess any combat techniques yet. Our inexperience inevitably leads to confusion. Neo Dali observed the situation with clarity and continued, once we engage in battle with these demonic beasts a few more times and gain experience, we shall fare better. Upon hearing this, Neo Dekhang and the others nodded in agreement. His words bore wisdom. Ding Hao, clad in white, observed the unfolding events with a slight nod, expressing satisfaction with Neo Dali's performance. With the strength of a third-tier martial artist, combined with commendable reflexes and combat awareness, he had begun to demonstrate the capabilities requisite for leading this small team. Let us gather our spoils and proceed. Ding Hao's voice remained calm and unperturbed. As they collected their bounty and continued onward, the surrounding environment appeared to shift subtly. Strange, twisted plants began to emerge from the charred earth, exhibiting a morbid purplish-black hue. Their branches adorned with sharp barbs. Some tendrils even seemed to writhe, as if imbued with life. Be cautious of these plants. Their presence feels ominous, Neo Dali cautioned, instinctively sensing the danger they posed. They circumvented a particularly dense thicket of purplish-black shrubs, when suddenly, Neo Yaozu stumbled, letting out a quiet gasp. A deep-rooted purplish-black vine, akin to a venomous serpent, ensnared his ankle, its thorns piercing through his trousers and skin. Chapter 23. Ambushed. Neo Yaozu winced in pain, his complexion turning ashen as he felt a chilling force penetrating his wound. Yaozu, Neo Taiju, closest and quickest to respond, swung his blade at the vine. Clang! The first-tier longsword struck the vine, producing a metallic clash, yet failed to sever it. The vine, wounded, constricted even tighter, while more tendrils erupted from the ground, eager to ensnare Neo Yaozu's body. Retreat! Neo Dali bellowed, stepping beside Neo Yaozu. The full force of a third-tier martial artist surged forth as he wielded his long sword with all his might, cleaving downwards. Sizzle! This time, the resilient vine was finally severed, oozing a noxious, dark green liquid. Yet, an onslaught of tendrils surged forth from every direction, causing the ground to tremble as if some colossal creature were awakening from beneath. This is bad. Neo-Dachang's face paled. Run. But it was already too late. The ground around them suddenly collapsed, and dozens, if not hundreds, of robust purplish-black vines burst forth, weaving together to form an enormous net, ensnaring all 7 of them at the center. At the heart of this vine-laden trap, a colossal bud resembling a carnivorous flower began to rise. As it unfurled, instead of revealing petals, it disclosed a single, glistening, slime-covered eye. A formidable aura radiated outward, far surpassing any demonic beast they had encountered before. A second-tier demonic beast. Neodali felt a weight in his heart. This vine creature exuded a menace greater than the second-tier toad demon they had previously vanquished. Roar. The vine beast emitted a low growl, its solitary eye locking onto the strongest presence, Neodali. Dozens of tendrils lunged at him like enraged pythons, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Kill. Neodali's eyes widened in fury as he roared. Blazing palm. A torrent of searing wind and razor-sharp blade light cleaved through the approaching tendrils. Yet, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming, their resilience seemingly endless. Neo Taiju and the others swung their weapons desperately, attempting to carve a path through the encroaching tendrils. But their efforts were in vain. Thud. Neo Guangzong, unable to evade in time, was struck on the back by a vine, letting out a cry of anguish as blood sprayed forth, sending him crashing against the vine wall, where he was immediately ensnared by multiple tendrils. Save him. Neo Dekang shouted anxiously upon witnessing this scene. Neodali's heart raced with desperation. This vine beast was not only powerful, but possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. If they continued in this manner, exhaustion would inevitably lead to their demise. Despite being merely a second-tier creature, its strength rivaled that of a nascent third-tier martial artist like himself. The creature's treacherous tactics plunged his group into dire straits. It was entirely due to the inexperience of his comrades, who lacked formidable martial skills. Such thoughts flitted through Neodali's mind, but he had no time to dwell on them. His gaze swept over to the divine envoy, who stood silently observing, making no move to intervene. Strangely, the tendrils seemed to ignore the divine envoy altogether. Why? The eye bud is its weak point, came Ding Hao's voice, echoing in their ears. Neodali felt a spark of inspiration. Forcing his way through several encroaching tendrils, he steeled himself. I'll risk it. He bit down on his tongue, unleashing the latent power within, enhancing his speed and strength once more. His form becoming a fleeting shadow as he charged directly towards the eye bud at the center of the vine beast. Dali, be careful. Neo Dekang cried out in alarm. Slish. Tendrils lashed against Neodali's back, inflicting deep, bloody gashes, but he pressed on, propelled by the momentum, reaching the eye bud in an instant. Break for me. He roared, channeling all his might into a single blazing palm strike. In that moment, time seemed to slow. Boom. A searing blaze erupted, crashing directly into the eye bud of the vine beast. The flames swiftly enveloped the bud, spreading like wildfire in an instant, consuming the entire vine creature. A piercing shriek echoed, the vine beast howling in agony as its tendrils writhed in the inferno, ultimately reduced to a pile of ash scattered on the ground. Exhausted, Neodali collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in a mix of sweat and blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Neo Dekang and the others were similarly injured. Their conditions not much better. Dali, are you alright? Neo Dekang expressed concern for his son. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a moment. Neodali promptly replied. Father, how are you all faring? Just superficial wounds. The others responded in unison. Taiju, you maintain vigilance while the rest of us recuperate. Neodali instructed. Understood. Neo Taiju, being the least injured, promptly positioned himself a short distance away to keep watch. Neodali and the others quickly set about recovering from their wounds. After a brief interval, the group rose to their feet, though his injuries had yet to fully heal. Walking had become manageable for Neodali. He approached the spot where the vine beast lay lifeless and discovered a green demon core, roughly the size of a fist, radiating a rich aura of life, quietly resting on the ground. Beside it was a core resembling jade vines. Dressed in white, Ding Hao spoke with a calm demeanor. A second-tier wood-type demon core, imbued with remarkably pure energy. The vine essence might possess unique utility. His tone remained indifferent, as if the earlier breathtaking battle had merely been a trivial interlude. Subsequently, Ding Hao ceased his discourse and strode toward the location of the vine beast's root system. At that moment, the roots had also been incinerated, revealing a vast pit, within which a crystal emanating a faint blue glow floated serenely. Chapter 24. The divine domain crystal. In that deep pit lay a crystal, approximately the size of an infant's fist, gently suspended in the air. The crystal displayed a dreamlike pale blue hue, its surface shimmering with peculiar luster, as if countless tiny runes flickered within. A wave of pure, majestic energy radiated from the crystal, calming the chaotic spiritual energy surrounding it. What is this? Neodali struggled to rise, drawing closer to feel the energy, which seemed to alleviate his pain somewhat. The others gazed in astonishment, their attention captivated by this extraordinary crystal. They had never encountered such a pure and beautiful object. and the power it contained made them feel their internal energy coursing more swiftly. Ding Hao approached, extending his hand toward the pale blue crystal, making a gentle, beckoning motion. With a hum, the crystal quivered slightly before transforming into a streak of light, smoothly landing in Ding Hao's palm. It felt cool to the touch, the energy gentle. Immediately, a piece of information surged into Ding Hao's mind. Divine Domain Crystal. Upon activation, it can randomly yield various treasures, resources, and techniques. Being one of the common fortunes found in the city of Divine Domain, a spark ignited within Ding Hao's heart, and as the divine power within him circulated, the light within the crystal suddenly intensified. With a crisp crack, the Divine Domain crystal shattered, resembling a blooming blue flower. At the center of this floral display, several items floated in tranquil suspension: an ancient animal skin scroll, a few pills radiating a soft white light, and a dozen irregular transparent crystals glimmering with faint energy. As the items emerged, the energy of the Divine Domain crystal was nearly depleted, its surface brilliance swiftly fading to dullness. Ding Hao unfurled the animal skin scroll, revealing a martial technique for all to see, the second-tier technique, Galeblade. A second-tier martial technique. The crowd felt their breaths quicken, their eyes alight with excitement. Having just faced the Vine Beast, they acutely realized their inadequacy in martial skills, particularly for Neodali, who possessed the strength of a third-tier warrior yet struggled to unleash it fully. He felt increasingly restricted in combat. If only he could acquire a powerful martial technique, his combat prowess would surely surge. Divine Envoy, may we be granted this technique? Neodali swallowed hard, his expression pleading. Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Hao tossed the scroll to him. Neodali hurriedly extended his hands, carefully receiving the scroll. Eagerly, he unfurled it, and powerful, vigorous characters met his gaze, accompanied by detailed diagrams of technique application. After merely a few glances, he felt an unparalleled blade intent wash over him, as if it could summon a tempest and rend all asunder. Galeblade, what a formidable technique. Neodali trembled with excitement. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. With it, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle. Thank you, Divine Envoy, for this gift. Neodali knelt once more, fervently bowing his head until his forehead touched the scorched earth. Ding Hao paid no heed to his reverence and tossed the pills and energy crystals to the others. Healing pills can aid warriors in recovering from injuries. Low-tier energy crystals can replenish consumed energy and assist in cultivation. Thank you, Divine Envoy. Neo Dekhang and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they received the pills and crystals. They immediately sat cross-legged and consumed the pills. A gentle medicinal force spread within them, swiftly nourishing their injured meridians and bodies, the pain subsiding quickly, and their expended strength gradually restoring. Neodali, cradling the Galeblade scroll, felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure, immersing himself wholly in its teachings. Ding Hao observed quietly from the side, aware that the city of Divine Domain indeed harbored both fortune and peril. Slaying a second-tier Vine Beast not only yielded a demon core in essence, but also a Divine Domain crystal. The revealed Galeblade technique perfectly compensated for the deficiencies in martial skills among Neodali and his companions. The healing pills and energy crystals would enable them to regain their combat effectiveness more swiftly. This was a remarkable harvest. Approximately half an hour later, the group had largely recovered from their injuries and replenished their stamina. Although Neodali had yet to fully grasp the Galeblade technique, he had made a preliminary understanding, and a fierce aura now radiated from him, indicating significant progress. Divine Envoy, we are ready. Neo Dekhang stood, respectfully stating. The others similarly rose, their spirits markedly improved, gazing at Ding Hao with heightened reverence. This Divine Envoy not only possessed unfathomable strength, but could bestow techniques and medicinal treasures without needing the mountain god's permission, underscoring his esteemed status. Very well, Ding Hao replied with a slight nod. Let us proceed. Thus, the group ventured forth once more. Ding Hao unleashed his spiritual domain, seeking the Divine Domain crystal, encountering beasts without deliberately evading them, instead allowing Neodali and the others to hone their skills. In just 2 short hours, Neodali led his 5 companions to slay another second-tier Vine Beast and 3 first-tier insects, simultaneously acquiring a second Divine Domain crystal. Suddenly, Neodali and the others sensed a peculiar force emanating from the city of Divine Domain, enveloping them within its embrace. In that moment, a realization dawned in their hearts. The 3-hour exploration period in the city of Divine Domain had come to a close. In the next instant, the 7 of them were mysteriously transported away by the power emanating from the city of Divine Domain. When Neodali opened his eyes again, he found himself standing before the mountain god temple. Village chief, you all have returned. How wonderful. The villagers of Nyodo village, who had been anxiously awaiting their return at the temple, sighed in relief upon seeing Nyo Dekhang and the others emerge, rushing forward to inquire. Village chief, are you injured? Dali, what transpired inside? Are your injuries serious? Yaozu, do enlighten us. What exactly lies within the city of Divine Realm? The villagers inquired with palpable curiosity. No need to fret, merely some minor injuries. Taiju chuckled heartily. Allow me to tell you, the city of Divine Realm is fraught with peril. Ding Hao, dismissive of these boastful individuals, was acutely aware of the complete merging of his soul with the experiences that transpired in the city of Divine Realm the moment he emerged in his white attire. I see. Ding Hao nodded, recognizing that indeed, the city of Divine Realm is a remarkable place. The opportunities it presents need not be elaborated upon. The dangers seem to serve as a crucible for the faithful, undoubtedly advantageous for their growth. Just as Ding Hao intended to check on the situation in the chat area, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Main Quest 1. Collect 10 Divine Realm Crystals. Chapter 25. Tomorrow, Early Risers. Oh, the system has issued a quest? Ding Hao expressed his surprise. He pondered how the divine journeys of other wild gods had fared. With that thought, he entered the chat area. At that moment, the chat area was in an uproar. Countless wild gods were lamenting. I only have 3 warrior followers, and I've sent them all in, yet they all perished. To this day, I remain ignorant of the dangers lurking in the city of Divine Realm. This is utterly frustrating. Upon hearing this wild god's lament, others quickly chimed in. Indeed, my followers also entered but did not return. Yet, my personal information interface clearly indicates a reduction in the number of followers. Alas, I don't even possess a single warrior follower. I haven't sent anyone in at all. Did you all see? The system has issued the main quest to collect Divine Realm crystals, yet we cannot even enter the city of Divine Realm. How can we collect them? I sent in 30 followers, lamented another wild god, but within a minute, they were completely wiped out. How could a mere city of Divine Realm cause such calamity? Suddenly, Chong Chung interjected. Let me enlighten you regarding what truly exists within the city of Divine Realm. Chong Chung, what resources have your followers acquired from within? Someone eagerly inquired. My warriors sent and managed to slay 2 insect-like demon beasts, obtaining demon cores and demon crystals. These items can be exchanged at the system's pawnshop, greatly enhancing my divine power. However, the city of Divine Realm is exceedingly perilous. If you lack second-tier warrior followers, I suggest you refrain from entering. To do so would be tantamount to seeking death. Second-tier warrior followers? Upon hearing this, someone lamented. When will that be? I currently have not a single warrior under my command. Chong Chung, what exactly are Divine Realm crystals? Could you elucidate for us? Someone curiously asked. Well, Chong Chung hesitated slightly before responding. They are a unique treasure within the Divine Realm, which can be exchanged for divine power. And how many Divine Realm crystals have you collected? Chong Chung. Not many. They are rather scarce, Chong Chung replied vaguely. Suddenly, Bai Jie spoke up. Everyone. The Divine Realm crystals are monopolized by the demon beasts of the Divine Realm. To acquire them, one must slay these beasts. Therefore, exercise utmost caution while obtaining the Divine Realm crystals. Furthermore, these crystals can yield many valuable items, such as pills, techniques, martial arts, and equipment. Thank you, Bai Jie. The crowd realized that Bai Jie had obtained Divine Realm crystals, which are not merely for exchanging divine power, but can unveil treasures. It felt akin to opening a mystery box. The discussion erupted among the crowd, and they soon understood that Chong Chung had not actually acquired any Divine Realm crystals. Otherwise, he would not have claimed they were merely items for exchanging divine power. Chong Chung, still trying to defend himself, argued. But the pills and techniques obtained can indeed be exchanged for divine power. Thus, my assertion holds merit. Ha ha ha, a stubborn duck. Someone retorted. Chong Chung, you should go where it's more comfortable for you. At this comment, derision erupted from the crowd. Chong Chung, overwhelmed with shame, harbored deep resentment towards Bai Jie, blaming her for wanting to steal the spotlight by revealing the function of the Divine Realm crystals. Otherwise, who would have known the truth? However, Bai Jie had actually obtained Divine Realm crystals. It seemed he must urge his followers to explore with greater urgency. Everyone, have you noticed? Just then, someone spoke up. The Divine Realm key refreshes daily and is only valid for that day. If not used, it expires. Indeed, is the system so ruthless? A wild god lamented. For those of us without warriors, does this mean we shall lose the opportunity to enter the city of Divine Realm? Over time, won't the gap with others only widen? If you can't enter, you can sell the Divine Realm key. Someone cheerfully suggested. In the Treasure Pavilion, a Divine Realm key sells for 100 units of divine power. If you offer a discount, selling it for 50 units of divine power will surely attract buyers. Thank you. Elder brother upstairs. I owe you one. The previously disheartened wild god exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Although he could not enter, selling the Divine Realm key would mean gaining an additional 50 units of divine power each day, pure bliss. With this in mind, he immediately shouted, selling Divine Realm key. 50 units of divine power. Only this one, first come first served. Yet, despite his cries, no one made an offer. Even Bai Jie showed no inclination to purchase. The reason was simple. After a single entry into the city of Divine Realm, the warriors under Bai Jie had sustained severe injuries, necessitating recovery. If divine arts were used for healing, a certain amount of divine power would be consumed, coupled with the need to purchase divine power for entry. It was a net loss. After all, no one could guarantee that they would acquire resources upon entering. It was possible that warrior followers might even perish. Therefore, Bai Jia and others concluded that it was best to enter the city of Divine Realm methodically each day, buying 2 Divine Realm keys for 5 units of divine power each. Suddenly, Ding Hao announced a message. Entering the city of Divine Realm takes 3 hours, with a rest period of about 1 hour, allowing for 3 entries a day, totaling exactly 12 hours. Ding Hao has appeared. Wow, greetings to the esteemed one. A chance to touch the great one. Are you planning to enter the city of Divine Realm again, Ding Hao? What is the situation inside? Can you share? Someone pressed. Ding Hao pondered briefly before responding. It is perilous, but filled with opportunities. Without sufficient strength, it is wiser to proceed with caution. Thank you, Ding Hao. Countless voices responded in unison. Esteemed one, I have a Divine Realm key, but offering only 5 units of divine power seems too cheap. Could you possibly increase the offer? How about 40 units of divine power? Someone immediately inquired. I will offer 30 units of divine power. Ding Hao, I have sent you a trade request. Another hurriedly added. Why are you all disrupting the market like this? The Treasure Pavilion sells this for 100 units of divine power, and even at a discount, it's 50 units. Why are you selling it so cheaply? What is your intention? Someone protested loudly. Dear all, please refrain from submitting any further applications. I have successfully acquired 2 domain keys today. Tomorrow, be prompt. Chapter 26, Divine Revelation, Cultivating New Followers. Tomorrow, be prompt. Upon leaving this message, Ding Hao left the wild gods who still wished to sell their domain keys in a state of disarray. What is happening? Who has transacted with Ding Hao? Selling for merely 5 strands of divine power? Why not just give it away for free? Some voiced their dissatisfaction loudly. Indeed, to sell at such a low price now makes it impossible to raise the price later. It is utterly unfeasible. Others chimed in, expressing their profound displeasure and fury. In an instant, countless individuals joined the fray of denunciation, yet the 2 wild gods selling the domain keys remained silent, allowing these individuals to vent their frustrations in the chat room. Ding Hao, you are being excessive. At last, someone aimed their ire at Ding Hao. You have attained so many top rankings and possess formidable strength. You have even ascended to the 1st tier early on. We are but mere wild gods. What harm is there in you granting us a bit more divine power? Why must you be so calculating? Exactly. As the top player, why not lead us? Your younger brothers? Can't you exhibit a bit of generosity and magnanimity? The audacity of such words was indeed striking. Lu Fei could no longer contain himself, scoffing. You speak of grandeur and vision, yet where is your divine power to share with me? Ding Hao's position at the top is a result of his own capabilities. If you possess the skill, you, too, can reach such heights. What is the point of lamenting here? Furthermore, if you choose not to sell your 5 strands of divine power, then keep them and let them expire. Wishing to sell for 50 strands? Why not go seize it instead? A pack of fools. Lu Fei's scathing remarks resonated with a number of others. This was a survival world for wild gods. A matter of true life and death. Who would willingly play the saint? Enough of this chattering. Let us continue acquiring thunder crystals. Those wishing to sell, reach out to me promptly. Divine power is limited, and the quantity available for acquisition is finite. Lu Fei, disinterested in further debate with these fools, continued his pursuit of thunder crystals, a matter previously discussed in private with Ding Hao, who had also granted him 200 strands of divine power. Ding Hao, upon seeing the chat messages, could not help but smile at these fools, who fancied they could sell to him at a premium and take advantage of him. Such a delusion. The time ahead required him to continue crafting 1st-tier weapons, as the domain city had opened, and all wild gods needed to send warrior followers into it, leading to a skyrocketing demand for weapons. Meanwhile, clad in white, Ding Hao opened the 2nd domain crystal. He obtained, for warrior blessing scrolls, 2 gale scrolls, 2 bottles of chi recovery elixirs, containing 20 pills each. Warrior blessing scrolls? What a timely boon. Observing the throng kneeling before the mountain god temple, Ding Hao smiled lightly and proclaimed, Divine revelation from the mountain god. The crowd erupted in a thunderous response. The villagers of Nyodo village, Nyo Jiafu, Nyo Jiachuan, Nyo Guansuo, and Nyo Xiaofei, voiced their fervent faith in the mountain god, beseeching blessings for their ascension to warriors. As the words fell, for rays of light shot forth from Ding Hao's hands, enveloping the 4 individuals. They felt a warm current coursing through their bodies, instilling within them an immense power that filled every limb and sinew. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 resounding crashes, Neo Jiafu and his companions simultaneously ascended to 1st-tier warriors. Thank you, Mountain God, for your blessings. The 4 were initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly bowing before the Mountain God temple. Their fervor so intense that blood began to seep from their foreheads. Witnessing this, other followers felt a mix of envy and hope, yearning to be as fortunate as Neo Jiafu and his companions, aspiring to become warriors themselves. Clad in flowing white, Ding Hao's long hair danced in the wind. His expression solemn, yet dignified as he gazed at the crowd. As long as you devote yourselves sincerely to the mountain god, worshipping daily, one day the mountain god shall bestow blessings upon you. Thank you, divine envoy. The villagers exulted, hastily bowing in gratitude towards Ding Hao. Niu Jiachuan and his companions approached Ding Hao once more, kneeling in thanks. Niu Dekang. Ding Hao addressed, soon the domain city shall reopen. This time, Niu Dali shall lead. And the 5 of you shall accompany the divine envoy into it. You shall lead Niu Jiachuan and the others to Lu family village, spreading the great deeds of the mountain god. You understand what to do you not? Rest assured, divine envoy. Niu Dekang shall not disappoint the mountain god and your expectations. I will see to it. Very well, go forth. Ding Hao waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Niu Dekang turned and departed with Niu Jiachuan and the others. Lu family village was the closest to Nyodo village, yet it still lay over 30 miles away. Typically, interactions between the 2 villages were rare. The dangers outside the village made it perilous, and without warriors to safeguard them, they avoided contact whenever possible. However, now that the mountain god had issued a divine mandate for the people of Lu family village to worship him, Niu Dekang was determined to fulfill this task with utmost diligence, eager to demonstrate his capabilities to the mountain god and the divine envoy. Let us hasten our journey. Niu Dekang and the 4 raced swiftly, their newfound status as first-tier warriors allowing them to traverse the distance with remarkable speed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Lu family village. Just as they approached, Niu Jiachuan and his companions, still unaccustomed to controlling their newfound powers, were left panting from their exertions. Who goes there? Halt! Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the village entrance, as villagers armed with bows and weapons aimed at Niu Dekang and his group. In this world, danger lurked everywhere. One could never know when a stranger might prove fatal. I am Niu Dekang, the village head of Nyodo village. Unfazed, Niu Dekang shouted, his voice resonating through every household in Lu family village. Summon your village head, Lu Shaofeng. To meet me, I have important matters to discuss. Ah, it is village head Niu. Please wait a moment while I inform him. The guard at the village entrance recognized Niu Dekang, though curiosity swirled within him. Wasn't he Niu Dekang a small old man? Why did he now appear as a robust young man? Brother Niu, what brings you here? Moments later, a hearty voice rang out from within Lu family village, as village head Lu Shaofeng strode forth with confidence, approaching Niu Dekang. However, just as he took a few steps, Lu Xiaofeng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 27. A solemn invitation for the mountain god to descend. Lu Xiaofeng's countenance shifted, causing him to halt in his tracks. Brother Niu, your appearance. Niu Dekang, several years Lu's senior, had long since entered the twilight of middle age, his hair touched with gray. Yet at this moment, the man standing before him, Niu Dekang, exhibited a vibrant complexion, radiating vitality, with a mane of jet black hair and a robust physique, completely devoid of any signs of aging. Simultaneously, Lu Shaofeng sensed a formidable aura emanating from Niu Dekang. This aura was reminiscent of the martial artists he had encountered in the town. A thought abruptly sparked in Lu Xiaofeng's mind. Brother Niu, have you become a martial artist? With a somewhat strained tone, Lu Shaofeng spoke. Ha, Lu, my younger brother. Keen observation. Niu Dekang laughed heartily, approaching Lu Shaofeng and clapping a hand on his shoulder, grinning as he said, what is the matter? Will you not invite us inside for a chat? Please, Brother Niu, do come in. Lu Shaofeng responded swiftly, ushering Niu Dekang and his companions into the village. Upon reaching his home, he offered them tea. At that moment, Lu Shaofeng took the opportunity to scrutinize the members of the Niu family, and this inspection left him drenched in cold sweat. The 4 from the Niu family were also martial artists. Brother Niu, you all have become martial artists? Lu Shaofeng felt his voice tremble. Indeed, Niu Dekang raised his cup and took a hearty drink, laughing as he said, I became a martial artist 4 days ago. These fellows just achieved it today? Where did you acquire so many martial pills? They are incredibly precious. Lu Shaofeng exclaimed, astonished and stammering. Martial pills? The 5 from Niu's family erupted into laughter. How could we possibly use such things as martial pills? Niu Dekang scoffed. Exactly. If one resorts to martial pills, the prospect of further advancement becomes utterly hopeless. Niu Jiachuan concurred. Not martial pills. Then do you possess a method of cultivation in your village that allows one to become a martial artist? Lu Xiaofeng's heart stirred as he cautiously inquired. Xiaofeng, we have been old friends for many years. Niu Dekang, tired of the riddles, directly stated, I will tell you the truth. In our Niu head village, there are now 10 martial artists. Among them, my son Dali is even a 3rd-tier martial artist. 10 martial artists? And one is a 3rd tier? How can this be possible? Lu Shaofeng was genuinely unsettled this time. What on earth was happening? So many martial artists suddenly emerged? And a 3rd-tier martial artist? A 3rd-tier martial artist is a figure of great significance even in the town, because our mountain god of Niu head village has manifested. Niu Dekang said proudly. The mountain god has bestowed blessings upon us, enabling us to become martial artists. Not only that, the mountain god also vanquished the wolf demon and the toad demon beast that plagued our village. The mountain god has further granted blessings that healed many villagers of their ailments. Even old Li, who had been paralyzed, can now walk. And all of this is the blessing of the mountain god. The mountain god has manifested. Lu Shaofeng said, somewhat bewildered. What gods could possibly exist in this world? If there were truly divine beings, would they allow demons to run rampant, treating humanity as mere livestock, as their sustenance? Brother Neo, do not jest with me. It was no wonder Lu Xiaofeng was skeptical. After all, for countless years, demons had roamed unchecked, manifesting their sinister presence. While only martial artists in the Great Xia could contend with them, yet, the number of martial artists was exceedingly limited, unable to safeguard the vast populace of the Great Xia. If divine beings truly existed, how could they tolerate such reckless behavior from demons? Humph. Neo Dekhang snorted coldly, unperturbed, and declared loudly, "The manifestation of our mountain god is a truth witnessed by the entire village. If you do not believe it, feel free to visit our village and see for yourself." Lu Xiaofeng felt a flicker of curiosity. After all, it wasn't far, a visit wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, at that very moment, a strange, demonic wind swept through the village. This eerie wind carried a foul stench, causing the villagers of Lu's family to feel dizzy and nauseous. "Not good, demons are approaching," Lu Xiaofeng exclaimed in alarm, and as he shouted, he immediately commanded the villagers to prepare for defense. Typically, demons would not invade a village, treating a particular village as their territory, raising humans, and periodically demanding tributes as sustenance. However, some passing demons, or those on the brink of death, might charge into the village, slaughtering the villagers mercilessly. In such cases, the villagers would have to fight to the death. "Hurry, let the women and children hide first. The men will take up arms and fight the demons," Lu Xiaofeng shouted. The villagers of Lu's family immediately descended into chaos, cries echoing throughout. "Stay calm, let us investigate." Neo Dekhang grasped Lu Xiaofeng firmly, leading Neo Jiachuan and the others as they strode toward the outside, cackling wickedly. The demonic wind suddenly carried a piercing laughter. A tiny village has suddenly gained 5 martial artists? How delightful. I never anticipated that my descent from the mountain to gather intelligence would lead me to such a fortuitous occurrence. You 5 are now mine. It has been ages since I savored the delicacies of martial artists. Ha ha ha. From within the demonic wind, a wild boar demon beast, eyes gleaming with ferocity, charged toward them. Second-tier demon beast. The overwhelming pressure forced Lu Xiaofeng and the villagers to kneel, struggling even to breathe. It felt as if with a mere thought, the wild boar demon beast could annihilate the entire village. Presumptuous. Despite facing immense pressure, Neo Dekhang, seasoned by recent battles, remained composed. "I am the envoy of the mountain god of Neohead village. You, foolish pig, should kneel and accept your demise." Neo Dechang's voice boomed, reaching every villager's ears. "You foolish creature, how dare a mere first-tier martial artist insult me? Watch as I devour you whole." The wild boar demon beast roared in fury, enraged by the insult of being called a foolish pig. At this moment, the wild boar demon beast bellowed in a fit of rage, charging directly at Neo Dekhang. "This is it. Brother Neo will surely meet his end." Lu Xiaofeng despaired, watching the unfolding scene. He could sense that the wild boar demon beast's aura far surpassed that of Neo Dekhang and the others. The gap in their levels and power left Lu Xiaofeng devoid of hope. "Village Chief Neo Dekhang, we humbly beseech the mountain god to descend, to vanquish the demon beast, and protect the good people of Lu family village." Suddenly, Neo Dekhang coughed up blood, directing his voice toward the direction of Neohead Mountain, and shouted with great fervor. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from the direction of Bullhead Mountain, rolling in like an unstoppable tide. Chapter 28, Divine Manifestation. The deity revealed among men. This force, cascading from Bullhead Mountain, resembled an invisible tsunami, instantly engulfing the entirety of Lu family village. Vast as the ocean, formidable as the depths of the abyss, the once foul and rancid demon winds, in the face of this pressure, seemed to encounter their nemesis, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. The wild boar demon beast, charging forward, suddenly froze in mid-gallop, as though colliding with an unseen barrier, halting its momentum abruptly. Its massive form twisted grotesquely in midair before crashing to the ground. In its eyes, gleaming with a savage red glow, there flickered an unprecedented expression of horror and disbelief. This pressure was immense, astounding, far surpassing any demon beast it had previously encountered. "No, it cannot be." The wild boar demon beast emitted a terrified roar, its voice trembling. "There are no gods in this world. It's all a lie. Everything is a deception. Impudence." A voice of authority resonated from the heavens, reverberating with deafening clarity. Simultaneously, a hazy figure materialized before the eyes of the gathered crowd. This figure towered 100 feet high, radiating blinding golden light. Its features obscured, yet commanding unwavering reverence, compelling all present to bow in worship. Neo Dekhang was the first to kneel, proclaiming loudly, "I bow before the mountain deity." Neo Jiachuan, "I bow before the mountain deity." Neo Jiafu, "I bow before the mountain deity." Neo Guansuo, "I bow before the mountain deity." Neo Xiaofei, "I bow before the mountain deity." The villagers of Bullhead Village fell to their knees in unison, fervently paying homage. Is this truly the mountain deity of Bullhead Village? In that instant, the residents of Lu family village, including Lu Xiaofeng, were not only struck with profound astonishment, but also imbued with a sense of joy, anticipation, and exhilaration. A mere second-tier demon beast dares to roar before this divine presence. To annihilation. That grand voice resounded once more. Immediately, the crowd beheld a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, striking directly upon the wild boar demon beast. Lightning strike. Boom. The thunderbolt struck the wild boar demon beast, which attempted to flee, but under the overwhelming divine might, it could not even let out a complete scream before being reduced to mere ashes by the celestial thunder. Lu Xiaofeng and the other villagers, alongside the 4 from the Niu family, gazed in terror at the bizarre and horrifying scene unfolding before them. Aside from a second-tier demon core, there was nothing left. In truth, Ding Hao needn't have gone to such lengths. Lu family village was already within the realm of his divine consciousness, and to obliterate a mere second-tier demon beast was but a fleeting thought. However, to instill a sense of reverence and faith among the villagers of Lu family village, Ding Hao chose to reveal his divinity and employ the lightning strike technique, basic, costing 10 units of divine power. He undertook these actions to cultivate additional followers. The effects of this divine manifestation are far superior to any tedious efforts to preach. Establishing authority is one of the quickest methods to garner faith. Is it easy being a mountain deity? Thank you, mountain deity, for your intervention in exterminating the demon beast. Niu Dekhang was the first to voice his gratitude, continuously bowing towards the enormous golden figure suspended in the air. This golden figure was a sight Niu Dekhang had never encountered before, and the shock within him was indescribable. The others from the Niu family felt similarly. God. A miracle, truly a miracle. The mountain deity has manifested. The mountain deity has saved us. After a brief silence, the villagers of Lu family village erupted in cries of relief and astonishment. This is the might of the mountain deity. Can you all see it? Niu Dechang's booming voice cut through the clamor. He spoke solemnly. The demon beasts ran rampant, seeking to turn you into their sustenance. Thankfully, the mountain deity, in his mercy, has bestowed divine retribution and vanquished this fiend. Why are you not hastening to bow and express your gratitude to the mountain deity for saving your lives? His voice resonated like a great bell, striking the hearts of every villager in Lu family village. Lu Xiaofeng jolted awake, suddenly realizing. He dashed towards the divine figure in the sky, prostrating himself and exclaiming, "We thank the mountain deity for saving the lives of the people of Lu family village. We, the Lu family village, vow to honor the mountain deity for generations, praying daily, ensuring that our incense never ceases, in gratitude for the mountain deity's great kindness and virtue." As he spoke, Lu Xiaofeng fervently bowed, his forehead striking the ground with a dull thud. The other villagers of Lu family village, witnessing this, also awakened to their senses, rushing to kneel before the golden giant in the sky, crying out their thanks for the mountain deity's salvation, pleading for his protection. We, Lu family village, vow to honor the mountain deity for generations, praying daily, ensuring that our incense never ceases, in gratitude for the mountain deity's great kindness and virtue. In an instant, the entrance of Lu family village was filled with kneeling figures, the air alive with fervent prayers and the sounds of worship. The golden giant in the sky gradually dissipated, yet the shock lingering in the hearts of the people remained indelible. The residents of Lu family village bowed for a full quarter of an hour before rising in succession. Lu Xiaofeng approached Niu Dekhang directly, deeply bowing in salute. "Brother Niu, today's events owe much to you. Had you not come, Lu family village might have been erased from this world. Come, my brother, allow me to host a banquet to express my gratitude." As he spoke, Lu Xiaofeng led Niu Dekhang and the others back into the house, ordering a feast to be prepared, toasting and exchanging cups. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Xiaofeng suddenly knelt before Niu Dekhang, his expression grave as he said, "Brother Niu, I have a humble request. I hope you will grant it." "What is it?" Niu Dekhang, suspecting the matter at hand, feigned ignorance and inquired. "I wish to bring the villagers of Lu family village to Bullhead village to burn incense and worship the mountain deity daily, to express our gratitude. I implore you, Brother Niu, to grant this request. Rest assured, once we arrive at Bullhead village, we will follow your every arrangement." With this declaration, it essentially placed Lu family village beneath Bullhead village in stature. To put it plainly, whatever they did henceforth would require deference to the people of Bullhead village. Yet, in this chaotic world, where life could be snuffed out at any moment, the blessing of a divine being and the chance to live well, even if it meant being subordinate, what did it matter? Ha ha. Niu Dekhang laughed heartily, responding, "Brother Lu, you are mistaken. We are all under the protection of the mountain deity, and it is only proper that we pay our respects to him, as long as you are willing. Bullhead village will always welcome you from Lu family village." "Thank you, Brother Niu." Lu Xiaofeng inwardly sighed in relief, his heart elated. Meanwhile, in a hidden location less than 3 miles from Lu family village, a fox demon beast lay trembling on the ground, too afraid to even breathe. Just moments ago, a colossal golden figure suddenly manifested above Lu family village, exuding an overwhelming aura and a vast pressure that rendered the very air around it still. The words spoken by this immense apparition were accompanied by resounding thunder, witnessed by all the fox demon beasts, as they beheld their companion, the wild boar demon, obliterated in an instant. Terrified, the fox demon was paralyzed with fear, dreading that a mere misstep might draw the attention of that terrifying entity, leading to its own demise. Thus, it remained motionless, waiting for the golden giant to dissipate before daring to stir. I must return at once to inform the three great kings, it thought, casting a wary glance towards the direction of Bullhead Mountain before fleeing. Chapter 29, Guardians of the Divine Realm. The fox demon moved with astonishing speed, leaving Lu family village far behind in the blink of an eye. This descent from the mountain was prompted by the complete disappearance of the wolf demons and toad demons, inciting the considerable displeasure of the third master of the falling Goose Mountain range, who dispatched the fox and the wild boar demon to investigate. Little did they expect the wild boar to perish here. The source of this calamity seemed to stem from the direction of Bullhead Mountain. There was undoubtedly a grave issue at hand. Meanwhile, seated within the mountain god temple, Ding Hao had already extended his consciousness to encompass a 50-mile radius. The movements of the fox demon were easily perceived by him. It fled in terror? Ding Hao chuckled coldly to himself. Just the opportunity to relay a message to your master. Patience is key to catching a larger fish. The slaughter of a mere fox demon pales in comparison to drawing out the more formidable presence lurking behind it. After all, demon cores and crystals are highly valuable commodities. The falling Goose Mountain range stretches over 1,000 miles, teeming with countless demon beasts, yet the most formidable among them are the 5 great demon kings. Each possesses a formidable 4th-tier strength. The demon beasts within 1,000 miles are invariably connected, in one way or another, to this mountain range. At this moment, before a lavish palace, the fox demon trembled as it prostrated on the ground, its voice trembling with fear. 3 great kings. A calamity has befallen us. A deep, commanding voice emanated from within the palace. What a disgraceful display of panic. A colossal, snow-white wolf lay upon a massive stone, its crimson eyes slowly opening, radiating a menacing glare that silenced the fox demon, leaving it quaking in fear. Speak. What has transpired? Your humble servant, alongside the foolish pig, was tasked with investigating the vicinity of Bullhead Mountain and searching for the wolf and toad demons. The foolish pig intruded upon a village, yearning for flesh. To our shock, a powerful entity emerged and annihilated him. What? The giant wolf sprang to its feet, its massive form imposing a palpable pressure, its voice laced with fury. Who dared to commit such an act? Those who challenge my authority seek death. And no, I do not know, the fox demon whimpered, lowering its head further as it spoke cautiously. I only witnessed an extraordinarily immense golden apparition from the direction of Bullhead Mountain, claiming to be the mountain god. Then, that apparition unleashed thunder, reducing the foolish pig to ashes. A golden apparition? The mountain god? The giant wolf's eyes flickered with a predatory gleam as it murmured. Could it be that some audacious and powerful demon king has claimed dominion over that barren land of Bullhead Mountain? Thus, the wolf and toad demons have not merely gone missing, but have instead submitted to this formidable demon king. Yes, it must be so. The giant wolf king's eyes glinted with malice. It could hardly believe in the existence of a mountain god. What folly! Are there truly deities in this world? If such beings existed, what place would there be for demon kings like itself? It paced a few steps before declaring, regardless of who it may be, any demon that dares to disturb the falling Goose Mountain range is courting death. Take several 3rd-tier demon beasts with you and investigate. Ensure you uncover the truth of their origins. Why yes, the fox demon felt as if it had received a reprieve, hastily exiting the lair, though the memory of that terrifying golden figure caused its legs to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in Lu family village, following the banquet, Lu Shaofeng promptly gathered all the villagers to share his thoughts, to relocate the entire village to Bullhead Mountain, seeking the protection of the mountain god. There was no need for Lu Shaofeng to persuade further. All the villagers unanimously agreed. As for the logistics of the relocation, of course, Niu Dekang would lend his full support. With the affairs of Lu family village settled, and having garnered the faith of 156 followers, Ding Hao nodded in satisfaction. These followers would soon advance to become primary believers, and as long as the villagers arrived at Bullhead Village and offered daily prayers at the mountain god temple, he would gain an enhancement of 10 units of incense power from the temple. This was precisely why Ding Hao had orchestrated the relocation of Lu family village's inhabitants. After all, a 10-unit enhancement of incense power was immensely significant to him. Concurrently, in the city of the Divine Realm, a flash of light heralded the arrival of Ding Hao, clad in white, along with Niu Dali and others, as they reappeared upon this fragmented and mysterious land. Before entering the city of the Divine Realm, one could utilize a key to select the entry point, which must be a previously explored area. Within this region, any location could serve as a secondary entry point. The spot where Ding Hao currently stood was designated for collecting Divine Realm crystals. Remain vigilant, Ding Hao cautioned. The city of the Divine Realm is fraught with peril, and one must never let their guard down. Niu Dali, wielding a long blade, took the lead, scanning the surroundings warily. Along their journey, they encountered several wandering lower-tier demon beasts, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Neodali and Neotaiju. While also collecting various materials, Divine Envoy, there appears to be something ahead. Neodali suddenly halted, pointing towards a dense thicket. The group followed his gaze to behold a tall humanoid silhouette standing silently. It shone with a dark golden hue, as if forged from metal. Its surface adorned with arcane runes. Lacking facial features, it possessed only eye sockets that radiated a faint, indifferent glow, and it gripped a massive war spear. There was no trace of demonic energy or eerie chill about it, only a sense of pure, ancient, and timeless authority. Is this the guardian of the divine city? Ding Hao's heart stirred. He had previously gleaned fragments of information regarding the city of the divine realm from the divine realm crystals. Such guardians were neither demon beasts nor sinister entities. Rather, they manifested the rules of the city of the divine realm, tasked with protecting specific regions or items. Defeating them could yield a chance to acquire a treasure known as the Divine Realm Supreme Treasure. This treasure is akin to the Divine Realm Crystal, but yields resources of a higher tier and greater value. Prepare for battle. Ding Hao commanded immediately. The aura emanating from the guardian of the divine city was at least equivalent to that of a peak third-tier entity. I will engage directly. Neodali swiftly devised a battle strategy. Guangzong, Yaogu, launch flanking attacks. Yufeng, provide support. Identify weaknesses and seize the opportunity to strike. Understood. With a resounding cry, Neo Taiju and his companions swiftly assumed their positions. Previously, the white-clad Ding Hao had informed them that henceforth, in the city of divine domains, they must rely solely on themselves, only resorting to intervention in moments of dire peril. Roar! Neo Dali bellowed, his blood surging within him as he initiated the assault. His long blade slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, striking fiercely at the city guard. Clang! A tremendous sound erupted, sparks flying in all directions. Neodali's full force strike merely left a shallow white mark upon the guard's metallic form. The guard's hollow eye sockets turned towards Neodali, and with astonishing speed, he swung his war spear. Neodali's expression changed drastically as he hastily crossed his blade to block, but he could scarcely react. Bang! A colossal force surged through him, leaving Neodali's arms numb as he was forced to stagger backward, his blood churning. Such formidable strength. At that moment, Neo Guangzong and Neo Yaozu attacked from either side, their long swords aiming for the guard's waist. Neo Yufeng seized the opportunity to strike at the guard's knee. Clang! 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 A cacophony of metal clashing ensued. Yet their combined efforts yielded little, merely momentarily halting the guard's movements. The guard seemed to be incensed. Sweeping his spear to repel them, and then locking onto the most potent presence, Neo Dali, charging forward once more. The Gale Scroll. Ding Hao's gaze sharpened as two scrolls materialized in his hand, which he flung towards Neo Dali and Neo Yufeng. The two beams of azure light integrated into their beings, dramatically enhancing their speed. This guard possessed astonishing defense and immense power, seemingly tireless. Engaging it head-on was far from prudent. Target its surface runes. After observing for a moment, Ding Hao suddenly urged. Those runes appeared to be the source of the guard's strength, as well as its Achilles heel. Receiving the advice, Neo Dali and the others swiftly altered their strategy, abandoning brute force in favor of precise strikes aimed at the shimmering runes. Swoosh! Neo Dali's axe struck a more intricate rune on the guard's chest. The guard's movements abruptly faltered, the runes glowed dimming. Effective! The group's spirits surged, their offensive intensifying. Sensing the threat, the guard's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, his spear whirling in a relentless barrage that forced Neo Dali into retreat, perilously close to disaster. Now is the moment. Seizing a fleeting opening, Neo Dali moved like lightning, his long blade igniting with blinding brilliance. Gale Blade Technique. In an instant, a tempest formed around the steel blade, crashing directly into a core rune at the guard's nape. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, as if something had shattered. The massive form of the city guard trembled violently, its movements freezing instantly, the light in its eye sockets rapidly fading. Then, with a thunderous crash, its heavy body collapsed to the ground, reduced to a pile of shattered metal. At the center of the debris floated an irregular crystal, the size of a fist, radiating a gentle, multicolored glow. The divine treasure of the divine domain. Ding Hao stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp it. A warm, rich energy flowed into his palm, far purer and more potent than ordinary divine crystals. With a sigh of relief, Neo Dali wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling a lingering dread, this thing is indeed formidable. Had it not been for the divine messenger's reminder to target the runes, we would have surely perished here. Neo Guangzong and the others nodded in agreement. Although the battle had been brief, it was fraught with peril. The guard's power and defense were nigh invincible, and they had been unable to breach its defenses, let alone defeat it. Were it not for Ding Hao's timely provision of the Gale Scroll to enhance their speed and the revelation of the rune's vulnerability, the outcome could have been dire. The city of divine domains is fraught with danger, yet teeming with opportunity. Ding Hao stored the divine treasure and spoke with a calm demeanor. In this battle, your coordination was commendable, yet still lacking. Further honing is required. Yes, esteemed divine messenger. Neo Dali and the others responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the first time the divine messenger had praised them. In the city of divine domains, there are 3 opportunities for exploration each day, each lasting 3 hours. With his sleeves billowing like a celestial being descending to earth, Ding Hao continued, upon entering the divine domain, there is an hour of rest. Thus, one can engage in 12 hours of exploration and slaughter each day. This is the divine oracle bestowed upon us by the great mountain god. You must seize the opportunity to explore the divine domain and acquire treasures to gain further blessings from the mountain god. Yes, we shall obey the divine messenger's decree. Neo Dali and the others affirmed immediately. In the subsequent explorations, the group exhibited increasing caution and growing synergy. Neo Dali led the frontal charge, while Neo Guangzong and Neo Yaozu flanked him, and Neo Yufeng, leveraging his speed, provided distractions and support, with Neo Taiju ready to assist at any moment. They encountered several waves of enemies, some being low-tier, damaged puppets, while others were wandering energy entities or vengeful spirits. Though these foes were not as formidable as the city guard, they still posed a significant challenge. However, through their increasingly adept coordination, they swiftly dispatched their adversaries. Neo Dali and his companions' combat capabilities soared with each skirmish, their techniques growing more ferocious, their movements more agile, and their sense of timing becoming increasingly precise. Upon exiting the city of divine domains, Ding Hao meticulously laid out the spoils of their exploration: 1 divine treasure of the divine domain, 6 divine crystals, a heap of scattered remnants of the divine guards, and 8 second-tier demon cores, as well as demon power crystals. Ding Hao first picked up the multicolored divine treasure, channeling his divine power into it. Buzz! A radiant glow erupted as the treasure shone brilliantly, unfurling like a blooming lotus, revealing 2 items within. One was a shard glimmering with azure light, adorned with intricate patterns. Rune fragment can be used to forge rune equipment or weapons, enhancing the potency of divine power release. The other was an ancient blueprint. Rune battle armor, incomplete, forging blueprint, contains partial methods for forging the rune battle armor. All fragments must be collected to forge it. A forging blueprint for rune battle armor. A splendid find. Ding Hao's heart stirred with joy. According to the system's explanation, when deities wield divine power, this rune equipment can amplify that power. It seems the treasures within the city of divine domains are indeed plentiful. Subsequently, Ding Hao infused his divine power into the 6 divine crystals in succession. The crystals flickered, yielding Beginner Body Refining Technique X2, a foundational martial arts technique, the strongest among body refining methods. Warrior Promotion Scroll, First Tier, X3, can elevate a warrior by 1 tier, from first tier to second tier. Explosive Scroll, X1, can unleash a higher tier of power for a brief duration. However, it will induce a period of weakness for 1 hour post-use. Please exercise caution. A Bountiful Harvest. The 3 first-tier promotion scrolls are perfect for Neo Taiju and the others. Their current strengths are at the early or mid-first tier. With these scrolls, they can directly ascend to the second tier. In the moment of crucial necessity for a significant enhancement of combat prowess within the city of divine domains, the question arose, to whom should the rudimentary body refinement techniques be bestowed? After a brief period of contemplation, Ding Hao had formulated his decision. Clad in white, he summoned forth Neo Taiju, Neo Yufeng, Neo Guangzong, and Neo Yaozu. Esteemed envoy, he proclaimed, I possess 2 volumes of elementary body refinement techniques. Through diligent practice, one can transform their physical form into an indomitable force, achieving a level of mastery that allows for unarmed confrontation with the guardians of the divine domains. Who among you wishes to embark on this path? Chapter 31, Body Refinement Techniques. The 4 exchanged glances, and after a moment, Neo Tieju's earnest voice broke the silence. Honorable envoy, I wish to cultivate this body refinement technique. He scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. I am naturally tough-skinned and strong, well suited for close combat, as a warrior. Excellent. Ding Hao responded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Neo Taiju was indeed a commendable candidate. Without further ado, he tossed the rudimentary body refinement technique directly to Neo Taiju. A peculiar surge of energy enveloped Neo Taiju, who felt within him a burgeoning power. This newfound strength incessantly tempered his skin, fascia, muscles, and bones, tearing and merging them repeatedly, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. After approximately 15 minutes, Neo Taiju fully assimilated this power, and his skin began to radiate a faint, ancient bronze glow. Thank you, esteemed envoy, Neo Taiju exclaimed joyfully, swinging his arms and striking downwards in midair. I feel as though I could send a first-tier beast flying with a single punch. Ding Hao nodded approvingly and casually unleashed another wave of brilliance. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the tank of our team. As a tank, you shall bear greater damage. Thus, I shall assist you in advancing another tier. With a resounding boom, a more potent force enveloped Neo Taiju, elevating his strength to the second tier. Thank you, esteemed envoy. Niu Taiju was at a loss for words to express his overwhelming joy. Mere excitement could not encapsulate his feelings. Who would have thought that in such a brief span, he would ascend to become a second-tier warrior, specifically in the realm of body refinement? In addition, Niu Guangzong and Niu Yaozu, I bestow upon you both this opportunity. Upon uttering these words, 2 ascension scrolls descended upon the 2 warriors. Moments later, Niu Guangzong and Niu Yaozu also advanced to second-tier warriors. Thank you, esteemed envoy, they cried in euphoria, immediately prostrating themselves on the ground in fervent gratitude. Ding Hao glanced at Niu Yufeng, who stood off to the side, and remarked nonchalantly, Niu Yufeng, your expertise lies in ambush. You tread the path of an assassin. When the opportune moment arises, I shall reward you accordingly. Thank you, esteemed envoy. Niu Yufeng felt no discontent in his heart and expressed his gratitude promptly. Although none of them fully comprehended the concepts of tanks and assassins, they had grown accustomed to the envoy's intriguing manner of speech. Hasten to recuperate. We shall soon enter the city of divine domains. Ding Hao expended 10 units of divine power to cast a basic healing spell, mending the wounds of Niu Dali and the others. Their injuries were not severe, having already utilized healing elixirs, thus a basic healing spell sufficed. Ding Hao entered the chat area and announced, I have placed some first-tier weapons in the trading zone. If you are in need, hurry and select. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. He then uploaded the newly crafted first-tier weapons, each priced at 8 units of divine power. Price hike. Upon witnessing this, some individuals expressed their dissatisfaction. Ding Hao, you are already affluent. Why take advantage of us? The impoverished? Wasn't the first-tier weapon only 3 units of divine power? How did it suddenly increase by 5? This is outrageous. Indeed. Is it so easy for us to earn divine power? Your heart is truly blackened. They branded him a greedy merchant, recalling how he initially sold at 2 units, then 3, and now 8. Why not just let him sell out? If he can't sell, surely the prices will drop. Someone rallied the crowd. Cease your blabbering. All the first-tier weapons have already been sold. Another scoffed. With the city of divine domains opening, do you not realize how much combat power weapons can provide? Even at 8 units of divine power, there will be buyers. Upon hearing this, those who initially objected were left speechless. They had only aimed to negotiate a lower price with Ding Hao, but unexpectedly encountered such naivete among their peers. How frustrating. Meanwhile, some who failed to acquire weapons began to pester Ding Hao. Are there any left? Please, add more stock. I just saw them, and they were gone. Was their speed that swift? Without decent weapons for the city of divine domains, life is unbearable. Ding Hao paid no further attention to the chat area, and, relishing the recent sale of first-tier weapons that garnered him 240 units of divine power, he eagerly opened his personal information panel. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, second tier, requires 10,000 units of divine power to advance to third tier. Divine position, Mountain God of Bullhead Mountain, initial second tier, control range, 50 miles. Divine power, 923 units. Incense, 259 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted into 1 unit of divine power. Note, daily incense acquisition, 11013, for 175 strands. Divine techniques, intermediate lightning strike technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate wind and rain invocation technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate beast taming technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate spirit communication technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate summon mountain spirits technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate blessing technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate cursing technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate dream induction technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate healing technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate flying sword technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate summon divine spirits technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate sacred purification technique, 100 units of divine power. Intermediate heartburn spell, 100 units of divine power. Basic clone technique, 500 units of divine power. Followers, total of 356 individuals. Senior followers, 1, daily incense contribution, 1,000 strands. Intermediate followers, 50, daily incense contribution, 100 strands. Junior followers, 125, daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Items, 1,070 thunder crystals. 1 divine scepter, 1 set of divine robes, 1 divine tome, 1 seed of withered 9-cycle profound yang herb, 1 basic body refinement technique. 1 fragmented rune armor forging blueprint, 1 rune fragment. Originally, he possessed only 513 units of divine power. Today's weapon sales yielded 240 units. And the assorted gains from the city of divine domains brought in another 170 units. Cumulatively, he now held a total of 923 units of divine power. The journey to 10,000 units still seemed a distant aspiration. With a gentle sigh, Ding Hao remarked softly. Suddenly, at this moment, a cacophony erupted at the entrance of Nyoto village. Chapter 32, The Undead, the Realm of Shadows. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, A considerable gathering of villagers had formed, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of gray, lay upon a simple wooden plank, his countenance serene, having departed this world. A middle-aged man, presumably his son, wept quietly. "Grandfather, grandfather, please awaken," a young boy called out repeatedly. Yet, the old man offered no response. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter had lived for over 70 years, a considerable lifespan in this realm. The old man had passed away peacefully, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. Within the mountain god temple, Dinghao observed this scene in silence. Birth, aging, illness, and death, these are the cycles of nature. Though he now held the title of mountain god, endowed with unparalleled divine power, he had no intention of intervening in this natural course of existence. To forcibly extend life or reverse death was not the path of a true deity, and could inadvertently invite unforeseen consequences. His duty lay in protecting his devotees from malevolent forces, guiding them toward a better life, rather than disrupting the laws of heaven and earth. The villagers, while sorrowful, accepted this reality and began preparations for the elder's funeral. However, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's spirit did not depart. It hovered nearby, striving to enter the sanctum of the temple, only to be restrained by its divine aura, hesitating and lingering. Having passed on, why does your soul not seek rebirth? Why do you linger here? Dinghao thought, compellingly drawing Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's spirit closer and inquiring in a solemn tone. Startled, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter realized he was in the presence of the mountain god. The thought of encountering the deity after death filled him with awe. He quickly knelt, his voice trembling with emotion. "Great mountain god, please bear witness. It is not that I refuse to be reborn, but the path has been severed. I have nowhere to go. Moreover, I have a lingering feeling that if I remain in Nyoto village, under your protection, my spirit may gradually strengthen and cultivate. Thus, I am reluctant to leave." The reason for Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's spirit's delay was clear. This place was within the realm of the gods, imbued with divine energy that naturally attracted and protected souls. More importantly, he had been a devout follower of Dinghao during his life, and deep within his soul lay a profound dependence and trust in the mountain god. Instinctively reluctant to depart from this haven. "Ah, I see." Dinghao nodded, acknowledging a detail he had overlooked. After all, he had only recently arrived in this world, and no one from Nyoto village had passed away in the interim. Those who had departed previously had largely vanished, their souls having nowhere to go. Some had been captured and devoured by malevolent beasts, while others had encountered different fortunes. "Great mountain god, I beseech you, allow me to stay. I can patrol and ensure that I will not harm the villagers." Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter pleaded desperately. With a hum, Dinghao reached out, touching Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's spirit. In an instant, the entirety of Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's life unfolded before Dinghao like a fleeting panorama. He was an ordinary villager, like many in Nyoto village, who fathered numerous children, only to have 3 devoured by wolf demons. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter loathed these beasts, yet felt powerless to act. He wished to sacrifice himself for his children, but the beasts deemed him unworthy of their attention. Eventually, through his appearance, he found purpose and hope, becoming a mid-level believer. Yet, despite this, he could not escape the relentless passage of time. "Very well, you may remain here for the time being," Dinghao declared solemnly. "However, you cannot linger among the living. Your presence as a specter among them benefits neither party. Go to the back mountain for now. When I have determined the next steps, I shall provide you with a suitable destination." "Thank you, great mountain god," Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter exclaimed, elated, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Dinghao waved his hand, transporting Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's spirit to a secluded gorge in the back mountain, a fair distance from Nyoto village, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Suitable for a wandering spirit. Perhaps I should establish a permanent abode for these souls, a realm of shadows. Given that this world lacks divine beings and the order of the underworld has been disrupted, countless spirits have nowhere to go. Therefore, creating a realm of shadows to shelter these souls, allowing them to serve me, would be a mutually beneficial endeavor. Once this idea took root, it became inescapable. Not only would it address the plight of the wandering spirits, but it would also enhance his divine authority, solidifying his rule, a necessary step for his development. It was imperative. As Dinghao contemplated the specifics of establishing the realm of shadows, a louder commotion erupted outside Nyoto village. Dust swirled, and voices clamored. A large, somewhat weary procession appeared along the mountain path. It was none other than the villagers from Lu family village, having relocated. Lu Xiaofeng led the way, followed by a throng of people, young and old alike, all bearing the fatigue of their long journey, yet their faces radiated with dreams and aspirations for the future. Carrying their modest belongings, they finally arrived at the legendary Nyoto mountain, said to be under the protection of the mountain god. "Brother Lu, we have arrived at Nyoto village," exclaimed Nyo Dekhang, who appeared unfazed by fatigue, as he was a martial artist. His breath steady, he smiled at Lu Xiaofeng. "This is Nyoto village." Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had visited Nyoto village before, but it had been roughly the same size as Lu family village. Now, the Nyoto village before him was expansive, with new houses, entirely different from the previous iteration. Most importantly, halfway up Nyoto mountain stood a magnificent, ancient temple, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty, silently towering above. In front of the temple, the villagers of Nyoto village were gathered in groups, burning incense and bowing in reverence. A solemn and sacred sight. Among the astonished villagers from Lu family village, there were at least several dozen who had previously visited Nyoto village. Haha. Nyo Dekhang could not help but laugh heartily at the scene. Brother Lu, do you see? That majestic temple is the dwelling place of the great and omnipotent mountain god, the mountain god temple. As for the Nyoto village you see now, it has been expanded through the mountain god's divine might. I told you before, once you arrive, there would be a place for you to stay. Now you know I was not deceiving you, right? Let us allow the folks from Lu family village to choose their own homes. Nyo Dekhang promptly organized the villagers from Nyoto village to assist those from Lu family village with their belongings. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Xiaofeng's voice, hoarse yet resolute, interrupted Nyo Dekhang. Wait. What is it, Brother Lu? Nyo Dekhang inquired, taken aback. Without answering, Lu Xiaofeng turned to face the throng of Lu family village villagers behind him, their weary faces illuminated by a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath and, summoning all his strength, cried out, "Fellow villagers, the fact that we have survived to this moment and can behold such a sight is due to whom?" The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before someone, overwhelmed with the exhilaration of having survived, shouted, "It is the mountain deity. Indeed, it is the mountain deity. We owe our gratitude to the protection and blessings of the mountain deity." The shouts rose and fell like waves, bursting forth with pent-up emotion and indescribable gratitude. Lu Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, his gaze sweeping over the weary yet hopeful faces around him, and declared, "Precisely. It is the mountain deity who has granted us rebirth. Our escape from the jaws of the monstrous beasts and our safe arrival at Bullhead Mountain are all thanks to the mountain deity's guardianship. Now that we are on the sacred ground of the mountain deity, our first task is not to seek shelter or to rest and eat." He abruptly turned, pointing to the majestic temple on the mountainside that radiated a sacred aura, his voice ringing with authority. "Instead, we must pay our respects to the mountain deity. Everyone, follow me. Let us bow in gratitude for the life-saving grace of the mountain deity." With that, Lu Xiaofeng led the way towards the temple, and without hesitation, the villagers of Lu family village followed suit. The elderly leaned on their canes, women cradled their children, and youths assisted their elders. Though they may have appeared ragged and weary, their eyes shone with unwavering reverence. Nyo Dekhang observed the throng marching towards the temple, momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile of contentment spread across his face, and he hastened to join them. Upon reaching the square in front of the temple, Lu Xiaofeng adjusted his tattered clothing and knelt first, bowing deeply 3 times towards the temple. "Oh, mountain deity, I, Lu Xiaofeng of Lu family village, along with the elders and youth of the entire village, express our profound gratitude for your protection. Without your divine grace, we would have long perished in the bellies of the monsters. From this day forth, all of Lu family village shall be your most devout followers, offering our worship day and night without the slightest negligence." His voice trembled with emotion, yet resonated with sincerity. "We thank the mountain deity." Behind him, a sea of villagers knelt in unison. The men, women, and children of Lu family village mimicked Lu Xiaofeng, bowing earnestly towards the temple while chanting their gratitude to the mountain deity. In that moment, the square was enveloped in swirling incense, and the sounds of prayer coalesced into an ethereal force that soared towards the heavens. Inside the temple, Ding Hao distinctly felt the overwhelming surge of faith. Every bow, every heartfelt cry transformed into pure incense, merging with the statue of the deity. He sensed the despair, fear, and at this moment, the ecstasy and reverence of these new believers as they found their refuge. Excellent. Ding Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. The mass migration of Lu family village brought not only an increase in population, but also a vast influx of faith. Subsequently, with the enthusiastic assistance of Nyo Dekhang and the villagers of Bullhead village, the residents of Lu family village began to select houses in the newly established area of Bullhead village and settle in. The entire Bullhead Mountain became more vibrant and lively with the addition of Lu family village. A night passed without incident. The following morning, as dawn broke, all the villagers of Bullhead village rose early and gathered spontaneously in front of the mountain deity's temple to burn incense and pay their respects. Inside the temple, Ding Hao immersed his consciousness in the sea of awareness, beginning to assess his gains and plan ahead. He opened his personal information panel. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, 2nd grade, requires 10,000 divine power to advance to 3rd grade. Deity position, mountain deity of Bullhead Mountain, junior 2nd tier, dominion range, 50 miles. Divine power, 923 units. Incense, 930 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted to 1 unit of divine power. Note, daily incense gain, 110 671 strands. Divine techniques, omitted. Followers, total 355, 1 deceased. Advanced followers, 1, daily incense contribution 1,000 strands. Intermediate followers, 50, daily incense contribution 100 strands. Primary followers, 125. Daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Items, 1, 0, 70 thunder crystals, 1 divine staff, 1 set of divine robes, 1 divine book. 1 seed of wilted 9-turn Xianyang grass, 1 primary body refinement technique, 1 incomplete rune armor forging blueprint, 1 rune fragment, 1 burst scroll. Excellent. The incense power contributed by the people of Lu family village has seen a 10% increase. Ding Hao rejoiced, realizing he now earned at least 13,671 strands of incense power daily. Once the believers of Lu family village leveled up, his harvest of incense power would increase even more. With a thought, Ding Hao converted all the incense power into divine power. Next, he planned to accumulate incense power, procure thunder crystals, gather divine domain crystals, divine treasures, and expand his follower base. Ding Hao had a clear and distinct vision for his future path. In front of the temple, the white-clad Ding Hao faced the gathered crowd. His long hair flowing and his garments billowing, resembling a celestial being descended upon the earth, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. His gaze swept over the assembly, and he began to speak. Today, I shall continue to lead you in exploring the city of divine domain. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. You shall lead the other warriors to He family village to develop followers for our revered mountain deity. We shall obey the decree of the divine envoy. The group responded in unison. Lu Xiaofeng was eager to participate, but, being no warrior, found himself without the opportunity. Set forth. Without further ado, Ding Hao waved his sleeve, and a portal of light materialized. Niu Dali and the other 5 stepped forward without hesitation, joining Ding Hao as they once again stepped into the city of divine domain. Meanwhile, Niu Dekang took several warriors from Lu family village and departed for He family village. The remaining villagers began to construct basic living facilities, with Li Chongqing selecting a spacious estate closest to the temple to serve as a private school, initiating the children's education. Just then, the long-awaited system notification echoed in Ding Hao's mind. Ding, the instant kill shop has been refreshed. It's here. Chapter 34, Sharpness, Armor Piercing. Ding Hao immediately focused his attention, and a virtual screen unfolded before him, displaying 4 items shimmering with different lights. 1. Small Divine Power Crystal X10, upon opening, can yield 10 units of divine power. 2. First Grade Sharpness Enchantment Blueprint X1, can be used to enhance a first-grade weapon with sharpness effects, increasing armor-piercing ability by 10. 3. Second Grade Wind Wolf Cub X1, a cub of a beast with wind attribute talent, capable of reaching peak second-grade beast power upon maturity, can be trained as a mount or combat companion. 4. Damaged Storage Bag X1, internal space of approximately 1 cubic meter, damaged, may not be able to preserve items for long periods. Each item had its merits. The Divine Power Crystal could be converted into divine power. 100 units of divine power would be a fortune for many wild deities. The Enchantment Blueprint was a valuable item, capable of enhancing weapon potency, especially with the potential to increase armor-piercing ability by 10. If applied to his crafted weapons, the value would undoubtedly soar. The Wind Wolf Cub required resources and time for cultivation, and being merely a peak second-grade beast, it held little allure. The Damaged Storage Bag was of minimal utility, and Ding Hao swiftly dismissed it. Ultimately, he chose the second item, the Enchantment Blueprint. After all, with the enchanted blueprints in hand, one can continuously forge weapons, which proves to be far more cost-effective than acquiring a single infusion of divine power. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully obtained a level 1 Sharp Edge Enchantment Blueprint X1. As the system's notification echoed, an ancient parchment materialized within Ding Hao's consciousness. The blueprint bore peculiar runes, intricate and arcane, essential for bestowing weapons with the sharp edge effect. With a mere thought, Ding Hao summoned his spiritual power to study the blueprint, and after a brief moment, he mastered the enchanting technique. He promptly retrieved a batch of level 1 weapons he had previously forged but not yet sold, commencing his enchanting endeavors. Using divine power as his ink, he meticulously inscribed the runes upon the cold iron. Buzz! The first long blade was successfully enchanted, its edge shimmering faintly, exuding a sharp aura that was significantly stronger than before. Ding Hao nodded in satisfaction and continued enchanting the remaining weapons. Soon, 20 newly enchanted level 1 weapons with the sharp edge effect were ready for sale. He reopened the trading area and listed the new weapons. Seller, Ding Hao. Item, level 1 Sharp Edge Long Blade, sharpening effect, armor penetration 10. Price, 15 divine power. Stock, 20. The price was set at a striking 15 divine power. Previously, the cost of level 1 weapons was a mere 8 divine power, and now, the enchanted price had nearly doubled. Goodness, 15 divine power. Has Ding Hao raised his prices again? Some sharp-eyed individuals quickly noticed Ding Hao's new batch of weapons. The sharp edge effect? Armor penetration 10? What is this? It sounds incredibly formidable. Curious inquiries ensued. Is it even necessary to ask? It must be a valuable item. The armor-piercing capability would undoubtedly be advantageous against those resilient, tough beasts, but 15 divine power is far too steep. I can't afford even a single one. Came the lamentations. Expensive? Huh. If you find it pricey. There are plenty who don't. Did you not see how the last batch at 8 divine power was snatched up in an instant? Came a derisive retort. When the master produces, it is bound to be exquisite. I'll seize one right away. Others wasted no time and proceeded to place their orders. Damn it. I'm in. In the perilous divine realm city, a good weapon could mean the difference between life and death. A wild god immediately steeled himself and clicked to trade. The trading area erupted once more. Despite the high price, the allure of the sharp edge effect and armor penetration 10, coupled with Ding Hao's previously established reputation, drew numerous wild gods in droves. Within mere minutes, all 20 sharp edge long blades were sold out. Soon, in the chat area, an ecstatic wild god who had just acquired a sharp edge long blade exclaimed, "Ha! Brothers, Ding Hao's sharp edge long blade is phenomenal. I just took my followers into Divine Realm City and encountered a late-stage level 1 iron-armored beast. My followers used ordinary level 1 weapons and could barely scratch its defenses, but with the sharp edge long blade, 3 strikes. Just 3 strikes. I cleaved that creature's hard shell wide open. The armor-piercing effect is so evident. 15 divine power was well worth it." His words set the chat area ablaze. No way. Is that for real? 3 strikes to breach the iron-armored beast's defenses? That beast is renowned for its defense. I regret hesitating earlier. Ding Hao, please restock. I am begging you. I'll pay any amount of divine power. Woe is me, I missed out. Those who failed to secure a weapon lamented, while those who succeeded rejoiced. Ding Hao closed the chat area, unperturbed by the outcome. The enhancement of enchanted weapons was tangible in the treacherous Divine Realm City. Such improvements often signified the difference between life and death, naturally prompting many to pay the price. Meanwhile, within Divine Realm City, the white-clad Ding Hao, accompanied by Niu Dali, Niu Taizhu, Niu Guangzong, Niu Yaozu, and Niu Yufeng, cautiously embarked on their exploration. Drawing from their previous experiences, their pace was noticeably swifter this time. Niu Taizhu led the charge, now a level 2 body refinement martial artist, his skin gleaming with a bronze hue, boasting the strongest defense among them. Wielding a simple yet sturdy iron shield, his steps steady, Niu Dali, Niu Guangzong, and Niu Yaozu brandished sharp-edged long blades, flanking him on either side. Niu Yufeng moved with agility, tasked with reconnaissance and vigilance. Big Brother Dali, there seems to be an energy fluctuation up ahead. Niu Yufeng's voice conveyed a hint of gravity. Niu Dali gestured for everyone to halt, focusing intently. Indeed, deep within the ruins ahead, a pure and gentle energy was emanating. Its divine realm crystal. Niu Dali's eyebrows shot up in delight. This aura feels so familiar. Quickly, let us take a look. Niu Dali exclaimed, immediately dashing towards the source of the energy. The group hastened their steps, closely following him. Soon, amidst the ruins, they beheld a fist-sized crystal radiating a soft white light, gently hovering in the air. Divine Realm Crystal. Wonderful. Niu Dali and the others beamed with joy. Stay alert. However, Niu Dali did not let his guard down, whispering, in the Divine Realm. Treasures are often accompanied by dangers. Everyone must remain vigilant. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air from the shadows nearby, hurtling towards Niu Taizhu, who was approaching the Divine Realm Crystal. Ambush. Niu Dali roared. Chapter 35, Kill. Clang, clang, clang. Niu Taizhu reacted swiftly, raising his iron shield to block the incoming projectiles. Several crossbow bolts struck the shield, producing a resounding clash of metal, their tips glowing with a sinister green hue. They were poison crossbow bolts. Additionally, a foul stench wafted from a distance, clearly indicating the potency of the poison. You scoundrels! Niu Taizhu cursed angrily. With no grievances or enmity, you come at us with lethal force. You ought to be damned. Humph. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? With a cold snort, 8 figures emerged from the ruined shadows, surrounding Ding Hao and his companions. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, radiating a formidable aura. Unmistakably a level 2 martial artist. Following behind were 7 level 1 martial artists, all armed and eyeing Ding Hao's group with predatory intent. Gentlemen, we have taken a liking to this Divine Realm Crystal. The middle-aged man grinned, unabashedly displaying his greed as he sneered. If you know what's good for you, leave your belongings and scram, or you will be left here forever. Oh, and do leave everything on you behind as well. Upon hearing this, Niu Dali and the others were instantly incensed. Ha! Who do you think you are? Attempting to rob us? Niu Dali bellowed. Why waste words with them? Kill them, and the crystal will be ours. A level 1 martial artist wielding a curved blade shouted beside the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sized up Ding Hao and his companions. A young man in flowing white robes, resembling a celestial being, with commendable combat prowess, yet he had not made a move, and no martial aura emanated from him, suggesting he was likely not a martial artist. A sturdy shield bearer, equipped quite simply, should be easy to handle, and 3 level 1 martial artists, all quite young, likely lacking in combat experience. Another presence exhibited a subtle fluctuation, likely on par with my own, both being second-tier martial artists, I presume. However, we possess a numerical advantage. A multitude of ants can indeed bring down an elephant. In terms of overall strength, we are undoubtedly superior. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. A murderous glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Attack. Let us conclude this swiftly. In an instant, 8 adversaries launched a ferocious assault, charging toward Neodali and his companions. Taiju, hold your ground. Neodali commanded calmly. Come forth, a mere rabble. With a bellow, Neo Taiju unleashed the full force of his second-tier body refinement prowess, his bronze skin taut with bulging muscles, standing firm like a mountain at the forefront, his iron shield deftly deflecting the majority of incoming blows. Guangzong, Yaozu, kill. Neo Guangzong and Neo Yaozu exchanged a glance, simultaneously roaring as they brandished their sharp long knives, the blades glinting ominously as they met the oncoming foes. Both had ascended to the second tier, albeit newly initiated, their combat prowess, augmented by the keen blades bestowed by Ding Hao, far surpassed that of ordinary first-tier martial artists. With a swift slash, Neo Guangzong cleaved through the shoulder of the foremost first-tier adversary, the razor-sharp edge effortlessly tearing through his rudimentary leather armor, severing the arm cleanly, blood spraying forth. Ah! The man shrieked in agony, staggering back. Neo Yaozu, even more ferocious, swept his long knife to repel 2 attackers, then countered with a reverse strike that severed another enemy's arm. Neo Dali, too, joined the fray, brandishing his long knife. You seek death. The second-tier middle-aged man, witnessing the chaos, darkened his expression and personally intervened, his long sword transforming into a streak of cold light aimed directly at Neo Tieju's unguarded flank. He aimed to eliminate this formidable shield-bearer first. However, just as his sword was poised to strike Neo Taiju, Neo Dali lunged forward, delivering a downward slash with his knife, unleashing the ferocity of the furious wind blade technique. Instantly, a tempest of knife shadows enveloped the middle-aged man, rendering him ensnared within a storm of lethal intent. Startled, the middle-aged man sensed a palpable threat to his life and was forced to abandon his attack on Neo Taiju, redirecting his sword to parry. Clang! The long knife clashed with the long sword, and he felt a chilling force coursing through the blade, momentarily halting his movements. The impact sent him reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. He was no match for Neo Dali's might. A third-tier martial artist? You are indeed a third-tier martial artist. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in terror as he shouted. Now you realize it is too late. A cold smirk crept onto Neo Dali's lips as he swiftly advanced, appearing before the adversary, his long knife slicing through the air, severing the man's head cleanly. The remaining first-tier martial artists, witnessing the demise of their strongest force, lost all resolve for battle and hastily turned to flee. Capture them all. Neo Dali's voice was icy, the blood of his enemies invigorating his very essence. Faced with the now second-tier Neo Guangzong and Neo Yaozu, the remaining first-tier adversaries were utterly outmatched, swiftly falling to the ground, their cries of despair echoing. In less than a quarter of an hour, the battle reached its conclusion, the air thick with the stench of blood. Why did you attack us? Neo Dali coldly inquired of the surviving first-tier martial artists. Our leader commanded us to kill and plunder. Why slaying you? Not only would the divine realm crystal belong to us, but all the possessions you carry as well, one trembling first-tier martial artist replied. Under which deity do you serve? Ding Hao, clad in white, suddenly interjected. We are followers of the land god of Lancheng. Lancheng? Ding Hao's brow furrowed as he continued. Where is that located? The first-tier martial artist appeared bewildered. I am not sure where Lancheng specifically lies. After a lengthy inquiry, Ding Hao gleaned no further useful information. Only that Lancheng was a county within the Dezhou kingdom, with no one present aware of the distance between Dezhou and Dexia. Eliminate them. Ding Hao stated flatly. Understood. Neo Dali and his companions were not known for their mercy. Upon hearing this, they swiftly executed the remaining first-tier martial artists without hesitation. Ding Hao regarded Neo Dali and the others, gradually speaking, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. Remember today's experience. In this divine realm city, our foes are not solely the beasts. Fellow beings can sometimes pose a far greater peril than the monsters themselves. Here, showing mercy to an enemy is akin to being cruel to oneself. Any individual who dares to threaten our lives or covet our possessions shall face no quarter. His chilling words sent a shiver through the hearts of Neo Dali and the others as they nodded solemnly. They grasped the meaning behind the divine envoy's admonition. In this treacherous land, to survive and to acquire treasures, one must possess not only strength, but also a heart resolute in the art of slaughter. Chapter 36. Strength is paramount. Ding Hao stowed away the divine realm crystal and instructed Neo Dali and the others to scour the slain enemies for valuables, ensuring nothing was left behind. It must be said, these 8 martial artists were truly impoverished. Aside from the second-tier warrior possessing a single first-tier weapon, the rest wielded only mundane arms, which the others dismissed as unworthy, leaving them abandoned on the ground. 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and Ding Hao and his 6 companions were forcibly transported out of the divine realm city, returning to the mountain god temple. In an instant, Ding Hao assimilated all the experiences and memories from this excursion into the divine realm. Dezhou, the land god of Lancheng, it appears to be yet another wild deity. Ding Hao pondered over this information. The names Dezhou and Lancheng were entirely foreign to him. Unable to ascertain the distance between his own Dexia and Dezhou, he also could not determine whether other unknown deities lurked nearby. Ultimately, it was a stark reminder of his own inadequacy. Ding Hao lamented, if only my spiritual essence could encompass an area of 500,000, or even 5,000,000 miles. A wealth of information would be readily available at my fingertips. I must hasten to enhance my strength. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon Ding Hao's heart. It was imperative to elevate his capabilities, both his own and those of his followers. He opened the chat interface, eager to gather information regarding the land god of Lancheng or the Dezhou kingdom. Soon, a message caught Ding Hao's attention. Chi, which scoundrel killed all my followers? Don't let me discover who you are. If I do, I swear I will not let this go. As fellow deities traversing the realms, why must we turn against one another? If you are stronger than I shall simply avoid you. Why resort to complete annihilation? It is utterly shameless. A series of complaints and expressions of outrage flooded the chat. Before long, others began to respond. What the hell, brother? Did you just get wiped out? How dreadful. What happened? Please elaborate. Who was the opponent? If you don't provoke others, why would they senselessly kill your followers? I suspect it has something to do with your followers. No evidence, no truth. Who would believe mere words? Exactly. Present some proof so everyone can have a good laugh. Amidst the clamor of voices, each person interjected their opinions, yet they were merely spectators relishing the spectacle. Enraged, Chi bellowed, just you wait. Sooner or later, you shall encounter that individual. When the time comes and you find yourself slain, you will realize how foolish it was to mock me today. Suddenly, Baijia interjected. As residents of District 88, we form a small community and should support one another. Based on my observations and deductions, it is highly probable that all of us from District 88 will converge in a divine city. Meanwhile, the wild gods from other districts, such as District 89, are likely to appear in another divine city altogether. Whether these two divine cities will share similarities remains uncertain for now. However, since we have been allocated to the same district, it is quite likely that we will unite to confront individuals from other districts. Therefore, I propose that we foster unity and assistance among ourselves. When we encounter one another in the divine city, we should refrain from violence. Indeed, Baijia is right. We ought to unite and stand against those from other districts. Someone immediately echoed. Absolutely, I support Baijia's proposal. Agreed. Agreed 1,000 times over. In an instant, many voices rallied in support of Baijia's words. Chi responded, I concur with Baijia. To those who bully the weak, let me offer a piece of advice. Fortunes shift, and do not underestimate the impoverished. One day, I shall make you kneel before me, repenting and apologizing for your actions today. Having reached this point, Chi confronted the scoundrel who had slain his followers, challenging, dare you reveal your identity? If you possess true courage, cease your cowardice and speak. Indeed, if you have the audacity to kill, why do you shrink from acknowledgement? Another incited. The murderer shall be relentlessly hunted. Ding Hao calmly interjected. Your followers sought to seize what belongs to mine, wishing to kill and plunder. Such individuals deserve no mercy. Should I spare them? Would it not be akin to inviting trouble? Ding Hao's words momentarily silenced the chat room. Soon, voices began to rise in agreement with Ding Hao, commending his stance. It is clear now, such individuals deserve to be eliminated. Ding Hao, you are absolutely correct. This is precisely why one should refrain from hastily choosing sides. The tables have turned. Chiya's followers are utterly despicable. Fortuitously, it was Ding Hao's followers who encountered them. Had it been mine, I fear my followers would have surely perished. The crowd erupted in condemnation, directing their ire towards Chi Yi, including some who had previously supported him. Such is the nature of reality. Even in the realm of wild gods struggling for survival, the mightiest command respect and allegiance, irrespective of right or wrong. These individuals ponder, who is truly right or wrong? Or perhaps, what does it matter to them? As long as they leave a favorable impression on Ding Hao, their actions are justified. Chi, may I inquire about the whereabouts of Dezhou? Ding Hao boldly asked, eager to ascertain the distance between Dezhou and Dexia. However, confronted with the knowledge that Ding Hao had slain his followers, Chi Yi was rendered mute, fearing retribution from Ding Hao. Seeing Chi Yi's silence, Ding Hao pressed further. Who knows where Dezhou is? I have no idea. I have never heard of it, came the collective response. Let's put this matter to rest, Baijia suddenly interjected. You have already eliminated all of Chi Yi's martial followers. There is no need to pursue him to Dezhou for vengeance. I reiterate, I hope we can unite against those from other districts. It was evident that Baijia and Chi Yi shared a common perspective. Ding Hao's inquiry about Dezhou was a quest for revenge. In fact, many wild gods harbored similar sentiments. In that moment, Ding Hao chose silence. These individuals may genuinely be unaware of Dezhou's location, or perhaps feared that revealing it would prove detrimental. If it were the latter, so be it. However, if it were the former, It suggested that these wild gods were likely dispersed across different realms or even entirely separate worlds. Chapter 37. The Underworld of Insi. Ding Hao's thoughts raced. He could not be bothered with Bai Jia, the White Lotus, who sought to garner favor and rally support for her cause. He dismissed the chat and resumed his crafting of first-tier enchanted weapons. After a brief respite, Ding Hao and his companions re-entered the Divine City, wielding the divine key he had procured from the trading area. Following 3 explorations of the Divine City, they successfully collected 7 divine crystals, adding to the 6 gathered previously, culminating in a total of 10. Ding. Main quest. Initial exploration of the Divine Realm, Part 1, is complete. Quest requirement. Collect 10 divine crystals. Quest reward. Divine Power X 1000. Blueprints for the Underworld of Insi X 1. Broken Reincarnation, Gate X 1. The system notification invigorated Ding Hao. 1,000 units of divine power. This was an immense fortune. However, what truly ignited his passion were the subsequent rewards, the blueprints for the Underworld of Insi and the Broken Reincarnation Gate. Broken Reincarnation Gate. Capable of guiding souls within the Divine Realm into the Underworld of Insi, but cannot open a true reincarnation passage. Requires restoration to realize its full potential, necessitating substantial divine power and special materials for repair. It was as if a pillow had been delivered to him just as he dozed off. He had been fretting over how to accommodate spirits like Niu Wanlin, who had nowhere to go, and how to establish the underworld of Insi he envisioned. Now, the system had directly provided the blueprints and the pivotal reincarnation gate. Though it was merely in a broken state, it signified a beginning. Ding Hao promptly examined the blueprints and the fractured gate. The blueprints meticulously outlined the construction requirements for a rudimentary underworld, detailing the structure, materials, and core formations, which were not overly complex. With his current abilities, consuming some divine power would suffice for its construction. The reincarnation gate appeared as an ethereal portal, emanating a faint yet profound aura of reincarnation. Ding Hao comprehended its function. Presently, this gate could only serve as a repository, guiding the souls within his divine realm into the future underworld of Insi, although it could not facilitate their reincarnation. Nevertheless, this was more than adequate. It resolved the issue of lost souls and marked a solid first step in his quest for dominion over reincarnation. Without hesitation, Ding Hao summoned his divine power and began the transformation of the selected canyon in the rear mountain according to the blueprints. As divine energy surged, rocks shifted, and the ground sank. A simple yet solemn underground structure rapidly took form under his command. Meanwhile, in Hejia village, a few ancient trees stood sparsely at the entrance. Their bark cracked and weathered, reminiscent of the village itself, exuding an aura of decay and lifelessness. Neo Dekhang, accompanied by several martial artists from Yodo village, appeared weary and travel-worn as they stood at the village's threshold. In stark contrast to the thriving Nyoto village, Hejia village appeared particularly dilapidated and oppressive. The houses were low and decrepit, the villagers mostly emaciated, their eyes devoid of vitality and spirit. An elderly man, presumably the village head, approached with a few villagers, his expression marked by wariness and detachment. "Who are you?" the elder rasped. "Greetings, sir. We hail from Yodo village," Neo Dekhang replied, striving to adopt a friendly tone. "I am Neo Dekhang from Yodo village." Yodo village? A flicker of interest passed through the elder's murky eyes, only to be quickly extinguished. "What brings you here?" Neo Dekhang cleared his throat and recited the speech he had meticulously prepared. "Sir, we of Nyoto village are currently under the protection of the mountain god, and our days are growing ever better. We no longer fear the encroachment of ferocious beasts. The mountain god, with boundless power and a compassionate heart, has specifically sent us to inquire whether Hejia village would be willing to also pay homage to the mountain god and relocate to Nyoto mountain, where we can all look out for one another. If everyone sincerely worships the mountain god, they shall receive his protection and no longer suffer from the attacks of beasts and malevolent forces, thus leading a peaceful and prosperous life." He had anticipated that the villagers of Hejia would respond with excitement akin to that of Lu village upon hearing of the mountain goddess protection. However, he was met with a profound silence. The elder and the villagers behind him displayed no signs of joy. Rather, they appeared even more guarded, with a hint of mockery creeping into their expressions. "Mountain god," the elder scoffed. "What mountain god? In this world, there are no deities. Here, we have only the Black Wind King. We of Hejia village are under the protection of the Black Wind King and have no need for any mountain god." A middle-aged man interjected coldly. Neo Dekhang was already aware of the Black Wind King's origins, and he let out a derisive laugh. "The Black Wind King? Is that not merely a monstrous bear? How can it protect you? It treats you as livestock, seeing you as mere fodder. Just look at the life you are living now. Is this truly how humans ought to live? Will you continue on in this manner?" His voice grew increasingly louder and more severe. "You may resign yourselves to this fate, but what of your children? What will become of them?" Silence. The elder's complexion shifted dramatically, fear etched across his face as he barked. "Do not speak ill of the Black Wind King, though he demands tributes each year. At least he spares our lives. Wasn't he your Nyoto village once ravaged by beasts as well? Furrowing his brow, Neo Dekhang attempted to reason with him. Sir, this is a different time. We now have the mountain god, and the beasts dare not approach. The Black Wind King you speak of is nothing but a beast. That is not protection, that is captivity. Impudent. The elder trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Neo Dekhang. We do not believe in any mountain god. We will not relocate. You are not welcome here. Please leave. At that moment, a cacophony of children's cries and women's wails erupted from deep within the village. 2 children, around 4 or 5 years old, were dragged out of a house by several villagers, while their mother collapsed on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Yet they all understood the futility of their situation. Which family in the village had not sacrificed their children? It was their destiny, and all they could do was weep in sorrow, powerless to alter their fate. The time is drawing near. Hurry and deliver the offerings to the Black Wind Cave. One villager urged, his expression a blend of numbness and terror. With this proclamation, the villagers escorted the 2 children towards the exit. Neo Dekhang and his companions were taken aback by this scene, their expressions shifting to horror. Are you truly taking the children to sacrifice to that monstrous bear? Neo Dekhang's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, demanding an answer. Chapter 38. Traitors. The elder's face turned pale at the accusation, his lips quivering as if he wished to retort but could find no words. Suddenly, a sharp-featured middle-aged man leapt forward, pointing at Neo Dekhang with a fierce glare. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of Hajia village? The Black Wind King protects us. Offering tributes is only natural. What concern is it of yours? I tell you, these children are our offerings to the Black Wind King. Hisan's eyes glinted with murderous intent, clearly a loyal minion of the bear demon. Turning to the other villagers, his voice rose threateningly. Did you hear that? These outsiders insult the Black Wind King and seek to prevent our tribute. This is utter disrespect. If we anger the Black Wind King, our entire village will suffer. Now, seize them and deliver them to the king for retribution. Perhaps we can earn his forgiveness. His words instilled panic and dread among the villagers. Hisan was the Black Wind King's appointed overseer, known for his ruthlessness, causing fear in all. Yet, they dared not offend him. At that moment, Hisan turned his cold gaze on several strong young villagers. Why are you still standing idle? Do you wish for me to report to the Black Wind King, compelling him to issue a direct order before you act? Under Hisan's coercion, the young villagers felt helpless and compelled to comply, closing in on Neo Dekhang and his group. They feared the Black Wind King even more than Hisan's wrath. Seeing this, Neo Dekhang's fury ignited into laughter, his voice icy. What a righteous cause! To offer your children to a monster and consider it justifiable? You, who serve as a lackey, are nothing but a calamity. Before he could finish speaking, Neo Dekhang sprang into action, moving like lightning. Hisan barely had time to react before he felt a powerful grip seize his throat. Crack! The sound echoed sharply as Neo Dekhang brutally snapped Hisan's neck, his head drooping limply to one side, eyes wide with terror and despair. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the area. The villagers of Hajia were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the sudden violence of Neo Dekhang's decisive action. Fear washed over them like a tidal wave. Having killed Hisan, they realized they were doomed. The Black Wind King would undoubtedly learn of this, and he would not let it slide easily. The elder collapsed to the ground, pallid and trembling, murmuring, "It's over. All is lost." The other villagers quaked in terror, their eyes fixed on Neo Dekhang and his companions as though they were harbingers of death. Just then, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, akin to rolling thunder from the distant mountains. Simultaneously, a wave of putrid, violent energy surged forth, enveloping Hajia village in a terrifying pressure. From the edge of the forest emerged a colossal shadow, moving with astonishing speed. The ground trembled beneath its stride. It has come. The Black Wind King has arrived. The faces of the villagers of Hajia village drained of color as they gazed despairingly towards the source of the ominous sound. Within mere moments, a towering shadow lunged into the village entrance, a colossal bear, standing over 2 meters tall. Its entire body was cloaked in sleek, glossy black fur, with menacing fangs protruding and a pair of crimson eyes brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy enveloped it, almost tangible in its presence. A third-tier demon beast, the Black Bear. The Black Wind King immediately spotted the lifeless body of Hisan sprawled on the ground, alongside Neo Dekhang and others standing nearby. Its blood-red gaze locked onto Neo Dekhang, and a palpable murderous intent coalesced in the air. You wretches have slain my servant? The Black Wind King's voice, harsh and grating like metal scraping against metal, seethed with boundless fury. Simultaneously, drool dripped from its maw as a glint of greed sparkled in its eyes. How delightful! A mere lapdog has met its demise, but the essence of you martial artists must be exquisitely delectable. Indeed, it has been ages since I have feasted upon martial artists. Ha ha! The Black Wind King erupted into raucous laughter, completely disregarding Neo Dekhang and his companions. A chill ran down Neo Dekhang's spine. The creature's formidable prowess was evident, as he felt an immense pressure from its sheer presence. A beast dares to call itself king, preying upon humankind and devouring their flesh. Such a crime is deserving of death. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter proclaimed fearlessly, seeking death. The Black Wind King roared in fury, its massive form lunging forward, stirring a gust of foul wind. A gigantic claw, encased in a thick layer of horn-like armor and shimmering with a sinister gleam, descended upon Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter with lethal intent. Should that claw connect, it could likely shatter even the hardest stone. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, sensing the imminent peril, did not dare to confront it head-on. He swiftly channeled his vital energy, propelling himself to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Thud! The bear's claw smashed into the earth, sending dirt flying and leaving a deep claw mark in its wake. The force was terrifying. Although Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter managed to dodge, the fierce gust from the attack left his arm tingling. He understood that he was no match for this third-tier demon bear. Without hesitation, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter inhaled deeply, his eyes radiating profound reverence. He clasped his hands together fervently and directed his voice towards Nyoto Mountain, proclaiming, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter humbly beseeches the mountain god to descend, exterminate the demons, and vanquish evil. As his words echoed, a brilliant beam of golden light erupted from the direction of Nyoto Mountain, streaking like lightning and swiftly approaching. Above Hajia village, it coalesced into a vague, golden silhouette. This golden figure emanated an overwhelming aura of authority, its divine presence rendering all present breathless and awestruck. Particularly, the black bear demon, overwhelmed by this formidable energy, was forced to the ground, its bones shattering and flesh bursting under the weight. Bow before the mountain god. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and the others immediately knelt before the golden apparition, their voices filled with sincerity. We implore the mountain god to act, to obliterate this man-eating black bear and protect the elders and children of Hajia village. Yes, mountain god, echoed several members of the Nyo family in unison. The villagers of Hajia, eyes wide with disbelief, gazed at the sacred silhouette bathed in golden light. All their prior doubts and disbelief shattered in that moment. The aura of majesty and sanctity enveloped them, instilling a sense of peace and tranquility, a characteristic absent in any demon. The mountain god has manifested. A villager quivered, collapsing to the ground and fervently bowing. More and more people knelt, their faces alight with excitement and reverence. The Black Wind King, stunned by this sudden turn of events, sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the golden silhouette, one that could easily crush it. Flee! I must escape. The only thought racing through the Black Wind King's mind. Yet, in its current state, with shattered bones and bursting flesh, how could it possibly escape? The golden silhouette proclaimed in a resounding, majestic voice, "Wretched beast, you who wreak havoc and harm the innocent, must be eradicated." In the next instant, the prostrate black bear disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing without a trace. The third-tier demon bear, the Black Wind King, is dead. A profound silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. One strike, merely a single strike. The mountain god had effortlessly slain the beast that had instilled fear in them for years. Is this the power of the divine? The golden silhouette gradually dissipated, transforming into motes of golden light that faded into the ether. Yet the sacred pressure lingered in the air above Hajia village, refusing to dissipate. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter rose, gazing at the villagers still kneeling, and declared with conviction, "Do you see? This is the might of the mountain god. The mountain god, in his compassion, protects humanity. As long as you sincerely believe in the mountain god, you shall receive his protection and need not fear the onslaught of demon beasts any longer. Now, do you wish to follow us to Nyoto Mountain, to worship the mountain god and offer incense in his honor daily?" This time, there was no hesitation, no doubt among the villagers. They all cried out in unison, "We are willing. We are willing to follow the mountain god." Their voices soared to the heavens, filled with the joy of survival and hope for the future. Nyoto Mountain, the temple. Ding Hao's divine power surged, constantly gathering in the canyon behind the mountain. According to the architectural blueprints of the underworld, Ding Hao's divine consciousness began to precisely manipulate this force. Boom. The earth trembled as the canyon walls appeared to be molded by invisible hands, reshaping the terrain as rocks fell and reformed. The ground sank gradually, and a vast underground space was being carved out at an observable rate under the influence of divine power. This was not mere excavation. It was a reformation of the landscape, a construction of laws. The runes and formations depicted on the blueprints were inscribed by Ding Hao's divine power in every corner of the space. The stone walls became smooth and solemn, shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. The floor was paved with special black stones, exuding a cold, silent aura. A stone hall, emanating a chilling presence, rose at the center of the space, serving as the core area of the underworld. The entire process consumed nearly 1,000 units of Ding Hao's divine power to establish this rudimentary form of the underworld. Though simplistic, it already possessed the basic framework and the ability to sever ties with the realm of the living. Finally, Ding Hao directed his consciousness towards the elusive portal. The gate of reincarnation, damaged. He extended his hand, channeling divine power to place this damaged portal at the entrance of the underworld. The portal quivered slightly, seemingly establishing a connection with the newly formed space, emanating a clearer aura of reincarnation. Though still damaged and unable to open a true passageway of reincarnation, it could now perform its most basic function, guiding wandering souls. From this moment forth, within the realms enveloped by my divine domain, every soul that meets its end through natural demise or unforeseen circumstances shall find passage through this gate into my underworld, where they may attain a sanctuary of repose. Ding Hao's voice resonated with grandeur, echoing through every corner within a 50-mile radius. At this instant, countless phantoms and spirits within the vicinity felt the summons of Niuotu Mountain. Though devoid of consciousness, they instinctively drifted towards it. As the nascent form of the underworld was just taking shape, a dark, purplish thundercloud suddenly materialized above Niuotu Mountain. This ominous cloud swiftly approached the rear canyon, manifesting as if painted with thick ink, with countless bolts of lightning erupting from within, massive electric serpents slithering through the clouds, exuding a destructive aura. The terrifying pressure caused the entire Niuotu Mountain to tremble slightly, and the beings within the mountain quivered in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, unable to move. Observing this scene, Ding Hao's expression turned grave. The thundercloud was clearly targeted at the underworld. Could it be that the establishment of this realm has rendered it unacceptable to the heavens? Indeed, during his 2 ascensions, he had attracted heavenly tribulations, and at that time, he pondered whether his rise to the status of a wild deity had provoked the heavens' disdain, thus summoning the thunder. Now, with the underworld barely formed, it was again met with tribulation, solidifying his belief. The creation of the underworld fundamentally engages with the laws of life and death, and even in its embryonic state, it was sufficient to provoke vehement opposition from this realm. Establishing the underworld was inherently an act against the heavens, infringing upon the ultimate boundaries of the cosmic order. Ding Hao could distinctly sense the intent of annihilation contained within the thundercloud. It was not directed at him, the mountain deity, but purely aimed at obliterating the newly birthed underworld. Humph! How could I allow the embryonic form of the underworld, constructed at the cost of 1,000 units of divine power, to be so easily destroyed? A fierce glint flashed in Ding Hao's eyes, rather than fear. An uncontainable spirit surged within him. As the mountain deity, I protect the creatures of this realm, establishing the underworld to harbor the souls of the departed, providing them a place of solace. Even if the heavens oppose me, I shall persist. In that moment, his divine consciousness locked onto the underworld below, particularly the ethereal yet fragmented portal of reincarnation, the very core of the underworld and the primary target of the impending tribulation, which must not be allowed to be utterly annihilated. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed. The colossal sound reverberated painfully against the eardrums, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended like the wrathful spear of a celestial being, carrying unmatched destructive power, striking down towards the entrance of the underworld in the canyon. The portal of reincarnation. Humph! Ding Hao let out a cold snort. Divine power surging forth from within him, transforming into a heavy, solid golden barrier, resembling an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloping the underworld above. With a resounding boom, the purple lightning crashed violently against the golden barrier, erupting in a blinding brilliance, as if a purple sun had exploded in the canyon. The terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward, dislodging countless stones from the canyon walls. The golden barrier quaked violently, rippling with waves, its hue dimming at a visible pace. Ding Hao felt an overwhelming force rebound towards him, as the divine power connection strained against his divine form, rapidly depleting his energy. What formidable might! And this was merely the first strike. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. This tribulation was more fearsome than he had anticipated. The heavens' rejection of the underworld exceeded his expectations, offering him no respite. Boom, boom. The second, the third. Thunderclaps followed in quick succession, seemingly endless. Each strike more substantial, each more ferocious. The purple lightning rendered the entire canyon into a violet realm, a miasma of destruction permeating the air, filled with the acrid scent of burning. The golden barrier, under the relentless onslaught, teetered on the brink of collapse, its radiance waning, as if it might shatter at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Ding Hao maintained a solemn demeanor, continuously channeling divine power to sustain the barrier. However, he could distinctly feel the alarming rate at which his divine energy was depleting, akin to a dam bursting. At this rate, even if he exhausted all of his divine power, he would be unable to withstand the tribulation. Suddenly, an idea struck Ding Hao. The thunder crystal could aid him in resisting the tribulation. Could it also assist the underworld in evading it? With this thought, he swiftly retrieved the thunder crystal, raising it aloft, transforming it into a radiant barrier that merged with his divine shield to counter the impending strikes. The very next moment, the sixth bolt of lightning descended. When the frenzied purple lightning met the barrier infused with the power of the thunder crystal, most of its might was rapidly absorbed and assimilated by the crystal, with only a fraction of residual energy impacting the shield, causing significantly less damage than before. Indeed, it proved effective. Ding Hao's spirit soared, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. This thunder crystal was, without a doubt, a formidable tool against the tribulation. The 7th. The 8th. As 2 more bolts of lightning fell, though their power remained terrifying, with the aid of the thunder crystal, the golden and purple barrier merely trembled violently a few times before successfully absorbing the majority of the force. The rate of Ding Hao's divine energy depletion also markedly slowed. The thundercloud overhead seemed utterly incensed, swirling violently, contracting, as all its power converged at the center, brewing its final and most potent strike. The entire sky appeared to darken entirely, as endless lightning converged and compressed within the depths of the clouds, ultimately transforming into a terrifying pillar of lightning, nearly the thickness of a water barrel, exuding a heart-stopping aura of annihilation. This strike seemed to encapsulate the full might of the thundercloud, intent on obliterating everything below. Boom. The 9th tribulation. The cataclysmic pressure made Ding Hao's very soul tremble. That black lightning pillar descended with a slow yet unstoppable ferocity, tearing through the void, embodying the wrath of annihilation. Crack, crack. Upon striking the barrier, it emitted a sound of unbearable strain, instantly adorned with a web of cracks. With a final soft sound, the shield formed from divine power, and the thunder crystal was shattered. The power of the lightning had been significantly depleted, with the remnants crashing directly onto the portal of reincarnation. A peculiar wave surged forth, as the portal erupted with a wondrous aura, intertwining with the remnants of the lightning power. 3 breaths later, tranquility was restored. The thundercloud in the sky dissipated, as if it had never existed. Ding Hao extended his divine consciousness, discovering that the portal of reincarnation had become even more fragmented, clearly suffering considerable damage from the tribulation. However, it remained intact, still usable. What astonished Ding Hao even further was the faint aura of thunderous power emanating from the gate of reincarnation. This essence was. Ding Hao furrowed his brows, meticulously attuning himself to the sensation. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance shot from his eyes. The essence of life. The thunderous force possesses both destructive and regenerative powers. It was evident that the gate of reincarnation had absorbed the life-giving energy from the 9th bolt of thunder. This development held immense significance not only for the gate of reincarnation, but also for the entire realm of the underworld. This outcome makes my expenditure of all those thunder crystals and over 1,000 divine energies worthwhile. Ding Hao chuckled at himself, reflecting on how constructing the underworld had consumed 1,000 divine energies, and having just withstood the thunderous force had depleted over 600 more, leaving him with merely 834 divine energies. The underworld was established, and though the gate of reincarnation may be flawed, it had nonetheless laid a foundational stone. Ding Hao gazed at the deep, icy, and silent entrance to the underworld, his eyes flickering with a mixture of satisfaction and profound anticipation. The next step was to guide those wandering souls within, granting them a place of rest. As Ding Hao attuned himself to the laws governing this space, he felt a sense of certainty. This resolved the dilemma of souls having nowhere to go after death and extended his dominion over this realm from the mortal plane to the netherworld. The first soul to be welcomed naturally was that of the elder from Nyoto village, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Ding Hao's divine consciousness swept over Nyoto village and soon pinpointed the elderly soul hovering above the village, filled with confusion and longing. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, as my faithful follower, you toiled diligently in life, and now that your mortal lifespan has concluded, it is time to enter the underworld and await your placement. A voice, both dignified and gentle, resonated deep within Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's soul. The bewildered spirit of Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter jolted as if awoken from a profound slumber. He beheld the shimmering, ethereal portal and felt an irresistible yet reassuring pull. The mountain god. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter recognized the voice, an overwhelming sense of reverence and a flicker of reassurance surging within him. No longer resisting, he followed the pull, transforming into a streak of light and entering the gate of reincarnation. The moment he passed through the luminous gate, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter experienced a dramatic shift in his surroundings. No longer was he in familiar Nyoto village, but rather in an eerie, solemn space imbued with a sense of order. Although vast and empty, it lacked the dismal feeling of aimless wandering souls. Here was. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter gazed around in bewilderment. This is the underworld established by this deity, and you are the first soul to arrive here, thus finding your rest. A resounding voice replied, then fell into silence. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter grasped it with partial understanding, yet the tranquility emanating from deep within his soul alleviated his fears. He found a corner and settled quietly, awaiting further instructions from the mountain god. Meanwhile, in Nyoto village, the recent spectacle had left everyone in awe. When the thunderstorm struck, each person was so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a sound. The original villagers of Nyoto, having witnessed 2 thunder tribulations before, felt fear in their hearts, but their resolve was far stronger than that of the people from Lu family village. At least, no one had been so frightened as to lose control. It was only when the storm clouds dissipated that they began to regain their composure. Lu Xiaofeng, feeling as though his body no longer obeyed him, sought out Li Changsheng, trembling as he asked, "Mr. Li, what just happened with that thunder tribulation?" Li Changsheng, with an air of calmness, regarded Lu Xiaofeng and replied with a smile, "The mountain god manifested. He summoned the thunder tribulation to smite those who do not believe in the mountain god." What? Lu Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. Was such a grand display necessary to strike down a mere mortal? Yet, seeing Li Changsheng's serious demeanor, it did not seem like mere folly. "I must quickly inform the villagers. They must sincerely worship the mountain god. Otherwise, they might attract the wrath of thunder." In the meantime, in Hejia village, survivors, under the guidance of village chief He Jiejun, began to methodically pack their belongings, preparing for their migration. The expressions on their faces shifted from past numbness and despair to a heartfelt joy and anticipation for the future. "Hurry, bring everything we can carry. Once we reach Nyoto Mountain, we shall live well. May the mountain god bless us. I never imagined I could escape from suffering in this lifetime. Indeed, we shall no longer live in fear of being devoured by that bear demon." The villagers of Nyoto appeared revitalized, and surely, their lives would improve. As they busied themselves, excitement filled their discussions, their gazes toward Nyo Dekhang brimming with gratitude and respect. The two children who were nearly sent for sacrifice now nestled in their mother's embrace, weeping tears of joy for their miraculous survival. Nyo Dekhang observed the vibrant scene before him, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. It was the mountain god who had fundamentally altered the fate of this village. The assembly of villagers quickly completed, and under Nyo Dechang's leadership, they marched towards Nyoto Mountain with great fervor. Upon their arrival at the foot of Nyoto Mountain, the sight before them left everyone speechless. In stark contrast to their dilapidated village, Nyoto village boasted tidy houses, clean roads, and although the villagers wore simple attire, they were all invigorated, their faces radiating the happiness of a thriving community. The air was infused with a subtle, calming aura, a testament to the mountain god's divine protection. At the village entrance, the guards of Nyoto village greeted Nyo Dekhang with warmth upon seeing him return with his companions. "Uncle Dekhang, you've returned. And these must be the folks from Hejia village? Please come in. We've already arranged accommodations for you." The villagers of Hejia felt a mix of shyness, astonishment, and envy. Was this truly a village under the mountain goddess protection? It was an unimaginable contrast to their previous lives. Nyo Dekhang led the villagers of Hejia to the square in front of the mountain goddess temple. He instructed everyone to tidy their attire and stand solemnly. "Villagers." Nyo Dechang's voice resounded powerfully, declaring, "We are blessed by the mountain god's grace, rescued from suffering, and have arrived at Nyoto village. From this day forth, we shall be the most devout followers of the mountain god. Now please join me in bowing to the mountain god, expressing our gratitude and pledging our faith." With that, Nyo Dekhang knelt first before the temple, respectfully bowing 3 times. The villagers of Hejia, witnessing this, did not hesitate and promptly knelt in unison, mirroring Nyo Dechang's actions with sincere reverence. "We, the villagers of Hejia, express our heartfelt thanks to the mountain god for our salvation. We vow to worship the mountain god for generations, praying day and night, never to waver in our faith. We beseech the mountain god's protection." Their harmonious and powerful voices coalesced into a mighty torrent of faith, surging towards Ding Hao within the mountain god's temple. Ding Hao distinctly sensed this fresh wave of gratitude and hope-filled belief. His heart stirred, and he bestowed a gentle divine energy, transforming into glimmers of golden light that fell like spring rain, merging into the bodies of each villager from Hejia. The villagers felt a warm current coursing through them, their weariness dissipating and their spirits lifted. Some frail elders even sensed a newfound vigor. Divine grace. This is the blessing of the mountain god. The crowd was filled with exuberance, their reverence intensifying as they bowed in worship. At that moment, a voice resonated in Ding Hao's mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing main quest 1. Rewards: Divine Power, 1,000, Thunder Crystals, 1,000, Blessing Scrolls for Warriors, 10, Cheap Blood Pills, 30. Now announcing main quest 2. Main quest 2. Attract followers, strengthen the divine domain. Quest requirement: reach a total of 1,000 followers. Time limit: none. 1,000 followers? Ding Hao contemplated briefly. Nyoto village had 176 followers, Lu family village was nearing 189, and He family village currently had 154 followers, bringing the total to 519, just over half the target. With over 400 still needed, there were 5 villages within a 50-mile radius, collectively housing more than 900 individuals. If he could convert all the inhabitants of these 5 villages into his followers, the goal of 1,000 would be effortlessly achieved. Developing the villagers from these 5 villages was not a daunting task. Surrounding these villages were monsters. All he needed to do was send Nyo Dekhang to lead the warriors in exterminating the beasts, demonstrating divine signs just as they had in Lu family village and He family village. Consequently, the other 5 villages would surely submit and become his followers. Nyo Dekhang, clad in white, approached with utmost respect. "Great deity, how may I serve you?" he inquired. "You have performed admirably in Lu family village and He family village." Ding Hao replied in a calm tone. The mountain deity is quite pleased. However, within a 50-mile radius, there are still 5 villages besieged by beasts, living a life worse than death. The mountain deity has decreed that you immediately lead Nio's family and others to these 5 villages, employing the mountain deity's unparalleled miracles to vanquish the monsters, proclaiming the mountain deity's name and revealing his protective presence over humanity. All who wish to submit and worship the mountain deity may relocate to the foot of Nyoto Mountain, receiving equal treatment, land, and shelter under his divine protection. Upon hearing this, Neo Dekang felt invigorated, excitement radiating from his face. This was a testament to the mountain deity's trust in him, assigning him a mission of great significance. "Disciples obey. I shall not fail the mountain deity's expectations." Without hesitation, Neo Dekang pledged his commitment. Ding Hao nodded, casting his gaze over the expanded Nyoto village. His voice echoing once more, "A thriving populace is the cornerstone of a robust community. From this day forth, any newborn in the village shall receive divine blessings as rewards. Should twins or triplets be born, they will have the opportunity to ascend to warrior status, enjoying greater resources. Furthermore, the transmission of knowledge is paramount. Inform all villagers, regardless of age, to learn from Li Changxing during their leisure hours. They must not only become literate and knowledgeable, but also learn the fundamentals of physical fortification and martial arts." Previously, Ding Hao had activated the divine domain crystal, within which was a tome titled Fundamental Martial Arts Truths. He entrusted it to Li Changsheng, whose exceptional talent and comprehension allowed him to swiftly grasp its contents, becoming the first to advance to warrior status through his own efforts. Thus, Ding Hao entrusted the responsibility of imparting basic martial knowledge to Li Changsheng. After all, while he could bestow blessings upon many villagers to become warriors, these warriors would be hastily cultivated, lacking a deep understanding of martial knowledge, which would make their future paths arduous. Ding Hao continued, "A robust physique can withstand ailments and labor, while the cultivation of wisdom can enlighten the populace and preserve civilization. This endeavor requires perseverance and diligence." Neo Dekang etched every word of the mountain deity into his memory, feeling increasingly stirred. The mountain deity not only shielded them from malevolent beasts, but also considered the welfare of the entire village and their long-term future. Encouraging fertility, promoting education, strengthening the body, these actions mirrored the legendary sages guiding them towards true prosperity. Neo Dekang understood. He would ensure the mountain deity's will was conveyed to every villager and oversee its execution. With solemn reverence, Neo Dekang bowed deeply. Just as everyone at Nyoto Mountain fervently executed the mountain deity's divine domain, the beasts from the Luoyan Mountains encroached upon Ding Hao's territory. Chapter 42. An Invitation to Death. What a perplexity! Where have the villagers of Lu family village gone? It has turned into a deserted village. The fox demon stood perplexed before Lu family village. Behind it, for powerful third-tier beasts radiated a fierce aura, their impatience palpable. Had it not been for the orders of the 3 great kings, they would not have deigned to concern themselves with this trifling first-tier fox demon. "Little fox, why are you so cowardly?" A massive python hissed disdainfully. "Your companion was clearly slain by other formidable beasts. You keep claiming there are deities? What nonsense. This world has no deities. It is evident that other powerful beasts coveted this territory, seeking to devour human and animal flesh, leading to your companion's demise. Now that the villagers of Lu family village have vanished, does that not prove they have been consumed by these powerful beasts?" Indeed, a giant eagle circled low, its sharp voice piercing the air. "That wretched creature must have sensed our approach and fled in fear. Did you not say that the last surge of power emanated from Nyoto Mountain? Let us go directly to Nyoto Mountain and seek out the culprit to slay them." "I concur. Let us eliminate that beast, and we shall return to report." A hedgehog beast chimed in. The group of third-tier beasts sneered, mocking the fox demon. The latter, seeing their disdainful expressions, dared not retort. After all, it was merely a lowly first-tier beast. Had it not been for the orders from the 3 great kings to guide them, these third-tier beasts would not have acknowledged its presence. Moreover, their analysis seemed quite rational. "Then let us proceed to Nyoto Mountain." The fox demon hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Soon, the 5 beasts surged towards Nyoto Mountain. These 5 beasts showed no intention of concealing their overwhelming presence, soaring through the skies with an air of dominance. In Nyoto village, the villagers suddenly sensed an immense surge of demonic energy approaching from afar, leaving them momentarily stunned. Li Changsheng, who was instructing on basic martial knowledge, quickly soared out to stand at the village's entrance upon sensing the formidable energy. Behind him, over 100 villagers swiftly gathered, all gazing towards the rolling waves of demonic energy advancing upon them. "Who approaches?" Li Changxing's blood surged within him as he shouted. "This is the abode of the mountain deity. You foul beasts, retreat at once, or face merciless slaughter. Retreat at once, or face merciless slaughter." The other villagers echoed, their voices rising in unison. Although everyone present, save for Li Changsheng, were mere commoners. Their collective shout bore a considerable weight. Ding Hao, clad in white, along with Niu Dali and others, was exploring the city of Divine Domain. Meanwhile, Niu Dekang led several martial artists from the Niu clan to seek out new followers, leaving only Li Changsheng as the solitary martial artist guarding Niu Head Village. Suddenly, the swift eagle demon appeared before them, its gaze fixed on Li Changsheng and the others, a mocking expression adorning its features. Mountain God? Bring him forth, so that I may behold what manner of creature he is. What divine beings exist in this world? Merely another beast masquerading as a deity. Li Changsheng felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature, yet his countenance remained unyielding as he coldly retorted. A mere vulture dares to seek an audience with the Mountain God? Such audacity is laughable. The Eagle King scoffed, just a horde of ants. Why waste words with them? Let us charge in and feast. The snake demon hissed with a sinister grin. The vitality of this village seems quite abundant. The taste of their blood must be exquisite. The fox demon remained silent, merely licking its lips, its green eyes glimmering with insatiable greed. Charge in. Let us strike down the foremost human, roared the wolf demon, drool spilling from its maw as it dashed towards the village entrance, the other four demons trailing closely behind. Driven by a potent desire to devour the rich lifeblood of the villagers, Li Changsheng stood resolute at the village entrance, facing the four formidable third-tier demons with a calm demeanor and an upright posture, showing no signs of retreat. Behind him, the villagers of Niu Head Village, Lu Family Village, and He Family Village also sensed the terrifying aura but exhibited little panic. Having witnessed the demise of the Wild Boar Demon and the Black Wind King at the hands of the Mountain God, and having seen the might of the thunderous tribulation, they harbored an almost blind trust in their deity. As long as the Mountain God was present, all demons and monsters were but illusions. What is with these humans? Are they not afraid of death? The snake demon, leading the charge, paused momentarily at the sight of Li Changsheng and the villagers' calm demeanor. Whatever, we shall consume them. The eagle demon screeched, its wings flaring as it transformed into a shadow, lunging at Li Changsheng with glistening claws. Although the other demons found the situation peculiar, their bloodlust and desire to devour overwhelmed any hesitation, prompting them to accelerate. To them, these humans were either foolish or paralyzed by fear. Perfect. Let us first tear apart this obstacle. Li Changsheng gazed intently at the oncoming eagle demon and the following beasts, inhaled deeply, his expression solemn, and raised his gaze towards the direction of the temple, his voice resonant and fervent. Faithful follower, Li Changsheng humbly beseeches the Mountain God to descend, annihilate the wicked and protect your faithful. Almost instantaneously after his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens without warning. A powerful pressure surged forth from the Mountain Goddess temple, enveloping the 5 demons in an instant. No, the hedgehog demon, eagle demon, snake demon, wolf demon, and fox demon barely had time to emit a terrified, desperate shriek before being crushed into a mist of blood by the overwhelming force. The demonic aura they exuded was instantly purged, and the air above Niu Head Mountain returned to its former clarity, in but a breath. For arrogant third-tier demons and one first-tier demon had utterly vanished from existence, leaving not a trace behind. Li Changsheng's posture of supplication to the Mountain God had yet to shift, yet all was concluded. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, fell silent for a moment before erupting into rapturous cheers. The Mountain God has manifested. The Mountain God is invincible. Thank you, Mountain God, for your protection. The throng of villagers, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing towards the temple, tears glistening in their eyes. Having borne witness to this miracle and felt the divine might, their faith ascended to unprecedented heights. Many followers experienced a significant surge in their levels. The entirety of Niu Head Mountain was engulfed in reverence and fervor for the Mountain God. Meanwhile, Ding Hao gazed curiously at the reincarnation gate on the back mountain, where 5 figures began to materialize. Chapter 43, The Great Wolf King. Before the reincarnation gate, 5 phantoms lingered, howling. They were the very 4 third-tier demons and 1 first-tier fox demon obliterated by Ding Hao's divine might. Stripped of their corporeal forms, they existed solely as primal souls, instinctively drawn to the aura of the reincarnation gate, laden with fear, resentment, and an insatiable thirst for the flesh of the living. Within the temple, Ding Hao's divine consciousness clearly observed this scene. Can the souls of demons also be guided by the reincarnation gate? He mused, somewhat surprised, yet soon comprehended. The reincarnation gate, in theory, was designed to guide all 6 realms of beings, including the demon race. However, the gate remained too damaged to function optimally, while humans could enter directly. The other 5 realms could not. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Hao recognized that for the underworld to flourish, it could not exclusively accommodate human souls. Perfecting the 6 realms was an inevitable task. Therefore, it would be prudent to draw the souls of these demons into the realm. With this intention, a surge of divine power beckoned, and the reincarnation gate shimmered slightly. The souls of the 5 demons were drawn into it. To prevent the demon souls from inflicting harm upon the human souls, Ding Hao designated a separate area within the gate for the placement of the demon souls. In truth, since the reincarnation gate withstood the thunderous tribulation within a 50-mile radius enveloped by Ding Hao's divine domain, those souls that had perished recently but had not yet dissipated, wandering aimlessly in the realm of the living, now sensed the powerful allure emanating from the reincarnation gate. One by one, wisps of souls, some clear, some indistinct, rose like a school of fish responding to a call, drifting up from villages, mountains, and ruins. Hundreds, if not thousands, of luminous trails converged towards the back mountain of Nyo Head, ultimately merging into that ethereal portal. The underworld, a nascent space just birthed, quickly welcomed over 1,000 souls. The once desolate underground area transformed into a bustling realm. As Ding Hao sensed the rapid accumulation of souls within the underworld and the subtly strengthening order of the realm, a peculiar sensation arose within him. To master life is to master death as well. Perhaps this encapsulates the true essence of divine authority. Over 1,000 souls. This was merely the accumulation within a 50-mile radius. In the future, as his divine domain expanded and followers multiplied, the number of souls the underworld would need to guide would be unfathomable. Restoring the reincarnation gate and enhancing the order and functionality of the underworld became increasingly urgent. At that very moment, deep within the depths of the falling Goose Mountains, a massive palace harbored a third-tier demon, appearing visibly anxious and hurried as it emerged before the hall. "Three kings, something grave has occurred," the third-tier demon exclaimed, its voice trembling with urgency. The Great Wolf King was indulging in the delectable flesh and blood of both beasts and humans when a sudden noise disrupted his feast, prompting a displeased snort from him. What is the cause of this alarm? At that moment, his enormous eyes slowly opened, and the terrifying light within them caused the third-tier demon beasts outside to prostrate themselves in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the soul lamps of the 3 eagle demons and the serpent demon extinguished simultaneously. The third-tier demon beast, tasked with guarding these soul lamps, dared not conceal this alarming news. Such a significant event warranted immediate reporting. Fear gripped its heart. If the soul lamps of 4 third-tier demon beasts extinguished at the same time, it signified that the eagle demons had been slain by an enemy in a single, lethal blow. How powerful and terrifying could this enemy be? The Great Wolf King abruptly opened his eyes wide, uncertainty flashing in his copper-ringed gaze. Dead. All dead. The 4 third-tier subordinates I dispatched to investigate the Bullhead Mountain, along with the first-tier fox demon acting as their guide, perished within such a brief span of time. A chill surged from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head, as a 4th-tier great demon with formidable strength. Even he acknowledged that simultaneously slaying 4 third-tier demons was no trivial feat, let alone achieving it with a single strike. What monstrous entity lurked in that Bullhead Mountain? Could it truly be, as that little fox claimed, that divine beings were offering protection? This thought briefly flickered in his mind before he forcefully suppressed it. Divine beings? Absurd. This world had long since become a paradise for demons, with humans merely existing as livestock for sustenance. Even the mightiest warriors of the Great Xia were no match for the demon lords. Where could divine beings be found? It was undoubtedly a powerful demon from another clan passing through, or a deeply concealed warrior who had taken residence in Bullhead Mountain, deliberately opposing the falling Goose Mountain range. The possibility of a practitioner being involved seemed slim, for there were only so many renowned warriors. And who among them would have the leisure to venture into this impoverished region to slay demon beasts? It had to be other factions' demons seeking to encroach upon the falling Goose Mountain range, beginning with a strike from Bullhead Mountain. Yes, it must be so. In no time, the Great Wolf King's thoughts crystallized. Yet regardless of the circumstances, the foe that could annihilate 4 third-tier demons in an instant was undeniably formidable. Perhaps even a threat to him. Revenge? The enemy was powerful. Rashly charging in could lead to a fate akin to that of the serpent demons. Not seeking vengeance. As a distinguished lord of the falling Goose Mountain range, with his subordinates slain and his territory under scrutiny, would he not become a laughingstock among other demon kings if he turned a blind eye? How could he maintain his standing in the falling Goose Mountain range thereafter? Damn it, who could it be? The Great Wolf King bellowed, his voice echoing within the cave. After much contemplation, a fierce glint of resolve flickered in his eyes. Relying solely on himself posed too great a risk. The only course of action was to seek out the second king, though he would have to pay a price. It was preferable to losing his life or becoming the subject of ridicule. Resolute, the Great Wolf King hesitated no longer, transforming into a white gust of wind as he surged out of his cave, heading towards a towering peak of demonic energy deeper within the mountain range. This was the domain of the second king, a pinnacle 4th-tier tiger king. The lair of the second king was grander and more heavily guarded. Upon landing, the Great Wolf King tempered his aura and proclaimed, "Third brother has come to pay a visit to second brother." Moments later, a languid yet authoritative voice resonated from within the cave. "Third brother? What brings you here? Come in." As the Great Wolf King entered the lair, he beheld a massive black tiger, even larger than himself, lounging upon a colossal warm jade slab, its silver eyes half-lidded, scrutinizing him. "Second brother, The great Wolf King suppressed his unease and spoke in a deep tone. All 4 of my subordinates sent to scout the vicinity of Bullhead Mountain, all 3rd tier, have perished. Upon hearing this, the black tiger fully opened its silver eyes, a hint of surprise manifesting within them. Oh, for 3rd tier demons, simultaneously slain? Quite intriguing. If I recall correctly, Bullhead Mountain is a territory you recently acquired. It seems a river dragon has arrived? Humph, no matter who they are. Daring to harm my kin within the falling Goose Mountain range shows utter disrespect to you, second brother. The great Wolf King began with flattery before swiftly shifting the conversation. Smiling, however, my abilities are limited, and I fear I may not be their match. I have come to beseech second brother for assistance. Should we succeed, I am willing to share the region around Bullhead Mountain with you. In his earnest plea for the formidable Tiger King to assist him, he offered a substantial price. The black tiger licked its lips, greed flashing in its silver eyes. Although the territory of Bullhead Mountain was not vast and held few humans and beasts, it was adjacent to another mountain range, serving as an excellent springboard for expanding its influence in the future. Yet, the tiger did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, it leisurely remarked, "Third brother, while your 4 subordinates may merely be 3rd tier, they are not ordinary beings. To slay them instantly indicates the enemy's considerable strength." The black tiger shook its head. The risk of engaging is not insignificant. The great Wolf King inwardly cursed the old fox, yet forced a smile onto his face. "You speak wisely, second brother. Therefore, I am willing to offer 3 pieces of my long-preserved blood spirit crystals to assist you in breaking through to the 5th tier. Blood spirit crystals. These treasures contained pure vitality energy and were extremely beneficial for the cultivation of great demons like them. 3 such crystals would significantly enhance the black tiger's chances of overcoming the 5th tier bottleneck. The black tiger's breath grew noticeably heavier. "Ha! Third brother is indeed generous." The black tiger rose, its massive form exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, as it boisterously declared, "We are family. When you are in trouble, it is only natural for me, as your brother, to lend a hand. Bullhead Mountain, you say? I shall see which esteemed being dares disturb the peace of our falling Goose Mountain range. However, to ensure a secure victory, I believe it prudent to first strive for the 5th tier." The Tiger King grinned while looking at the Great Wolf King, continuing, "If third brother's blood spirit crystals can assist me in reaching the 5th tier, then our chances against the enemy will greatly improve. What say you, third brother?" The Great Wolf King inwardly cursed, realizing the cleverness of the tiger. It would not act without ensuring success. Yet, he was in need of assistance, and thus could only endure the pain of acquiescence. "You are right, second brother. Here are the 3 blood spirit crystals. Please accept them and achieve your breakthrough." As he spoke, 3 blood spirit crystals, pulsating with rich vitality, floated before the Tiger King. The latter seized them eagerly, a look of joy spreading across its face as it erupted into boisterous laughter. With these 3 blood spirit crystals, coupled with those he had previously amassed, breaking through to the 5th tier was now within reach. Meanwhile, Neo Dekang led the Neo family and several warriors on an expedition across the remaining villages. With Ding Hao's ability to manifest miracles at any moment, the remaining villages swiftly chose to acknowledge the existence of the mountain god. They began preparations for relocation. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Neo2 village buzzed with activity as villagers from other areas flocked in. The existing houses quickly became insufficient, prompting Li Changxing to organize construction efforts. Fortunately, with many hands at work, the speed of building was remarkably swift. In the realm of divine exploration, the white-clad Ding Hao led Neo Dali and others deeper into the unknown, successfully acquiring over 20 divine crystals and 2 divine treasures. The additional materials and resources obtained within the divine realm were abundant. At this moment, in the square before the mountain god temple, a vast multitude of people knelt closely together. These individuals were villagers from various hamlets, who had fully integrated into Neo Head village and become devoted followers of Ding Hao. Over the past few days, Ding Hao had consistently crafted first-tier enchanted weapons for sale, thereby accumulating divine power. Ding, congratulations on completing Main Quest 2. The number of followers has reached 1,000. Reward, Divine Power, 1,000 units. Thunder Crystals, 2,000 pieces. Martial Artist Advancement Scrolls, 10 pieces. Martial Artist Realm Pills, small 20 pieces. Main Quest 3 issued. Slay 1 Tier 3 Beast. Current progress, 4 out of 10. Haha. The number of followers has finally reached 1,000. Upon hearing the prompt, Ding Hao's spirits soared. All the villagers had finally gathered. He opened his personal panel. Name, Ding Hao. Divinity, 2nd rank, requires 10,000 units of divine power to advance to 3rd rank. Divine position, Mountain God of Neo Head Mountain, Junior 2nd tier, control range, 50 miles. Divine power, 8,786 units. Incense, 86 strands. Every 100 strands can be converted into 1 unit of divine power. Note, daily incense acquisition, 11061, 80 strands. Divine arts. Followers, total 1. 127 persons, senior followers. 1 person, daily incense contribution, 1,000 strands. Intermediate followers, 324 persons, daily incense contribution, 100 strands. Junior followers, 548 persons, daily incense contribution, 50 strands. Common followers, 254 persons, daily incense contribution, 1 strand. Items. Now, I possess nearly 9,000 units of divine power. This divine power, apart from what I earn daily from selling first-tier enchanted weapons, is primarily derived from the conversion of incense power. In just one more day, I will accumulate enough divine power to surpass 10,000 units and ascend to the 3rd rank. Every day, I swiftly eliminate items released in the store, which vary in quality, yet collectively yield a substantial amount. Ding Hao was in high spirits during his leisure moments. He would also peruse the chat area to see what everyone was discussing. He discovered that the vast majority of individuals were still at the 1st rank, not having advanced to the 2nd rank. In fact, a small portion remained wild gods. Meanwhile, he was on the brink of advancing to the 3rd rank. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with the crafting of enchanted weapons, leaving him no time to open the divine crystals and treasures. Why not take this opportunity to do so all at once? With this thought, Ding Hao directly activated 26 divine crystals and 2 divine treasures. His heart brimmed with anticipation. What splendid items might these numerous crystals and treasures yield? Ding! In the next moment, a series of crisp sounds resonated. Chapter 45. Opening crystals, a bounty awaits. Ding! The melodious system notification chimed, akin to celestial music. Congratulations on opening 26 divine crystals and 2 divine treasures. Acquired 5,000 thunder crystals. Acquired 1 2nd-tier enchanted weapon blueprint. Acquired 1 1st-tier enchanted armor blueprint. Acquired 1 scroll for 100 acres of spiritual fields. Acquired special building blueprint, spirit gathering array, junior, 1. Acquired special item, 10 bottles of soul nourishing liquid. Acquired rare materials, 50 portions of stardust, 20 pieces of moonlight stone. Acquired 5 potential awakening scrolls for followers. Acquired 10 small random resource elixir packs. A cascade of notifications left Ding Hao astounded. But that was not all. The rewards from the divine treasures were even more generous. Divine treasure rewards. Acquired 2 tier 3 martial artist advancement scrolls. Acquired 1 chi cultivation technique scroll. Acquired 1 special building, reincarnation pool, damaged. Haha. A continuous stream of system notifications filled Ding Hao with exuberance. Indeed, obtaining resources from simultaneous openings of divine crystals and treasures proved to be advantageous. Ding Hao mused contentedly, pondering whether bulk openings were truly superior or if separate openings yielded better results. He recalled his previous gaming experiences, where he had always believed that opening more chests at once resulted in superior resources. The 1st-tier enchanted armor blueprint and 2nd-tier enchanted weapon blueprint prompted Ding Hao to ponder. Once learned, these items could be exchanged for a significant amount of divine power. However, time was limited. He could not perpetually craft weapons and armor. Instead, he decided to give the 1st-tier enchanted armor blueprint to Lu Fei, allowing him to learn and craft it, then share the results. Meanwhile, he would focus on studying the 2nd-tier enchanted weapon blueprint to forge 2nd-tier weapons. This strategy would maximize his benefits. As for whether Lu Fei might withhold the divine power after acquiring the 1st-tier enchanted armor blueprint, Ding Hao believed such behavior was unlikely given Lu Fei's character. Even if it were to happen, he would merely lose 1 enchanted blueprint, yet gain insight into a person's true nature, thus avoiding greater losses in the future. It was still a worthwhile gamble. After all, he would inevitably acquire more and better items in the future, and he was certain to assemble a small team to assist him. The Spirit Gathering Array Jr., although merely at the initial level, could gradually collect the essence of heaven and earth, improving the environment of Neohead Mountain, which would benefit both the cultivation of his followers and the growth of flora. The soul nourishing liquid, as its name suggests, was intended for nourishing souls, a vital resource for the nascent underworld. Currently, within the underworld, there were thousands of souls, yet only Neo Wanlin retained complete clarity of mind. The rest were, to varying degrees, in a state of confusion. With the soul nourishing liquid, several souls could regain their lucidity, enabling them to collectively manage the others. The potential awakening scrolls for followers could be utilized to enhance the capabilities of a few core devotees, propelling them further. Moreover, the reincarnation pool, damaged, was truly exceptional. The reincarnation pool, damaged, capable of accommodating, purifying, and nurturing souls, elevating their quality and expediting reincarnation efficiency. This was tailor-made for the underworld. With this reincarnation pool, the influx of souls could be better accommodated and managed. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao exhaled slowly, suppressing his excitement. The harvest from this endeavor was monumental. These resources were sufficient to elevate both his strength and influence to a new level. In a spacious courtyard near the mountain god temple in Neohead village, brightly lit, Neo Dekang, Li Changsheng, Lu Xiaofeng, He Jiajun, and several other village chiefs and elders were gathered, deliberating matters. Esteemed colleagues, Niu Dekheng rose and spoke first. In the past, each of our villages acted independently, solely concerned with our own affairs. However, now we are all under the protection of the mountain god, thus forming a grand collective. Therefore, I propose that from today onward, we abandon the previous names of our villages. Our cluster of villages has come together to select a new name. What does everyone think? I concur. He Jiajun was the first to express his stance. Retaining the former village names will inevitably foster some degree of estrangement in our hearts. If we unify under a single name, that sense of alienation will gradually diminish and eventually vanish. Indeed, this approach is commendable. I too am in favor. Lu Xiaofeng also voiced his agreement. Seconded. Soon, all present concurred with the resolution. Well then, let us ponder what name would be most suitable for our new designation. Niu Dekheng inquired once more. The mountain god resides atop Nyoto Mountain, which cannot be altered. Li Changxing mused for a moment before slowly stating. Therefore, I believe we should retain the name Nyoto Village. However, given that our population has now exceeded 1,000, it seems somewhat inappropriate to continue using the term village. Instead, let us maintain the appellation Nyoto Village. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent. After a brief pause, Lu Xiaofeng spoke up. Li, your reasoning holds merit. Let us adopt the name Nyoto Village. I have no objections. Before long, all expressed their agreement. Firstly, the mountain god is indeed located on Nyoto Mountain. Choosing a new village name would seem discordant with that. Secondly, we have all gravitated towards Nyoto Village, and erasing its name would be rather ungracious. In light of this, we shall honor the collective sentiment. Niu Dekheng was the last to share his thoughts, casting a deep glance at Li Changsheng. That old fellow certainly knows how to navigate these matters. As the leader of Nyoto Village, if he were to propose retaining the name, he would surely face criticism. However, Li Changsheng is a resident of Nyoto Village, though not originally from it. His suggestion is indeed most fitting. Nevertheless, for the sake of efficient management, starting today, we shall organize the former villages into several teams, with myself temporarily assuming the role of village leader, while the other village leaders will serve as deputy leaders and team captains, responsible for day-to-day administration. Excellent. There were no objections. The merging of these villages will undoubtedly lead to some minor disputes, so having the original village leaders oversee management and coordinating under my leadership is the most prudent arrangement. Now, there is another matter that requires our attention. Niu Dechang's expression grew serious as he proclaimed, the day after tomorrow is June 15th, marking the bi-monthly grand festival for the mountain god. According to tradition, we need to prepare a sumptuous offering. Chapter 46, Commission, First Level Enchantment Equipment Scroll. Niu Dekheng began to organize the arrangements. This meeting extended well into the night, finalizing the relevant details. In the chat room, Ding Hao was engrossed in observing the discussions among the group. Brothers, the main storyline quest is exceedingly difficult. Have you all completed it? Someone initiated the topic. 10 Divine Realm Crystals? What a joke. I've only entered the Divine Realm City once. After losing a few followers, I dared not venture in again. Oh, don't remind me. I've never set foot in there. Hearing how perilous it is, I think I'll just stay put. I finally obtained a Divine Realm Crystal. It was quite the struggle. Someone proudly shared an image of the crystal, instantly inciting envy among many. Upstairs, you're flaunting with just one? I already have 3. Someone scoffed. Ding Hao, you must be close to collecting 10 Divine Realm Crystals by now, right? Someone asked tentatively. And what about you, Baijia? How many Divine Realm Crystals do you currently possess? Baijia. Recently, I haven't seen Changcheng around. He is quite the remarkable fellow. I wonder how many Divine Realm Crystals he has acquired. The group buzzed with chatter when suddenly someone shouted, I'm looking to purchase Divine Realm Crystals. I'm open to any price. I urgently need them. Don't even think about it. Who would sell Divine Realm Crystals now? Everyone is hoarding them for themselves. Someone doused the enthusiasm. Indeed, the drop rate for those is exceedingly low. Exploring the Divine Realm is fraught with danger, and one may not even encounter them. Ding Hao contemplated these messages thoughtfully. Divine Realm Crystals are in high demand, yet they are scarce. It makes sense, for they can yield various resources, albeit mostly basic ones. Nonetheless, they are crucial for early resource acquisition, blueprints, and even divine techniques. Moreover, the main storyline quest requires the collection of 10 Divine Realm Crystals. If one's strength is lacking, it may take an eternity to accomplish. Hence, for newly initiated deities, the demand for these crystals is immense. As for himself, he had just acquired 26 in one go, and when combined with previous sporadic finds, his collection of Divine Realm Crystals far surpassed that of the average individual. It seems that Divine Realm Crystals represent a lucrative opportunity. Ding Hao's mind began to race. Although his divine power was currently sufficient, there would never be a surplus of other resources, particularly for certain special materials and blueprints. Relying solely on personal exploration is far too inefficient. If he could exchange surplus Divine Realm Crystals for urgently needed items, it would indeed be a prudent choice. Clearly, it is time to expedite the exploration of the Divine Realm City. Ding Hao had long considered that once Ding Hao brought out Niu Dali and the others, he would have them split into 2 or 3 groups and recruit new warriors to continue exploring the Divine Realm City. This way, more warriors could join the quest to uncover the mysteries of the Divine Realm City. As for where to find so many warriors, Ding Hao was not at all worried, for he held a considerable number of warrior blessing scrolls. However, there was another matter he needed to address immediately. He opened Lu Fei's profile and spoke directly. Fei, are you there? I've procured another batch of thunder crystals, and I'm ready to give them to you now. Upon seeing Ding Hao's message, Lu Fei promptly traded a batch of thunder crystals to him. Many are gearing up for advancement, so acquiring thunder crystals has become increasingly challenging, Lu Fei admitted somewhat sheepishly. However, I will continue to seek them. Though the prices may rise slightly, there is no need to rush regarding the thunder crystals for the moment. Ding Hao replied with a smile. I have another matter for you to assist with. Ding Hao harbored a bold idea in his heart. Thunder crystals are indeed valuable, as they can withstand thunder tribulations and facilitate advancement. However, if too many thunder tribulations are mitigated, the soul may miss out on the purifying experience, losing the opportunity to grow stronger. Thus, Ding Hao resolved that when he advanced to the 3rd tier, he would face the thunder tribulation head-on, allowing his soul to absorb as much thunderous essence as possible. Should he find it unbearable, he could use the thunder crystals as a safeguard afterward. What is it? Just tell me. Lu Fei, not one to beat around the bush, directly inquired. I possess a 1st-level equipment enchantment scroll, which can enhance physical defense by 5 points when crafted into equipment. I would like to entrust it to you, so you can learn to create enchanted equipment for sale. You're giving this to me? Lu Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Such a precious item, and Ding Hao wishes to bestow it upon him? This is nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Of course, it's not a gift without a price. Ding Hao chuckled softly and continued. The divine power you obtain from selling 1st-tier enchanted equipment should yield me 70%. What do you say? If you find this agreeable, I shall present you with the scroll. Absolutely, that sounds splendid. Lu Fei eagerly replied. However, is 70% not a tad too low? If you could leave me a mere 30%, I would be more than satisfied. The 1st-tier equipment enchantment scroll could augment physical defense by an additional 5 points. Such a remarkable item undoubtedly holds a market value exceeding 15 units of divine power. After all, the price for 1st-tier enchanted weapons hovers around 15 divine powers. Given that equipment is essential for survival, it is only natural for its price to be slightly higher than that of weapons. In other words, considering a pricing of 15 divine powers per item. As a 1st-tier deity, I can craft 2 pieces of equipment per hour, and with 12 hours in a day, that amounts to 24 pieces. With a 30% commission, I could amass 120 divine powers in a single day. In just 10 days, I would gather 1,000 divine powers. Moreover, the market price is likely to surpass 15 divine powers. For me, this is akin to a windfall. 3% is all yours. Take it. Ding Hao remarked with a smile. I also hope for your swift growth. Only when you become formidable can I present you with even better items. Very well. A wave of emotion washed over Lu Fei, and he refrained from being overly sentimental, declaring promptly, in that case, I shall graciously accept. Ha ha ha. What need is there for such formality among good brothers? Ding Hao responded with a grin. Subsequently, Ding Hao directly traded the 1st-tier equipment enchantment scroll to Lu Fei. Fei, once this equipment is crafted, it will sell for 20 divine powers each. Ding Hao cautioned. Understood. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. At 20 divine powers per item, I could earn over 160 divine powers in a day. This is simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, Ding Hao felt a stir of excitement as another scroll appeared before him. The 2nd-tier weapon enchantment scroll. Next, the 2nd-tier enchanted weapon would make its debut. Ding Hao pondered with anticipation. I wonder what would be a reasonable price for this 2nd-tier enchanted weapon? Chapter 47. 2nd-tier, armor piercing. Ding Hao focused his mind on the newly acquired 2nd-tier weapon enchantment scroll. 2nd-tier weapon enchantment scroll. Upon learning, it can bestow armor piercing effects to 2nd-tier and below weapons, negating 10 points of physical defense. Negating 10 points of physical defense. This effect significantly surpasses the 1st-tier weapon's sharpness effect, which enhances armor piercing capability by only 10. Especially against foes with high defense, this effect is nothing short of miraculous. Considering the 2nd-tier weapon's armor piercing effect, Ding Hao contemplated what would be an appropriate price. The 1st-tier enchanted weapon's sharpness and armor piercing were priced at 15 divine powers, and since this 2nd-tier enchanted weapon offers even greater effects and is an exclusive item, it must be priced higher. Thus, he settled on 40 divine powers per item. This price would indeed be a substantial sum for most deities at this stage. However, for those at the pinnacle or in urgent need of enhanced combat prowess, exchanging 40 divine powers for a 2nd-tier armor-piercing weapon that significantly boosts combat capability is undoubtedly a bargain. Without hesitation, Ding Hao began learning the scroll and immersed himself in the crafting of the 2nd-tier enchanted weapon. The crafting process for the 2nd-tier weapon was more intricate than that of the 1st tier and required a greater consumption of divine power, specifically 5 divine powers per weapon. Yet, for Ding Hao, this posed no difficulty. Before long, the first second-tier long sword, complete with an armor-piercing effect, emerged fresh from the forge. Ding Hao listed it on the trading platform, priced at 40 divine powers. Almost instantaneously, a notification chimed. The second-tier enchanted weapon you sold has been purchased. Sold out in a heartbeat. Ding Hao was taken aback, then chuckled at the absurdity. Clearly, he had underestimated the demand for powerful weapons. Or perhaps there were always affluent individuals lurking in the trading district. He promptly crafted a second weapon and listed it again. The outcome remained the same, sold out within moments. The third, the fourth, 5 second-tier enchanted weapons in total vanished into thin air upon listing, netting Ding Hao 200 divine powers. Meanwhile, the chat section erupted with activity. Wow, who just saw the trading platform? Second-tier enchanted weapons. I saw it. The armor-piercing effect. Incredible. Too bad I was too slow to grab one. 40 divine powers. Which big shot bought it without a second thought? It must be the work of the illustrious Ding Hao. Who else could manage such a feat? Ding Hao is remarkable. Please, great one, list a few more. I'll offer 45 divine powers. Get lost, I'll offer 50. Great one, look at me, a loyal fan. Could you grant me an insider price? Observing the chat section inundated with requests, admiration, and envy, Ding Hao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The sensation of being pursued and commanding the market was indeed delightful. Without further delay, Ding Hao resumed crafting. He was capable of producing 5 second-tier weapons in an hour, translating to 60 weapons a day, totaling 2,400 divine powers. After deducting the 300 divine powers consumed, that left him with a net profit of 2,100 divine powers. This venture was exceptionally lucrative. As time flowed, June 15th arrived in the blink of an eye. The rooster crowed thrice, heralding the break of dawn. Nyotu Village, now commonly referred to as the newly unified Nyotu Village, had transformed into a bustling hive of activity. Every household, regardless of age or gender, donned their cleanest garments, their faces reflecting reverence and awe as they converged towards the mountain god temple. The expansive square before the mountain god temple had been meticulously prepared by Nyo Dekang and his associates. At the forefront, a towering altar had been erected, adorned with an array of carefully arranged offerings. There were freshly slaughtered cattle and sheep, freshly picked fruits and vegetables, homemade rice wine crafted by the villagers, and even a few stones imbued with faint energy waves brought from the divine realm. These represented the most precious possessions the villagers could offer. Nyo Dekang, clad in a brand new robe, stood solemnly before the altar. Li Changsheng, Lu Shaofeng, He Jiejun, and other former village heads and elders, now serving as deputy village heads and captains, flanked him. Behind them, an ardent crowd of over 1,000 faithful followers gathered, their faces illuminated with a sense of calm and hope. The protection of the mountain god was tangible. The beasts of chaos dared not disturb them. Divine resources were bestowed from the realm above, and their lives flourished, growing ever better. All of this stemmed from the great deity residing atop the mountain. At the auspicious hour, with a booming voice, Nyo Dekang proclaimed, followed by the resonant sound of a horn. The ritual commenced. Kneel. With a thunderous rustle, thousands of villagers knelt in unison, bowing deeply towards the mountain god temple. We bow to the mountain god. Nyo Dekang's voice echoed before the temple. May the mountain god bless the good people of Nyoto village with health and safety, shielding them from the ravages of malevolent beasts and sinister forces. As the words fell, the villagers immediately began to bow, fervently repeating, May the mountain god bless the good people of Nyoto village with health and safety, shielding them from the ravages of malevolent beasts and sinister forces. They heard Nyo Dekang continue to proclaim, Once more, we beseech the mountain god. May the mountain god bless Nyoto village with harmonious weather, peace among families, and a prosperous life. The villagers, bowing in unison, continued their recitation. May the mountain god bless Nyoto village with harmonious weather, thriving households, and a prosperous life. 3 bows to the mountain god. Nyo Dekang's voice resonated far and wide, echoing throughout the entirety of Nyoto village. May the mountain god bless Nyoto village to thrive eternally, producing an abundance of talent, growing ever stronger. The crowd chanted in unison. May the mountain god bless Nyoto village to thrive eternally, producing an abundance of talent, growing ever stronger. As the villagers knelt in reverence, their sincere prayers coalesced into a powerful essence of incense, streaming into the temple. Ding. You have received 100 strands of incense power. Ding. You have received 1,000 strands of incense power. Ding. You have received 50 strands of incense power. Ding. A continuous series of notification sounds rang out. Moreover, with each act of kneeling, these devotees offered a strand of incense power. Congratulations, host. In this grand ceremony, you have amassed a total of 638 strands of incense power. Indeed, this fervent prayer has yielded 616 strands of divine power. Ding Hao was exceedingly satisfied. The faith of the villagers served as the wellspring of his strength. The ritual concluded. Nyo Dekang called out once more. The villagers slowly rose, their faces brimming with anticipation. According to tradition, after the grand ceremony, It was the moment for the mountain god to bestow divine grace. Inside the temple, Ding Hao smiled softly. It was time to reward these devout followers. With a mere thought, radiant golden light enveloped the sky above the mountain god's temple. Chapter 48. The Great Tiger King Stupefying. A gentle and sacred radiance cascaded down like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire square. Bathed in the golden light, all villagers felt a warm sensation, as if shedding all their fatigue and ailments, their spirits rejuvenated. Divine grace. The mountain god has bestowed divine grace upon us. Gratitude erupted from the crowd, their cheers and bows growing ever more fervent. Then, under the watchful gaze of countless eager eyes, scrolls emanating diverse hues of light floated gracefully from the temple, hovering in midair. Today's grand ceremony, your piety is commendable. I bestow upon you divine grace. To encourage you all, a majestic and authoritative voice resonated in everyone's hearts. Lu Xiaofeng, He Junjia, Ma Dizhus, Zhao Si'er, and others. Your diligence and devotion shall be rewarded with the advancement to martial practitioners. As the words fell, 30 ordinary individuals were instantly enveloped in golden light, rapidly ascending to become first-tier martial practitioners. I've become a martial practitioner. Someone exclaimed, disbelief evident in their voice. Ha. I've also become a martial practitioner. How wonderful, I've finally achieved it. Others rejoiced ecstatically. We thank the mountain god for this divine grace. The 30 individuals hastily knelt, expressing their gratitude towards Ding Hao, Niu Dali, Li Changsheng, Niu Dekhang, Niu Taizhu, Niu Yufeng, and the 11 of you, having bravely advanced in the realm of the divine, proclaiming the might of the divine. You shall be specially granted advancement to assist your breakthroughs. 10 beams of light precisely descended upon Niu Dali and the other 11 martial practitioners. Boom, boom, boom. Niu Dali and his companions continuously broke through, ascending to higher tiers of martial prowess. Especially Niu Dali, now a 4th-tier martial practitioner, exuding an overwhelming power that struck fear into the hearts of others. The group trembled with excitement, hastily kneeling in gratitude. I grant you the Gale Steps, the 9-Yang technique, and the Blood Arrow technique. May you strive even harder. Instantly, several techniques transformed into flowing light, descending among the crowd. Ding Hao's grand and resounding voice continued to echo throughout the temple square. I bestow upon you a body refinement technique, available for all believers in the village to practice. Strengthening your bodies. An ancient tome, flickering with a faint glow, titled Elementary Body Refinement Technique, gently descended, hovering before Li Changsheng. Thank you, mountain god, for bestowing this technique. Li Changsheng exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. This was a method that could enable ordinary individuals to embark on the path of cultivation. Although merely elementary, its significance for the entire village was monumental. Furthermore, I bestow upon you 300 acres of fertile land and a manual for improved farming techniques. May you utilize them wisely and labor diligently to enhance your livelihoods. As the words concluded, the villagers beheld the low-lying land outside the village transform into an expansive expanse of fertile fields. Heavens, 300 acres of fertile land. This is enough for us to be well-fed and clothed. The villagers exclaimed in disbelief. Mountain god, your divine grace is boundless. You are our reborn parents. Those villagers who had not become martial practitioners were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. To be well-fed and warmly clothed in these tumultuous times was the dream of the vast majority. 300 acres of fertile land, improved farming techniques. This directly impacted everyone's sustenance. In that moment, the square resounded with expressions of gratitude and devotion. I bestow upon you a medical hall, a medical manual, complete with all necessary medicines to improve your livelihoods. Immediately, a medical hall materialized in the very center of the village, while the local physician was endowed with a medical tome, elevating his medical skills to new heights. Gazing at the ample and diverse medicines within the hall, he was overcome with emotion, kneeling and bowing in gratitude. Ding. You have received 49 strands of incense power. Ding. You have received 49 strands of incense power. Ding. You have received 900 strands of incense power. Ding. You have received 49 strands of incense power. Ding. You have received 900 strands of incense power. As divine grace descended, some believers advanced to become primary believers, while several primary believers ascended to intermediate status, and both Niu Dali and Niu Dekhang were elevated to become advanced believers. Not only did this enhance the strength and quality of life for the believers, but it also further solidified their faith, unifying their hearts. On this day, all of New Nyoto village rejoiced, reveling in jubilation, fervently celebrating, and dreaming of a bright future. Ding Hao, meanwhile, was counting his gains. It was time for him to elevate to the 3rd tier. Ding Hao realized in his heart that he could not neglect the distant guests. His gaze turned towards the horizon. At this moment, a violent demonic wind, accompanied by the force of thunder, surged forth. Among the demonic winds were the recently ascended Great Tiger King and the Great Wolf King. In addition to these two formidable demons, there were over 30 3rd-tier demonic beasts and more than 100 2nd-tier beasts. Gaha! The great Tiger King reveled in his triumph. Showing no signs of retracting the imposing aura of a fifth-tier demon king, he cast a sidelong glance at the great wolf king beside him, sneering as he spoke. Rest assured, third brother, this time I shall personally tear apart that beast from Yodo Mountain, no matter who it serves or which faction it belongs to. However, if we venture to seize territory in the falling Goose Mountain range, it will surely spell doom. Second brother, with you leading the charge, I am utterly at ease, ha ha ha. The great wolf king quickly chimed in, though inwardly, he harbored resentment. He never anticipated that his contribution of 3 blood spirit crystals would enable the great Tiger King to ascend to the 5th tier. From this point onward, he would be further exploited by this tenacious old tiger. The Bullhead Mountain lies ahead. At that moment, a voice rang out, belonging to the beast sent ahead to scout. Oh! The great Tiger King's gaze sharpened as he discovered that Bullhead Village boasted thousands of inhabitants, with dozens of martial artists among them, all singing and dancing in jubilant revelry. Ha ha ha! The great Tiger King laughed uproariously once more. I never imagined that Bullhead Village harbors such a wealth of delectable beings. Among them is even a 4th-tier human. Truly a rare delicacy. After I dispose of that oblivious beast, I shall invite everyone to partake in this feast of exquisite flavors. Thank you, Second King. The other beasts rejoiced at his words, promptly expressing their gratitude. Beasts of Bullhead Mountain, I care not who you are. Come forth and meet your demise. The great Tiger King bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing far and wide. Instantly, the thunderous roar startled the celebrating villagers, who pointed and murmured as they beheld the multitude of beasts appearing in the sky. Look at that tiger, it is enormous. With such a thick black skin, a tiger skin coat would surely be warm and stylish, wouldn't it? I still think the white wolf beside it is more appealing. A leather jacket crafted from its pelt would make anyone the most dashing figure in the village. I fancy that giant wild chicken. The villagers chattered animatedly, some even drooling as they gazed at the great Tiger King's entourage. What is happening? Both the great Tiger King and the great Wolf King stood in bewilderment. Chapter 49, Thunder Tribulation Barbecue, a taste worthy of praise. These humans and beasts, why do they not tremble before me? Instead, they gather and point, uttering nonsensical remarks. Do they desire my pelt for a winter coat? Seeking death. Enraged, the great Tiger King thundered. He stood aloft, the sovereign over countless beings, capable of deciding their fates with a mere thought. When had he ever been subjected to such trivial commentary from these lowly creatures? Today, I shall annihilate you all. In a fit of rage, the great Tiger King unleashed a deafening roar, transforming into a tempest that swept forth. The wind carried a foul stench, and the mere whiff would be fatal. As the gale threatened to obliterate the 1,000 villagers, Ding Hao vanished in a flash, his sleeves fluttering as he dispersed the tempest with a flick. Today marks the grand festival for my devoted followers. It is also a day of great joy for my ascension, just as I lamented the lack of delectable cuisine to share with my followers. These beasts have arrived at the perfect moment. Slaying you will allow us to feast together. As he spoke, Ding Hao gently tapped his personal interface to initiate his advancement. In the next instant, a dense mass of thunderclouds rapidly converged over Bullhead Mountain, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. 3rd tier Thunder Tribulation. Boom. The first bolt of lightning descended, striking directly at Ding Hao. Having endured 2 prior tribulations, and with the formidable strength of his current soul, he saw no need to resist this initial strike. He would simply endure it. However, Ding Hao suddenly moved, teleporting directly beside the great Tiger King and his entourage of beasts. Boom. This bolt of lightning enveloped Ding Hao, the great Tiger King, and the other beasts within its fierce embrace, thoroughly striking them all. The great Tiger King had intended to scold Ding Hao for his audacity and wishing to consume his flesh, but before he could utter a word, he witnessed the thunderclouds forming overhead and felt the lightning strike him. Instantly, his body was charred and smoking, with a burning aroma wafting through the air, invoking a primal hunger. Meanwhile, the 2nd-tier beasts perished under the first bolt of lightning. Had it not been for Ding Hao mitigating some of the tribulation's force at a crucial moment, they would have been reduced to ashes. As for the 3rd-tier beasts, they were gravely injured, on the brink of death. Only the 4th-tier Great Wolf King suffered immensely, his pristine white fur reduced to charred remnants. Such a prime delicacy must not be wasted. Ding Hao waved his hand, casting the gravely wounded 3rd-tier beasts onto the plaza before the temple, where Bull Dali and other martial artists swiftly moved in to deliver the finishing blows. Run. The great Tiger King, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear. What manner of being could summon a thunder tribulation? He had never heard of such an overwhelming ability possessed by any beast. Could it be that this individual is truly a deity? Yet, had not the existence of deities been dismissed in this world long ago? The great Tiger King had no time for further contemplation. After a shout, he turned to flee. Yet, he found that the great Wolf King was even faster, having already slipped away before he could utter a word. Damn it! The great Tiger King seethed. When I return, I shall make you pay. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. A second bolt of lightning descended from the tumultuous clouds, striking him squarely, until his last breath. the great Tiger King would remain unaware of how he met his end or at whose hands. The great Wolf King did not escape either, becoming a charred giant wolf. The rest of you shall process and share the flesh of these beasts. Ding Hao, clad in white, proclaimed, but remember, non-warriors and first-tier warriors may only consume the flesh of second-tier beasts. Second and third-tier warriors may only partake of third-tier beast flesh. Bull Dolly, you may partake in small quantities of the fourth-tier Great Wolf King's flesh. However, the Great Tiger King, being a fifth-tier beast, should not be consumed at this time to avoid backlash. The blood and flesh of these beasts contain immense power. Recklessly consuming the flesh of high-tier beasts could overwhelm your body with vitality and lead to your demise. The Mountain God is magnificent. Thank you, Mountain God. Thank you, Divine Envoy. The villagers rejoiced, expressing their gratitude to the Mountain God and Ding Hao. At this moment, Ding Hao paid no heed to the villagers' reactions. His act of utilizing the Thunder Tribulation to eliminate the Great Tiger King's party was merely a matter of convenience. What truly mattered to him was the third-tier Thunder Tribulation. The sky was heavy with roiling thunderclouds, the pressure intensifying. Ding Hao floated in midair, his expression serene, willingly welcoming the cleansing of the tribulation. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed. A resounding clap echoed as the third Thunder Tribulation descended. It was slightly thicker than the previous two, its potency magnified. Ding Hao's eyes widened as he faced the tribulation head-on. Instantly, the lightning struck at his soul, the formidable force of the thunder incessantly ravaging his essence. Attempting to obliterate it, Ding Hao exerted his divine power, swiftly mending the damaged soul. In the blink of an eye, the soul oscillated between destruction and restoration. A continuous cycle. Throughout this process, his spirit grew more resilient and powerful. Indeed, Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Although enduring the tribulation resulted in considerable damage, the refining effect on his soul was profoundly beneficial. Bring it on. Ding Hao's fighting spirit surged. Boom. The fourth strike. Rumble. The fifth. Thunderbolts cascaded one after another, each more potent than the last. The storm clouds above transitioned from pitch black to a faint purple hue, emanating an aura of annihilation that left the onlooking villagers and martial artists trembling in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Neo Dali and the others clenched their fists in anxiety. Though they could not comprehend the unfolding events, the ominous sounds from the heavens hinted at the imminent danger that lurked above. Should calamity strike, the consequences would be dire. As the sixth Thunder Tribulation descended, Ding Hao's expression finally shifted. This strike possessed a power several times greater than its predecessors. When ascending to the second tier, there were 6 tribulations. Now, as he advanced to the third tier, how many would there ultimately be? Boom. The seventh Thunder Tribulation, imbued with an even deeper shade of purple, struck down like a serpentine bolt of lightning, poised to engulf Ding Hao. The eighth. The lightning transformed into a profound violet, carrying an air of total destruction, as if it sought to completely rend Ding Hao's soul asunder. At this moment, nearly half of Ding Hao's soul power had been expended. If he did not return to his core now, when would he? Suddenly, Ding Hao let out a fierce roar. Chapter 50. The 10th Thunder Tribulation. In his white garb, Ding Hao's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Merging into the essence of his own soul, the shadow clone technique allowed him to divide a third of his soul power to create a clone. Now, united once more, Ding Hao's soul was finally whole. He sensed that the 9th Thunder Tribulation would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Thus he recalled his clone to resist together. Rumble. At the very moment the clone returned, the 9th Thunder Tribulation crashed down. This bolt transformed entirely into purple lightning, swallowing Ding Hao's soul in an instant. With all his might, Ding Hao bore the brunt of this final strike. Puffed. He staggered slightly, his soul racked with agonizing tears, as his energy drained to an astonishing 70%. But once he pushed through, an unprecedented sense of power surged from the depths of his soul. The solidity of his spirit had elevated by more than a tier. Rebirth. After the devastation wrought by thunder, came new life. The storm clouds began to dissipate, the purple hue receding, and the sky seemed to return to clarity. Was it over? Ding Hao exhaled in relief, though the toll had been immense. So too were the rewards. However, at that very moment, an unexpected twist occurred. From the dissipating storm clouds, a silver radiance suddenly emerged. This light intertwined with the storm clouds, transforming into a silver serpent that darted forth, rushing directly toward Ding Hao. Simultaneously, a pressure several times more terrifying than the 9th Thunder Tribulation descended abruptly. What? Ding Hao's face paled in shock. After 9 Thunder Tribulations, there was still a 10th? Moreover, this 10th tribulation felt entirely different. The previous tribulations embodied destruction, fury, and rebirth. Yet this silver serpent exuded an essence of judgment, annihilation, as if it were an absolute decree of obliteration from the very fabric of existence. This is bad. Ding Hao had no time to ponder. The danger emanating from the silver serpent was palpable, far beyond what he could withstand in his current state. He immediately summoned all his thunder crystals, forming a thick crystalline barrier before him. Block it! Ding Hao roared. Yet, the seemingly delicate silver serpent descended soundlessly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no rampant energy wreaking havoc. It merely brushed against the barrier formed by the thunder crystals, effortlessly passing through. Crack! It shot directly toward Ding Hao's forehead. A chill coursed through Ding Hao. A shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. A bone-chilling numbness rapidly spread, as if it sought to freeze his very soul. With 70% of his soul power already expended, he found himself utterly powerless against this enigmatic silver force. He could vividly feel his spirit dissolving under the silver power, his consciousness blurring, as if he were sinking into an eternal abyss. It's over. This was the last thought that flickered through Ding Hao's mind. Just as he teetered on the brink of annihilation. Buzz! A faint tremor resonated, and the divine robe suddenly radiated a hazy and sacred glow. The divine robe, a symbol of divine authority and majesty, when donned. It could amplify one's own defensive power by 10 and enhance the defense of all allies within its domain by 5. This luminescence rippled like water, attempting to envelop and obstruct the encroaching silver serpent. Yet, the sacred light sizzled as if ice met scorching iron, continuously eroded and pierced by the silver radiance. The divine robe could only slightly slow the serpent's advance, utterly incapable of halting it. The brilliance of the divine robe quickly dimmed under the silver's onslaught. Soon, it completely lost its luster, retreating into obscurity. Ding Hao's heart plunged once more into despair. The silver serpent continued its relentless approach toward the core of Ding Hao's soul. The aura of annihilation unabated. His spirit had become exceedingly frail. He felt like a fragile leaf adrift in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Just as Ding Hao's consciousness was about to fade completely, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Boom! A sound that seemed to echo from the primordial void resonated from the back mountain. In the next instant, a dilapidated portal exuding the essence of reincarnation suddenly soared, merging into Ding Hao's soul. The gate of reincarnation. In that moment, within this shattered portal, countless silhouettes subtly manifested, some human, some demonic, some malevolent spirits. Each figure appeared ethereal, incomplete, yet somehow seemed to exist in reality. Simultaneously, an ethereal essence, seemingly originating from the dawn of time, quietly circulated. The silver serpent's body trembled abruptly. Before it could enact any response, it was suddenly ensnared by the gate of reincarnation. Subsequently, it was forcibly stripped away, purified, and fused, merging with Ding Hao's soul. Perhaps it lasted but a fleeting moment, or perhaps it spanned countless eternities. Regardless of how the silver serpent wriggled in its struggle, it was all in vain. Ultimately, the silver serpent gradually ceased its thrashing. When Ding Hao's soul regained its composure, he discovered that the silver serpent had vanished without a trace, while within his soul, a faint silver arc shimmered, the essence of the silver serpent lingering on. The gate of reincarnation returned to the secluded valley of the back mountain, standing silently, as though it had never stirred. How did the silver serpent manage to be absorbed by my soul, unbeknownst to the gate of reincarnation? Ding Hao finally regained his senses, and in the next moment, he was overwhelmed with ecstasy. This silver serpent continually tempered his soul, strengthening it incrementally. Compared to the tribulation of lightning, it was magnitudes more powerful. Moreover, Ding Hao had an instinctual feeling that the might and efficacy of the silver serpent extended far beyond this. Yet, after advancing to the 3rd rank and facing the 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation, why had a 10th bolt emerged? Was this a phenomenon experienced by all, or was it a peculiarity unique to him? Chapter 51, The Falling Goose Mountain Range. Great Demon King, 3rd rank. He had finally ascended to the 3rd rank. Ding Hao's heart stirred as he swiftly summoned his personal information panel. Name, Ding Hao. Divine rank, 3rd rank. Requires 100,000 divine power to upgrade to 4th rank. Divine position, Mountain God of Bullhead Mountain, initial 3rd stage. Control range, 100 miles. Divine power, 0. Incense, 74 strands. Every 100 strands convert to 1 divine power. Note, daily incense gain, 11088, 686 strands. Divine techniques, Advanced Thunderbolt Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Wind and Rain Summoning Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Beast Taming Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Spirit Communication with Flora and Fauna Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Summoning of Mountain Spirits and Wild Beasts Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Blessing Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Cursing Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Dream Induction Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Healing Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Flying Sword Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Divine Summoning Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Sacred Purification, 1000 divine power. Advanced Heartburning Curse, 1000 divine power. Advanced Ice Technique, 1000 divine power. Advanced Fire Technique, 1000 divine power. Intermediate Shadow Duplication Technique. 5,000 Divine Power. Initial Een Spirit Command Technique. 1,000 Divine Power, etc. Divine Technique Explanation. Third rank deity can utilize initial, intermediate, and advanced divine techniques, corresponding to different divine power costs. Followers. 1, 127 in total. Advanced followers. 3, daily incense contribution. 1,000 strands. Intermediate followers. 452, daily incense contribution. 100 strands. Initial followers. 648, daily incense contribution. 50 strands. Followers. 24, daily incense contribution. 1 strand. Items. 0 thunder crystals, 1 divine staff, 1 divine robe, 1 divine book, 1 withered 9-turn Xianyang grass seed, 1 incomplete rune armor forging blueprint, 1 rune fragment, 10 warrior advancement scrolls, 20 small warrior realm pills, 3 first stage spirit pets, 10 bottles of Een spirit nourishing liquid, etc. Upon viewing this data panel, Ding Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. This latest tribulation had nearly drained all his savings. Moreover, utilizing advanced divine techniques demanded tenfold the divine power compared to before. Such consumption was excessive. However, the benefits were undeniably clear, with the power description showing a tenfold enhancement. As for the intermediate shadow duplication technique, it could even create 2 avatars, each possessing 1/3 of the original strength. This was a significant improvement over the initial shadow duplication technique. Yet, the cost was exorbitant. Ding Hao shelved the idea of manifesting a second avatar. After all, poverty limited his ambitions. Wait. Suddenly, Ding Hao's gaze fell upon the initial Een Spirit Command Technique. Initial Een Spirit Command Technique consumes 1,000 divine power, commanding a Een Spirit to serve as a ghostly envoy, loyalty guaranteed at 100. Could I now command ghostly envoys? Ding Hao nodded in satisfaction. With his underworld's Een officials, there were numerous Een spirits within. Commanding a ghostly envoy to manage his underworld would indeed be advantageous. However, he pondered when he might command subordinate deities. According to Ding Hao's understanding, as his divine rank rose, it would be reasonable to have several subordinate deities under his command, such as commanding the land deity of Bullhead Mountain or the water deity. Soon, Ding Hao abandoned further thoughts. The immediate priority was to accumulate divine power. Fortunately, he possessed a 5th-grade demon core, valued at 1,000 divine power, alongside several 4th-grade demon cores, each worth 500 divine power. Numerous 3rd-grade demon cores, each capable of fetching 100 divine power. Ding Hao promptly sold all the demon cores, obtaining 200 divine power. Now, his Soul S coverage extended across a radius of 100 miles. Ding. Congratulations on completing Main Quest 3. Slay 10 3rd-grade beasts. Reward, Divine Power, 3,000. Thunder Crystals, 3,000. Warrior Advancement Scrolls, 30. Random Special Warrior Physique Scroll, 1. Main Quest 4 issued. Collect 10 Divine Domain Treasures. Current progress, 510. Oh. He hadn't anticipated that the recent lightning tribulation, which vanquished so many 3rd-grade beasts, would lead to the immediate completion of his Main Quest 3. And with such substantial rewards, splendid indeed. Ding Hao nodded in satisfaction. A special warrior physique scroll? What might that be? Ding Hao swiftly opened the description. Random special warrior physique scroll. Upon use, it can create a warrior with a unique physique. This simple sentence left Ding Hao somewhat perplexed. He decided to set it aside for now. He would find a suitable individual to test it on later. Ding Hao collected all his belongings and, with a sweep of his divine sense, surveyed everything within a 100-mile radius. Most of the area consisted of vast mountains, dense forests, and river regions. In the distance, a few villages and a large town were visible, housing a meager population of approximately 30,000. Alas, the world he inhabited was rife with demon beasts, and humanity was in decline. Many villages had been ensnared by demon beasts, reduced to mere livestock. Were it not for 2 towns being fortified by warriors, it was likely that even 30,000 would be insufficient. He needed to devise a strategy to swiftly expand his follower count. Ding Hao's mind was already set. He must expand promptly. Moreover, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. In the realm of my consciousness, I have enveloped the Luoyan mountain range within its embrace. Today, I have just vanquished 2 demon kings residing in this very range. Currently, 3 demon kings remain. One has recently ascended to the 5th tier, while the other 2 are at the 4th tier. Eliminating them is not a formidable task. However, I intend to extract the utmost benefits from these 3 demon kings before their demise. A subtle smile graces Ding Hao's lips as he formulates his plan. Continuing his exploration of the realm of his consciousness, he suddenly stumbles upon a peculiar area that remarkably withstands his probing. Ding Hao focuses intently, realizing that this place is indeed quite strange. It seems necessary for him to personally investigate. Another matter weighs heavily on his mind. Within a radius of 100 miles, he has detected no other wild gods. This suggests either that each wild god is separated by an immense distance, or that within the vast expanse of the great Xia, I stand alone as the sole wild god. At the pinnacle of the Luoyan mountain range, a lavish palace stands tall. The great king, a raccoon cat, has recently ascended to the 5th tier of demon beasts and is currently fortifying his realm. Suddenly, he receives dire news from his subordinates. The soul lamps of the Tiger King and the Wolf King have shattered. This news is of grave significance, and the Raccoon Cat King is taken aback. Just as he is about to vent his fury and seek answers, he suddenly senses a mysterious force sweeping over him, as if someone were spying on him. This scene sends a chill of terror through the Raccoon Cat King's heart. Although he possesses formidable power, he has always treaded cautiously, which has allowed him, a mere raccoon cat, to ascend to his current position atop the Luoyan mountain range. Yet now, with the demise of his second and third comrades, he feels as though he is being scrutinized by a powerful and enigmatic presence. Could it be that someone is specifically targeting him? At this thought, cold sweat breaks out upon the Raccoon Cat King's brow. No. A glimmer of determination flashes in the Raccoon Cat King's eyes as he quickly retrieves an ancient talisman intricately carved with complex patterns. Gazing at the talisman with a twinge of reluctance, he ultimately pricks his finger and lets a drop of blood fall upon it. Instantly, the patterns on the ancient talisman come to life, transforming into an arcane design that vanishes into the void. Sighing in relief, the Raccoon Cat King knows that news will soon return to his home, and reinforcements will arrive. This adds an extra layer of protection for him. He mutters to himself. As for whether there truly exists a powerful and mysterious presence, that remains uncertain. I must immediately dispatch someone down the mountain to investigate. Chapter 52, The Collapse of Changcheng. In the endless expanse of distance, Changcheng gazes at the first-tier equipment crafting scroll in his hands, unable to contain his excitement. Haha, how splendid. I never imagined I would discover such a rare treasure. A first-tier equipment crafting scroll. With this artifact, I can forge first-tier equipment. Equipment is far more precious than mere weapons. Changcheng beams with pride, recalling how Ding Hao had once sold first-tier weapons, and the trading market was overwhelmed with demand. With this, am I not destined to amass wealth? He promptly studies the scroll, absorbing the newfound knowledge of forging that fills his mind, brimming with confidence. Ding Hao's previous first-tier enchanted weapon commanded a price of 15 units of divine power. Although his equipment may be ordinary, it could prove invaluable in critical moments, thus justifying a slightly higher price than weapons. He resolves to set the price at 20 units of divine power for each piece. Changcheng is convinced that once his equipment is on the market, countless individuals will clamor to purchase it. He immediately sets to work, channeling his divine power. And soon a brand new first-tier armor appears in his hands. Satisfied, he attaches it to the trading platform, pricing it at 20 units of divine power. Haha. I await the influx of divine power. Eagerly, he opens the chat channel, ready to promote his wares. Dear brothers and sisters, I, Changcheng, am selling first-tier armor. Quality guaranteed. Available on the trading platform for only 20 units of divine power. Act swiftly, as it's first come, first served. The advantages of first-tier armor need not be elaborated. Equipping your followers with this will significantly enhance their defensive capabilities, ensuring their survival in the Divine Domain City. In due time, you may effortlessly procure a Divine Domain crystal or other precious materials, far exceeding the value of 20 units of divine power. Changcheng rambles on, convinced that his words will lead to an instant sellout of the first-tier armor. However, the next moment, he is abruptly met with derision. Changcheng, have you lost your mind over divine power? Why don't you just go out and seize it? Bewildered, Changcheng is at a loss for words. You dare to sell a mere ordinary first-tier armor for 20 units of divine power. A first-tier enchanted armor, which enhances physical defense by 5, only sells for 20 units of divine power. What did you say? Changcheng gasps in disbelief, hurriedly checking the trading area, only to find that someone is indeed selling first-tier enchanted equipment at the same price of 20 units of divine power, compared to his ordinary equipment. The competitor's enchanted gear boasts an additional attribute of increasing physical defense by 5. Hiss. Changcheng inhales sharply. Increasing physical defense by 5, while not extraordinary, is certainly superior to his plain equipment, and yet the price remains the same. How can this be so cutthroat? Despairing, Changcheng contemplates his next move, then privately messages the seller. Brother, your price is far too low. Selling for 20 units of divine power is a loss for you. Why not raise it to 25 units? He believes that if the other party increases their price, then his own price of 20 units of divine power might still attract buyers. Get lost, comes the seller's curt reply, leaving Changcheng utterly flabbergasted. Damn it. Changcheng curses under his breath, unable to comprehend why, despite his well-meaning suggestion, he is met with such disdain. Meanwhile, Lu Fei chuckles at Ding Hao, exclaiming, that fool Changcheng thinks he can negotiate with me to sell his equipment. What a pipe dream. I gave him a piece of my mind, that idiot. Upon hearing this, Ding Hao can't help but laugh. Lu Fei is merely venting his frustrations. However, as for Changcheng's plight, Ding Hao can hardly be bothered. As for the notion of assisting him in selling his equipment for profit, that is utterly inconceivable. By the way, rat, there's something I've been hesitant to bring up. Lu Fei begins, hesitating momentarily. What is it? Do you really need to be so coy with me? Ding Hao teases. Hee hee. Lu Fei chuckles before continuing. My followers lack the strength to explore the Divine Domain City, and I have obtained 5 Divine Domain Crystals. The system has issued a main quest, requiring the collection of 10 Divine Domain Crystals to complete. Do you have any spare Domain Crystals? Sell me 5, so I can complete the first main quest. Lu Fei was quite frank with Ding Hao, as their relationship required no pretense. No problem, Ding Hao responded directly. Once you finish the first main quest, you will receive a reward of 1,000 divine power. I will sell you 5 domain crystals at that price. 500 divine power. Aren't you at a loss? Lu Fei exclaimed with delight, his smile widening. These domain crystals can yield valuable treasures. Sometimes their worth far exceeds 100 divine power. As I mentioned before, if you wish to grow quickly, we must support each other, Ding Hao replied dismissively. Focus on completing the first main quest. The second requires you to gather 1,000 followers, and the third involves slaying 10 third-tier beasts. Wait, you've already completed the third main quest? You're truly extraordinary. Lu Fei was left speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ha ha ha, do you not know who I am? A few trivial tasks are hardly a challenge for me. Ding Hao refrained from revealing that he was currently halfway through the fourth main quest. Better to leave Lu Fei with a semblance of confidence. To advance from a first-tier deity to a second-tier one requires 1,000 divine power, which is quite challenging to accumulate. However, upon completing the first main quest, one can easily obtain it, thus providing a convenient condition set by the system. Yet, to complete the first main quest, one must collect 10 domain crystals. A daunting task for most first-tier deities. Only after reaching the second tier can this task be accomplished with relative ease, creating a paradox that leaves many in a quandary. Therefore, Ding Hao's offer of 100 divine power for a single domain crystal was indeed a generous concession. After a brief exchange, the two proceeded with their transaction. Just as Ding Hao was undergoing tribulation, Niu Dali and others emerged from the City of Domains with 6 domain crystals, all of which were traded to Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei was ecstatic, and upon seeing the completion notification for the first main quest, he immediately clicked to claim his reward. As he beheld the rewards issued by the system, a grin spread across his face. Ha ha, I have completed the first main quest. I received quite a few valuable items. Do you need anything? I can share. Oh, Ding Hao's interest was piqued. What treasures do you possess? He inquired directly. When I opened the domain crystals, I obtained a warrior's blessing scroll, potions, and techniques, all of which I distributed to my followers, Lu Fei explained. There's also a spirit spring scroll. A spirit spring scroll? Ding Hao's eyes lit up at the mention. He possessed a withered seed of the 9-turn Xianyang grass, which required the spirit spring to revive it. Du Fei, let me trade for that spirit spring scroll. What do you need in return? Divine power? A warrior advancement scroll? Or something else? Take it if you need it. Lu Fei replied eagerly, proceeding with the trade. I just completed the first main quest and earned 1,000 divine power. So I can upgrade soon. I have enough divine power for now. I don't need anything else at the moment. Ding Hao nodded, and suddenly a thought struck him. Du Fei, I have a first-tier spirit beast. Would you like one? Lu Fei pondered for a moment before responding. Sure, I'll take a first-tier spirit beast. Great. Ding Hao wasted no time and initiated the trade with Lu Fei. I have a small suggestion. Let me know if it sounds reasonable, Lu Fei continued. Go ahead. Ding Hao replied, feeling buoyant. It was remarkable that Lu Fei had managed to uncover the spirit spring he had long sought. I believe an individual's power is ultimately limited. If you wish to swiftly acquire more resources, you should either engage in trading within the marketplace or seek out trustworthy individuals to form a small team for resource sharing. Lu Fei advised. The marketplace has many people, but not everyone is willing to trade their valuable items. In a small team, communication and cooperation are much easier. Take the domain crystals, for instance. Most people possess only 4 or 5, perhaps 6 at most. Collecting 10 will take time. If you can provide sufficient domain crystals to others, they will prioritize trading with you once they acquire valuable items, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Du Fei, I understand your point, Ding Hao chuckled. However, it's not easy to form a small team, as people's intentions can be inscrutable. I'll handle that. Lu Fei interjected. I have a few good friends in District 88, and we've been helping each other out during this time. If you trust me, I can establish a group for us to interact for a while, and you can observe whether these individuals are reliable. If not, you can simply exit. If they are trustworthy, we can engage in more exchanges and mutual assistance. All right, go ahead. Ding Hao pondered for a moment before agreeing. Lu Fei's idea might indeed bring more resources and convenience. As he contemplated this, Lu Fei invited Ding Hao into a small group chat. Brothers, I've just added our district's esteemed figure, the great Ding Hao. Lu Fei announced. Let us all welcome him. Hello everyone, I'm Ding Hao greeted. Wow. It's an honor to meet you, Great One. Zhao Xingguo responded immediately. Great One, I've admired you for many years, even in my dreams. It's your figure I see, Sun Pengzi said with a grin. Finally, I meet the legendary top player. You are a role model for us all. May I ask if you still need any accessories for your legs? Zhou Zheng joked with a mischievous smile. Greetings, Great One, Chen Qingxian said in a somewhat cold tone. Everyone, the purpose of adding you all to this small group is to encourage mutual support. If anyone has valuable items, they should prioritize offering them to the members of this group. I'm on board. Agreed. Count me in. Wow. Does this mean I've struck a bargain with the great Ding Hao? I must wholeheartedly support this. The others chimed in, expressing their agreement. So it's settled. Lu Fei said with satisfaction. However, let us lay down some ground rules. All exchanges must be fair and reasonable. Lu Fei continued to elaborate on his requirements. And everyone had no objections. By the way, I have exciting news. Lu Fei said with a broad smile. I have completed the first main quest. After preparing for a bit, I will be able to advance to the second tier. You've completed it. How did you manage that? Weren't you just saying you had 5 domain crystals? Chen Qingxian, though silent before, was equally curious. Hehe. Lu Fei teased, prolonging the suspense before revealing. Thanks to the great Ding Hao, who sold me 5 domain crystals, I was able to complete the quest. Is it really possible to achieve that? A few individuals appeared to have opened a new door, their eyes shining with newfound brilliance. They turned to Ding Hao and exclaimed, Boss, could you sell me a few? I need 4 more. I still lack 6. Oh dear, I'm quite short. I require 3. Ding Hao replied, I apologize, but I just opened over 20 crystals today and gave 5 to Fei, so I currently have none left. However, he reassured them, do not fret. My disciples are exploring the divine realm, and soon there will be new divine crystals available for trade. Over 20 opened at once. And you even had extras for Fei? Truly, the boss is remarkable. Zhao Xingguo expressed in awe. How did you manage to acquire so many crystals at once? It's a struggle for me just to obtain one, lamented Sun Pongzi with a dejected expression. What about the trading terms? What is the price? Inquired Chen Qingxian directly. 150 strands of divine power for each crystal, Ding Hao stated matter-of-factly. These individuals were not Lu Fei. He did not know them personally. It was already generous enough to prioritize them for divine crystals, and naturally, the price would be somewhat elevated. 150 strands. That is not expensive. Chen Qingxian replied coolly. I need 3 divine crystals. I will transfer the divine power to you now, and you can give me the crystals when you have them. With that, she promptly transferred 450 strands of divine power to Ding Hao. Thank you, Boss Ding, she added graciously. I still need 7 more, which amounts to 1,050 strands of divine power. I don't have that much, Sun Pongzi said despondently. Boss, could you allow me to pay on credit? Ding Hao, uninterested, declined Chen Qingxuan's transfer. There is no rush for the transfer. Before we proceed with the transaction, I must clarify something. As the atmosphere in the chat group grew quiet, Ding Hao spoke with a calm, yet undeniable authority. I can prioritize the supply of divine crystals to all of you, aiding in the swift completion of your main quests and enhancing your strength. However, I have one request. He paused, observing the silence before continuing. Any resources, scrolls, blueprints, or special items acquired through the divine crystals I provide, or through other crystals or treasures in the future, must be communicated to me first. If I require them, I will purchase them at a fair market price, perhaps even slightly above market value. In short, you will not be disappointed. Of course, this is not compulsory. It is merely a proposal. If anyone finds it unsuitable, feel free to voice your concerns now. Once Ding Hao finished speaking, the group fell into a brief silence once more. This demand was indeed rather domineering, implying that Ding Hao wished to gain priority access to all rare resources within this small circle. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Ding Hao was the unequivocal leader of Zone 88, and his provision of much-needed divine crystals was already a significant aid to everyone. Exchanging priority purchasing rights for crystals to advance in their main quests was undoubtedly a lucrative trade for most at this stage. I agree to the proposal. Lu Fei was the first to voice his support. The crystals provided by Boss are a matter of goodwill, and many are willing to buy crystals at high prices. We all understand this. If Boss can supply us first, he is certainly deserving of equal treatment. Zhao Xingguo chimed in, following suit. It is our honor that the Boss is willing to play with us. This request is not excessive. Agreed. Rest assured, if I come across any valuable items, the Boss will be the first to know. Zhou Zheng quickly echoed. Sun Pongzi did not hesitate either, cheekily adding, I also agree. If the Boss ever needs someone to warm his bed, I'm available. Very well, Chen Qingxian succinctly replied. Then, once I have the crystals, I will notify everyone. With those words, Ding Hao closed the chat group. Now, with the Spirit Spring Scroll in hand, the immediate priority was to revive the withered 9-turn Xianyang grass seed. With a thought, Ding Hao directed his spiritual power across the area, ultimately selecting a vacant plot of land near the entrance to the back mountain gorge. Behind the mountain god temple. Go. Ding Hao first cast the first level 100 Mu Spirit Field Scroll. The scroll transformed into a streak of light, landing upon the ground, instantly transforming the ordinary soil into a 100 Mu Spirit Field. From then on, planting spirit essence and immortal herbs here would yield rapid growth. Even ordinary medicinal herbs would see their efficacy multiplied several times. Next, Ding Hao retrieved the glistening Spirit Spring Scroll, infusing it with divine power. With a hum, the scroll transformed into a soft white light, merging into the spirit field. In an instant, a spirit spring gushed forth from the ground, a small, crystal-clear spring bubbling with spiritually infused water, nourishing the surrounding 10 square meters of land. The soil became moist and fertile, exuding a refreshing aroma. With the spirit field and spirit spring combined, everything was set. Ding Hao took the withered 9-turn Xianyang grass seed and casually tossed it into the soil beside the spirit spring. Immediately, the seed took root, greedily absorbing the spirit energy from the spirit field and spring, beginning to nourish itself. Boom. The water from the spirit spring within the spirit field was visibly devoured by the seed at a frantic pace. The surrounding flora within a 100-meter radius, with their meager spirit energy and vitality, seemed to be drawn in by an invisible black hole, surging towards that seed. In mere moments, the vegetation near the mountain god temple began to wither and yellow at an astonishing rate, losing all luster, as if they had endured a harsh frost. Is it truly this extreme? Ding Hao had not anticipated such a violent reaction from the withered seed. It was akin to a plundering. If this continued, the vitality of the entire Nyotu mountain would likely be drained by this minuscule seed. Not daring to delay, he quickly retrieved a special building blueprint, Spirit Gathering Array, Beginner 1. It's all up to you now. With that, Ding Hao cast it out, and the Spirit Gathering Array scroll vanished into the void surrounding the spirit field. Spirit Gathering Array, activate. Ding Hao commanded with authority. Buzz. An invisible energy shield instantly formed, enveloping the entire spirit field, spirit spring, and the seed that was ravenously consuming energy. The purpose of the Spirit Gathering Array was to gather the ambient spirit energy from the surrounding environment while also isolating the interior from the exterior. As the array activated, the external vegetation ceased its wilting, and the terrifying suction was confined within the array's boundaries. Simultaneously, the thin spirit energy within 100 miles of Nyotu Mountain began to be drawn in by the Spirit Gathering Array, gradually replenishing the energy consumed by the seed. Having completed these actions, Ding Hao focused his gaze on the center of the spirit field. Under the triple nourishment of the Spirit Gathering Array, Spirit Field, and Spring, the surface of the 9-turn Xianyang grass seed began to unfurl slightly, its withered wrinkles easing. A faint glimmer of vitality was slowly brewing within, hinting at a revival. Though the pace was exceedingly slow, hope was finally emerging. It appears that the 9 revolutions Xianyang grass is indeed extraordinary. Merely its revival requires such immense energy. Ding Hao pondered, filled with anticipation and hope for the 9 revolutions Xianyang grass. Suddenly, a jolt of his spirit surged. He sensed a peculiar fluctuation emanating from a shadowy place over 100 miles away. This fluctuation was cold, sinister, and replete with resentment and greed. That location was none other than the graveyard of the Forsaken. Ding Hao immediately identified the source of this fluctuation, a malevolent spirit. A powerful malevolent spirit. This spirit, brimming with vengeful energy, had already condensed into a hazy form and was ravenously devouring a weak spirit that had recently perished and had yet to dissipate. With every spirit it consumed, its aura grew stronger and more wicked. A vengeful ghost? Ding Hao furrowed his brow. Such a ghost that thrives by consuming its kin is exceedingly vicious. If left unchecked, it would inevitably lead to calamity, potentially threatening his followers. Moreover, this ghost's strength seemed to be nearing the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, indicating that it had devoured a considerable number of spirits already. Raising his hand, Ding Hao summoned divine power to obliterate it, but suddenly, a faint sensation arose within him, drawing his gaze toward the underworld. Perhaps it was time to call upon the underworld's resources. Chapter 55, The Enfeefment of the Bullhead. Ding Hao recalled those spirits lingering in the underworld. Where's Niu Wanlin? His resounding voice abruptly echoed within the underworld. Niu Wanlin, aimlessly wandering, was initially startled by the call, but soon filled with joy. I, Niu Wanlin, pay my respects to the mountain god. Niu Wanlin immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing toward the heavens. Niu Wanlin, you have lingered in the underworld for some time. Now, the mortal realm is plagued by monstrous beasts, and malevolent spirits are consuming souls in the underworld. As the mountain god of the bullhead, I cannot tolerate such atrocities within my domain. Henceforth, I bestow upon you the title of ghostly officer in the underworld, known as Bullhead. You shall possess the authority to patrol and capture, ridding the world of evil. Do you accept? The last question resounded with thunderous clarity, lingering in the air. I willingly accept, Niu Wanlin exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, bowing fervently and excitedly proclaiming, Mountain God, I will spare no effort to fulfill your expectations. Very well. As Ding Hao's voice faded, a faint golden light imbued with divine principles merged into Niu Wanlin's soul. Niu Wanlin's spirit trembled violently as his human form began to transform. His head morphed into that of a bull, appearing fierce and imposing, with gleaming horns radiating a ghostly light. A set of rudimentary black armor materialized around him, and in his hand, he wielded a 5-pronged steel fork with a dark iron chain coiling around his wrist, emanating an aura of chilling dread capable of subduing malevolent spirits and dispelling evil. instilling fear in all who beheld it. An air of authority befitting a ghostly officer radiated from him. Name, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Identity, ghostly officer under the bullhead mountain god, bullhead. Strength, peak first tier spirit. Abilities, soul binding, spirit locking, intimidation, punishment, effective against ordinary spirits. Thank you, mountain god, for this rebirth, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter exclaimed, feeling the profound changes within himself. Trembling with excitement as he bowed deeply once more. Observing this, Dinghao nodded slightly. Your strength is still lacking. I shall grant you further fortune. A stream of spiritual light then descended upon Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Spirit nourishing liquid. Instantly, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's spirit was nourished, growing increasingly robust, swiftly breaking through to the mid-tier of the second level. Moreover, the effects of the spirit nourishing liquid continued to dissipate, further nurturing Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's spirit. After a quarter of an hour, having absorbed the entirety of the spirit nourishing liquid, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter ascended to the mid-stage of the second tier. Thank you, mountain god, for your generous bestowal. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, both astonished and elated, knelt in gratitude. He could distinctly sense that he was now entirely different from before. Go forth and capture that malevolent spirit. Should it resist, show no mercy. Dinghao commanded. Yes, mountain god. The bull had complied, transforming into a shadowy gale, racing toward the graveyard of the Forsaken. Before long, the bullhead arrived at the graveyard, landing and scrutinizing his surroundings. Countless lonely graves dotted the landscape, heavy with the scent of death. The chilling wind swept through the dilapidated tombstones and withered grasses, producing a haunting wail, as if countless vengeful souls were weeping. The air was thick with the stench of decay and resentment, nearly solidifying into a palpable presence, sending shivers down the spine. The bull had distinctly sensed an exceedingly powerful and malevolent aura emanating from deep beneath the ground, not far away. This aura was saturated with greed, ferocity, and a deep-seated hatred for all living beings. A malevolent spirit, a blurry figure, its visage obscured, with swirling dark mist around it, revealed two blood-red eyes, radiating a chilling glare fixed upon the bullhead. Enmeshed invisible strands of resentment, the spirit voraciously consumed the thin veil of een and death energy surrounding it. Beneath the feet of the malevolent spirit, several weaker, fainter spirit shadows trembled, evidently its unconsumed prey. Audacious malevolent spirit. The bull had abruptly halted, his voice icy and devoid of emotion, reverberating through the desolate expanse. I am the bullhead, ghostly officer under the mountain god. You, who devour your kin after death, are guilty of heinous crimes. By the decree of the mountain god, I have come to apprehend you. Surrender immediately. Upon hearing this, the malevolent spirit's dark aura surged even more violently, its gaze fixated on the bullhead, a mocking laugh escaping its lips. Mountain god? Ghostly officer? How absurd. What gods exist in this world? Just mere self-deceiving legends. I believe only in power. To consume. To grow stronger. That is the only truth. The spirit's dark mist expanded violently, becoming increasingly frenzied, roaring. You, a newly birthed spirit, possess some intrigue. Your corporeal form is solid. Your energy abundant, perfect to serve as my sustenance. Let me ascend further, ha ha ha. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the malevolent spirit transformed into a shadow, accompanied by a piercingly cold wind, lunging toward the bullhead. From the shadow emerged several inky black claws, their wings slicing through the air, emitting a shrill shriek. Targeting the bullhead spirit, this malevolent spirit was immensely powerful, having already stepped into the pinnacle of the second tier. Should it succeed in devouring the bullhead, ascending to the third tier would be a matter of mere moments. Although the bullhead was a novice ghostly officer, he bore divine duties and possessed the strength bestowed by Dinghao. Why would he cower? Furthermore, ghostly officers inherently carried an aura that restrained malevolent spirits, and with the five-pronged steel fork in hand, his strength was on par with that of the malevolent spirit. Stubborn fool, seeking death, the bullhead bellowed, undeterred by the malevolent spirit's assault, swinging his five-pronged steel fork with formidable force. Clang! The fork collided with the ghostly claws, producing a deafening sound akin to metal clashing, sending energy scattering in all directions. The soul of the bull-headed figure trembled slightly, sensing a formidable force of impact. However, this force was far less daunting than he had anticipated. Transformed into the bull-headed being, his soul's strength vastly surpassed that of others of the same tier. Quite impressive. The vengeful spirit, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. Clearly, the opponent's prowess was inferior to his own. So why did it seem to contend with him on equal footing? Simultaneously, a sense of unease began to brew within the vengeful spirit. Why was there an incessant feeling of being suppressed during the confrontation? Moreover, that steel fork possessed an eerie and sinister quality. The moment it made contact with his corporeal form, the spirit distinctly sensed a portion of his spectral energy being siphoned away by the five prongs of the fork. Something was amiss. It felt overwhelmingly wrong. Instantly, the vengeful spirit's heart swelled with the desire to retreat. The bull-headed figure was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the vengeful spirit's mind. with a flick of his left wrist. A jet-black iron chain shot forth like a serpent awakened from slumber, racing towards the vengeful spirit to ensnare it. Soul binding, specifically designed to counteract soul entities. Regardless of whether one was an ordinary specter or a vengeful spirit, all would succumb to the bloodline suppression under the soul binding. Chapter 56, Slaying the Vengeful Spirit and Assembling the Ghostly Envoys. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of trepidation crossed the vengeful spirit's crimson eyes as it swiftly retreated, conjuring a swirling mass of dark energy around itself, forming a shield to protect its front. With a resounding clash, the iron chain struck the dark energy shield, producing a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. The dark energy trembled violently, nearly collapsing. The vengeful spirit let out a furious roar, its surrounding malevolence intensifying, coalescing into several arrows of malice that shot towards the bull-headed figure. These arrows were imbued with potent curses of resentment. Should they strike, they would taint the very essence of the soul. The bull-headed figure did not dare to underestimate the threat. He wielded the steel fork with utmost precision, creating an impenetrable defense that shattered the arrows of malice one by one. Roaring, seizing the opportunity amidst the bull-headed figure's defense, the vengeful spirit charged forward once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Its claws slashed through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages, and the howling winds of darkness threatened to tear the bull-headed figure asunder. Engaged in a fierce struggle, the bull-headed figure entwined with the vengeful spirit using both the steel fork and the iron chain. In that moment, the graveyard was filled with howling winds, the air thick with ghostly energy, as dark mist and ethereal light clashed and exploded. Although the bull-headed figure was slightly outmatched in rank, he bore the weight of divine duty, wielding specialized weapons and abilities designed to counter such foes. And his soul had been fortified by the essence of spectral nourishment, establishing a solid foundation. Conversely, the vengeful spirit, while fierce and powerful, derived its strength from a haphazard amalgamation of devoured energies, rendering its foundation unstable. As the balance shifted, the bull-headed figure swiftly gained the upper hand. His steel fork became a blur, his strikes growing increasingly fierce, each imbued with the gravitas of judgment and retribution. With a thunderous roar, the bull-headed figure unleashed the full force of his authority as a ghostly envoy. An intangible wave surged forth, causing the vengeful spirit's movements to freeze mid-action. Bewilderment and fear flashing in its crimson eyes, the might of the five prongs was unmistakably revealed. The vengeful spirit, momentarily dazed by the intimidation, found itself caught off guard. Now was the moment. A glint of determination ignited in the bull-headed figure's eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity, sending the iron chain flying once more. Binding. This time, the vengeful spirit could not evade. The obsidian chain lashed onto one of its arms like a leech, instantly constricting it. With a sizzling sound, the chilling suppressive force erupted from the iron chain, causing the vengeful spirit's arm, formed of dark mist, to writhe as if seared by hot iron, issuing anguished cries. "Ah, curse it, let me go!" The vengeful spirit thrashed wildly, striving to break free from the chain's grip. Yet, the bull-headed figure's chains were not so easily escaped. Defiance, escalating its sins. The bull-headed figure remained expressionless, stepping forward with resolve. He hoisted the five-pronged steel fork high, aiming for the core of the vengeful spirit's essence. The authority of the mountain god. How dare you defile it? With a decisive thrust, the steel fork descended with divine might. Thrusting effortlessly into the swirling dark mist of the vengeful spirit, it struck true at its core. No. The vengeful spirit let out a heart-wrenching wail as its power crumbled rapidly, dissipating into the ether. Waves of dark mist surged outward, accompanied by countless souls it had devoured. Spirits released from their torment. No, it cannot be. How can there be gods in this world? The vengeful spirit's last cry echoed in disbelief as its once vibrant crimson eyes dimmed. Its form, composed of dense malice and dark mist, began to collapse rapidly. Like a punctured balloon, fading into nothingness. A torrent of pure spectral energy and unanchored soul power dispersed around. The bull-headed figure stood resolutely, steel fork in hand, gazing as the vengeful spirit vanished entirely, leaving behind only a scattering of iron chains resting silently upon the ground. He retracted the fork and chain, feeling the surging power within him and the profound satisfaction of fulfilling his mission. The bull-headed figure, victorious in his inaugural battle. After vanquishing the vengeful spirit, the bull-headed figure did not hasten to depart. Instead, he swiftly absorbed the pure spectral energy and unanchored soul power left in the wake of the spirit's dissolution. These energies were as vital to him as blood is to a warrior. The entirety of his being floated in midair, emanating a powerful pull that drew these energies into his essence. As he assimilated the pure spectral energy and unanchored soul power, the bull-headed figure's cultivation soared, rapidly breaking through to the mid-phase of the second tier, eventually ascending to the late phase. He continued to rise until he reached the pinnacle of the second tier, where he finally came to a halt. With a satisfied belch, the bull-headed figure's face radiated contentment. Just an hour prior, he had been a mere specter. and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a ghostly envoy at the pinnacle of the second tier, capable of effortlessly overpowering a vengeful spirit of the same rank. The bull-headed figure was confident that, should he face the previous vengeful spirit now, it would take him no more than 10 strikes. No, 8 would suffice to bring it down. His current strength was truly formidable. Feeling triumphant, the bull-headed figure waved his hand, summoning the several souls imprisoned by the vengeful spirit. Today, you are fortunate. Quickly follow me to the underworld. Do not linger in the mortal realm. With that, he bound the souls with chains and soared towards Bull-Headed Mountain. His return was swifter than his arrival. Upon delivering the souls to the gates of reincarnation, the bull-headed figure immediately knelt in the direction of the mountain god's temple, proclaiming, "I report to the mountain god. The bull-headed figure has slain the vengeful spirit and comes to deliver my report." "Well done," Ding Hao replied nonchalantly. "From this day forth, you shall be responsible for the apprehension of all souls and spirits within 100 miles. You may select 20 souls as your aides to fulfill this mission." "Thank you, mountain god." The bull-headed figure rejoiced at the news. He had been promoted. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and entered the underworld, quickly locating 20 souls to accompany him. These 20 spectral souls are notably formidable, not of the kind on the verge of dissipating. Moreover, several of them had cultivated amicable relations or were acquainted with the bullhead in their previous lives. The bullhead, fully aware of the extraordinary opportunity before him, prioritized selecting his own spirits. He then took these 20 spectral souls to pay homage at the mountain god temple, proclaiming, "Great mountain god, I have chosen the spectral souls. I humbly request your esteemed review." In response, Ding Hao remarked, having observed the bullhead's actions with keen interest, the selection of some of his own spirits was inconsequential. After all, human sentiment will always persist. As long as the bullhead diligently fulfills his duties, such minor considerations are hardly worth mentioning. With these words, Ding Hao gestured with his hand, casting forth a brilliant light that manifested 2 vials of spectral essence, which promptly enveloped the 20 souls. Instantly, the aura of energy surrounding them thickened considerably, and their spectral powers surged rapidly, soon elevating them to the first tier of strength. Simultaneously, these newly empowered first-tier spectral souls donned the attire of ghostly enforcers, wielding soul-binding chains and ghost-catching rods. In Chapter 57, Luoyin Town, Li Changsheng, have returned. The bullhead, accompanied by the 20 newly appointed ghostly enforcers, commenced a patrol within a 100-mile radius, capturing wandering spectral souls. From this moment onward, the underworld began to function in earnest. Next, I shall cultivate a greater following. Ding Hao's gaze settled upon the 2 towns under the domain of his spirit, the eastern Luoyin Town and the southern Changlu Town, together with their respective villages. These 2 towns boasted a population exceeding 30,000. I must expedite the transformation of these 30,000 souls into my devoted followers. The previous methods employed by Niu Dekang remain applicable, albeit their effectiveness is rather sluggish. Furthermore, no low-tier demonic beasts inhabit the vicinity of the towns. To instill faith among the townsfolk, the most effective course of action would be to confront the formidable demons of the Luoyin mountain range, thereby establishing my authority. With this thought, Ding Hao expended 5,000 units of divine power to invoke the intermediate clone shadow technique. This technique manifests a clone with 1/3 of the deity's strength, which can grow in power alongside the deity. Notably, the clone possesses independent thought and can communicate with the original entity. A word of caution, should the clone perish, the original will suffer a loss of 1/3 of its soul power, enduring significant harm. Previously, to withstand the 9th thunder calamity, Ding Hao had retracted his white-clad clone, necessitating the summoning of a new one. Initially, he contemplated the expenditure of 500 units of divine power for a basic clone, but upon reflection, he recognized his current divine power was insufficient, far from the coveted 100,000 units. Thus, he opted for the intermediate clone, resulting in enhanced potency. Now, the white-clad Ding Hao embodies 1/3 of the original strength, boasting combat prowess akin to that of a peak second-tier deity. It is worth noting that when Ding Hao was at the second tier, he effortlessly vanquished 4th-tier demonic beasts, and even faced the 5th-tier giant Tiger King without trepidation, merely utilizing the power of the Thunder Calamity to secure victory. The white-clad Ding Hao cast a glance at the mountain god statue, then turned to exit the temple. Niu Dekang, where's Li Changsheng? The white-clad Ding Hao, clad in garments as white as snow and with flowing hair, appeared as a celestial being gracing the realm, evoking a sense of reverence among onlookers. Li Changsheng, engaged in teaching, immediately soared into the air, manifesting before the mountain god temple. Niu Dekang also appeared almost simultaneously, both men deeply bowing before the white-clad Ding Hao, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your excellency, the divine envoy." Simultaneously, both men were taken aback, sensing the augmented aura emanating from the divine envoy. It is worth noting that they had both ascended to the 3rd tier of martial prowess. Yet in the presence of the divine envoy, they felt as though they were gazing up at an imposing mountain, utterly unapproachable. Niu Dekang, Continue leading the Niu clan and others to the villages near Luoyin Town and Chonglu Town, spreading the miraculous deeds of the mountain god and garnering more followers. Li Changsheng, select a few articulate and astute believers to accompany me to Luoyin Town. You will be done, Excellency. Niu Dekhang and Li Changsheng promptly agreed, then set off on their respective missions. Niu Dekhang, accompanied by those who had previously joined him, found their strengths significantly bolstered. They divided into 2 teams, each heading to different villages to proclaim the mountain god's miracles. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng selected a dozen eloquent and quick-witted believers and approached the white-clad Ding Hao. Excellency, the individuals have been chosen. We seek your guidance. You few shall accompany me to Luoyin Town and proclaim the mountain god's miracles at various locations. Additionally, inform the people of Luoyin Town that in 3 days, the mountain god shall personally eradicate the great demons of the Luoyin mountain range. What? Is this true? The mountain god is set to annihilate the Luoyin mountain range? I have awaited this day. The group, including Li Changsheng, was initially stunned by the white-clad Ding Hao's declaration, but soon erupted in ecstatic joy. At last, the mountain god shall take action against the Luoyin mountain range. Countless lives have been lost to the beasts of the Luoyin mountain range over the years, including their own kin, cherished friends. Indeed, after a brief moment of astonishment, Li Changsheng and the others erupted in cheers, their expressions filled with excitement. Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, the white-clad Ding Hao caused their figures to vanish without a trace. In the next instant, they materialized at the entrance of Luoyin Town. What is this? While the others might have been unfamiliar with the journey, Li Changsheng was a native of Luoyin Town, having escaped its grasp in the past. He knew well the distance to Bullhead Mountain. To think that in the blink of an eye, they arrived at Luoyin Town. Such speed is astonishing. Yet, reconsidering, the mountain god is omnipotent. What is this little feat in comparison? Years have passed, once believing he would never return. Li Changsheng found himself not only back today, but also restored to full mobility, having ascended to the 3rd tier of martial prowess. The vendetta of old can at last be avenged. Luoyin Town, though modest in size, due to its proximity to the Luoyin mountain range, frequently welcomed hunters, herbalists, and small traders, thus retaining a measure of vibrancy. However, of late, the frequent emergence of demonic beasts from the Luoyin mountain range has rendered the atmosphere within the town noticeably tense, and the streets have grown sparse with passers-by. The appearance of the white-clad Ding Hao and his companions immediately drew attention. After all, Ding Hao, dressed in garments as pure as snow and possessing flowing long hair, seemed to embody an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. In the next moment, the townsfolk witnessed Ding Hao approaching the central notice board, where he unfurled a large sheet of white paper and affixed it with care. The mountain deity of Nyodo Mountain has shown compassion for the suffering of humanity, unwilling to see lives extinguished. 3 days hence, he shall eradicate the myriad monsters of the Luoyin mountain range. I implore all fellow villagers to gather and witness this spectacle, eagerly awaiting the good news. As soon as the announcement was posted, it sparked a wave of astonished murmurs among the surrounding crowd. A mountain deity? Since when did we have a mountain deity? Questioned a woman with a basket, her brow furrowed in confusion. I've never heard of such a thing. Where is Nyodo Mountain? Anyway, does anyone know? To eradicate the monsters of the Luoyin mountain range? That is quite a boast, scoffed a lean man, his voice dripping with skepticism. The Luoyin mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, teeming with countless beasts, and is even home to 5 formidable demons. Not even the strongest among us dares to venture into the Luoyin range, and now someone has the audacity to claim they will eradicate its monsters? Truly a fool's dream. Upon hearing the chatter and doubts of the crowd, Ding Hao maintained his composure, showing no signs of disturbance. This was the typical reaction. If they were to believe his words without question, it would only indicate that the formidable demons of the Luoyin range had been far too lenient, leaving no trace of terror in the hearts of these people. As whispers circulated and the crowd continued to swell, Li Changsheng nodded toward Ding Hao, then stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting as he addressed the assembly with a resonant voice. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am Li Changsheng, a native of Luoyin Town. Li Changsheng? I recognize him. Someone in the crowd murmured. He was a teacher in our town, renowned for nurturing talents. However, another voice chimed in. But he had a daughter who was exceptionally beautiful. Curiosity piqued, a listener pressed for details, prompting the previous speaker to explain softly. His daughter was so stunning that a martial artist took a fancy to her. When he came to propose, Li Changsheng refused. But the martial artist forcibly abducted her, and in her defiance, she took her own life. Li Changsheng's wife was driven to despair and died of grief. How tragic for Li Changsheng, who was left paralyzed after being mercilessly beaten by that same martial artist. Wait, interrupted another voice, puzzled, paralyzed? But Li Changsheng stands before us now. Indeed, what is happening? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, their curiosity intensifying. Li Changsheng, now a 3rd-tier martial artist, listened attentively to the murmurs around him. He then proclaimed with conviction, I believe many of you recognize me, perhaps even some of my students. It is true. I was once paralyzed after a brutal attack, but I was fortunate to be taken to Nyoto village by kind-hearted souls. There, I lingered on, yearning to witness the downfall of the villain responsible for my family's ruin. Unexpectedly, Li Changxing's voice rose in intensity as he turned toward Nyoto Mountain and exclaimed, "Lo and behold, the mountain deity of Nyoto Mountain has manifested. He has healed my paralysis and restored my ability to stand. Not only that, but he has bestowed upon me divine grace, transforming me into a martial artist." As the words left his lips, Li Changxing unleashed his martial prowess, and the crowd was immediately enveloped in an overwhelming aura of energy, leaving them speechless and incredulous. A man who was once paralyzed had not only regained his footing, but had also become a formidable warrior, and all of it was attributed to the mountain deity of Nyoto Mountain. The spectacle was nothing short of fantastical. I, Li Changxing, stand firm and unwavering, never uttering a falsehood, as many can attest. Today, the mountain deity has delivered a divine decree, commanding his emissary to lead us to Luoyan Town, to convey to all that the deity has resolved to annihilate the great demons of the Luoyan mountain range. He seeks to grant the citizens of Luoyan Town a peaceful existence. I am aware that many of you harbor doubts, and that disbelief abounds. Fear not. All of us gathered here have been graced by the blessings of the mountain deity. They will share with you the magnitude of the deity's miracles. Moreover, if there are still skeptics among you, I invite you to join us in 3 days to witness the eradication of the great demons for yourselves. As Li Changxing's words hung in the air, he gestured for the villagers from Nyoto to step forward. They eagerly engaged with the townsfolk, extolling the virtues and miraculous deeds of the mountain deity. The atmosphere grew increasingly animated. In the midst of the crowd, a man with shifty eyes quietly slipped away, hastening toward the outskirts of the town. Ding Hao absorbed the reactions of the people, unperturbed. His intent was solely to disseminate this information, ensuring that more individuals were aware of the impending events. Whether they chose to believe or not would soon be revealed in 3 days. In a dim, damp cave on the outskirts of the Luoyan mountain range, a palpable aura of malevolence hung in the air. A massive beast, resembling a black bear with fearsome claws and fangs, lay in a faux slumber, its crimson eyes barely open. This formidable creature was a second-tier demon. In a corner of the cave, a pile of bleached bones lay scattered. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoed through the cave as the man with the shifty eyes, who had slipped away from the notice board, tumbled in, breathless. My lord, he gasped, dropping to his knees. I have urgent news to report. The black bear demon slowly opened its crimson eyes, annoyance flickering in its gaze. What is it? It growled. There are newcomers in the town, claiming to be the emissaries of the mountain deity of Nyoto. They posted a notice declaring their intent to slay the great demons of the Luoyan mountain range in 3 days. The man stammered. The mountain deity? The black bear demon paused, then erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha! What nonsense. Since when do mountain deities exist in this world? I suppose some minor beast with a bit of power has occupied Nyoto Mountain and now seeks to meddle in the affairs of the Luoyan range? How foolish. The laughter was laced with disdain and murderous intent. Truly a death wish. The black bear demon rose abruptly, its immense form exuding an overwhelming pressure. Where are those fools? Right in the town. Very well. Send word to the 5 great kings, instructing the town mayor to eliminate this so-called emissary of the mountain deity at once. Otherwise, in 3 days, the 5 great kings will personally descend upon the town and slaughter every man, woman, and child. The black bear demon, a direct subordinate of the 5 great kings of the Luoyan mountain range, was tasked with monitoring the perimeter of Luoyan town. Upon hearing this ludicrous news, it felt no inclination to report it to the 5 great kings, instead issuing orders in their name. It was confident that the town mayor would comply without question. Luoyan Town, the mayor's residence. Mayor Zhang Qiqiang wore a furrowed brow, his mind beset by unease. He had just received a summons from the great demon of the Luoyan mountain range, the mountain god of Nyoto, to slay a great demon? What madness is this? Zhang Qiqiang sighed deeply. In this world, are there truly any deities? He shook his head in disbelief. The human race endures immense suffering. If there were indeed gods, would they not have intervened long ago to rescue the populace from their plight? It is likely that a powerful beast has seized Nyoto Mountain, employing various means to deceive the ignorant villagers into believing its falsehoods. However, the ability to heal Li Changxing's paralysis and transform him into a warrior suggests that this great demon of Nyoto Mountain possesses formidable strength. I cannot afford to offend either party. Zhang Qiqiang, merely a third-tier warrior, stood powerless against the formidable beasts of the Luoyan mountain range. Were it not for the great demon's treatment of the townsfolk as mere livestock, repeatedly harvesting them for sustenance, perhaps Luoyan town would have long since been reduced to ruins. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the Luoyan mountain's great demon, Zhang Qiqiang is but a trifling matter. His position as mayor is secured solely due to his status as a third-tier warrior, which facilitates the management of the townspeople. Indeed, this is the reality. Despite his deep-seated hatred for the demon race, Zhang Qiqiang dares not defy the will of the great demon of the Luoyan mountain range, for the stakes are too high. I cannot make this decision alone. A plan began to take shape in Zhang Qiqiang's mind. He promptly issued commands. Summon all warriors within the town to gather here. There is a matter of great importance to discuss. Furthermore, all officials of the Yamen are to assemble here and enter a state of readiness. Additionally, all townsfolk are to remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. The orders were disseminated swiftly. Before long, over 30 warriors arrived from various quarters, their strengths varying, one third-tier warrior for second-tier warriors, and the remainder being first-tier warriors. At this moment, the expressions of all were grave, their thoughts heavy with concern. Clearly, the news regarding Li Changsheng had spread throughout the town, and everyone was aware. Gentlemen, Zhang Qiqiang addressed the assembled crowd, his voice resonating with authority. I trust you are all aware of the situation. The 5 great kings of the Luoyan mountain range have commanded us to eliminate those who have come from Yodo Mountain. What are your thoughts? Lord Zhang, what is there to deliberate? This Li Changsheng spreads deceptive words. He must be executed. Indeed, Zhang Town Head. There is no room for hesitation. This Li Changsheng is a deceiver, sowing discord among the people. We should immediately apprehend him and execute him publicly as a warning. The speaker was a robust man exuding an intimidating aura. His name was Shun Wenbin, also a third-tier warrior, held in high esteem among the town's martial practitioners. In this world, are there truly any gods? If there were, would our people suffer so? Now, Li Changsheng, having inexplicably regained his strength, seeks to incite the townsfolk against the great demon of the Luoyan mountain range. Such a vile character deserves nothing less than immediate execution. As he spoke, many nodded in agreement. The beasts of the Luoyan mountain range had long held sway. Who would dare to offend them? Suddenly, a so-called mountain god from Yodo Mountain appears, claiming to vanquish the multitude of demons. It was sheer folly. Moreover, the speaker was none other than Shun Wenbin. Everyone knew that it was this very Shun Wenbin who had been responsible for the destruction of Li Changsheng's family years ago. Shun Wenbin's obsession with Li Changsheng's daughter had led to her tragic demise, causing Li Changsheng's wife to perish from grief. And Li himself had suffered a broken spine at Shun Wenbin's hands, leaving him paralyzed for years. Now that Li Changsheng had returned, a warrior no less, how could Shun Wenbin allow him to live? Brother Shin, your words are misguided. Aline, second-tier warrior, stepped forward in rebuttal. The transformation of Li Changsheng is evident to all. A man who was paralyzed for years has not only risen, but has also become a warrior. Is this not a miracle? Were it not for divine intervention, who could achieve such a feat? I propose we observe the situation for 3 days and see if any miracles truly unfold. Instantly, others echoed, indeed. The beasts of the Luoyan mountain range are cruel and merciless, treating us as mere livestock for their sustenance. We have suffered enough. If a god truly wishes to stand for us, it would be a tremendous blessing. We seek nothing more than peace. Exactly. Let us remain neutral and offer no assistance to either side. In a moment, the hall erupted into fervent debate, dividing into 3 factions. One faction, led by Shun Wenbin, advocated for the immediate execution of Li Changsheng and his companions, pledging loyalty to the great demon of the Luoyan mountain range. Another faction leaned towards believing in Li Changsheng, hoping for the manifestation of the mountain god. The final faction sought to preserve their own safety, advocating for a stance of non-interference. Zhang Qiqiang listened to the tumultuous arguments, his brow furrowing deeper. The situation was more complex than he had imagined. Enough. Shun Wenbin slammed his palm on the table, his voice rising sharply. A bunch of cowards. What nonsense is this about a mountain god? I see only an old fool, Li Changsheng, who has stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity and returned to spread his lies. Let me demonstrate that this so-called mountain god cannot save him. With that, Shun Wenbin disregarded Zhang Qiqiang and the others, striding purposefully out of the mayor's residence, brimming with murderous intent. Zhang Qiqiang's expression shifted, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. The others exchanged glances, their expressions varied. At the notice board in Luoyan town, Li Changsheng was patiently explaining the miraculous deeds of the mountain god to a crowd of onlookers alongside several villagers from Yodo. Suddenly, a chilling aura of malice locked onto him. A shiver ran down Li Changsheng's spine as he raised his head, only to see Shun Wenbin approaching with a malevolent glare. Shun Wenbin. Li Changsheng's eyes flared crimson, a torrent of rage threatening to consume him. It was this man who had shattered his family, slaughtered his daughter, and broken his spine, leaving him to suffer in agony. You despicable beast. Your life is tenacious indeed. After all these years of paralysis, you dare to rise again. Shun Wenbin sneered, advancing step by step, his cold laughter echoing. Having failed to kill you back, then was merely luck on your part. Today, let us see if anyone can save you. Shun Wenbin, you heartless wretch. Today, I shall avenge my wife and daughter. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse, eyes burning red as the power of a third-tier warrior erupted. The townsfolk surrounding them felt the overwhelming aura and instinctively recoiled, fear etched on their faces as they beheld the 2 adversaries. Revenge? With you? Shun Wenbin laughed derisively. You think just because you've stumbled into some luck and become a third-tier warrior, you can challenge me? Very well. Today, I shall show you that even among third-tier warriors, there are distinctions. Before his words could settle, Shun Wenbin surged forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, aiming a devastating punch at Li Changxing's face. With unwavering determination, Shun Wenbin unleashed a formidable punch, fully aware of Li Changxing's essence as a Tier 3 warrior. He understood the profound enmity that lay between them, destined to culminate in a relentless struggle to the bitter end. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, Shun Wenbin spared no effort, launching a lethal assault from the outset. Fueled by fury, Li Changxing bellowed in response, raising his fist to meet Shun Wenbin's challenge. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as their fists collided, sending shockwaves that rustled the garments of onlookers. Each warrior staggered back a few paces, yet neither gained the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. A flicker of surprise crossed Shun Wenbin's eyes. He had not anticipated that Li Changxing could withstand his blow. Intrigued, Shun Wenbin's grin widened. He was eager to discover just how many of his punches Li Changxing could endure. Li Changxing, being considerably older than Shun Wenbin, was acutely aware of the old adage, the young are feared in combat. In a clash of brute force, Li Changxing was undoubtedly outmatched. Shun Wenbin pressed his attack with ferocity, his strikes becoming increasingly ruthless. Although Li Changxing was also a Tier 3 warrior, his recent ascension left him lacking in practical experience compared to Shun Wenbin, leading him to be gradually overwhelmed and pushed back, perilously close to defeat. Ha! Li Changxing, do you see the gap between us? Shun Wenbin taunted, continuing his relentless assault, laughter echoing through the air. The villagers from Nyoto village watched in anxious despair, powerless to intervene as mere bystanders, their eloquence insufficient against the might of warriors. In contrast, Ding Hao, clad in white, maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of amusement dancing in his expression. Li Changxing soon found himself on the receiving end of several crushing blows, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His internal energy in tumult. Gritting his teeth, he fought to hold on, consumed by a frenzied desire for mutual destruction with Shun Wenbin. In a moment of cunning, Shun Wenbin feigned a vulnerability, and Li Changxing, without suspicion, took the bait. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Wenbin struck fiercely at Li Changxing's chest, sending him hurtling backward. The impact forced Li Changxing to spit blood, a portion of his meridians severed, teetering on the brink of death at Shun Wenbin's hands. His heart brimmed with resentment. Was revenge so tantalizingly close, yet out of reach? No, absolutely not. He vowed to avenge himself, regardless of the cost. Chapter 60, Slaying the Enemy. The Transcendence of Li Changxing. With this thought igniting an unyielding spirit of vengeance within him, Li Changxing raised his voice towards the direction of Nyoto Mountain, crying out, "Mountain God, grant me strength. Allow me to exact my revenge. Should I succeed in slaying Shun Wenbin, I, Li Changxing, vow to serve as a humble beast for generations to come, paying homage to your great benevolence." In that moment, Li Changxing's resolve solidified. He yearned for retribution. He sought to make this villain pay in blood for his transgressions. "I shall grant your wish." In the next instant, a resounding voice, grand and majestic, reverberated throughout Luoyan town. The mountain god had manifested. The villagers of Nyoto were filled with elation, kneeling in reverence toward Nyoto Mountain, chanting fervently. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the miraculous occurrence. Was it truly the mountain god revealing his power? As the magnificent voice faded, a warm and vast energy surged into Li Changxing's body, akin to a gentle stream flowing from the ether. This force, though not overwhelmingly vast, merely 5% of his own strength, was exceptionally pure, instantly invigorating his limbs and invigorating his spirit. The divine staff of power activated. The divine staff, a symbol of divine authority. It enhances one's strength by 10-fold and augments allies within its vicinity by 5-fold. Noticing the change in Li Changxing, Shun Wenbin's sharp instincts kicked in, and he was taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Changxing seized the opportunity. With a flash of fierce determination in his eyes, he unleashed a counterattack. His once pressured fist striking with newfound vigor at an unconventional angle. The punch, swift as lightning, connected with Shun Wenbin's chest. The malicious grin on Shun Wenbin's face froze, replaced by disbelief and terror as an unstoppable force surged through him, shattering his heart's meridians. "No, it's impossible," Shun Wenbin gasped, struggling to utter a few words before collapsing weakly. Li Changxing strode forward, towering over Shun Wenbin, his gaze cold and unwavering. "You forced my wife and children to their deaths, leaving me paralyzed. Did you ever contemplate the days to come? Now, I shall use your blood and your head to honor my deceased loved ones. Please, no?" Shun Wenbin cried in terror, begging for mercy. "You cannot kill me. I am one of only 2 Tier 3 warriors in Luoyan town, a protector of the villagers. If you slay me, who will safeguard the townsfolk? You cannot sacrifice the lives of an entire town for your selfish desires." At this juncture, Shun Wenbin still attempted to argue. Li Changxing crushed Shun Wenbin's knee beneath his foot, responding coldly amid the latter's anguished wails. "Luoyan town does not require even a single Tier 3 warrior like you. From this day forth, the villagers shall be protected by the great mountain god, and you shall meet your demise." Without further ado, he disregarded Shun Wenbin's pleas. methodically shattering his joints and bones. After subjecting him to prolonged agony, he delivered a final, decisive kick that crushed Shun Wenbin's skull. In an instant, blood and gore splattered, painting the scene in chaos. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the area. All present watched in wide-eyed shock at Shun Wenbin's lifeless body on the ground, then turned to Li Changsheng, who, though breathless, radiated a fierce brilliance. The Tier 3 warrior Shun Wenbin had simply perished? Zhang Qiqiang and the other warriors, initially intent on rushing to the rescue. After all, Shin Wenbin was one of the strongest forces in Luoyan town, hesitated. But as they prepared to move, Ding Hao, clad in white, suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura that swept across all the warriors present. Zhang Qiqiang and his companions found themselves paralyzed, struggling to breathe, their fingers refusing to move, let alone assist. Panic washed over Zhang Qiqiang. Li Changsheng was formidable enough, but the white-clad youth wielded an aura so potent that it rendered them immobile. Did this imply that his strength was even more unfathomable? At the very least, he must be a Tier 4 warrior, or perhaps even a Tier 5. What terrifying figure loomed behind this white-clad youth and Li Changsheng? In a moment, cold sweat dripped down Zhang Qiqiang's back. Li Changsheng gazed at Shun Wenbin's corpse, the pent-up hatred of over a decade finally finding release. Unable to contain himself, he threw his head back and howled. His cry echoed with anguish, ecstasy, and liberation. After a long moment, he knelt heavily upon the ground, offering 9 resounding bows toward Nyoto Mountain. He knew that the sudden surge of power was undoubtedly a gift from the mountain god. It was the mountain god who had aided him in avenging his grievances. As he bowed with utmost sincerity, a more profound force of faith surged toward the temple of the mountain god at Nyoto Mountain. A pious believer. At this moment, Li Changsheng ascended from a senior believer to a devout follower. In truth, Li Changsheng had always held a profound faith in the mountain god, being the first in Nyoto village to attain the status of a senior believer. However, due to the hatred festering within him, his thoughts were clouded, preventing him from advancing further. Now, having received assistance from the mountain god to exact vengeance upon his enemies, his mind became clear, and naturally, his promotion to a devout follower followed suit. Simultaneously, Li Changsheng felt as though some shackles within him had been shattered. A surge of formidable vitality erupted, engulfing his entire being. The aura of a 3rd-tier warrior began to ascend wildly. Late 3rd tier, pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Boom. An aura far surpassing that of a 3rd-tier warrior suddenly exploded from Li Changsheng. He had, astonishingly, broken through to the 4th tier immediately after slaying his foe and offering his devout gratitude. This spectacle utterly astounded everyone present, especially Zhang Qiqiang and the other warriors. They had witnessed Li Changsheng's retaliation against Shun Wenbin, seen him kneel in gratitude to the mountain god, and witnessed his ascension to the 4th tier. The 4th tier. As a warrior, Zhang Qiqiang was acutely aware of how arduous it was to achieve such a rank. It was akin to scaling the heavens. He had devoted his entire life to reaching the threshold of the 4th tier, yet here, today, he bore witness to the birth of a 4th-tier warrior. One who had directly ascended from the mid-3rd tier. This was utterly inconceivable. Unless it was a miracle, only a divine intervention could manifest such a transformation. Who, other than the gods, could possess such immense power? Zhang Qiqiang gazed at the surging aura and formidable presence of Li Changsheng, and recalled the tragic demise of Shun Wenbin. Stirring a tempest of emotions within him, perhaps the mountain god of Nyoto Mountain was indeed real. Moreover, his strength might far exceed imagination. In this moment, Zhang Qiqiang began to harbor a flicker of anticipation regarding the proclamation that the mountain god would cleanse the Luoyan mountain range of its demonic scourge in 3 days' time. Chapter 61. A Gamble. The aura of Li Changsheng's breakthrough to the 4th tier swept across the scene like a tempest, instilling trepidation in the hearts of all present. Zhang Qiqiang felt an icy chill envelop him. Just moments ago, the inadvertent aura emanating from the white-clad Ding Hao had rendered him immobile. And now Li Changsheng had ascended to the 4th tier on the spot. What terrifying existence lay hidden within Nyoto Mountain? The gruesome fate of Shun Wenbin was fresh in his mind. He was a 3rd-tier warrior of the same rank. He glanced at the gruesome remnants of flesh and blood on the ground, then at the imposing Li Changsheng, and finally at the inscrutable white-clad youth beside him. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Yet simultaneously, a faint glimmer of hope began to quietly sprout amidst the cracks of despair. The demonic beasts of the Luoyan mountain range regarded them as mere livestock, taking life at will. He had had enough of such days. Perhaps this truly was an opportunity? Zhang Qiqiang took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and surveyed the faces of the other warriors behind him, each wearing expressions of complexity. He stepped forward, his voice trembling imperceptibly yet resonating with clarity as he proclaimed, "Esteemed warriors, I trust you have all witnessed the events that transpired. The transformation of Li Changsheng, the fate of Shun Wenbin, and the formidable presence of that white-clad youth are undeniably significant. The demonic beasts of the Luoyan mountain range treat us as mere fodder. We have endured humiliation to survive, and our dignity has long been lost. I believe what we have witnessed is a miracle. It is the mountain god revealing his divine might to us. Now, the mountain god of Nyoto Mountain has delivered a divine decree to eradicate the demonic scourge of the Luoyan mountain range and restore peace to our kind. I, Zhang Qiqiang, have decided to take a gamble. His voice rose suddenly, imbued with a sense of resolve akin to burning bridges. As he declared loudly, I believe the mountain god of Nyoto Mountain truly exists. I wish to fight for the future of Luoyan Town. How do you all feel about this? A profound silence enveloped the crowd as all the warriors weighed the pros and cons. The demonic beasts of the Luoyan mountain range were deeply entrenched in power, and even they, as warriors, felt a sense of overwhelming despair when faced with the multitude of demons. Yet what they had witnessed today was nothing short of astonishing. A paralyzed individual rising, a warrior ascending, a breakthrough in battle, and the slaying of an equal, not to mention the white-clad youth, whose mere presence had left them breathless. If there truly was a divine being behind this, then perhaps the eradication of the Luoyan mountain range was not an impossibility. The town mayor spoke wisely. If the demonic beasts were not eliminated, we would never know peace. I agree. The previously silent, tall, and slender second-tier warrior spoke up. Li Changsheng had been his mentor, and he had risked his life to save Li Changsheng in the past. Now that Li Changsheng had become immensely powerful, he was willing to choose to believe in him. Indeed, rather than being treated like livestock by the demonic beasts, it would be better to gamble everything. Count me in. I too shall join, with one leading the charge. The remaining warriors responded enthusiastically, their spirits ignited. Fear still lingered, but the light of hope overshadowed it at this moment. The white-clad Ding Hao observed all of this with a calm demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. Li Changsheng. Ding Hao turned to him and said softly, You shall remain in Luoyan Town for these 3 days. The demonic beasts of the Luoyan mountain range will not lie idle while we prepare to hunt them. Rest assured, my lord, I know what to do. Li Changsheng immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Ding Hao did not elaborate further. He recognized Li Changsheng's exceptional intelligence, and now endowed with 4th-tier combat power. He would be more than capable of safeguarding everyone in Luoyan Town. Moreover, as a native of Luoyan Town, Li Changsheng's presence over the next few days would not only allow him to spread the mountain god's miracles, but also soothe the hearts of the people, achieving multiple objectives in one go. Subsequently, Ding Hao and the others vanished without a trace. The crowd erupted into an uproar. How could so many people disappear right before their eyes? If this was not a miracle, then what was? Changel Town, located somewhat further from the Luoyan mountain range and larger than Luoyan Town, was led by Mayor Chang Shujia, also a 3rd-tier warrior. In addition, Changel Town boasted 2 other 3rd-tier warriors, 7 2nd-tier warriors, and more than 30 1st-tier warriors, making its overall strength slightly superior to that of the Luoyan mountain range. Ding Hao and his group appeared here, employing the same method to inform everyone that in 3 days, the mountain god of Nyoto Mountain would eradicate the demonic beasts of the Luoyan mountain range. The manifestation of the mountain god, the eradication of the demonic horde? Upon returning to the mayor's residence, Chang Shujia summoned the core warriors of the town. This matter was too absurd. After pondering for a while, Chang Shujia slowly spoke. The 5 great demon kings of the Luoyan mountain range are each extraordinarily powerful. How could they be easily dealt with? Just now, I observed that white-clad youth, his strength unfathomable, perhaps possessing 4th-tier combat power. Yet even so, he is but one person. How can he contend with the 5 demon kings of the Luoyan mountain range? What the mayor says is reasonable, another 3rd-tier warrior concurred. We might as well observe the situation. Did they not say they would take action in 3 days? We shall see for ourselves whether it is true or false. Agreed. Chang Shujia nodded, issuing orders to closely monitor the movements of Luoyan Town and the Luoyan mountain range. After all, the white-clad youth had not included Changel Town in the fray, merely inviting them to spectate. Since that was the case, they might as well refrain from intervening and observe the developments. Meanwhile, Neo Dekhang and his companions were intensifying their efforts. They dispersed into the various villages surrounding Luoyan Town and Changel Town, employing their eloquence and the transformative examples of the villagers from Nyoto village to incessantly extol the virtues of the mountain god, rallying public sentiment and cultivating followers. Simultaneously, they informed the villagers that a significant event would transpire in 3 days at the Luoyan mountain range. The mountain god of Nyoto would intervene to eradicate the hordes of monsters. In the city of Divine Domain, Neo Dali and Neo Taiju each selected a dozen recently ascended 1st-tier warriors to form 2 exploration teams. The vast expanse of the city of Divine Domain, shrouded in mist, brimmed with unknown perils, yet it served as an exceptional arena for trials. Only through the crucible of battle could these individuals experience rapid growth. Perhaps there would be casualties. But Ding Hao could not afford to wait any longer. He needed to expedite the cultivation of warriors through this method, enabling them to mature swiftly. Only when these 1st-tier warriors adeptly mastered their own powers would Ding Hao continue to employ the Ascension Scrolls to elevate their ranks. At that point, he could establish more teams and hasten the exploration of the city of Divine Domain, on the outskirts of the Luoyan mountain range, where the black-bearded demon beast resided. The previously fleeing, rat-faced man returned, tumbling and scrambling, his face etched with terror. Master, it's bad. The black bear demon beast abruptly opened its crimson eyes and growled impatiently. What now? Shin Wenbin is dead. The man stammered. What? The black bear demon beast was taken aback. How did he die? He was killed by Li Changsheng. Moreover, Zhang Qiqiang completely disregarded your orders and did not eliminate those from Yodo Mountain. He seems to have chosen to believe that so-called mountain god, seeking death. The black bear demon beast erupted in fury, rising abruptly, the cave swirling with demonic energy. Zhang Qiqiang, you truly possess audacity. How dare you defy the orders of the 5 great kings? It appears that over the years, the 5 great kings have been excessively lenient with you. If that is the case, I shall personally pay you a visit and demonstrate the consequences. Initially, it had dismissed the matter as a mere joke, but the unfolding events exceeded its expectations. Zhang Qiqiang dared to openly defy the orders of the 5 great kings. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to it, and the 5 great kings of the Luoyan mountain range. A furious roar resonated through the mountains. Clearly, without demonstrating a semblance of authority to these wretched creatures, they would not comprehend who truly ruled this land. The black bear demon beast's eyes glinted with menace as its colossal form charged forth from the cave, propelled by a tempestuous surge of demonic energy. Heading straight for Luoyan Town. Chapter 62, Slaying Demons and Establishing Authority. In Luoyan Town, at Zhang Qiqiang's residence. Zhang Qiqiang had just taken his seat, his brow furrowed. Shun Wenbin had been slain by Li Changsheng, and while everyone feared him and the white-clad youth, they dared not voice their concerns. However, Zhang Qiqiang knew that Shin Wenbin's loyal subordinates would not let this matter rest easily. For now, there was a 3-day truce in place. But what would happen after 3 days? A tangled mess indeed. Just then, a violent and ferocious wave of demonic energy surged in from outside, landing directly before Zhang Qiqiang. A deafening roar erupted. The black-beard demon beast, surrounded by a whirlwind of demonic energy, advanced with heavy steps, shattering the bricks beneath its feet, reaching Zhang Qiqiang in mere strides. Zhang Qiqiang, it appears you are seeking death. The voice of the black-beard demon beast thundered like a storm, brimming with brutality and murderous intent. It snorted, fiery red eyes fixated on Zhang Qiqiang. I demand to know why you did not obey the orders of the 5 great kings and eliminate those from Yodo Mountain. Zhang Qiqiang found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his silence, the bear demon's fury escalated. I see you have grown tired of living. You dare to openly flout the commands of the 5 great kings. Zhang Qiqiang, do you believe the 5 great kings have been too lenient over the years, allowing you lowly creatures to forget your place? The demonic energy erupted suddenly, wantonly oppressive, bearing down on Zhang Qiqiang and the others. Zhang Qiqiang, being a 3rd-tier warrior, felt the pressure of the 2nd-tier demon beast, yet he remained relatively unscathed. However, the 1st-tier warriors standing beside Zhang Qiqiang all felt their blood stagnate, struggling to breathe. Some even trembling at the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Following that, a formidable aura surged forth, directly countering the bear demon's oppressive presence, and this aura surged towards the bear demon, causing it to collapse to the ground, shattering a section of the bluestone tiles. Li Changsheng, Zhangtown head, where is your spirit? Has it been devoured by a dog? Li Changsheng stepped forth from the crowd, having just solidified his 4th-tier cultivation. His aura as steady as a mountain, a palpable killing intent etched upon his face. A mere 2nd-tier demon beast dares to howl and act tyrannically here. The enmity between humanity and demonkind is irreconcilable. You dare to conspire with demon beasts in the shadows. What punishment do you deserve? The final word struck like thunder, causing beads of cold sweat to bead on Zhang Qiqiang's forehead. He wished to explain that he had acted out of necessity, had he not yielded to the great demons of the Luoyan mountain range over the years. The population of Luoyan town might have dwindled to less than 1/10 of its current size. However, regardless of the circumstances, he had ultimately compromised with the demon race. Before Zhang Qiqiang could speak, the bear demon bellowed, "You are Li Changsheng. Such audacity. You dare to lay hands on this king. Release me at once, or when the 5 great kings arrive, they will surely drain your blood and flesh, reducing you to ashes." Enough. Li Changsheng's gaze turned icy, uninterested in further dialogue. He had grown weary of such humiliating days and looked down upon Zhang Qiqiang's obsequious demeanor. The mountain god bestowed upon him power not to endure further indignities. Today, I shall first slay you, this wretched beast, to reclaim a measure of justice for the people of Luoyan town. As the words fell, Li Changsheng moved with swiftness, unleashing the full extent of his 4th-tier warrior's vitality. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of the black bear demon beast, descended in an instant. The black bear demon beast felt an inescapable force lock onto it, and for the first time, terror flickered in its crimson eyes. 4th tier. This old man is actually a 4th-tier warrior. It sought to flee, but Li Changsheng was faster. Li Changsheng's fingers transformed into a sword, a finely honed force of vitality coalescing into a blade, cleaving through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at the black bear demon beast's head. No. The black bear demon beast let out a desperate roar, hastily raising its claws to defend itself. Crack. The indomitable blade of vitality effortlessly severed its prideful claws, continuing unabated. Instantly piercing through its skull. Splash. Blood mingled with brain matter erupted forth. The massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsing a few times before falling silent. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty second-tier black bear demon beast lay lifeless. The fourth tier crushed the second tier, indeed. The scene once again fell into profound silence. Zhang Qiqiang gazed at the lifeless body of the black bear demon beast on the ground, then turned to observe Li Changsheng, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura heavy and profound. His heart raced uncontrollably. He killed it just like that. That was a demon beast under the command of the 5 great kings, responsible for the communication and liaison between the 5 great kings and the Luoyan mountain range. To put it bluntly, it was the representative demon of the 5 great kings in Luoyan town. Now, there was no turning back. After the initial shock, a long-lost surge of hot blood surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Once upon a time, he too had harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil, daring to confront demon beasts just as Li Changxing did. However, with the elevation of his status and the weight of responsibilities, he had become increasingly cautious and hesitant, having long since dulled his edges and lost his valiant spirit. Observing Li Changxing's upright posture and recalling his own recent humble demeanor, a profound sense of shame and regret welled up within him. Deep within the Luoyan mountain range, in an even larger cavern, a gray giant ape paced restlessly. It was the giant ape king among the 5 great kings of Luoyan mountain, its strength having ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Just moments ago, the soul lamp of the bear demon shattered, signaling that the bear demon had been slain. That damned foolish bear. The giant ape king furiously kicked over a massive stone, fuming with rage. Who permitted you to recklessly venture into Luoyan town? Acting on your own, seeking your own demise. Even the 2nd and 3rd brothers fell to that mysterious figure on Nyoto Mountain. How dare you, a mere minor demon, confront them head-on? Fool. The giant ape king was not one to act without strategy. This matter must be reported to the eldest brother, allowing him to make a decision. The eldest brother it referred to was the most powerful and astute among the 5 great kings, the Raccoon King. The giant ape king immediately transformed into a whirlwind, racing towards the area where the Raccoon King resided. Before long, the giant ape king arrived at the Raccoon King's lair. Eldest brother. The voice of the giant ape king thundered like a bell, resonating loudly as he strode forward, declaring, a grave situation has arisen. A group of individuals has arrived in Luoyan town, claiming that in 3 days' time, the mountain god of Nyoto Mountain will personally descend to exterminate our great demons of the Luoyan mountain range. The bear demon I had monitoring Luoyan town has already been killed by one of their warriors. Eldest brother, what exactly is the background of this Nyoto Mountain individual? The giant ape king questioned, a look of confusion etched upon its face. The 2nd and 3rd brothers have all perished at their hands. Yet we do not even know who they are. How can we fight this battle? Calm down. The Raccoon King, sipping a goblet of blood wine, bore a smirk at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. 5th brother, sit down and share a drink with me. This blood wine is made from the fresh heart's blood of recently slain humans and beasts. It is most exquisite. Eldest brother, how can you still think of drinking at a time like this? The giant ape king muttered, only to suddenly notice a glint of coldness in the Raccoon King's eyes. He immediately refrained from speaking further and obediently sat down to savor the blood wine. Seeing this, the Raccoon King smiled with satisfaction, then drained the crimson liquid in his cup, licking his lips coldly as he said, I have long known that our adversary is formidable. Thus, I had already contacted our family. Just now, we received word that reinforcements are on their way. In 3 days. It will not be Nyoto Mountain's individual hunting us down, but rather, we shall annihilate him. Oh, is that true? The giant ape king's spirit lifted, hastily inquiring, which esteemed elder from our family is coming. A glimmer of pride flashed in the Raccoon King's eyes. It is my 3rd uncle, a pinnacle 5th tier great demon. Chapter 63. A severe blow to the Nyoto Mountain warriors. The following morning, at the foot of Nyoto Mountain, before the mountain god temple, countless figures thronged, jostling against one another, arriving to burn incense and pay homage, beseeching the mountain god for divine blessings. Simultaneously, wisps of incense power coalesced and entered Ding Hao's body. After offering incense and worship at the mountain goddess altar, Neo Dali and the others immediately entered the Divine Domain City. The last time they emerged from Divine Domain City, they discovered a secret realm containing several Divine Domain crystals. However, there was also a powerful entity present, several times stronger than the guards of Divine Domain. This time, they were determined to uncover the monster's weakness. A resolute glint shone in Neo Dali's eyes. He had called upon Neo Taiju this time, intending to rely on Taiju's extraordinary defensive capabilities to slay that creature. Neo Dali harbored a faint premonition that if they could kill that formidable monster, they would surely obtain a wealth of rewards. Taiju, you will take the lead, and I will follow with a strong attack. Guangzong and Yaozu will flank from the sides for a surprise assault, while Yufeng will await the opportune moment for a decisive blow. Neodali began to formulate their strategy. Understood, Brother Dali. Everyone replied in unison. The recent explorations of Divine Domain City had fostered an extraordinary level of synergy among them. Though Neodali and Neo Taiju now led separate teams, they frequently conducted joint operations. Soon, they approached the monster's lair. This time, Neodali clearly discerned the 4 golden characters floating above the creature's head. Divine Domain Elite. Hiss. Neodali inhaled sharply. No wonder it was so powerful. It turned out to be an elite-level monster. Everyone, do not panic. We must adhere strictly to the devised plan when attacking. Neodali commanded solemnly. Taiju, it's your turn. Just watch. Neo Taiju, having once again received the mountain goddess blessing, advanced to become a 4th-tier warrior. With his body refinement technique reaching a small level of mastery, his strength was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, with a mighty roar, he charged towards the Divine Domain Elite. The appearance of the Divine Domain Elite was quite similar to that of the Divine Domain Guards, but on a far grander scale. Adorned with more runes, its entire body covered in dark golden scales, moving with lightning speed and possessing terrifying power. Boom. Upon sensing the ambush, the Divine Domain Elite swung its colossal axe, striking Neo Tieju's shield. Taiju felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his palms to rupture and blood to flow profusely. The shield nearly slipped from his grasp, flying away. Everyone, attack together. Be cautious. Taiju, do not act recklessly. Neodali exclaimed in alarm, quickly rallying everyone to confront their foe. 3 minutes later, Neodali and Neo Taiju staggered back, each wounded, many of them in tattered clothing, bloodied and pale. Their faces etched with terror and dread. Neodali clutched his severed left arm, his complexion ashen, while Neo Taiju bore a deep claw mark on his chest, blood soaking through his garments. Had it not been for the defensive posture of the Divine Realm elites, the warriors of Bullhead Village would likely have met their demise here. Brother Dali, that creature is far too powerful, a young warrior exclaimed, trembling with trepidation, his arm hanging limply as evidence of severe injury. Indeed, despite our numbers, we were unable to inflict so much as a scratch upon its hide, while we were left battered and broken. Bull Dali gritted his teeth, speaking in a low tone. That beast possesses strength at least at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Brother Dali, why not invoke the summoning technique? Suggested one warrior. If the mountain god intervenes, that elite of the divine realm will surely be vanquished in an instant. Yes, Brother Dali, unleash the summoning technique at once. Let that creature witness the might of our mountain god. Another warrior echoed, their words laced with admiration. The crowd nodded in agreement, perceiving this as an excellent course of action. All right, let us first regroup outside, and then I shall perform the summoning technique, Bull Dali resolved. He had refrained from using the technique earlier, intending to hone his skills and those of his team through practical experience. One could not resort to the summoning technique at the first sign of adversity. Frequent reliance might lead the mountain god to deem him unworthy of such a mantle. Over time, this would yield no benefits. However, it had become evident that without the summoning technique, they stood no chance against that creature. With a swift motion, the group was transported from the city of the divine realm to the plaza of the temple. There, countless individuals were burning incense and praying. Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of Bull Dali and his companions, they were taken aback, rushing forth to inquire about the situation. Soon, news of Bull Dali's encounter with a formidable foe in the city of the divine realm spread. Inside the temple, Ding Hao furrowed his brow. Divine realm elites? Quite intriguing. He was well aware of Bull Dali's strength. During his prior exploration of the city of the divine realm, he had not encountered any particularly powerful monsters. It seemed that as Bull Dali and his companions ventured deeper, the creatures had grown more formidable. With a wave of his hand, Ding Hao expended 100 units of divine energy to cast a mid-level healing spell. A radiant light emanated from the mountain temple, enveloping Bull Dali and his comrades. They immediately felt a warm sensation coursing through their bodies, their wounds healing at a visible pace, broken bones mending, and their vitality rapidly restored. Within moments, Bull Dali's shattered left arm was whole again, and the claw marks on Bull Tieju's chest vanished. The injuries of the other warriors were similarly healed. Each individual returned to their peak state. Thank you, Mountain God, for bestowing your grace upon us and aiding in our recovery. Bull Dali was the first to rise, kneeling before the mountain temple in gratitude. Thank you, Mountain God, for your divine mercy. The others echoed, their eyes filled with fervent devotion. Such a miraculous restoration could only be the work of a deity. At that moment, several intermediate believers, including Bull Taiju, unexpectedly advanced to become senior believers. Ding Hao nodded in satisfaction. These young ones have shown promise. My efforts have not been in vain. A thought crossed his mind, and the next moment, the figure of Ding Hao in white gradually emerged from the temple, standing before Bull Dali and his companions. Dressed in snow-white robes, with long hair flowing like a celestial being, he exuded an ethereal grace. Bull Dali, follow me into the divine realm. Upon finishing his statement, The divine key in Ding Hao's hand shimmered, enveloping Bull Dali, Bull Taiju, and the others, causing them to vanish from sight. Chapter 64. The Five Directions Banner. A fortuitous turn of events. In a flash, dozens of figures appeared within the city of the Divine Realm, led by the ethereal Ding Hao in white. Bull Dali and Bull Taiju stood behind him, their expressions grave. Lord Divine Envoy. Approximately 1,000 meters ahead lies the lair of the Divine Realm elites. Bull Dali informed. This creature possesses remarkable speed. Should we enter its range of 500 meters, it will initiate an attack. Bull Dali succinctly detailed the nature of the Divine Realm elites, including their strengths and weaknesses. Ding Hao nodded lightly, stating, "Let us proceed." With that, Ding Hao took the lead, moving forward. Bull Dali inhaled deeply, glancing at Bull Taiju, who immediately understood and stepped forward with his shield raised, prepared for defense. The other first-tier warriors lingered at the back, being the weakest, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. None had witnessed Ding Hao's prowess before, and thus, they were uncertain of his capabilities. However, being a divine envoy, it was assumed his strength would not be lacking. Even Bull Dali, a formidable fourth-tier warrior, felt a sense of awe in Ding Hao's presence, sensing depths yet to be fathomed. Under Bull Dali's guidance, they soon located the dark golden Divine Realm elite. The creature radiated an aura of ferocity and savagery. With a roar, it seemed to sense the arrival of Ding Hao and his group, its crimson eyes snapping open as it let out a low growl filled with menace. "Hush!" Ding Hao snorted coldly, taking a step forward. Without any superfluous motions, he unleashed a simple yet powerful punch. The force of the blow cut through the air, compressing space itself, a vast and overwhelming power locking onto the dark golden creature. Feeling the impending threat, the creature's scales bristled, and it attempted to evade the attack, but Ding Hao's fist was far too swift. The elite, renowned for its speed, found itself unable to escape, forced to bear the brunt of the blow. With a thunderous crash, the formidable dark golden beast, unable to even emit a cry of anguish, was obliterated by the punch, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. The peak fourth-tier Divine Realm elite proved utterly powerless before Ding Hao. Bull Dali, Bull Taiju, and the other first-tier warriors stood in shock. Is this the power of the Divine Envoy? It's utterly terrifying, they thought. This creature was a fourth-tier pinnacle existence, yet it could not withstand even a single strike from the Divine Envoy. Bull Dali had just contemplated how he would leap to protect the Divine Envoy at the first sign of danger. In their hearts, the Divine Envoy was the embodiment of the mountain god, an entity of immeasurable importance, far surpassing their own lives. In this era, it is not solely Neo Dali who stands out. Neo Taiju and others share the same fate. However, no one anticipated that, instead of an intense battle erupting, it would be the white-clad Ding Hao who, with a single punch, obliterated his opponent's body. Observing the imposing procession approaching, Neo Dali and Neo Taiju exchanged wry smiles, sensing a certain anticlimactic nature. No, it was more akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Apologies, I failed to restrain my strength. Noticing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ding Hao spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, he too had not expected that this elite of the Divine Realm would be so easily vanquished, even though his current prowess had reached the 5th stage, rendering him capable of overpowering a pinnacle 4th-stage opponent. The fact that he dispatched his foe with a singular blow still left him astounded. Could it be that these beasts of the Divine Realm are inherently restrained by the deities, and that I possess a certain enhancement in strength, thus yielding such an outcome? Ding Hao pondered silently, yet no answer surfaced. Lord Divine Envoy, your might is unparalleled, leaving us utterly awestruck. Neo Dali snapped back to attention and promptly lavished praise. Indeed, Lord Divine Envoy is extraordinarily formidable. Neo Taiju chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. The crowd soon erupted into a chorus of flattery, causing Ding Hao to break into goosebumps. Your flattery is rather awkward, is it not? Enough of this. Let us investigate what treasures have been uncovered. Ding Hao quickly interjected, gesturing towards the remnants of the dark golden creature that lay lifeless. At that moment, as the blood mist dispersed, several glimmering items were revealed on the ground. A palm-sized flag inscribed with esoteric runes, a medallion gleaming with metallic luster, an ancient tome, and several flickering orbs of light. With a flick of his hand, Ding Hao summoned the items, which floated into his grasp. Acquired. 5 Directions Flag, Earth, X1. Acquired. Elite Badge of the Divine Realm, X1. Acquired. Technique, Earth-Shattering Claw, X1. Acquired. Rune Fragment, X1. Acquired. Rune Battle Armor, Incomplete, 2. Forging Blueprint, X1. Acquired. Rune Enhancement Stones, X10. It appears that this haul is quite substantial. Ding Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he meticulously examined his newfound treasures. The 5 Directions Flag, Earth, is a replica of the innate spiritual treasure, the central Wuji Yellow Flag, Earth, crafted for defense, impervious to myriad forms of assault, capable of suppressing ley lines, stabilizing the cosmos, and harnessing the power of mountains for one's own use. Upon gathering all 5 elemental flags, One can activate a formidable postnatal spiritual treasure, renowned for its dual prowess in offense and defense. By the heavens! Ding Hao nearly exclaimed in astonishment upon reading the description. A treasure modeled after the central Wuji yellow flag, Earth, with such an array of capabilities? Although it pales in comparison to the innate treasure, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for him at this juncture. After all, with his current capabilities, even an innate treasure would be beyond his means to wield. Conversely, this replica is perfectly applicable. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hao continued his examination. The elite badge of the Divine Realm serves as a testament to defeating an elite of the Divine Realm. Accumulating a certain number allows for the exchange of titles and grants attribute enhancements. Earth-Shattering Claw, a celestial technique. It enables the user to unleash a torrent of earth-based energy that can shatter mountains and fracture the ground, forming abysses or spires to attack foes. It also offers an integrated offense and defense. Claw winds coalesce into a tangible shield to momentarily deflect enemy attacks, while claw strikes impart a shockwave effect that penetrates protective barriers. This technique surpasses the previous flame palm and gale blade techniques by leagues. A smile crept onto Ding Hao's lips. The first two techniques were trivial, while this one is undoubtedly a celestial level technique. Its strength is unquestionable. As for the rune fragment, this marks my second acquisition. The rune battle armor, incomplete. 2. Forging blueprint seems distinct from the previous one. I shall need to examine it closely upon returning. The rune enhancement stones can bolster rune equipment, though they are currently of no use to me. Stowing away all the spoils, it is evident that the greatest prize this time is the 5 directions flag, Earth. This journey has proven worthwhile. With Ding Hao's presence, the exploration team's confidence surged as they once again dispersed, cautiously delving deeper into the mists. Chapter 65. An audience with the mountain deity. In Luoyan town, Zhang Qiqiang sat at the head of his estate, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the armrest, his mind in turmoil. The carcass of the black bear demon had been personally handled by Li Changsheng, skillfully processed into bear meat, now being savored by the townsfolk. While many feared the demon beasts and hesitated to partake, others, filled with fervor and undaunted by mortality, devoured the bear meat with zeal, as if releasing years of pent-up resentment and fury. How does the meat taste? Li Changsheng exclaimed, his mouth glistening with oil as he devoured a bear paw. Delicious. This is the finest meat I have ever tasted. Several townspeople echoed enthusiastically. In our new head village, over 1,000 villagers feast on demon beast meat and drink their blood daily. Li Changsheng did not forget to extol the miracles of the mountain deity, proclaiming loudly, "This is merely the flesh and blood of a second-tier demon beast. Have you ever tasted the flesh and blood of a third-tier beast? Or a fourth-tier? Let me tell you, the flavor is simply exquisite. One word. Unparalleled." Ha, Li Laosher, you just used 2 words. The tall martial artist Ding Jinli laughed as he approached, recalling the time he had risked his life to escort Li Changsheng out of Luoyan town. Jinli. Li Changsheng's eyes glistened with emotion upon seeing his old friend, and he embraced him warmly. "I owe you my life back then," he said solemnly. "Li Laosher, without you, I would not be here today." Ding Jinli replied with a smile. As a child, he had fallen gravely ill, and with no money for treatment, it was Li Changsheng who lent him silver, saving his life. One could say that every sip and bite is a matter of cause and effect. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us look forward. Li Changsheng laughed heartily, offering Ding Jinli a piece of bear meat. "Here, try this." "Good." Ding Jinli accepted the bear meat without hesitation, savoring it. "Li Laosher, how did you recover from your injuries?" he inquired between bites. "My injuries? All thanks to the blessings of the mountain deity." Li Changsheng then recounted how he had healed, gained the favor of the mountain deity, received divine grace, and ascended to become a martial artist, eventually achieving his current stature. Ding Jinli listened in astonishment. Were it not for the fact that these words came directly from Li Changsheng, he would have never believed them. "Jinli, here is a vial of martial artist blood essence pills. Consuming it will expedite your training. Take it and cultivate diligently." Li Changsheng produced a vial of chi blood pills and extended it to Ding Jinli. This was a precious elixir, extracted from the sacred domain crystal, of which Li Changsheng had received but a single bottle. "This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." Ding Jinli's eyes widened in disbelief as he continued to refuse. "In comparison to the bond we share as master and apprentice, what is a mere pill?" Li Changsheng smiled warmly, forcefully placing the chi blood pill into Ding Jinli's hand. "Thank you, Master Li." Ding Jinli's expression turned serious. "Master Li, may I visit the mountain god at Nyoto Mountain?" "Of course," Li Changsheng replied with a hearty laugh. "Our mountain god is welcoming, eager to accept followers. As long as you approach with sincere devotion, the mountain god will bestow blessings and divine grace." From a distance, Zhang Qiqiang absorbed this exchange with keen interest. He had intentionally urged Ding Jinli to inquire about Li Changsheng, hoping to glean insights into the reliability of the mountain god of Nyoto Mountain. Now that Li Changsheng had granted permission for a visit, Zhang Qiqiang's thoughts began to crystallize. Perhaps he could personally journey there to discern the true nature of Nyoto Mountain. Understanding the reality of the situation was essential for him. both for himself and for the thousands of souls in Luoyan town. Once this notion took root, it became an unstoppable force. Zhang Qiqiang abruptly rose, determination flashing in his eyes. He approached Li Changsheng, articulating his desire to visit the mountain god at Nyoto Mountain. Li Changsheng, comprehending Zhang Qiqiang's intentions, readily agreed. Soon thereafter, Zhang Qiqiang, accompanied by Ding Jianli and several other martial artists, mounted their swift steeds, setting forth for Nyoto Mountain. Along the journey, the group remained silent, their thoughts consumed by a mix of anxiety and anticipation that intensified as they drew nearer to their destination. Upon finally arriving at the border of Nyoto Mountain, they were startled to see familiar figures also making their way in the same direction. Chang Shujia, the mayor of Chengal Town, Zhang Qiqiang exclaimed, recognizing him. Chang Shujia, too, noticed Zhang Qiqiang and displayed a look of surprise. Their eyes met, reflecting mutual concern and curiosity. Old Chang, you have come as well? Zhang Qiqiang initiated the conversation, his tone tinged with complexity. Old Zhang, Chang Shujia nodded, foregoing pleasantries. It seems we share the same purpose. Zhang Qiqiang chuckled wryly. The matter is of great significance. I had no choice but to see it for myself. Understanding each other's unspoken thoughts, they continued toward Nyoto Mountain together. Before long, they reached the outskirts of Nyoto village. The sight before them took their breath away. This is a village in the Luoyan mountain range? How can it be so vast and prosperous? On the distant hillside, terraces of fertile land sprawled beneath a vibrant green expanse of flourishing crops, teeming with life. This stood in stark contrast to other villages, where the fear of beastly attacks had left the land desolate. The houses were neatly arranged. Though they lacked opulence, they were clean and well-kept, with many areas undergoing expansion, radiating an aura of thriving vitality. Villagers toiled in the fields, their faces illuminated not by fear, but by genuine peace and contentment. How can this be possible? Zhang Qiqiang and Chang Shujia exchanged glances, their astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that the beasts dared not approach Nyoto Mountain? Was this remarkable scene a testament to that fact? At that moment, the patrolling warriors of Nyoto Mountain noticed Zhang Qiqiang and Chang Shujia. Upon Zhang Qiqiang presenting Li Changsheng's handwritten letter, the patrol warriors instantly adopted a warm demeanor, sending a guide to escort the group toward the mountain god temple. The closer they approached the temple, the denser the throngs of people became. Hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals, men, women, and children, gathered, holding humble incense sticks, kneeling reverently toward the mountaintop temple in prayer. The air was thick with the rich aroma of incense, mingling with an indescribable solemnity. Each face radiated fervor and reverence, as they chanted prayers for the mountain god's protection. Oh, mountain god, may you bless my daughter-in-law with a healthy son, and I shall offer incense thrice daily. Please, mountain god, grant me success in my martial pursuits. Thank you, mountain god, for bestowing upon us a stable life. The heartfelt cries converged into a powerful spiritual tide, impacting the souls of Zhang Qiqiang and Chang Shujia. They had never witnessed such a scene. Under the shadow of beastly terror, humanity had struggled like ants. Yet here was a congregation overflowing with faith and hope. Silently, they navigated through the crowd, ascending the stone steps leading to the mountain god temple. As they climbed higher, an invisible pressure cascaded down from the mountaintop like a tidal wave. This pressure was vast, solemn, and sacred, devoid of any malevolent aura, yet it bore down heavily, causing even these third-tier martial artists to feel a slight difficulty in breathing. For those who had come casually from the town, the weight was staggering. Their steps unconsciously slowed, beads of sweat forming on their brows, as a profound reverence surged from the depths of their souls. The chi and blood within them felt sluggish under this overwhelming force. Such a phenomenon was beyond the capabilities of mere beasts. They exchanged glances once more, their doubts dissipating, replaced by deepening awe and an inkling of incredulous reverence. It appeared that Nyoto Mountain truly harbored divine presence. Chapter 66. The exquisite pavilion as he observed Zhang Qiqiang and Chang Shujia, awestruck by his divine might. Ding Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These individuals, now displaying expressions of sheer astonishment, were evidently becoming more convinced of his existence. In truth, Ding Hao had the power to directly manifest divine grace, compelling Zhang Qiqiang and the others to instantly believe in him. However, he chose to forego this approach, preferring to guide them gradually, ultimately leading them to recognize the existence of deities through the eradication of the beasts in the Luoyan mountain range. At this moment, Ding Hao paid no further attention to Zhang Qiqiang and his companions. With a thought, he entered the system marketplace. Ding. The system marketplace has been refreshed. A notification resonated in Ding Hao's mind. Option 1. Warrior Breakthrough Pill X3. Used to advance to a 5th-tier warrior, without any side effects. Option 2. Shin Iron or X100. A material for refining divine weapons, exceedingly hard. Option 3. Gale Boots, 2nd-tier Premium, X1 pair. Increases agility speed by 200. Option 4. Blood Fury Technique. Temporarily enhances a warrior's chi and blood, forcibly boosting combat strength, but results in a subsequent period of weakness. Ding Hao cast a quick glance and chose option 1. Below the 4th rank martial artist, one could utilize the martial artist advancement scrolls to elevate their rank. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 4th rank, the advancement scrolls would become ineffective for ascending to the 5th rank. At that point, aside from achieving a breakthrough on one's own, one would require the barrier-breaking pill. The term breaking the barrier refers to dispelling the confusion within one's heart and discovering the true path of martial arts. This distinction marks the most significant difference between a 5th rank martial artist and a 4th rank martial artist. The wind-chasing boots were decent, albeit of a lower grade, rendering them less cost-effective. Subsequently, Ding Hao entered the boutique pavilion. In truth, this was not Ding Hao's first visit to the boutique pavilion. The items within were indeed of remarkable quality. A dazzling array of treasures instantly captured his gaze, shimmering with brilliance and exuding an extraordinary aura. Innate one-chi talisman, replica, priced at 1,000,000 divine power. 9 revolutions golden pill, fragment, priced at 800,000 divine power. Death substitute puppet X1 priced at 5,000,000 divine power. A multitude of postnatal spiritual treasures, exquisite magical artifacts, unparalleled tools, and countless divine-level techniques, including the 9 revolutions profound art and 9 secrets, among others. There is nothing you cannot imagine, nor anything you cannot purchase. Yet, the prices were staggeringly exorbitant. Merely acquiring a single magical artifact required tens of thousands of divine power as a starting point. While such treasures were beyond his current means, there was one item that he could procure for practical use. Ding Hao bypassed the extravagant treasures and focused his attention on a disposable consumable, the Celestial Canopy. Celestial Canopy, disposable consumable, upon activation, allows selection of an area, maximum coverage of 100 miles in radius, forming a vast luminous screen that projects designated images in real time, lasting for 72 hours. 100-mile radius. Real-time projection. This was precisely what he required. It was also the reason he aimed for the entire populace of Luoyan Town and Changle Town to be aware that he would be sweeping through the Luoyan mountain range in 3 days. At that time, Ding Hao would deploy the Celestial Canopy, enveloping the entire region of the Luoyan mountain range, broadcasting in real time the spectacle of him vanquishing the horde of monsters. This way, everyone would witness this momentous scene with clarity. What a breathtaking spectacle it would be. The crowd would behold the mountain god's might, purging the monsters and saving countless lives from peril. Naturally, their reverence and faith in the mountain god would reach unprecedented heights. Compared to promoting and showcasing miracles in each village and town, this method was undoubtedly more efficient, more direct, and far more impactful. Without hesitation, Ding Hao chose to make the purchase. Ding. Consumed 3,000 divine power. Purchased Celestial Canopy, X1. Gazing at the newly acquired iridescent orb in his inventory, Ding Hao envisioned a future where countless believers knelt in worship, their faith surging like a tidal wave. Just then, in a group chat among the small circle, someone inquired, "Does anyone have spare divine domain crystals? I wish to advance early." Sun Fatty asked with a grin, "How many do you still need?" Ding Hao inquired directly. 7 more. 7. You're quite short on those. Ding Hao shook his head. I remember someone needed 3. Who was it? He asked directly. It was me. The voice of Chun Qing Xian resonated, carrying a hint of coldness. Her demeanor was such that everyone had grown accustomed to it. Ding Hao paid it no mind and stated, I will first assist Chun Qing Xian in gathering the divine domain crystals, and then I will help you all. All right, I have no objections. Zhou Zheng immediately expressed his agreement. Zhao Xing was sent an approving gesture. Well, I suppose I'll have to wait, Sun Fatty conceded, realizing he was indeed lacking. Thank you, Ding Hao. Thank you, everyone. Chun Qing Xian expressed her gratitude. Thereafter, Ding Hao proceeded with the transaction with Chun Qing Xian, providing her with 3 divine domain crystals. And she in turn offered him 450 divine power. I still have 3 divine domain crystals. Who among you needs them? Ding Hao asked once more. Let us give them to Zhou Zheng first. He only needs 4 more. We can take turns. Zhao Xing was suggested. All right. Ding Hao disregarded Sun Fatty's opinion and directly conducted the transaction with Zhou Zheng, receiving another 450 divine power. Hey buddy, Lu Fei messaged privately. I'll transfer you the divine power from selling equipment over the past 2 days. The next moment, Lu Fei transferred 672 divine power. Lu Fei had now become a second-tier deity, capable of crafting 2 enchanted pieces of equipment every hour, and after expenses, earning 20 divine power per piece. Sharing 70% with Ding Hao. By the end of the day, that amounted to 336 divine power. Currently, Ding Hao's daily fixed divine power income stood at 1,083, converted from incense power, 2, 100, from enchanting 5 second-tier weapons over 12 hours, and 336, from equipment sales, totaling 519 divine power. Adding the 900 divine power just received from Chun Qing Xian and Zhou Zheng, along with the remaining 100 divine power, he had a grand total of 938 divine power. After purchasing the celestial canopy for 3,000, he was left with 4,938 divine power. Under normal circumstances, with a daily income of 3,519 divine power, he could amass 100,000 divine power in a month to advance to the 4th tier. However, within the city of divine domain, he could acquire even more resources, surely shortening that time frame. Moreover, Ding Hao's gaze rested upon the Luoyan mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of miles and held more than just monsters. It was also rich in countless resources, materials, and treasures. Once he eradicated the horde of monsters in the Luoyan mountain range, he would gain a significant number of followers and countless treasures from the mountain range. A smile crept onto Ding Hao's lips as he envisioned a plethora of divine power and treasures beckoning to him. Monsters of the Luoyan mountain range, are you prepared? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Achoo! Suddenly, far away in the Luoyan mountain range, the great demon, the Cat King, sneezed violently, while simultaneously feeling an unsettling sensation as if someone were watching him. Chapter 67. The Storm Approaches. In the palace of the great demon king within the Luoyan mountain range, the Cat King trembled slightly, daring not to breathe heavily. Before him sat a colossal cat of even greater stature, exuding a terrifying aura far surpassing his own. This cat's fur was a deep purple, slick and shiny, with each strand seemingly brimming with explosive power. Its vertical pupils glimmered with a cold and ruthless light. Merely sitting there made the Cat King, also a 5th-tier being, feel a shiver run down his spine. He was the Cat King's uncle, Li Sha, a genuine 5th-tier peak demon king. Uncle, you have finally arrived. The Cat King breathed a sigh of relief, his tension easing significantly. Just a quarter of an hour prior, he had sensed someone watching him, causing him great unease. But now, with his 5th-tier peak uncle present, regardless of the observer's identity, he felt no fear. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Sha could not help but burst into laughter, reaching out to pat the head of the king of raccoons, exclaiming, "Little raccoon, you are, after all, a 5th-tier demon king. How come you remain as timid as you were in your childhood? Over the years, we have placed you in the Falling Goose Mountain range for training, hoping that you would mature swiftly and stand on your own. Yet, it appears you have made little progress." Li Sha and the king of raccoons share a direct lineage, hence their relationship is considerably better than that of other branches. Third uncle, the king of raccoons, encouraged by Li Sha's familiar kindness, felt bolder and replied with a hearty laugh, "I have always been this way. You know that well." He continued, "However, I find the time spent in the Falling Goose Mountain range quite comfortable, free from the family's internal strife and convoluted affairs. You." Li Sha shook his head, lamenting, "Having lingered outside for too long, you have lost your fighting spirit. The old geezers back in the family would not be pleased to see you like this. Now, let us discuss the matters concerning Bullhead Mountain." Without further ado, Li Sha delved straight into the subject. Upon hearing the name of Bullhead Mountain, the king of raccoons displayed a flicker of unusual emotion in his gaze. Days prior, he had begun to recount the events surrounding it. After listening to the king of raccoons' account, a cold smirk crept onto Li Sha's lips. What nonsense about a mountain deity? It is merely someone attempting to create an illusion. Li Sha scoffed. "I suspect a powerful demon king is behind this disturbance. It is quite possible their strength rivals my own." "What?" the king of raccoons exclaimed in astonishment. "Third uncle, are you suggesting that this adversary might very well be at the pinnacle of the 5th tier?" Previously, the king of raccoons had doubted that the so-called mountain deity was merely a formidable beast, possibly stronger than himself. However, he never anticipated that Li Sha would assert it might be at the peak of the 5th tier. What is so surprising about that? Li Sha shot a glance at the king of raccoons and calmly stated, "A mere peak 5th tier, what significance does it hold? Tomorrow, I shall ensure it does not return." "Third uncle, have you ascended to the 6th tier?" The king of raccoons' eyes gleamed with excitement. The 6th tier. A flicker of anticipation shone in Li Sha's eyes, and he proudly proclaimed, "Not quite yet. I am currently at the peak of the 5th tier." Hiss. The king of raccoons gasped in shock. The peak of the 5th tier possesses strength that surpasses that of an average 6th tier novice. This is because, starting from the 5th tier, not every rank can achieve the peak level. Many beasts transition directly from the peak of the 5th tier into the 6th tier. However, those who reach the peak of the 5th tier are undoubtedly rare prodigies. Their combat prowess can easily outmatch that of a peak 5th tier opponent, given third uncle's formidable strength. Victory in tomorrow's battle is assured. Meanwhile, in Bullhead Village, a palpable aura of tension enveloped the air. Li Changsheng, Niu Dali, Niu Taizhu, and dozens of elite warriors from Bullhead Village stood poised for action, clad in standardized 1st-tier enchanted armor and wielding various 2nd-tier enchanted weapons. They exuded vigor and fervor. Just moments prior, the mountain deity had once again bestowed blessings, allowing numerous 1st-tier warriors to ascend to the 2nd tier, and many 2nd-tier warriors to elevate to the 3rd tier. Warriors such as Niu Guangzong, Niu Yaozu, Niu Yufeng, and Niu Dekang had even progressed to the 4th tier. Having been tempered in the city of divine domain, their prowess had markedly improved, and their coordination had become increasingly seamless. All present bore solemn expressions, tightly gripping their weapons, awaiting the command to advance. Their faith, their source of strength, resided atop Bullhead Mountain. At the mere utterance from the mountain deity, they would charge without hesitation into the blood-soaked lands of the falling Goose Mountain Range, which had devoured countless relatives, friends, and fellow villagers. Behind them stood over 1,000 ordinary villagers, each silently praying, hoping that these young warriors would eradicate the horde of demons and return victorious, all unscathed. They had prepared incense and candles, ready to pray to the mountain deity the moment these young men embarked into the Falling Goose Mountain Range. In Falling Goose Town. At this moment, Zhang Qiqiang and Chang Shujia stood before a gathering of individuals, observing the dozens of warriors from Falling Goose Town and Changlu Town. These warriors bore various weapons, all ordinary, without even a single tiered weapon among them. Alas, tiered weapons and equipment are not easily obtained. Given the remote nature of Changlu Town and Falling Goose Town, such items are scarcely found. At this time, a grave expression adorned the faces of the crowd, filled with hesitation and trepidation. The ominous reputation of the Falling Goose Mountain Range loomed heavily, the ferocity of the beasts ingrained in their minds. With the warriors of Bullhead Mountain preparing to eradicate the demons of Falling Goose Mountain Range, the two town leaders expressed their intent to participate in the battle, causing many hearts to flutter nervously. Mayor Zhang, are we truly to join in the extermination of the great demons? A warrior from Falling Goose Town whispered. Zhang Qiqiang did not respond immediately. He observed the hesitation and unease etched on the faces around him, let out a gentle sigh, and then spoke. Let us assess the situation first. Mayor Chang and I have conferred. We do not expect everyone to participate in this encirclement operation. However, we still hope that everyone can bravely step forward and fight alongside us. We are warriors, enjoying resources and treatment far superior to those of ordinary folk. Our duty is to protect the common people. In the past, our strength was inadequate, preventing us from confronting the demons of Falling Goose Mountain Range head-on. We could only endure and survive. Yet now, with Bullhead Mountain preparing to charge, how can we, as warriors, yield to fear and cowardice? Today, as long as there are warriors with fighting spirit, follow me and Old Chang into battle. If we must perish, let it be in the Falling Goose Mountain Range. That is far better than cowering like turtles. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of fervor coursing through their veins, each one raising their arms and shouting with fervent intensity, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Chapter 68. The Great War commences. The preparations and performances of the three parties unfolded entirely within Ding Hao's mental monitoring range, all laid bare before him. The extermination of the demons in the Falling Goose Mountain Range would be a trivial task for Ding Hao. However, he sought to use this opportunity to announce the existence of the mountain deity of Bullhead Mountain to the people of Falling Goose Town and Changlu Town. At the same time, he aimed to galvanize the hearts of the populace, which had been paralyzed by fear of the beasts. In the next moment, Ding Hao's consciousness stirred, and he retrieved a radiant orb from the heavens. He summoned his divine power and gradually infused it within the orb. With a hum, the orb erupted into a dazzling brilliance, soaring into the sky. The light rapidly spread across the heavens, unfurling like an invisible canvas that blanketed a vast area of 100 miles. In the towns of Luoyan and Changle, as well as in Yodo village and the surrounding hamlets, the populace was stirred by an unexpected phenomenon, collectively gazing skyward. There, a vast luminous screen hung above like a mirror, displaying a panorama that vividly reflected the scene at the foot of the Luoyan Mountains. On one side stood the formidable and imposing cadre of warriors from Yodo Mountain, poised for battle. On the other, at the mountain's entrance, a multitude of ominous beasts began to coalesce, their presence suffused with a chilling and terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the mountains. All who beheld this spectacle, whether devout adherents or skeptical townsfolk, were profoundly shaken. The mountain god has manifested, someone marveled, immediately kneeling in reverence, uttering prayers for divine protection. Heavens! What celestial sorcery is this? Another exclaimed. We can see the situation in the Luoyan Mountains. Look, there are thousands of beasts. Our warriors number scarcely 100. Can we prevail? A voice quavered with concern. Indeed, our numbers are woefully inadequate. Even 10 beasts to one warrior would be more than sufficient. Can we truly win this battle? In that instant, a pervasive dread enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Many harbored a profoundly pessimistic outlook. Haunted by the relentless oppression of the beasts over the years, the stark disparity in strength between the two sides rendered the prospect of victory seemingly impossible. The warriors from Changle and Luoyan were likewise shaken. Their initial fervor was rapidly extinguished in the face of such overwhelming odds. Zhang Qiqiang and Chang Shujia exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion and despair. The mountain god, indeed, wielded immense power, conjuring this phenomenon that laid bare the plight of the Luoyan Mountains. Yet, did it not serve to embolden their adversaries while diminishing their own morale? Would these warriors still dare to fight? On Yodo Mountain, the white-clad Ding Hao stood at the forefront, surveying the direction of the Luoyan Mountains, his voice cold and resonant. Let us depart. Forthwith, The throng surged toward the Luoyin Mountains. A divine force enveloped them, transporting the assembly to the mountain's base. Nadali and the others recognized this as a divine miracle and remained undaunted, adhering to their predetermined strategy as they entered the mountains. With a commanding shout from Ding Hao, Niu Taiju led a cadre of warriors, the first to step into the Luoyin Mountains. Nadali and his compatriots followed closely, while Niu Guangzong and Niu Yaozu commanded ranged attackers to provide cover from the flanks. Kill! Nadali bellowed, his voice reverberating through the woods. At the periphery of the Luoyin Mountains, a cohort of low-tier beasts, their eyes gleaming crimson, let out furious roars as they charged at the advancing human warriors. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly, the impending clash drawing near. Beneath the heavenly canopy, all the human citizens beheld this scene, their hearts racing with trepidation. Would this battle end in victory? Suddenly, a flurry of arrows sliced through the air, raining down upon the oncoming horde of beasts. The arrows, launched by skilled ranged warriors, who were at least second-tier fighters wielding enchanted equipment, effortlessly felled the first-tier beasts. In an instant, the arrows pierced the beasts, erupting in a flurry of snow-like mist. The beasts, never even reaching the warriors, were all vanquished in an instant. Splendid. Remarkable. The onlookers exclaimed, marveling at the might of the warriors, who rendered the beasts utterly powerless. May the mountain god bless these warriors and ensure their safe return. Throughout the towns and villages, conversations buzzed as everyone exchanged words and silently prayed. Ding Hao and his party pressed on, their pace unwavering as they ventured deeper into the Luoyin Mountains. How dare these mere creatures resist? It is tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest, followed by the emergence of over 100 third-tier beasts, flanked by a dozen fourth-tier beasts. As for the second and first-tier beasts, there were hundreds more. In that moment, the oppressive aura of the beasts surged forth, rising ominously into the heavens. This is dire. The main force of the beasts has arrived. Zhang Qiqiang's countenance fell at the sight. Chang Shujia was left speechless, his extensive experience failing to shield him from the terror of such a multitude of high-tier beasts. Can Li Changsheng and the others withstand this? Zhang Qiqiang murmured, uncertainty gnawing at his heart. Surround these creatures and annihilate them, roared the four great centipede kings, their myriad limbs thrashing in fury. Slay these humans. Kill. The horde of beasts unleashed a cacophony of roars as they lunged at Ding Hao and his companions, dismissing the humans as inconsequential. What could a mere handful of warriors achieve against such overwhelming might? To the great beasts, they were nothing but fodder. Warriors of Nyoto Mountain, today we fight for humanity, for the mountain god. They cried, let us avenge our fallen kin. The warriors surged forward, their spirits aflame with rage. Yet, the warriors from Nyoto Mountain exhibited both order and strategy, balancing attack and defense. In this moment, their synergy, honed in the Divine Realm City, was on full display. Moreover, the warriors from Nyoto Mountain boasted fourth-tier combatants such as Li Changsheng, Niu Dekang, Nadali, Niu Taiju, Niu Guangzong, Niu Yaozu, and Niu Yufeng. Though they could not match the number of fourth-tier beasts, their superior equipment and comparable strength made them formidable. Additionally, while the beasts fought individually, the human warriors coordinated seamlessly, resulting in the immediate dispatch of two fourth-tier beasts in a single encounter. This revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of the remaining fourth-tier beasts. Are these humans truly so powerful? Chapter 69. Ding Hao's instant kill. The battlefield erupted with the sounds of battle. Niu Taiju, wielding a massive shield, stood resolutely at the front lines, each heavy block deflecting lethal strikes aimed at his comrades, creating opportunities for counterattacks. Furthermore, prior to their expedition, he had received the mountain god's divine grace in the form of the heavenly tier skill Earthshatter Claw, a technique that combined offense and defense, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Niu Dali surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, wielding his enchanted longsword with a tempestuous ferocity. The blade shimmered with lethal brilliance, and his swift and elusive wind blade technique rendered his foes either lifeless or grievously wounded. Li Changsheng, gripping his longsword, executed the mountain god's bestowed Shadowfall sword technique, his form flickering with an ethereal grace, striking with lethal precision at every opportunity. To the side, Niu Guangzong and Niu Yaozu led the ranged troops, unleashing a deluge of enchanted arrows that fell like a torrential rain, each arrow whistling through the air with deadly accuracy, targeting the beasts attempting to breach their formation or assist their comrades. In the blink of an eye, the enemy suffered catastrophic losses. 2 fourth-tier beasts were slain, and 7 third-tier beasts met their demise, with the casualties among the first and second-tier beasts even more staggering. The ground soon became saturated with the crimson blood of the fallen, as the corpses of the beasts piled high. Yet, the warriors of Bullhead Mountain were not unscathed. Amidst the fierce clashes, some were rocked by the overwhelming aura of the beasts, their blood surging, leaving them pallid and breathless. Others found their armor rend by the sharp claws of the beasts, sustaining wounds deep enough to expose bone. Some were gravely injured and rendered combat ineffective, their lives hanging by a thread, while others fell dead on the spot, their blood staining the Yinshan Mountains. Beneath the vast sky, the observing human populace experienced a whirlwind of emotions, transitioning from initial anxiety to incredulous astonishment, ultimately culminating in a euphoric uproar. How formidable! The warriors of Bullhead Mountain were undeniably powerful. Those beasts were utterly incapable of withstanding their might. Ha ha ha, there is hope for victory for our kind. May the mountain god bless us. Surely, it is the mountain goddess protection that aids them. Look, that warrior with the shield is exceptionally formidable. Single-handedly taking on 2 fourth-tier beasts and forcing them to retreat, utterly outmatched. And that elder with the long sword, he is none other than Li Changxing from our Luoyan town. Once my father's mentor. In an instant, the crowd erupted in jubilant chatter, their faces alight with joy, many prostrating in worship towards Bullhead Mountain, lighting incense in fervent prayer for the mountain god's protection. Roar! Everyone, remain calm. The great king of the 5 primordial giants bellowed, wielding his staff to send a 3rd-tier warrior flying. All beasts, do not retreat. Fight with all your might. Any who dares to retreat shall be met with merciless death. 4th, go and slay that youth in white. He must be the leader of this group. If he falls, these warriors will surely falter. The great king had heard from his subordinates, the black bear beast, about this youth, and upon seeing him linger at the rear, he felt a stirring within and declared his intent. As he spoke, the great king charged towards the youth in white, intent on joining forces with the centipede king to eliminate him swiftly. Good. The centipede king, with its fearsome bulk, roared and surged forward, bypassing the throng to attack the youth in white. Its myriad of legs locked onto the white figure. This individual, exuding a seemingly mundane aura, appeared devoid of any formidable cultivation, resembling an ordinary person, yet radiated an unmistakable sense of peril. Kill! The centipede king emitted a shrill, piercing screech, propelling its numerous limbs against the ground, its massive form darting forward like a twisted bolt of black lightning, propelled by a foul wind towards the youth in white. Should even a trace of its many legs touch the boy, he would instantly succumb to poison and perish. Roar! The great king howled, his staff conjuring a tempest, crashing downwards. Should this blow connect, even a stone weighing 10,000 pounds would shatter into fragments, let alone the youth in white, who would surely be reduced to a puddle of flesh. Faced with the combined onslaught of the 2 beast kings, the overwhelming pressure rendered the very air around them thick and oppressive. Yet, the youth in white stood seemingly unperturbed, remaining in tranquil stillness. It was only when the foul winds conjured by the centipede king and the great king were nearly upon him that he slowly raised his right hand. There was no cataclysmic force nor resplendent brilliance. He simply pointed forward with a single finger. A thread of pure, distilled divine power shot forth silently, its speed surpassing the limits of the human eye. A nearly inaudible sound echoed. The great king, brimming with pride in its formidable, thick hide and protective demonic glow, found itself utterly defenseless against this seemingly fragile white thread. It pierced through its skull without resistance. The great king's colossal form froze abruptly, its fierce, bloodthirsty gaze fading into lifelessness in an instant. Boom! Its hefty body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The pinnacle 4th-tier beast, the great king of giants, was slain in a single strike. Following closely behind, the centipede king felt its exoskeleton bristle in terror, a bone-chilling dread seizing it from the depths of its very soul. It hadn't even comprehended how the attack had transpired. The great king was dead. Flee! We must escape at once. The centipede king wasted no time, abruptly reversing its momentum, abandoning its assault, and with all its might, it twisted and fled desperately, not daring to look back. This sudden turn of events not only halted the fierce battle between both sides, but also left the onlookers outside the battlefield in a state of complete shock. Their minds rendered blank. A mere finger? With such casual ease, it had obliterated a beast king that had appeared so overwhelmingly powerful and arrogant? What unfathomable strength was this? How dare a mere 4th-tier pinnacle beast challenge the divine envoy? Unaware of the youth's true identity, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's booming voice resonated, intended for the human populace below. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's understanding dawned. The divine envoy is magnificent. At Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's declaration, a wave of cheers erupted. This is our Bullhead Mountain's divine envoy, the mountain god's representative on earth. This beast, foolishly blind, dared to confront him? It was a death wish. The divine envoy has vanquished the great king of giants with a single strike, under the guidance of the mountain god and the divine envoy. The horde of beasts from Luoyan Mountains is utterly feeble. So it was the divine envoy, the mountain god's earthly representative. No wonder he was so formidable, effortlessly dispatching the 4th-tier pinnacle beast. In an instant, the crowd reacted, erupting in thunderous cheers, their admiration and reverence for the mountain god of Bullhead Mountain intensifying. Countless individuals fell to their knees once again, murmuring the name of the mountain god. Yet, before the crowd could fully comprehend the unparalleled shock they had just witnessed, a wave of even more terrifying, suffocating pressure, akin to an ominous cloud descending, surged forth from the depths of the Luoyan Mountains, freezing the very essence of their souls. Under the oppressive weight of this formidable pressure, both the bloodied warriors of the human race and the terror-stricken low-tier beasts found themselves gasping for breath, their hearts racing as if an invisible mountain had firmly lodged itself upon their chests, rendering even the slightest movement an arduous task. To flee in the face of battle is a crime punishable by death. Suddenly, an icy voice, chilling to the bone, reverberated through the air. Chapter 70. The mountain god has made his move. In the next instant, the onlookers beheld through the celestial veil the centipede king, who was desperately attempting to flee, suddenly struck by a tremendous force, only to explode into a burst of gore. Shortly thereafter, two shadowy figures, swift as phantoms, materialized silently above the battlefield. At the forefront stood a massive, deep purple raccoon cat, its presence as unfathomable as the abyss, Raccoon Demon. Beside it loomed the great demon king of the falling Goose Mountain range, the Raccoon King. At this moment, these two fifth-tier demons hovered before the crowd, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, utterly formidable. The Raccoon King extended a hand to seize the corpse of the centipede king, and, with a ferocious snap of its jaws, consumed it whole. Any who dare to flee shall be met with merciless retribution. The Raccoon King's voice, frigid and resonant, echoed throughout the venue, instilling paralyzing fear in all present beasts. That was one of the four great kings, a peak fourth-tier beast, dispatched in an instant by the Raccoon King, and consumed? Such a spectacle instilled dread within the hearts of the assembled demons, rendering them hesitant to make any foolish moves towards escape. Meanwhile, as the Raccoon King devoured the remains of the centipede king, its aura surged rapidly, its strength escalating dramatically. In just a few breaths, it had reached the mid-stage of the fifth tier. Everyone, be cautious. These two beasts are exceedingly powerful, Li Changsheng warned gravely, raising his voice. Niu Dali and Niu Taiju, along with the others, stood on high alert. The oppressive aura emanating from these two great demons was overwhelmingly intense. Such might is undoubtedly that of fifth-tier beasts. However, despite the tension that gripped their hearts, they felt no fear. With the mountain god present and the divine envoy in attendance, what could even the mightiest of beasts do? They were all destined for demise. Raccoon Demon's cold, slitted gaze swept indifferently across the chaotic battlefield below before finally settling on Niu Taiju, who had just slain a fourth-tier beast and was now catching his breath. Humph, a swarm of ants daring to act insolently before this king. Raccoon Demon emitted a disdainful snort, and in an instant, vanished from sight. The next moment, it appeared before Niu Taiju like a specter. Niu Taiju's pupils constricted as he activated the earth-shattering claw, a skill that combined offense and defense. Countless claw winds coalesced into a solid shield, erecting a barrier before him to protect his entire being. Yet, Niu Taiju felt an overwhelmingly potent, unyielding force crash against his chest. Crack! A sharp, piercing sound erupted. The shield forged from the earth-shattering claw, along with his exceptionally sturdy first-tier enchanted armor, shattered like fragile eggshells in an instant. Spurt! Niu Taiju violently coughed forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his own internal organs, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the distant ground, raising a cloud of dust, his life hanging in the balance. Swift. Too swift. From the moment Raccoon Demon appeared to the instant it inflicted grievous harm upon Niu Taiju, the core of the Bullhead Mountain's defense. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Powerful. Utterly overwhelming. Even with Niu Taiju utilizing a heavenly grade technique for protection, he stood no chance against Raccoon Demon's assault. Taiju. Niu Dali's eyes turned crimson in an instant, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar of grief and fury. The disparity is insurmountable. The prowess of this purple-furred raccoon cat is beyond their capacity to confront. The warm-up is over. Raccoon Demon flicked the blood of Niu Taiju from its claws, extending its crimson tongue to cruelly lick its lips, its purple slitted eyes glimmering with mockery and a thirst for slaughter. The taste of these humans is quite delightful. Soon, when this king has slaughtered all of you, I shall savor your flesh and blood slowly. Raccoon Demon cackled wickedly. Now it is time to send you wretched creatures on your way. Its gaze fell upon the white-clad Ding Hao. This individual exuded a formidable presence and must be eliminated first. The chilling, unmasked intent to kill enveloped the entire battlefield like a tangible shroud. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless citizens who had just been immersed in ecstasy and hope saw their smiles freeze instantly, their cheers silenced abruptly. All stood dumbfounded, staring at the purple figure within the luminous curtain, feeling the terrifying pressure that seeped through the veil, a chill racing from their feet to the crown of their heads. How could this be? Who is that purple-furred monster? So terrifying. Brothers of Bullhead Mountain, run. Where is the mountain god? Wasn't that white-clad figure the divine envoy? Why does he not intervene? Someone cried out in a panic, their voice tinged with desperation. Indeed. Why has the mountain god not yet appeared? Come forth and save them. Mountain god. The crowd erupted into a chorus of weeping and pleas. All eyes turned toward the direction of Bullhead Mountain, fervently hoping for the mountain god's intervention. Boom. Raccoon demon charged towards the white-clad Ding Hao. All gazes fixated upon Ding Hao, eager to witness whether this white-clad youth could withstand the ferocious strike. Buzz. Suddenly, a wave emanated from the direction of Bullhead Mountain, vast and magnificent, laden with unending pressure and momentum, sweeping forth. In but an instant, it reached the skies above the falling Goose Mountain range. The formless wave coalesced into a colossal golden phantom, spanning the void. This apparition resembled an ancient deity, radiating boundless profundity and divine charm, evoking an instinctual desire for reverence within all onlookers. As soon as this immense golden phantom appeared, it projected an invisible force. Erecting a barrier before white-clad Ding Hao, Raccoon Demon, caught off guard, collided with this ethereal energy shield. Spurt. Raccoon Demon felt an immense backlash. Its inner demonic powers swirling chaotically, blood surging forth uncontrollably, and it could not help but spew forth a mouthful of blood. Silence, an utter silence enveloped the scene. A powerful, invincible fifth-tier peak demon was unable to breach even a single barrier and was left wounded and spitting blood from the recoil. What manner of might is this? The mountain god has manifested. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. In the next moment, a multitude of citizens erupted into jubilant cheers. Bowing and worshipping before the golden phantom that spanned the falling Goose Mountain range, their voices ringing out. Mountain god has manifested. Mountain god is invincible. Mountain god. Slay that demon beast. In an instant, emotions surged and fervor ignited. Nearly 100 warriors atop Nyoto Mountain, along with several hundred from Luoyan Town and Changle Town below, erupted into cheers. At this moment, they finally beheld the legendary mountain deity, an honor so profound that the excitement was palpable. Suddenly, a vast and ethereal golden apparition spoke with an air of solemnity. You, vile creatures of the demon race, who slaughter the innocent human populace for your own insatiable hunger, shall be punished. As the words resonated, a colossal hand formed in the void, blotting out the sun, and descended menacingly upon the demon, Lisha. Chapter 71. Crushing Lisha. That overwhelming golden hand, imbued with indomitable divine might, pressed down upon Lisha with a thunderous force. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill beneath its weight. Lisha was engulfed by an all-consuming terror that emanated from the depths of its very soul, drowning out all other sensations. Flee. It must flee. This instinctive thought detonated within, and Lisha unleashed its demonic power, transforming its violet form into a streak of light. Attempting to escape, however, under the vast and boundless divine authority, its struggles appeared utterly futile. The space itself seemed to be imprisoned, an impenetrable barrier that resisted every effort to break free. Despair, utter despair, like a frigid tide, it consumed Lisha's spirit in an instant. In the next moment, the colossal golden hand disregarded all of Lisha's defenses and struggles, grasping it firmly, as one would a mere insect. No, Lisha emitted a heart-wrenching shriek. Filled with fear and defiance, the golden hand slowly lifted, raising Lisha high into the air. Beneath the celestial expanse, the citizens of Luoyan Town, Changle Town, Nyoto Village, and all surrounding hamlets beheld this spectacle with utmost clarity. The once formidable and terrifying fifth-tier demon now appeared as insignificant as an ant, ensnared within that immense golden grasp. Within that golden palm, Lisha thrashed and writhed, its violet aura flickering wildly, desperately seeking liberation. Spare me. Divine being, spare me. Lisha pleaded rapidly. I was wrong. I should not have opposed the divine. I implore you, grant me mercy. I am willing to submit. I shall be your servant, your slave. Just spare my life. O mountain deity. In that moment, Lisha recognized the undeniable truth. The entity before it was indeed a deity. That profound sense of powerlessness could only be felt in the presence of a divine being. Lisha's terrified howls and pleas resonated through the heavens, reaching the ears of every onlooker. The contrast between the fear and humility in its voice and its previous ferocity and arrogance was stark and striking. Every observer felt as though an invisible hand had seized their hearts, rendering them breathless. Is this the power of the mountain deity? A fifth-tier demon, so powerful and despair-inducing, finds itself utterly devoid of the capacity to resist before the mountain deity. At that moment, the golden hand began to slowly, inexorably close in. Crack, crack. The excruciating sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. Lisha's wails morphed into agonized screams as its body contorted grotesquely under the terrifying force of the golden grasp. Violet blood and shredded flesh oozed between the fingers, a horrifying sight to behold. This process did not unfold swiftly. It seemed as though the mountain deity was deliberately showcasing his might, ensuring that all bore witness to the fate that awaited those who dared to offend divine authority. Lisha's struggles grew increasingly feeble, its screams fading into inaudibility, until only despairing whimpers remained. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. The golden hand abruptly clenched shut. Lisha was crushed into a mist of blood. The powerful fifth-tier demon had fallen. Only a demon core and a demon crystal remained, suspended in the air, radiating dazzling brilliance. The world fell into a profound silence. Only the enormous golden apparition continued to dominate the sky, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Those who offend my mountain deity shall be vanquished, no matter how distant. After a brief stillness, a cacophony of ecstatic cheers erupted. Mountain deity. The mountain deity is magnificent. Thud, thud, thud. Countless citizens, unable to contain their excitement and reverence, knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing towards Nyoto Mountain and the golden apparition above, tears mingling with joy streaming down their faces. The prior worries, fears, and despair were utterly shattered in that moment. The mountain deity is real. The mountain deity is invincible. To crush a fifth-tier demon was as effortless to the mountain deity as squashing an ant. In that instant, no one doubted the existence or power of the mountain deity. Countless citizens who had harbored skepticism transformed into fervent believers upon witnessing this miracle. The power of faith ignited like an all-consuming fire within each heart. On the battlefield, the cat demon king witnessed the entire sequence, from Lisha being captured to its obliteration. A chill coursed from its tailbone to the crown of its head. Even a fifth-tier demon like Lisha had been powerless against that golden hand, crushed like an insect. With such meager strength, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Flee. It must flee immediately. Seizing the moment while the golden apparition was preoccupied with vanquishing Lisha, the cat demon king did not hesitate. It swiftly turned, propelling itself to its utmost speed, employing secret techniques to expel its essence, transforming into a black shadow, racing madly beyond the Luoyan mountain range. It dared not glance back. Below the celestial canopy, the jubilant citizens, who had just been celebrating, suddenly noticed the cat demon king's movements. Look, that cat demon king is fleeing. Mountain deity. Quickly stop it. Do not let it escape. Indeed, mountain deity, slay it. Avenge our fallen kin. Countless voices clamored anxiously, fearing that this equally formidable fifth-tier demon would escape and become a future threat. Yet, the golden apparition in the sky seemed indifferent to their cries, remaining suspended with its regal presence, unyielding and vast, making no move. A flicker of hope ignited within the cat demon king. It has not noticed me. The cat demon king quickened its pace. As the edge of the Luoyan mountain range loomed ahead, it realized that once it broke free, it would have a chance at survival. The light of hope gleamed in the cat demon king's eyes. However, just as it was about to burst forth from the mountain's confines, a resounding hum filled the air. The ground before it suddenly erupted in a dense, earthy yellow glow. The light rapidly ascended, forming a colossal barrier that radiated the essence of the earth, enveloping the entire Luoyan mountain range like an inverted bowl, sealing it tightly. The cat demon king, unable to halt its momentum, collided violently with the earthy barrier. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated. The king of raccoons felt as though he had collided with an immovable ancient mountain. The terrifying shockwaves surged through him, threatening to shatter his bones. And his demonic power disintegrated in an instant as he was violently hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Raising his head, he beheld the earthen yellow barrier that completely sealed his escape route. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in his eyes was extinguished, giving way to an abyss of despair. Blocked. There was no way to flee. Chapter 72. The butchery, a great relief to the masses. No. I refuse to resign myself to this fate. The king of raccoons let out a furious roar, leaping up from the ground with ferocity. He was unwilling to perish here. No matter what, he must escape. Break through. The king of raccoons bellowed, as his demonic energy surged wildly within him, coalescing upon his claws, transforming into shadowy claw shapes that tore through the air, striking fiercely at the earthen yellow barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of impact reverberated incessantly, each assault causing ripples to dance across the barrier. However, that barrier was as solid as a mountain, unyielding and indestructible, regardless of how furiously the king of raccoons attacked. It remained unscathed. The golden light flowed as if cradled in the embrace of Mother Earth, steady and resilient, effortlessly nullifying all assaults. The king of raccoons, driven to madness, continued to burn his life essence, employing various secret techniques, his demonic aura soaring into the heavens, desperately attempting to carve out a path to survival. Yet, all was in vain. The barrier remained unmoved, firmly imprisoning him in this land of death. Gradually, the frequency of his attacks slowed. The mania in his eyes was supplanted by an ever-deepening despair. With his demonic energy depleted and his life essence drained, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, nearly devoid of the strength to rise. It was over, utterly over, just when the king of raccoons felt as if his heart had turned to ash. The golden phantom that spanned the horizon stirred once more. The golden giant hand slowly descended, effortlessly lifting the weakened king of raccoons as if plucking a fallen leaf from the water. This time, there was no crushing. The golden hand cradled the despairing king of raccoons and brought him before the warriors of Bullhead Mountain, such as Nyo Dali and Li Changsheng, before casually tossing him aside. Thud! The king of raccoons landed heavily at their feet like a broken sack. This fiend has committed numerous atrocities. Deliver him to you for immediate execution. A voice of immense authority resonated in everyone's ears. This was a divine decree, the will of the mountain god. Upon hearing this, Niodali, Li Changsheng, and the other warriors immediately bowed in reverence. We shall strictly adhere to the mountain god's command. In unison, they shouted in agreement. Then turned their gazes toward the fallen king of raccoons. This was the great demon king of the falling wild goose mountain range, leading countless demon clans. He had slaughtered the innocent for miles around. Countless lives had perished at his hands. Countless families shattered. Compared to the raccoon demon, the crowd harbored even greater animosity toward this king of raccoons. Only by slaying this beast could they vent their pent-up fury and avenge the innocent lives lost to the demon beasts of falling wild goose mountain. Kill. Niodali was the first to roar in anger, his enchanted long knife erupting with resplendent light as he unleashed the full force of the windstorm blade technique, striking down upon the king of raccoons. For the sake of the fallen villagers, Li Changsheng's hair stood on end, his falling shadow sword technique unfurling into a myriad of sword shadows, enveloping the vital points of the king of raccoons. Niu Guangzong, Niu Yaozu, and others wasted no time, unleashing a torrential barrage of ranged attacks. Roar. Although the king of raccoons was exhausted, he was still a mid-tier 5th-grade demon beast. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. In this moment of impending death, the last vestiges of his strength erupted forth. He emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, withstanding Niodali's first strike, while his claws swiped out, repelling Li Changsheng's sword shadows, even grievously wounded. With only a fraction of his demonic power remaining, the might of a mid-tier 5th-grade demon was still formidable. Puff. A nearby 3rd-grade warrior, caught off guard, was swept away by the claw wind of the king of raccoons, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone across his chest, blood gushing forth as he was flung backward. Be cautious of its dying retaliation, Li Changsheng shouted, his sword techniques growing ever more fierce, restraining the king of raccoons. Niodali, like a madman, unleashed one deadly strike after another, each blow aimed for lethal precision as he clashed directly with the king of raccoons. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continually. Niodali soon bore several wounds, blood staining his battle armor, yet he paid no heed, his assault becoming increasingly frenzied. Wretched beast, die. Niodali seized an opportunity, bracing against a claw strike from the king of raccoons, his enchanted long knife, infused with a resolute spirit, cleaved down upon the demon's neck. Crack. The sound of breaking bones rang out. The king of raccoons let out a pained howl, blood gushing from his neck. At that moment, Li Changsheng's sword darted forward like a venomous serpent, piercing accurately into the king of raccoons' wounded throat. Uft. The sword penetrated through. The massive form of the king of raccoons suddenly stiffened, the last glimmers of light in his eyes swiftly dimming. He struggled a few times, but ultimately collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. However, being a mid-tier 5th-grade demon, his vitality was tenacious. Even with his throat pierced and blood flowing profusely, he did not die immediately. For the sake of our fallen kin, avenge them. A voice cried out in fury, charging forth, raising a steel knife to strike at the legs of the king of raccoons. Puff. Without his protective demonic power, the king of raccoons' body was no longer impervious, and he was brutally hacked, flesh torn and bloodied. The king of raccoons emitted a weak and pitiful cry. Another warrior, witnessing this, surged forward, his eyes ablaze with rage, shouting, "My 3rd sister fell victim to your hands. I will kill you. My elder sister was also devoured by you." In an instant, dozens of warriors from Bullhead Mountain rushed forth, raising their weapons, plunging knives and swords into the king of raccoons. The latter was instantly hacked to pieces, a sight too horrific to behold. At last, when the final drop of blood flowed from the king of raccoons, his body fell silent, devoid of any sound. The great demon king of falling wild goose mountain, the king of raccoons, is dead. Under the celestial canopy, silence reigned. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the gruesome yet exhilarating scene unfolding on the light screen. Niodali, panting heavily, his body marred with wounds, countless gashes bleeding profusely, appeared utterly wretched. He could barely stand. Yet, he bore the pain, taking a few steps to the lifeless body of the king of raccoons, raising his knife to sever the creature's head. Then, he held it aloft, proclaiming loudly, his voice resonating far and wide. The great demon king of falling wild goose mountain is dead. Our vengeance has finally been avenged. Thanks be to the mountain god. Niodali's voice echoed out, resonating through the heavens. Beneath the celestial canopy, after a brief silence, a more fervent and enthusiastic cheer erupted than before. He is dead. The king of raccoons is dead. Ha! The heavens have eyes. This accursed beast is finally slain. Wonderful. The great vengeance has been repaid. The spirits of my parents can finally rest in peace. Children, your spirits can also find solace, sobbing in relief. Countless individuals weep with joy, embracing one another, liberating themselves from years of pent-up fear and hatred. The myriad of monsters in the Luoyin Mountains, particularly the malevolent Raccoon King, have long been a nightmare weighing heavily upon their hearts. At last, that nightmare has shattered. Heroes of Nitushin, well done. We owe our gratitude to the mountain god. It is the mountain god who granted us the opportunity for vengeance. The mountain god is merciful. The mountain god is invincible. The cries of exultation, the chants of joy, and the prayers coalesce into a tremendous wave of sound that reverberates through the heavens. The people gaze towards Netushin, their eyes fixated on the golden, ethereal figure in the sky. Though it has begun to fade, it still emanates an aura of boundless majesty, filled with an unprecedented fervor and devotion. The mountain god is not only powerful, but also protects humanity, slaying the demon king and ridding the land of its scourge. In this moment, no one doubts, no one hesitates. Countless new followers are born. Their faith, pure and steadfast, converges into invisible currents of belief, surging towards Netushin. At this instant, Ding Hao distinctly senses the number of his followers multiplying exponentially. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 30,000. It can be said that in Luoyin Town, Chonglu Town, and their jurisdictions, almost all humans, aside from the oblivious infants and those with ulterior motives, have become followers of the mountain god. Everyone, obey. In the void, that golden ethereal figure speaks once more, its voice echoing across 100 miles. The great demon of the Luoyin Mountains has been vanquished. This deity commands you to slay all other beasts. Leave not a single one. Chapter 73, Exterminating the Demons. Bathed in blood, Ding Hao's voice, resounding with authority and grandeur, reverberates in every corner of the Luoyin Mountains and clearly reaches the ears of every individual beneath the heavens. The great demon has been slain. This deity commands you to eradicate all remaining beasts. Leave not a single one. The divine decree descends, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Having just experienced a heart-stopping battle that transformed despair into ecstasy, the warriors of Netushin, along with those from Luoyin Town and Chonglu Town, feel their blood surging with fervor. Upon hearing the mountain goddess command, flames of battle intent and murderous aura ignite in everyone's eyes. Kill. Though the great demon lies dead, the Luoyin Mountains still harbor countless beasts. These beasts are equally stained with human blood. They are accomplices. They are minions. Today, we shall eradicate them root and branch, thoroughly cleansing this land of its affliction. In strict adherence to the mountain god's decree, Neodali is the first to unleash a thunderous roar. His wounds still bleed, agony coursing through him, yet his desire for vengeance burns more fiercely than ever. In adherence to the mountain god's decree, Li Changsheng, Niu Guangzong, Niu Yaozu, and all the warriors of Netushin shout in unison, their voices shaking the very earth. In adherence to the mountain god's decree, Zhang Qiqiang from Luoyin Town and Chang Shujia from Chonglu Town also react, trembling with exhilaration. They have witnessed miracles, seen the great demon kings responsible for their suffering obliterated. The mountain god is truly the protector of humanity. Following in the footsteps of the mountain god to exterminate the demon race is the utmost honor, the perfect opportunity for vengeance against the slaughtered villagers. All warriors of Luoyin Town, Chonglu Town, heed the call. Zhang Qiqiang and Chang Shujia simultaneously raise their arms in fervor. Follow us, charge into the Luoyin Mountains, and eradicate the remnants. Not a single one shall escape. Kill. After a brief pause, even more frenzied battle cries surge forth, led by Neodali and Li Changsheng. The warriors of Netushin charge into the throngs of demon beasts like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains once more. Zhang Qiqiang, Chang Shujia, and others lead their respective towns' warriors to join in this final purge against the demon race. The remaining beasts, already terrified by the divine manifestation of the mountain god and the horrific demise of two great demon kings, are utterly demoralized. The raccoon demon was crushed. The raccoon king was captured and brutally tortured. If even the fifth-tier great demons meet such a fate, how could these third-tier at best, mostly first- and second-tier beasts, harbor any thoughts of resistance? As they witness the human warriors, invigorated as if drugged, charging towards them with fierce momentum, their souls are utterly shattered. Run. The king is dead. We cannot defeat them. Scatter. Flee into the depths of the forest, with the loss of all high-tier beasts to command and suppress them. The remaining demons disband into a chaotic throng, akin to headless flies, shrieking in terror as they flee in all directions. Some dive into dense thickets. Some leap off steep cliffs, others attempt to escape along the streams. Their singular thought, to flee this land of death. The farther, the better. However, they soon realize something amiss. A swift leopard demon desperately races towards the eastern boundary of the mountains, nearly escaping the confines of the Luoyin Mountains. Yet, at that very moment, a thick, earthy yellow light suddenly illuminates the void ahead. Boom! The leopard demon, unable to halt its momentum, crashes into the light. As though colliding with an impenetrable wall, its skull shattering upon impact, its brain splattering, its massive body collapsing lifelessly. Meanwhile, several wolf demons attempt to break free from a concealed valley in the west. The same scene unfolds. The earthy yellow barrier silently manifests, completely sealing off their escape route. No matter how they charge or bite, the barrier remains unyielding, unperturbed. instead sending them reeling with blood spewing from their mouths, some even perishing on the spot. What is happening? We can't get out. We are trapped. It's that deity. It has sealed off the entire mountain range. An increasing number of demons come to this despairing realization. The earthy yellow barrier that previously hindered the Raccoon King's escape is not merely a barrier, but rather resembles a colossal celestial bowl, inverted and enclosing the vast expanse of the Luoyan Mountains completely. With no path to the heavens and no door to the earth, despair spreads like a plague among the remaining demon throngs. They are utterly ensnared in this prison, awaiting the merciless blades of the human warriors. Ha! Run! By all means, run! Neo Dali, drenched in blood, appears deranged, wielding his longsword to cleave down a bear demon attempting to resist, erupting in unrestrained laughter. The mountain god commands, "Leave not a single one." Li Chongqing's sword strikes like a dragon, each thrust precisely piercing the vital points of the beasts. The chase transforms into a hunt. A thorough extermination of the demons in the Luoyan Mountains commences. The human warriors divide into numerous small teams, embarking on a carpet search and pursuit throughout the vast mountainous terrain. Whether they lurked in caves, concealed themselves in the treetops, or lay in ambush at the bottom of waterholes, once the demonic beasts were discovered, they would immediately provoke a lethal onslaught. Enchanted arrows flew forth like invitations from the Grim Reaper, relentlessly harvesting lives with unfaltering precision. The glint of blades shimmered amidst the forest, accompanied by the heart-wrenching wails of the demonic beasts in their final moments. This purging operation endured for a full 2 days and nights. The cacophony of battle cries, once thunderous, gradually thinned out. The number of demonic beasts dwindled sharply. The warriors of humankind were already weary, many bearing injuries, and some even sacrificed during the pursuit, falling victim to the desperate retaliation of dying beasts. Yet, no one faltered, no one complained. Each face radiated with the steadfastness and resolve of completing a sacred mission. They understood that this was the will of the mountain god. They recognized that it was for the enduring peace of humankind. They were avenging the countless compatriots who had fallen prey to the demonic beasts. As the sun rose on the third day, the last of the second-tier serpent demons, hidden within a secret burrow, was dragged out and slain by a group of warriors from Chonglu town. Finally, the falling Goose Mountain range embraced a long-awaited, thorough tranquility. A deathly silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by the rustling of the wind through the treetops and the pervasive, cloying scent of blood that permeated the air. The forest was strewn with the corpses of demonic beasts, piled high, with rivers of blood flowing, staining the streams a dark crimson. Once a paradise for demonic creatures, the falling Goose Mountain range had transformed into a vast graveyard for these beasts. All the warriors who had participated in the extermination collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Yet, in their eyes flickered the relief and exhilaration of having fulfilled their mission. In the sky, the golden silhouette that had traversed the heavens had quietly dissipated without anyone noticing. Clad in white, Ding Hao stood unmoving in the same spot, as if he had never stirred. He observed the bloody battlefield below, watched the weary yet exhilarated human warriors with a calm expression. In this battle, the mountain god had manifested divine prowess, vanquishing the raccoon demon. Simultaneously, the warriors of Bullhead Mountain had fought valiantly, slaying the mid-tier Raccoon King. Countless beasts of the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st tiers had perished. This battle had thoroughly eradicated the demonic horde from the falling Goose Mountain range, avenging the suffering of the populace within 100 miles. The renown of the mountain god echoed throughout Falling Goose Town and Chonglu Town. Furthermore, innumerable treasures awaited Ding Hao to claim. Chapter 74. The Immortal Souls, the Emergence of the Horse Face. The Falling Goose Mountain range, once a haven for demonic beasts, had now transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield. The thick scent of blood rose skyward, nearly staining the heavens a dark crimson. The surviving human warriors, all wounded and weary, leaned against blood-splattered rocks or tree roots, gasping for breath. The joy of victory had yet to fully dispel the haze of survival and the sorrow for lost companions. "It is over," someone murmured, fatigue laced with the elation of having survived. "We won, we finally won." Tears streamed down another's face, repeating the words, "Brother, sister, I have avenged you." Someone choked out silently. "The accursed beasts have finally all been slain." One gritted their teeth, finding it difficult to completely extinguish the hatred within, despite the death of the beasts. Suddenly, someone cried out, "This is all the mountain god's blessing. Without the mountain god, we would never have been able to slay these demonic beasts. Without the mountain god, we would still be prey to these beasts. Without the mountain god, we would still be the livestock of the demonic creatures. Thank you, mountain god." Voices arose in unison. Figures knelt in the direction of Bullhead Mountain once more, expressing their gratitude. Among them were the warriors from the Falling Goose Mountain range, townsfolk from Chonglu and Falling Goose Town, as well as villagers scattered across various hamlets. 3 days, a full 3 days. They had eradicated all the demonic beasts in the Falling Goose Mountain range, yet dozens of human warriors had perished in battle. As for the survivors, each bore wounds, some severe, some light. Suddenly, a ripple in the void occurred, and a golden radiance appeared out of nowhere, cascading down like gentle spring rain upon the injured warriors. Intermediate healing spell, under the nurturing glow of the golden light. Their wounds and fatigue visibly mended at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, their injuries had completely healed. Mountain God. The realization dawned upon everyone that this was yet another miracle and blessing from the mountain god. All rejoiced, kneeling towards Bullhead Mountain in gratitude. Clear the battlefield. Ding Hao, clad in white, stood before the crowd, his robe billowing gently, speaking softly. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, then began to form groups to commence the cleanup. First, they would transport the bodies of the fallen human warriors back for proper burial and honorable interment. Next, they would carry down the thousands of slain demonic beasts from the falling Goose Mountain range. The flesh of these beasts was a potent source of nourishment, capable of enhancing vitality in both ordinary people and warriors alike. Finally, and most importantly, they would collect the spoils of war. The falling Goose Mountain range was home to 5 great demon kings and dozens of lesser demon kings, each possessing their own lairs, with the 5 great kings residing in their palatial abodes. The treasures and resources amassed over countless years were immeasurable. Thus, it was only fitting that they be thoroughly searched and claimed. Changshu Jia led the warriors responsible for transporting the bodies of the fallen human fighters down the mountain, then returned to assist Zhang Qi Chong, who was in charge of transporting the demonic beasts. As the mayor of Falling Goose Town, Zhang Qi Chong organized the townsfolk to assist in carrying the demonic corpses. Ding Hao, accompanied by Niu Dekhang and Niu Dali, set about collecting the treasures from the lairs of the various demon kings. Changshu Jia, alongside the warriors from Chonglu Town, walked slowly across the battlefield strewn with corpses, carefully gathering the remains of human warriors. Each fallen figure had once been a vibrant life, filled with hopes and dreams. A valiant warrior of humankind. When he reached the side of a young corpse, Changshu Jia halted in his tracks. He recognized this warrior. It was He Junfei, a young man from Hejia village. A gruesome blood hole pierced through his chest, his death a tragic sight. The long knife in his hand lay broken, yet he clutched the hilt tightly, having plunged the other half into the body of a leopard demon. A companion whispered in sorrow. He Junfei fell while protecting others from that second-tier spotted leopard demon. Changshu Jia knelt down, extending a trembling hand to gently close He Junfei's unblinking eyes, a profound sorrow reflected in his gaze. At that moment, a faint ripple ascended from He Junfei's lifeless body. An ethereal, translucent soul, imbued with a sense of bewilderment and reluctance, slowly drifted away from the cold corpse. The soul retained the appearance of He Junfei in life, though his visage lacked color, and his form was exceedingly dim. The bull-headed figure silently appeared not far away, calmly observing this newly born specter. Within the soul of this young warrior lingered the valor of battle and an unwavering resolve to protect his homeland, which had not dissipated with death. Indeed, it was not merely He Junfei. On the battlefield, the souls of all those fallen human warriors now floated beside their respective corpses, at a loss. You, who perished while safeguarding humanity and vanquishing the monstrous horde, are commendably loyal and valiant. Suddenly, Ding Hao's voice resonated in the ears of all the newly formed souls. In life, you fought bravely. In death, you must have a place to return. Today, I shall open the path of reincarnation for you, ushering you into my realm of the afterlife, where other duties await. If you do not hasten to follow the bull-headed figure back, then when shall you? As Ding Hao's words fell, the space before the bull-headed figure rippled with an invisible wave. Subsequently, a portal constructed of dark blue stones gradually materialized out of thin air. This ancient, weighty gateway exuded an aura of timeless desolation, solemnity, and profound depth, standing in stark contrast to any construction in the mortal realm. Behind the portal lay not emptiness, but a hazy, dim expanse where the faint outlines of nascent order could be perceived, the initial form of the underworld that Ding Hao had begun to construct with divine power. Go forth. The bull-headed figure intoned. The souls of the fallen warriors, drawn by golden divine energy, glided toward the portal. At the moment of crossing the threshold, He Junfei turned back, casting a deep gaze upon his companions who were gathering his remains and taking in the mountains and forests he had valiantly protected with his life. Resolutely, he turned away and stepped into the profound portal. The instant his soul merged with the gateway, Ding Hao's voice echoed throughout the underworld. He Junfei, loyal and brave in protecting the people, fearless in combat, sacrificing oneself for righteousness, I hereby appoint you to the position of Ma Mian in the underworld, entrusted with the duties of patrol, capture, and punishment. Ma Mian, arise. Name, He Junfei. Identity, underworld emissary under the bull-headed mountain god, Ma Mian. Strength, peak first stage soul. Abilities, soul binding, spirit locking, intimidation, punishment, effective against ordinary ghosts. Thank you, Lord Mountain God, for bestowing this second life. He Junfei felt the transformation within himself, his soul trembling with excitement as he bowed deeply towards the heavens. As all the human warriors' souls entered, the portal of reincarnation gradually faded, as if it had never existed. Changshu Jia and the others remained oblivious, still enveloped in their sorrow. Chapter 75. The Five Flags, Devouring the Spiritual Veins. Zhang Qiqiang led hundreds through the Luoyan Mountains, collecting the carcasses of the slain beasts. Fortunately, the vast majority of these creatures' remains were concentrated in several battle sites, with only a few stragglers scattered far afield. Otherwise, gathering the corpses would have taken not hundreds, but thousands of people an eternity to complete. In truth, even so, many beast carcasses would still remain undiscovered, lost within the Luoyan Mountains. However, this was of little consequence, as the collected beast remains would suffice to sustain Luoyan Town, Changle Town, and all the villages under their jurisdiction for a year and a half. Yet, these beasts varied in rank. Ordinary people could only consume first-tier beasts, while those of second-tier and above were reserved for warriors. This was because the blood and flesh of these beasts contained potent vitality, and the disparity in levels could lead to catastrophic consequences if an ordinary person consumed them. Hence, the carcasses of higher-tier beasts required processing before they could be consumed. Clad in white, Ding Hao, accompanied by Niu Dali and Niu Dekang, was swiftly gathering treasures from the lairs of various beast kings. However, the second and third kings had been slain earlier. Their lairs had already been completely looted by the Cat King. This fortuitously spared everyone the trouble, as they found a wealth of treasures within the Cat King's den. The treasures in the lairs of the Giant Ape King and Centipede King were significantly scarcer. And regarding the other fourth and third-tier beast kings' lairs, aside from their smaller scale compared to the 5 major beast kings, they housed even fewer valuable items. It appeared that most of the good spoils had been seized by the 5 major beast kings, such as the world of beasts, where strength reigns supreme. All spoils must be catalogued and safeguarded before returning to Bullheaded Mountain. Ding Hao's calm voice resounded. Yes, Lord Divine Emissary. Everyone replied in unison, suppressing their excitement as they carefully began to collect and transport these treasures. 30,000 taels of gold, over 100,000 taels of silver, countless jewels and ornaments. One could only wonder what use these beasts had for such earthly riches. More than 30 various human weapons, though of mediocre quality, were found. However, the weapons used by the beast clans were of notable quality, equivalent to first and second-tier human weapons. 7 or 8 martial arts manuals were obtained, with the finest being a profound tier technique. The martial arts are divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Encountering a martial artist wielding a profound tier technique in this remote region of the Luoyan Mountains was indeed rare. The majority of martial artists employed common, mediocre techniques, and possessing a yellow tier technique was already commendable. Numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures were discovered, including aged mountain ginseng, spiritual mushrooms, and various herbs, amounting to over 100. After all, this was the Luoyan Mountains, cultivated over countless years. Any heavenly materials and treasures that appeared in the mountains had been thoroughly scavenged by these beasts. Countless materials for alchemy and weapon refinement were collected. While these were of no use to the beasts, they understood their value as they could be exchanged for other resources, thus gathering quite a bit. 7 blood spirit crystals. This item was found within the Centipede King's lair and could assist beasts in breaking through their ranks. The blood spirit crystals from the other beast kings had already been consumed, leaving only the Centipede King with one yet to use. However, this item was crafted from the vitality of human beings. 1 blood spirit crystal required the vitality of 1,000 humans to forge. When a beast advanced, it would devour a large amount of human vitality in order to achieve the purpose of ascension. Upon hearing Ding Hao's explanation of the blood spirit crystal's origin, Niu Dali and the others seethed with resentment, wishing they could lash the corpses of the recently deceased beasts once more. 7 blood spirit crystals equated to the lives of over 7,000 humans. Moreover, they had only discovered 7. Many more had already been consumed by these beasts. How many human lives had tragically perished at the hands of these creatures? The beasts must be exterminated. Among the most precious items, one was a millennium-old blood ginseng. This object, measuring the size of an adult's fist, is suffused with a deep crimson hue reminiscent of blood, emanating an energy fluctuation that sends shivers down the spines of all martial artists present. It is one of the principal materials for crafting high-grade elixirs. The other is Xian cold iron, roughly the size of a human head, glimmering with an ethereal blue metallic luster. This substance is the essence of celestial meteorite iron, exuding a chilling cold that pierces to the bone, possessing hallucinogenic properties, making it an exceptional material for forging divine weapons. For the nascent Natution, these resources are akin to a windfall from the heavens, capable of propelling the strength of all martial artists to unprecedented heights within a short span of time. Meanwhile, Bai Ding Hao's gaze flickered as he observed a dark spring deep within the lair of the Raccoon King. The spring water bubbled forth, interspersed with wisps of spiritual energy. This was Bai Ding Hao, in communion with Ding Hao's consciousness. Swiftly confirmed this to be an indication of a spiritual vein-s leakage. The Luoyan mountain range, capable of nurturing 5 great demon kings and countless beastly creatures, is not merely sustained by the blood and flesh of the tens of thousands of humans within a 100-mile radius, but rather by the nourishment of this spiritual vein. In other words, it is the presence of the spiritual vein in the Luoyan mountain range that enables the congregation of such a multitude of demonic beasts. Bai Dinghao's eyes gleamed with excitement. He extended his hand, summoning the Five Directions banner, Earth, which rose from the ground and swiftly landed in his grasp. Go. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the Five Directions banner, Earth, soared towards the spring water, subsequently vanishing into its depths without a trace. In the next moment, a tremor akin to the very shaking of the earth and mountains reverberated through the air. The entire Luoyan mountain range quaked, as if the sky itself were about to collapse. What is happening? Someone exclaimed, glancing around in panic. Confusion reigned as others steadied their nearly toppling companions, utterly bewildered. Is the Luoyan mountain range about to cave in? Someone murmured apprehensively. Given the magnitude of their battle, it would not be surprising if the mountains themselves were to crumble. The crowd was engulfed in fear and uncertainty. No matter, continue your search for treasures and resources. Bai Dinghao's voice rang out, soothing the anxious assembly. Meanwhile, he peered through the earth, witnessing the Five Directions banner, Earth, gradually devouring the spiritual vein nestled deep within the Luoyan mountain range. The Five Directions banner, Earth. Crafted in imitation of the primordial spiritual treasure, the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, Earth, possesses defensive capabilities, impervious to all forms of attack, capable of suppressing the Earth's veins, stabilizing the cosmos, and harnessing the mountainous energies for its own use. At this moment, the Five Directions banner, Earth, was methodically channeling the Earth vein, spiritual vein, of the Luoyan mountain range, converting it for its own advantage. Once the spiritual vein is entirely absorbed, Dinghao plans to transfer it to Netushan, imbuing it with its own spiritual vein, thus elevating Netushan to become more majestic, towering, and brimming with spiritual energy.